Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story part 2. Chapter 46 Crazy Frog Murderer. After some chilling torture, Lich obtained what he desired most while Rabi and the rest's fresh flesh replenished Mountod's vitality to its peak. Seems like fresh humans much more nourishing to wizard worms' vitality than animal meat. But if I'm a murderer who would kill innocents just for witchcraft cultivation, I wouldn't need to replenish my wizard worm's vitality at all times. After he was done handling everything, Lich controlled Mountod to open the heavy warehouse shutter with its long tongue. He then pulled George out of the warehouse strenuously while mumbling to himself. George's face was swollen while he had shoe prints all over his body. Fortunately, those were just skin injury. George, wake up! George opened his eyes in Licheng's call as he grasped a few breaths of fresh air while the chilly wind was blowing outside of the warehouse. Hey buddy, we met again. I knew people like you wouldn't make it to heaven too. We're not dead. What are you saying? We're not dead? How is that possible? Ouch, ouch. The pain that came gradually spread all over his body when he woke up made him realize that he was really still alive. SHT, I feel like I've been torn apart. What exactly happened? Where are Rabi and his men? Where are they? Why did they let us go? I've no idea. I was hiding in the warehouse for a while and saw a light at the door all of a sudden. When I walked closer, I saw you lying on the floor while the rest was gone. George was stunned. There were unstable emotions in his eyes. He was silent for a while and gazed deep into Licheng's eyes. He then spoke while nodding his head. It must be God protecting us. If that's the case, let's leave this dangerous place after we close the shutter. Come, buddy, come help. He struggled to get up from the floor in pain, while he spoke and pulled down the heavy metal shutter with all of his might while grinding his teeth. Licheng gave a helping hand. They finally closed the shutter with their effort little by little. Hey buddy, I suppose I've returned you the favor that I owed. George brushed off the dirt on his body and said half-jokingly. At that moment, Licheng was taken aback by the risk that he brought onto himself. In reality, Rabi's shooting using the pistol at Mountod at the warehouse earlier had caused significant harm to his wizard worm. The ending might be very different if Rabi was to shoot with guns together with his men earlier. You fulfilled your promise, George. It seems like I've underestimated this. Fortunately, you're not too late to realize this. Let's go. We must leave this place as soon as we can. We can't afford to offend Rabi's brother. Licheng was secretly shocked when he heard that. He ran clumsily on the empty, ruined street with George. Both of them slowed down while panting after running through the two streets continuously, as they saw growing numbers of pedestrians around. Just like that, they arrived at the subway where they came from without resting in between. They took the train with countless excited tourists. As safety was regained, Licheng stood in the train compartment while holding the handle. He suddenly asked softly after passing 2 stations without speaking while watching the vandalism outside the window and listening to the sound of the moving train. George, do you know what was the warehouse for? It's obviously a load house, where smugglers keep the illegal immigrants temporarily. The illegal immigrants who had paid the remaining smuggling fee could leave the load house soon to work illegally. Those who aren't able to pay the full fee would have to stay there forever, George said calmly. He added after some hesitation, Even though such a place often has people staying, there won't be anybody who would clean it deliberately. Nobody would care if there were a few dead bodies lying around in there. George's answer stunned Zhang Lisheng. Recalling the terrible environment in the warehouse, such as fear and despair one would encounter when they go in, made him said this out loud. Such a load house is perfect for me. But is that really New York, the New York where everyone says it's the most bustle, civilized and open? George said while smiling, buddy, nobody would force you to go to such a dangerous place. Staying in the better community in Brooklyn wouldn't be as dangerous as what you experienced even if World War was to come. But whatever you've experienced today was indeed a part of New York. Welcome to the real New York, young New Yorker. The train passed by a few stations as they chatted and stopped at Brooklyn's Lowbridge station. It was a Saturday. Most people who were waiting for the train dressed casually. They looked relaxed. It was clear that they were enjoying their weekend holiday. It was a blue sky with white clouds outside the subway. The air was fresh. There were many skyscrapers in his field of vision, although they were not connected. Half of the pedestrians on the streets had pets with them while walking with their family. Everything was joyous, civilized and beautiful. The life here's really what I call living. It's 2:30 p.m. now. It's still early. What plans do you have, my friend? George took a deep breath in and said after getting out of the station. Let's get you to the orthopedic hospital. I hope they take Agricultural Bank of China's gold wheat card though. No need, this minor injury's nothing. I have your Chinese special chiropractic ointment. Zhang Lisheng did not proceed with being polite. Hearing what George said, if that's the case, I'll see if there's anything useful that I can buy with my gold wheat card at the international store nearby. I'll head home after that. All right, I suppose I'll do the same. I'll see you on Monday. Buddy. George was stunned for a moment, then waved while turning around wearing a smile. Bye, George. Hearing Zhang Lisheng's goodbye, George, who had taken a few steps away, turned around abruptly and stared at Zhang Lisheng as he asked, Lisheng, are you really not doing anything for leisure? Even my brother, who is insane like a Frankenstein, would go to the strip club to relax himself every week. Do you not want to relax at all, especially when we've just experienced? Never mind, pretend I said nothing. Goodbye, friend. He waved at Zhang Lisheng and walked further away. Since then, Zhang Lisheng's life was pretty stable. Apart from going to school, he would be working at Dan Suzer butcher shop and cultivate secret witchcraft method privately. When he got home, he dared not to risk his life any longer. Winter came after autumn, in a blink of an eye. The first heavy snow fell in New York. It was a winter wonderland in the city. The young people from the city began their snowball fights. It was the most ancient and fashionable activity during winter. On one afternoon in December, Zhang Lisheng nailed a frog and a mouse onto a plank with needles while dissecting their organs in New York Lowbridge Junior High's biology lab on the school building's third floor. Professor Stephen, who was known to be old-fashioned and strict in school, stood beside him. It was said that this outstanding biologist should have been working in the best biology lab in the world, if not for the terrifying experiment disaster. However, he could only stay in a high school, teaching some fussy kids how to slice off a frog's leg. Lisheng, what did you find? There are many things in the frog's stomach. I saw insects' wings and some mushy meat. Looking at the digestion progress, I think the anesthetic had yet to kick in before we dissected it. Zhang Lisheng spoke continuously. He was speaking so much more, compared to the time when he had just arrived in America. He was so much more open now. You can see those without using the microscope. Looks like you're improving fast in the experiment operation. Keep it up, kid. Professor Stephen revealed a rare smile on his serious face. Keep up with your learning progress. I definitely won't be stingy with a recommendation letter to my ex-colleagues from those popular universities when you graduate. Although those universities are poor in biological studies, they could totally give you a great foundation. Thanks, Professor. Chang Lisheng surprisingly thanked him for that remark. The school bell rang at the moment. It was lunchtime. Professor Stephen walked onto the podium to dismiss the class. Seizing the moment, George, who picked biology class with Yang Lisheng, said softly behind him, "Hey buddy, Professor Stephen really likes you. It's worth it that you've killed so many frogs. The baby toad that's always following you must be crying now." George, making fun of your friend won't get you an A or even a B or a C in test. Chang Lisheng proceeded to dissect the two little animals without even lifting his head. "Give me a minute. We can go for lunch after I'm done separating these two experiment animals' organs." He seemed calm when he was speaking, but every student who passed him by would show a vomiting gesture. Seeing that, George sighed while putting his experiment paper away. He walked to Zhang Lisheng and said in a despairing tone, "Buddy, you don't have to talk like that." Many people in the school knew that Ms. Lily has a crazy kid who came from China. What's even more depressing is that they also knew that that crazy kid's only friend. Chang Lisheng separated the frog's organs carefully and soaked them in alcohol from a little bottle. He then said, while feeling relieved, "George, dissecting animals for personal excitement's crazy. However, doing it for science is a sign of professionalism and scientific spirit. Those are two completely different things." As Zhang Lisheng spoke, he heard mixed clamors downstairs that came out of nowhere. "Oh wow!" George sprinted to the window in a few steps and looked outside. He saw a few black extended limousines parked by the street far away and a bunch of men in black in neat suits. They surrounded a few beautiful young ladies who dressed gorgeously in the winter wonderland. They were walking slowly towards Lobaige's school compound. "Lisheng, the New York girls' voting team is here at our school." George ran to Zhang Lisheng in excitement and said, "They must be the gorgeous ladies from Fordham High School, judging by their guts, coming to Lobaige to challenge those shallow girls from our school who are only interested to get in touch with handsome guys and athletes. We must show our support to the Fordham High School beauties, letting those shallow girls from our school know that us shorties aren't pushovers." Chapter 47: The Trouble That Came Out of Nowhere. Chapter 47: The Trouble That Came Out of Nowhere. The history of New York Girl dated back to the 30s. It was said that it was a little trick to boost the dispirited and desperate young people's morale during the economic crisis. However, it had turned into an annual legal fight of popular girl high schools in New York, the international metropolis. Especially to those who have been competing for over 10 years, it was a devastating war to girls from Lobaige that was popular in Brooklyn and Fordham, the best private high school in Manhattan, the center of New York. Nevertheless, such a war was completely meaningless to Zhang Lisheng. He looked at George expressionlessly. "George, your life could be more meaningful than this. We can talk about such a serious issue in the future." George picked up the backpack under the lab table and hung it on Zhang Lisheng's neck. He then pulled Zhang Lisheng and ran downstairs. Lobaige Junior High's open-style school compound was crowded. It seemed like everyone in school rushed there. The main focus of the crowd was the 6 beauties wearing exquisite, low-cut gowns. 3 of them were waving and smiling exuberantly at the young men who were surrounding them. The remaining 3 who looked rather older than the other 3 looked like cold beauties. They were ignoring everything that was happening around them. "Hi Felicia, you're the most beautiful lady I've ever seen. I love you." That's the Fordham sisters. I've seen them in magazines, but they're more mesmerizing in real life. It's really them. Seems like this year would be the last year the 3 sisters would be helping their Fordham juniors in New York girls voting. I think those annoying girls in our school would be relieved next year. Have you lost your mind if the girls from our school heard what you said? You'll never find a girlfriend in Lobige. George pulled Zhang Lisheng into the crowd. In the noise of discussions and clamors, he thought it was a pure waste of time to be surrounded by a bunch of screaming young boys who were clearly high on male pheromone. PSHSHH, he began chanting a witchcraft incantation softly to cultivate. In the crowded place, even George, who was close to him, did not notice his mouth that was constantly moving while muttering strange, meaningless syllables. However, someone happened to notice Zhang Lisheng's unusual move eventually. "Oh God, Sandy, guess who I saw among the 3 cold beauties that gotten all of the attention?" The one who had blonde hair and the most quaint features began looking at Zhang Lisheng closely after glancing through him unintentionally. She exclaimed softly to the 2 close friends around her all of a sudden. "Could it be Michelle, that pretentious girl hiding among the crowd peeping at us? No wonder she didn't come to defend Lobige Junior High's girls' embarrassing achievement." "No, not Michelle. Sheila, it's Mountain Worm. Do you remember I told you guys before that I was almost dead in the dense jungle in China Western Sichuan because of that idiot Henrik? We survived because a young hunter who saved me. Not only that, the young hunter had a centipede that was over 100 centimeters long and as thick as a Birkin bag as his gun dog. He was walking in the ancient jungle at ease while chanting some mysterious incantation. No animals or venomous worms dared to get close to him. Hello Sister Sheila, and I have said this before, it's just your illusion. You must be too nervous back then." Henrik said that. "Trish, I've told you that Henrik the coward pretended to have a blurry memory, so that he would not lose his reputation as a wilderness survival expert. He's just a bragging troublemaker. Since we're on this topic, I must remind you that it's best that you get your brother Henry to stay away from him. Otherwise, your family would regret that in the future." I was fully aware back then, and so am I now, that young hunter named Mountain Worm really exists. He's in the crowd right now, and I've no idea why, but he seems to be chanting an incantation now. "Tina, this is New York, America. We're in Lobige Junior High's compound. Even if your young hunter really exists, he should be on the other side of the planet under our feet. Don't deny Tina just yet, my dear Trish. Don't you think it's interesting if you think about it? All right, Tina, honey, tell me, where is your little hunter?" "He's right there, that yellow-skinned boy." Tina lifted his arm and pointed at Zhang Lisheng. Looking at what she was doing, all boys where her finger was pointing at clamored meaninglessly all of the sudden. Lisheng, look. That beauty's pointing at us. I think she's a famous lady from a rich family." George let go of my arm. "I'm really hungry now." Realizing that he was unable to cultivate in such a noisy environment, Zhang Lisheng stopped chanting witchcraft incantation and said, "I'll go get a burger now and I'll take a nap in the classroom. We're having our afternoon class. Cheer for your New York girls here. See if you could get one of those ladies to be your girlfriend." "Oh, Lisheng, since when have you learned to be so sarcastic? Also, the New York girls went through elimination. There's only one of them each year. Go eat your burger, you lonely man." We'll meet after school. George let go of Zhang Lisheng's arm and began clapping and clamoring enthusiastically. Zhang Lisheng took some effort to get out of the crowd and walked to the school cafeteria. He did not notice that he was being watched by the most dazzling 3 girls in the compound. After eating his burger, Zhang Lisheng and George met after their math class and literature class. They cycled to Dan Souzer butcher shop. Along the way, George, who dressed as thick as a polar bear, stepped on the paddle strenuously while saying jokingly, "My buddy Lisheng, it's hard for me to imagine that Ms. Lily would allow her little baby working until late hours when the weather's so cold. Because Uncle Lavin said that a boy needs some tough training, which my mom eventually came to agree with. What a cruel stepdad, har. No matter on paper or in reality, Lavin's just my mom's partner. He's not my stepdad." George was taken aback and sighed while talking to himself. "Friend, do you know what you lack the most? Emotion. You should put more emotion when you talk. Don't always have a poker face on. You make me feel like I'm talking to a robot." "Shut up," Zhang Lisheng said loudly while frowning. "That's right, I feel so much better now." The journey that usually took 20 minutes became half an hour this time. The duo realized there were unusually little customers at the Dan Souzer butcher shop today. It was clear that those housewives were unwilling to be out in the weather where the heavy snow had just stopped. Just like that, they did some dispensable work until 7 p.m. Zhang Lisheng then said goodbye to George, who never asked about a friend's personal life. He cycled home alone after feeding Mount Ode. It was deadly cold at night during winter in New York. Breath turned into clouds of white fog as soon as the pedestrians exhaled. Another cloud of white fog came, just as the previous one went away. Zhang Lisheng did not stop pedaling. He did not feel extra cold. However, he felt a bone-chilling coldness mixed with fluffy snow as he waited for the light to turn green sitting on the saddle with a foot on the ground. All of the heat that he had in his body was taken away completely. Cold sweat made Zhang Lisheng feel like he fell into an ice cave. He sneezed 6 to 7 times continuously. He shrugged and twitched his nose while mumbling to himself as he shivered. I'll transform myself into a strong wizard worm when I improve in witchcraft so that I won't have such weak body. A Cadillac RV suddenly pulled over next to him when Zhang Lisheng was talking. A blonde young lady with no makeup on rolled down the window and waved at him from the driver's seat wearing a smile. She said loudly, "Hi, Mr. Worm. Do you need help and do you want to warm yourself in the car?" It was a little absurd that the lady driving a big, luxurious RV greeted him out of nowhere. Zhang Lisheng was stunned from the surprise. However, he soon recalled where the name Mountain Worm came from. He was secretly troubled and pretended to speak in a blur. Controlling a venomous worm had always been an attention-seeking and unusual thing. It would be fine if he was to do it before a foreign Tom, Dick, and Harry, but if those Tom, Dick, and Harry became someone familiar or even friends, that would be bad news. "Mr. Worm, the act you're putting up is as bad as the time you pretended to be mature when we met in China. The light's turning green really soon. You're shaking. Let's get into the car to get some warmth on the next street." "There's no need for that, thanks." Seeing that the light turned green, Zhang Lisheng sped up, realizing he could not get away from this caring lady. Unfortunately, manual work could never catch up to a high-powered engine. Tina soon caught up to him. She slowed down and drove at Zhang Lisheng's speed. "Get in, Mr. Worm. I knew that you're a student at Lowbridge Junior High and working at Dan Souzer butcher shop. Chang Lisheng was secretly shocked. He stopped cycling and touched the backpack on his back and asked Tina while looking coldly at her through the window, "How do you know so much about me? I happened to see you at Lobige Junior High today. It was inconvenient for me to talk to you at that moment, so I got someone to follow you after school. Actually, I wanted to go back to China to thank you officially. But that means Henrik, who wanted to get away from the responsibility, lied, making my family unable to believe in what I've experienced in Western Sichuan's dense jungle. And my dad confiscated my passport." Hearing Tina's explanation, Chang Lisheng became softer now, but he said in dissatisfaction, "Wait, you got someone to follow me? Get in the car." "Well, speak after you got into the car for warmth, okay?" Chang Lisheng sneezed again while saying with a cold face, "Miss, I should get the police to arrest you. But since you're sincere in thanking me, I'll forgive you for following me. But please, don't do that again." He pedaled hard and turned into the alley at the ramp and soon gotten far away. In the flowing snow, the Cadillac SUV stopped where it was, instead of going after him. Chapter 48 Murder in the Dark Alley. Chapter 48 Murder in the Dark Alley. On the back seat, Trish, who had whined short hair and looked macho with an unusual beauty, said, "Why don't you go after him, Tina? The alley seems broad enough for cars to go in. You've spent hours waiting just to prove to us that your Chinese hunter exists. Why did you give up last minute? This doesn't seem like what you wanted to do." "Knock it off, Trish." Although Mr. Worm didn't admit directly just now, what he said basically proved that he was the Chinese hunter who saved me in the dense jungle. Moreover, he didn't claim credit because of that. He's a real gentleman. A gentleman who is 160 cm tall and weighs 110 pounds, Sheila, who was also sitting in the back seat, said while laughing. "Sheila, a person's behavior makes a gentleman. It has nothing to do with his height and weight," Tina said with a serious face. "Okay, Tina, I apologize for making fun of your Mr. Worm. But I've got a chill whenever I said that name out loud. He just doesn't look like a good person," Sheila said jokingly. However, noticing that Tina seemed to be mad now, she corrected herself. "Okay, I understand. A person's name doesn't make him a good or bad person. Furthermore, the name sounds like a nickname. You know what, Trish? You look like a replica of a holy angel now. Don't tell me you fell in love with a person who saved you." "What the hell, of course not. I just wanted to repay his kindness. Also, don't you think he's very mysterious in reality? I've been browsing about Western Sichuan on the internet after I came back from China, but I couldn't find any information about minority hunters who use centipede as their gundog or to hunt. Also, I witnessed with my own eyes that the incantation that he chanted really drove the snakes and lizards away in the mountain. That should be a supernatural power. Think about it. Having a close friend who has supernatural power is something so cool. Moreover, that man behaves like a gentleman. He's kind inside but looks cold outside. He loves helping people." "Wait, Tina, did you say supernatural power?" "Yes, Sheila. Why didn't I think of that earlier? If he became your friend, he would naturally become my friend too. Having a close friend with supernatural power is like the old Russian Empress, Catherine the Great, having astrologer Peter with her, and Maria I of Portugal having an alchemist with her. It's such a great idea." Hearing what Sheila said, Trish drew a cross before her busty breasts and said, "Oh, the Almighty God, please forgive my friend's wishful thinking. She doesn't mean to offend you, the one true God. She has lost her mind a little for imagining herself being the New York Queen all the time." Whatever, Trish. No matter how you're making fun of me, my life goal will forever be becoming the real queen of the New York upper-class social circle. I'll do anything to make that happen. While the three New York rich girlfriends fought in the warm and comfortable luxurious RV, Chang Lisheng, who was almost frozen, found it hard to go forward in the windy alley on his bike. There was nobody in the dimmed alley. Even the homeless who usually hang out there thought it was too windy, and left to the dump area in other streets at the time being. The city's neon lights seemed near from the alley entrance, but in reality, it was endless. Cycling through the alley, Chang Lisheng could see the mottled and filthy walls on both sides faintly. New York City's streets were designed in square checkerboard shape. One would not be lost his way easily as long as he possessed a sense of direction. Chang Lisheng, who thought he had gotten rid of Tina, was moving towards one direction. He wanted to get out of the alley to the main street so that he could get home as soon as he could. Never had he thought that he heard a faint, soft call of distress in a ramp all of the sudden when he was focusing on cycling. Help, help! If it was an ordinary high school student who heard that, even if he was brave or possessed high morality, the first response he would definitely be fear. To be hearing such a call in such an environment, the person would definitely flee the place, but Chang Lisheng had a different response after the shock. He stopped cycling and chanted witchcraft incantation softly, driving mounted to hop out of his backpack on his back lightly. With his wizard worm, he walked slowly and carefully towards the source of the voice. In the quiet night, though Chang Lisheng's footsteps were light, they could be heard loud and clear in between the whistling wind. Is someone there? Oh my God! Is someone there? Please speak if you're there. I'm begging you. The person who was calling seemed to hear Chang Lisheng's footsteps while he raised his voice all of a sudden. To his surprise, Chang Lisheng thought the voice was rather familiar when it was raised. However, another relaxing voice came in the dark all of the sudden before he could analyze whose voice was that. Young witch doctor, this is my territory. Please respect our secret meeting and bring your toy away with you. A strong wind happened to come when the voice came. However, Chang Lisheng could only hear the wind, but he felt no chill at all. He even felt the air turned warm and damp all of a sudden. It gave a strange summer breeze in the cold winter night. In such a mysterious situation, an odd occurrence would mean danger. Chang Lisheng stopped walking immediately and said carefully, "Secret meeting? I'm sorry. It's been less than half a year since I arrived in America. I've no idea what a secret meeting is. So it's a foreign dark walker. I shall explain it to you." Chang Lisheng, I could tell from your voice that you're Chang Lisheng. Damn it, you're chatting with him. He's a lunatic, he's crazy. Quick, call the police. There's a murderer here. The caller recognized Chang Lisheng's voice suddenly and shrieked with all his might. Chang Lisheng realized it was Michelle's boyfriend Herrick from the shriek. He was a boastful skating expert who was obedient and happy before Lily and Lavin, but in private, he was unfriendly to Chang Lisheng, the Asian young man. Chang Lisheng might help if the situation allowed him to. However, it might not worth the loss since he was fighting an unfathomable opponent. Seems like you're praise someone that I know. Fortunately, he doesn't like me before tonight, while I've never liked him all this time. Never mind, I don't care what a secret meeting is. I guess we shouldn't get into anyone else's business. All of the best to you, Mr. Mysterious. That's a wise choice, young dark walker. A hunter's determination is not to be interfered with. The mysterious voice was stunned for a moment, before speaking while smiling. No, damn it. Michelle's here too, but she's unconscious. She's here too. Could you bear to watch your sister dies in a lunatic, Herrick shrieked with all he had while panting in the dark. Chang Lisheng had no response to what Herrick said. Instead, he lowered his body and rolled on the filthy alley ground while chanting witchcraft incantation right away. Due to the witchcraft incantation, Mountoad that was beside him opened its mouth big while sucking in air. Its body was growing rapidly and soon it grew to the size of a large SUV. It then lifted its body with its big, strong back legs while Zhang Lisheng has gotten below the wizard worm's tummy agilely. However, the attack that he expected did not come. It seemed like Zhang Lisheng was in a solo act. You rushed into it, young man. You rushed into it, the relaxing voice in the dark said while chuckling. Chang Lisheng seemed like he heard nothing. He crawled on the cold, slippery ground under Mountoad's protection. He crawled slowly. There was a turn at the end, but there was no alley further in, but a dead end with a wall. There was a dimmed light bulb hanging on the wall. With its weak light, one could see the obvious mottled words in red which written Dr. Fracture on the wall. There was a young couple with their limbs folded in an odd way under the red words, next to a dump with rats. They were Herrick and Michelle. At that moment, Herrick was coughing softly and continuously. Blood dropped bit by bit from the side of his lips. They accumulated on his chest, dyeing his black jacket red. His eyes widened in fear when he saw Mountoad. He had completely lost his mind since he was already on edge. He stared blankly after shouting. Meanwhile, Michelle seemed to be unconscious from the folding of her limbs. She did not seem to have major injuries. Hiding below Mountoad, Chang Lisheng said coldly as he lifted his head and saw that, "Sir, I'm afraid I need to bring one of your preys with me." "Oh young," the relaxing voice spoke while smiling, which suddenly, Mountoad's gigantic head turned in an absurd way. It opened its stinky big mouth and extended its humongous tongue from the source of the voice. Since the first attempt failed, the wizard worm's humongous tongue pulled and moved like a whip in the dark. Suddenly, a red spark lit up in the dark. However, it did not last long. It was like a meteor that disappeared in a flash. Subsequently, Mountoad rolled its tongue back and shook a little. It shrunk by heaps like a toy losing air. After the attack, the voice in the dark did not seem as relaxed and at ease as before. Instead, there was cautiousness in the voice. "Are you taking your gloves off at me, Dark Walker from far away?" Chapter 49 The Compromise in the Dark. Chapter 49 The Compromise in the Dark. Chang Lisheng had just learned from literature class recently that taking gloves off meant asking for a fight with another person in Western culture. He said softly, "If you're dead, it would mean that we fought. Now that you're still alive, what I did earlier meant that I don't mind fighting you for the sake that I must save this girl that you have with you. Moreover, I have the ability to fight you, don't I? Your power is nothing, but you have limitless potential. Furthermore, it seems like you've learned to unleash your power to its peak. I don't want to lose a fight with such an opponent like you for something so petty. However, my work here shouldn't be stopped. How about this?" That man's ribs had pierced through his lungs. "He's dying slowly. My work would be complete once he's dead. I'll leave once that happens, then you can bring the girl with you. You should be able to tell that the girl only has her limbs broken. She won't die even if she has to wait for a couple of hours. But she might be handicapped if she waited too long to get medical treatment." Chang Lisheng laid on the ground while saying expressionlessly, "Oh indeed. but that's the best that I could do. Sometimes it's hard to get everything we want. This is an impasse. The voice in the dark was deep when it replied. While he was talking, Mountoad had opened its big mouth and extended its humongous tongue. However, it was not attacking Dr. Fracture in the dark. Instead, it put the dying Herrick into its mouth. I've done your job for you. The impasse is broken now, Lishing said coldly. Oh wow. That's some unexpected wit that you have. I've forgotten that you're one of the Dark Walkers. Moreover, you're as brutal as I am, Dr. Fracture's voice was going further away from the dark. It chuckled in a weird way while he faded in the dark until Lishing could no longer hear. But my young friend, it's clear that you don't understand that unnecessary feelings are a deadly burden to a Dark Walker. And what would it mean once the scariest serial killer in New York who you attacked knew your identity? Lishing did not get away from his wizard worm after Dr. Fracture left. Instead, he took out his phone with great effort and called Solo. Hey Lishing, are you on your way home? Uncle Lavin, with Michelle. She's hurt. We're in an alley close to Dan Souser butcher shop. I've no idea what's the exact coordinates, but it'll be with my phone at all times. Quick, Michelle needs some urgent help. Come quickly. Calm down, kid. I'll get an ambulance and the police there soon. Don't panic, keep your phone on. Solo, who was on the other side of the call, paused for 1 to 2 seconds before replying in a calm voice. As a New York Police Crime Squad chief, he professionally handled the situation even though he heard a piece of bad news that his family was involved in. Brooklyn's police force had plenty of policies. Moreover, the better the safety a community had, the more police cars there were doing rounds. A minute or two later, Lishing heard loud and clear police sirens coming. He then crawled out below Mountoad carefully and chanted witchcraft incantation to get the wizard worm to let out the air in its body. It then hopped into his backpack on his back after it shrunk. As soon as he was done doing that, Lishing heard Solo's calm voice from the phone. Lishing, how are you over there? I heard the police siren. I think the police are close to us. The noise of emergency brakes and rushing footsteps came as he spoke. A few torch lights with harsh light was directed to his face. Don't move, we're New York police. I'm the one who called. It's me who called, Chief Lavin. Quick, save Michelle quickly. Put down your gun. He should be the kid Chief Lavin mentioned. Don't panic, kid. You've done well, SHT. Oh my god. Yes, it's the doctor. Fracture sign, it's the doctor. Fracture sign on the wall. The term Dr. Fracture seemed to have some sort of charm that it made all the officers that were present there at the moment dumbfounded. Someone shouted all of a sudden. Fist-Eye's kid managed to get away from Dr. Fracture and possibly saved his sister. Perhaps he saw that devil's face. At that moment, all officers had their eyes on Lishing. Unfortunately, they only got a calm answer. I just heard the faint call of distress and I came here. I didn't see anything. The experienced officers showed disappointment on their faces, while the one who looked young said in full enthusiasm, even so, we must record a detailed statement from you. Don't panic, new guy. No matter what we're trying to do, we must get this kid to the hospital. Moreover, we need his parents to be there when we do that. Unfortunately, his suggestion was soon denied by the officer who held the highest position there. The old officer with silver hair then ordered his experienced underlings, Nick, see if you could do some first aid on this lady. The ambulances are taking too long. Warren, call the headquarters and ask for the best forensic expert. Very soon, the warning line was up while the officers began working orderly. Meanwhile, Zhang Lisheng had a shawl covered on him as he sat in the police car. A middle-aged lady officer was with him, waiting for the ambulance to come. "Kid, calm down and have a cup of hot coffee. You're safe now." The lady officer, who had training for psychological counseling, spoke to him softly with kindness on her face. She wanted to help this young man who witnessed a horrible crime to calm down. However, Zhang Lisheng was just sipping on the coffee, quietly listening to what she was saying. He was silent the whole time. A couple of minutes later, the ambulance arrived with a long ambulance siren. "Kid, the ambulance is here. They'll bring you to the hospital. You'll be taken good care over there." The lady officer opened the door for Zhang Lisheng. "Thank you," Zhang Lisheng finally spoke and walked out of the door. As soon as he stepped out of the police car, there were rumbles of flash shown in the chilly, snowy night in the alley. All of the sudden, the police commander at the crime scene shouted madly, seeing there were reporters taking photos. SHD. How did the reporters came so soon and hid in the warning line? They're interfering on our work. Oh my God, someone in the police station must have notified them. Quick, chase these annoying flies out of the warning line. Tell them we're working and not having a fashion show at Times Square." "Yes, sir." The officers who heard the commander's order began chasing the reporters who were hiding out of the warning line as usual. The reporter, who was waiting for a long time, had finally taken a shot of Zhang Lisheng getting out of the police car, wrote the article immediately as soon as he was chased out of the crime scene. He published his exclusive report onto New York Times Online. In the picture included in the news, although Zhang Lisheng's face was blurred out, which could not be identified at all, his skinny body was obvious in the high-resolution shot. It came with an extremely attention-gorging title, "Who is he, Doctor?" Fracture has finally met his opponent. This calm young man broke the must-die myth when Dr. Fracture was taking his 21st life. Although the article was filled with ambiguous terms such as speculated, maybe, and perhaps, it was forwarded by all American news websites in a short period of time. An hour later, in a crude room of a crude hotel close to a bus station of a remote county town in China western Sichuan, a pale young man laughed uncontrollably suddenly while sitting in a dirty bed hugging his body. "New York, Brooklyn. Haha, I got you, I got you. I knew that people like you won't behave yourself even when you get to America. Wait for me, you brat. Very soon, I'll take back what you owe me. Wait for me, you wait for me." He mumbled to himself insanely for a while and coughed hard all of the sudden from his stirred emotion. The hatred in his eyes deepened in each cough as he gazed upon. The young man was Mountain Cat, the person who failed to attack Zhang Lisheng and almost died in his hands. He had a laptop placed on his bed before him. Zhang Lisheng's picture, where his head was blurred out, occupied his entire screen clearly. As Mountain Cat was swearing to take his revenge, Zhang Lisheng, who was unharmed, was sent into New York Queen's Hospital's ICU to stay there for the night so they could observe him. There was surveillance all over the room. There was an officer guarding the door for 24 hours. It was impossible for him to cultivate secret methods in such a situation. Zhang Lisheng could only lay flat on the bed wearing the hospital's white gown. He seemed to be flipping his class notes that he brought along with him, but he was thinking about Dr. Fracture that he encountered tonight, the person who remained in the dark. His unfathomable ability and the secret meeting that he said that made people guessing. Through Dr. Fracture's movement and the way he spoke, Zhang Lisheng guessed faintly that he made contact with a person in a mysterious world where ordinary people could never reach. Just when he was thinking hard to himself, two voices came outside of the door all of the sudden. Is it here? Is it here? Yes, Lily, the doctor said. Lisheng's in this room. Look, there's an officer guarding outside the door. He's safe, don't be scared. Hi officer, I'm Lieutenant Solo D. Lavin from crime. I'm also the kid's guardian. This is his mother Lily. We're hoping to see him. Yes, sir, and MS. Lily, please go in. Chapter 50 A Suspect. Chapter 50 A Suspect. When the ward door was opened, Lily walked in a panic with Lavin holding her. Seeing Zhang Lisheng, she dashed towards him and hugged him. She took a good look at her son and said nervously, Baby, are you all right? I'm good, Mom. Michelle's the one you should worry about. How is she now? The doctor said that she was sent to the hospital in time. Her broken limbs are fixed now. Lily could not hold back the pain inside as she spoke and began sobbing. Uncle Lavin, what exactly happened to Michelle? Zhang Lisheng hugged his mother lightly and comforted her. He then turned his head to ask Solo. Michelle's doing well, but she'll need to be bedridden for a couple of months. She'll also need at least half a year of recovery training to recover if she's not severely affected mentally. This is considered the best scenario that could have happened to her. Now that we're talking about it, we should thank you, Lisheng. Solo gazed at Zhang Lisheng while replying with his reddish eyes. He stepped a few steps forward and hugged Zhang Lisheng tight. Thank you, kid. You're a brave gentleman. Do you know how much courage you need to save Michelle in such a terrible situation? I'm proud of you. That's the least that I could do, Uncle Lavin. It's great to hear that Michelle could recover without being handicapped. We could treat her broken soul slowly. Zhang Lisheng was relieved and said calmly. Solo let go of him and nodded. After composing his emotion, he said habitually all of the sudden, Lisheng, do you know that you're the only witness who saved the victim from Dr. Fracture? Your statement's very important for us officers to catch the devil. Uncle Lavin, I told them that I could totally record my statement since I was mentally stable, but those officers insisted that I must come to the hospital for observation. They also said that you or Mom must be present when I record my statement. Lisheng, that's the appropriate procedure by law. Otherwise, any charges from your statement would be floored and can't be used in the court. Uncle Lavin, I really didn't see anything. I can't accuse anyone in my statement, Zhang Lisheng said helplessly. Lisheng, we will determine if your statement's useful. Just accept the statement recording. My colleagues from crime and I would take your statement tomorrow after your rest. You should really rest now. You must be exhausted since so much happened tonight. All right, Uncle Lavin. So I suppose I'm not going to school tomorrow. You don't have to, at least for this week. Your mom will apply a leave for you. Lily, Lisheng's fine. We're just interrupting his rest if we kept staying here. No, Solo. I want to be here for him and Michelle tonight. They need us. Lily shook her head hard and said, All right then. I'll go home so I could be with the other kids. They must be worried sick. Don't leave just yet, Uncle Lavin. Mom, I really don't need anyone to be with me. Listen to Uncle Lavin. Forget about it, Lisheng. You're still young. You won't understand what your mom is feeling. Since she insists to stay in the hospital, just let her stay. Solo walked out of the ward as soon as he was done speaking. Just like that, Lily stayed at the hospital and accompanied Zhang Lisheng until the sun rose. On the next morning, Zhang Lisheng, who managed to sleep safe and sound for the past 10 days, realized Lily fell asleep at the side of his bed. He got off the bed carefully and washed up in the bathroom. He then opened the room. The officer that fell asleep on the chair woke up from hearing the door being opened. Before the officer spoke, Zhang Lisheng said while smiling, "Don't worry, officer. I'm just going to get breakfast. Are you hungry, kid?" "No, my mom looked after me all night. She fell asleep. I thought of getting her breakfast so that she could eat it when she wakes up." Zhang Lisheng saw Solo and two of his colleagues walking towards him with a fast food bag while he spoke, "But seems like that's unnecessary now. Even though your mom won't be eating the breakfast that you were getting, she would appreciate what you're doing for her, kid." The guarding officer seemed to be touched by Zhang Lisheng's sweet thought and complimented while smiling. At that moment, Solo had arrived before the ward and handed the fast food bag to Zhang Lisheng. "Good morning, Lisheng. Beef burger, it's your favorite, am I right?" "Thanks, Uncle Lavin." Although he actually hated beef burger, Zhang Lisheng took over the bag happily and returned to the ward. Naturally, Lily woke up in shock since there were numerous people in the ward. She knew all of Solo's colleagues, so she greeted them as she stood up in a sleepy manner. "Mike, Boston, you guys are here." Solo's colleague, the short Asian who was capable, apologized while looking sorry. "Lily, we should've been here last night, but we had to handle the situation. You know." "It's all right, Mike, we're doing good now. The scariest incident has passed. I've gone to the ICU 6 to 7 times last night, but Faithy don't let me see Michelle. Oh Lord, what did we do wrong? Why are we being punished like that?" After hearing that, Boston, the other muscular black detective in the ward, said with sympathy, "Don't worry, Lily, we'll definitely catch the imbecile who hurt Michelle. Cheer up. Hey Solo, come talk to Lily. You know a hunk like me can't take this." "My heart is shattering looking at Lily and thinking of your adorable Michelle." "Cheer up, darling. Michelle and Lisheng are fine. What more can we ask for?" Lily's stirred emotion calmed gradually after Solo's comfort. Seeing that her emotion was stable now, he said, "Darling, you should head home so you could rest. If you manage to overwork your body, do you think I could look after the kids all by myself?" Zhang Lisheng, who was standing aside, seized the opportunity and said, "That's right, Mom. I'm completely fine now. You should head home to rest." "No, I have to accompany you while you give your statement," Lily said while caressing Zhang Lisheng's face. "But I'm here. It's Boston and Mike who are taking the statement. Solo, as a mother, I should be present when my underage kid's being questioned by the police." "This has nothing to do with anything else," Lily said firmly. "Okay, since that's what you want, you can stay. But you must promise me that you'll let me bring you home to rest after Lisheng is done giving his statement." Lily nodded while smiling, while Solo said to his two colleagues, "Boston, Mike, I guess you guys can begin." "Okay." Mike pulled a chair over and sat before Zhang Lisheng. His face turned serious as he spoke. "Lisheng, I'll be asking you a couple of questions now and I need you to answer me honestly. I hope that you understand this is something serious. You must listen and recall carefully." Zhang Lisheng, who was mentally prepared, nodded in all seriousness. "I understand, Officer Mike." He had been addressing all of Solo's colleagues by their name directly in a courteous manner while keeping his distance. "Why didn't you go home on the main street after you finished work at Ann Suzer butcher shop? Why did you turn into an alley at the ramp?" "A girl was bugging me. I happened to save her once when I was living in China. She saw me at Lobige yesterday and wanted to thank me, but I rejected her. Can you be more specific? What's the girl's name and why? Mike asked one question after another. Lily, who was sitting aside, frowned and shouted suddenly, "Stop, stop, Mike. Are you interrogating my son?" "Of course not, Lily. I'm just taking the statement," Mike secretly cursed and said, pretending to be innocent. "That's it. Do you think the daughter of an experienced state court of appeals judge have no idea about the difference of taking a statement and an interrogation? You should be asking Lisheng what did he see if you're taking his statement. You shouldn't be asking him what was he doing and asking him to prove it," Lily said madly. "Listen to me. I agreed to let my underage kid recall the horrifying experience last night for the sake of Michelle and the safety of tens of millions of families in New York. However, you're overstepping my kindness as a citizen and questioning my kid like he's a suspect. From now onwards, I'll be a responsible mother and stop officers from asking my kid any questions. I'll get my lawyer to apply for prohibition order from the judge if necessary." The atmosphere in the ward dropped below the freezing point. Mike went silent for a moment and said honestly, after making up his mind, "Lily, I admit what I said was a little inappropriate. But if your kid's behaving like what you said, then he would show how horrified he was from witnessing what happened last night. I would definitely not question him like that. The truth is, over 10 police officers saw this kid presented himself calmly, quiet, and at ease as if he attended a tea party when the crime happened. Until now, looking at the surveillance in the camera, he was revising his homework before seeing you last night. Do you think that's normal?" What Mike said made Lily look more and more terrible. She said forcefully, maybe it's because he's too scared. Stress made him look extremely normal." Mike let out a sigh and said, "Lily, I've nothing to say if that's what you think. Listen, I'm not saying that Lisheng's a suspect. I just thought he might have something that he's unwilling to tell us. I hope that." Chapter 51, an interrogation. Chapter 51, an interrogation. "Enough, Mike, enough," Lily shouted loudly. "Lisheng bravely saved his sister last night. As his mother, I'll not allow my son being blamed for any reason just because he saved his family, which is a fearless act. Catching the culprit's New York police's responsibility. It has nothing to do with my son. Please leave." "Lily, I understand your feeling as a mother, but I hope that you could understand there are countless mothers in New York." Mike stood up and made his last effort. Unfortunately, all he has gotten was a cold response from Lily. "Get out." His partner Boston, who was next to him, made a grimace face, gesturing that he messed up, and said, "I'm sorry, Lily. Mike's just doing what he's supposed to do. We'll visit tomorrow. We'll visit as friends." They then walked out of the ward. Stuck between colleagues and lover, Solo, who had been silent earlier, watched his colleagues left looking awkward. He then said softly, "Darling, just like what Boston said, he was just doing what he's supposed to do. But wasn't Lisheng being a real hero last night? He shouldn't be treated like that. Of course, what he did last night is our pride. I guess you would like some alone time with him now. I'll leave." Solo gave Zhang Lisheng a thumbs up as soon as he was done speaking, and walked out of the ward. The ward was only left with the unstable Lily and Zhang Lisheng, who could not understand why his mother flipped out on Detective Mike, who considered their family friend, out of nowhere. "Mom, what happened to you?" Zhang Lisheng asked after being silent from the panic earlier. Lily snapped back to her senses and looked at Zhang Lisheng with a complicated expression. She stood up and turned off all of the surveillance in the ward and asked absurdly all of a sudden, "Are you a wizard?" Shang Lisheng was stunned for a moment from the shock and said with a stiff expression, "What did you say, Mom?" "Are you a wizard?" Lily asked again while staring at her son. Under the repressive stare from his mother, Shang Lisheng became silent for a moment and eventually replied honestly, "I guess I am, Mom. But I'm actually a Wu. I'm more like a descendant of God according to Western culture. I'm an inheritance from the ancient spirits bloodline of the Chinese." Lily felt a buzz ringing in her head hearing her son admitting that he was considered a wizard. She could not hear what Shang Lisheng said after that. She mumbled while staring into a blank. "So you would kill people and make them into flesh puppet, using fresh dead body and combine it with a monster to give it new life, calling the dead souls at the tomb and make them yours." "What are you talking about, Mom? I could only communicate with insects and reptiles. I could also control some animals with some special ritual. That's all. I'm something like the nature-themed druid in Dungeons & Dragons." Shang Lisheng tried his best to describe his witchcraft ability calmly and loudly. Lily was stunned and snapped back to her senses, then asked, "Baby, your special abilities just communicating with animals? I could control them to do stuff for me sometimes. In the future, I should be able to activate the ability of some insects and reptiles and put the ability onto my body if I cultivate diligently. Like Spider-Man. Maybe Spider's a great choice. I'll consider that when I achieved the level of a rank 6 wizard." "Oh baby, oh my baby. That means although you inherited your father's evil bloodline and cultivated an alternative method, you didn't go on the same path as he did. My prayer must have worked. The ability to communicate with animals. No wonder you love biology so much. Perhaps you could be a great biologist in the future just like Darwin." Lily spoke like what a loving mother would say, whereby she chose to believe whatever Shang Lisheng said. She spoke with elation, while the concern she had was completely gone. This time, Shang Lisheng said with all honesty while nodding, "That's right, Mom. I too think that I'll be a great biologist." "So what happened last night?" "Mom, I really encountered Dr. Fracture. I even controlled an animal to fight him, but he didn't show himself from the beginning until the end. Since we fought fair, he eventually left, leaving Michelle behind." "Baby, you should never let anyone know about this. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." Lily said that after hearing what Shang Lisheng said. "That's right. They won't have any explanation on how I managed to get away as long as I don't expose my extraordinary ability in controlling animals. If Dr. Fracture, who is committing his crime, exposed the secret, I might be dissected and studied by some secret biology lab under the American government." "No, don't give such a scary instance, baby." Lily had a change of expression as she spoke. "You have me. I won't let anyone find out about your secret. I'll bring you home right now. You can go back to school after a few days of rest. You can live normally as usual." As time goes by, the police would naturally reduce their watch on you. "I hope Dr. Fracture with the devil's dead in the sewage dirt now. But if he committed a crime again, God forgive me for saying this, then you'll be completely safe. I'll listen to you, Mom." "All right, baby. Go change. We'll get the doctor and get you out of the hospital after the examination." "I'm fine. There's nothing worth examining. Baby, you fought with the scariest serial killer in New York last night. Of course, you need to do a detailed examination again. Go change. I'm calling the shots." Shang Lisheng could only obey since Lily insisted. Eventually, the doctor proved again that this skinny young man was the same as last night after a night at the hospital. Since he was doing fine, Lily did the discharge procedure for her son. Outside of New York, Queen's Hospital was sunny. However, due to the climate, it did not bring much warmth to the people. The chill brought many patients to the hospital. It was crowded at the entrance. Solo drove from the hospital car park to pick up Lily and Zhang Lisheng. He traveled carefully on the street traffic while asking, "Lily, are you sure you don't need the officers to protect Lisheng these few days?" "I don't think that's necessary, Solo." Lisheng knew nothing. The doctor that devil won't come for him. "I just hope that everything will pass as soon as possible so that we could live normal again." "All right then." Solo said nothing and drove home directly without speaking all the way. The other kids at home went to school. Solo left home to work at the police station as soon as he dropped them home. Meanwhile, Lily, who had her burden dropped, returned to her room to rest while yawning continuously. Zhang Lisheng returned to his room rather dramatically after spending a night away. Getting back alone time, naturally, his never-changing thing to do would be cultivation. Apart from saving Michelle, he actually had another takeaway. The first takeaway was that extremely negative emotion would have to be directed at him, otherwise, it would be meaningless to his witchcraft cultivation at all. Secondly, Mountod gained at least 40 vitality from eating that poor herrick. It was sufficient for Zhang Lisheng to cultivate for a few days. Just like the saying good fortune follows upon disaster, disaster lurks within good fortune. He then climbed onto his bed and placed Mountod at the window. Zhang Lisheng sat in a comfortable position and mumbled that. He shut his eyes and began focusing on outlining a demon's chest and abdomen, following the witchcraft secret method in his head. He cultivated for close to 10 hours once he began. He only opened his eyes slowly after hearing someone knocking on his door at night. "Baby, you've been sleeping the whole day. Come, have dinner." "All right." Zhang Lisheng put away Mountod as he spoke. He put on shoes and walked out of his room before going downstairs with Lily. In the dining room on the first floor, everyone was there apart from Michelle. Seeing Zhang Lisheng, Randy, who had just visited Michelle at the hospital, was the first to hug him. He said loudly, "I'm so proud of you, brother. You've done what I'm supposed to do as a brother. If I see that bastard, I'll definitely walk far away from him and call the police when you're safe." Lily, who was sitting aside, said. "Aunt Lily, he hurt my sister," Randy said madly. "That's why I don't want him to do the same to you." Lily hugged Randy and said in all seriousness, "You're not the police, Randy. Please don't use Lisheng's good luck to encourage yourself doing the wrong thing. We all love you, we want you to be safe." Hearing that, Randy held his fist tight and let out a heavy sigh. The atmosphere at dinner was extremely gloomy. Nobody wanted to talk while Riley and Gil were sobbing occasionally. Solo only spoke when dinner was over, while Lily was going to clear the table. "Kids, I hope you guys won't tell Steven about Michelle. He's going through a critical time in football elimination. We can't distract him for the sake of realizing his dream." The kids nodded silently and returned to their rooms accordingly, with their heads held low and gloomy. The atmosphere at home remained suffocating for the next few days. However, there were more visitors compared to the past. Friends who heard about the bad news would drop by to comfort this poor family, including Zhang Lisheng's friend. It was Friday afternoon. As he was relaxing in his room, and after 3 days of full cultivation, he was surprised to hear Lily shouting outside of his room all of a sudden, "Baby, your friend George is here." "Coming, Mom," Chang Lishing put mounted away into his backpack quickly. He then opened the door. "Hey George, I didn't expect you to visit me. Please come in." "Go in, George. Have dinner with us tonight." "Thanks, Ms. Lily," George said courteously and walked into Jane Lishing's bedroom. Chapter 52 A Rich Girl's Plea. Chapter 52 A Rich Girl's Plea. After closing the room door, George revealed how he really was as he said, while bobbing his head. "Yo buddy, you turned off your phone and you've been offline. Are you disconnecting with the world? Rocky would've fired you if I didn't apply leave for you. Could your flu be so serious that you can't do anything?" "He won't fire me because my knife skills could bring customers in." "What you said is right, but you don't look like you needed a few days of sick leave." George looked around and said, "It's my first time in your room. It's not too shabby here. You even have an in-suite bathroom in your room. Although it's small, it's considered luxurious for a high school student living in New York, Brooklyn. I'm so envious of you. My room can only contain a small bed and a computer." "Stop complaining, George. You're living in the business district. How was school?" "It's been insane because of New York Girl Beauty Pageant. Our school's cheerleading queen Michelle brought a few babes to challenge Fordham High School." "George, I'm not asking about those stupid things." "Did the police come to school to ask questions?" Zhang Lishing said calmly. "No. If the crime didn't happen at school, the police would usually not go to the school to ask around. That's the lore." "Why, what happened?" "Oh no, oh, buddy, was it you?" "It's you. Oh, the time matches." "It should be you," George muttered messily. "You guessed it right. It's me, George. It's me who saved a person from Dr. Fracture. The person's Michelle." "You're saying you coincidentally saved your sister from the most brutal serial killer of New York?" "Oh my God, this is so bizarre. So bizarre that it would never happen in your wildest dreams." "You know what, Lishing? You should get a Powerball ticket." Zhang Lishing said nothing. All he did was a shh gesture. George saw and made a zipping sign on his lips, expressing that he understood what he meant. The both of them smiled while looking at each other. Zhang Lishing returned to work at Dan Souza Butcher Shop the next day. He returned to school on Monday. His life seemed to be normal again. While Zhang Lishing dashed into the lush green Lobige Junior High on the bicycle on Monday morning, a handsome young man who was dressed neatly and fashionably walked into New York Queen's Hospital. Black and gray were the classic colors for a man that would never go out of fashion. With exquisite checker patterns, one would either look like a clown or extremely classy. The young man was undoubtedly the latter. As he walked close to the hospital lobby, he walked straight to the counter and spoke to the consulting nurse at the hospital front desk. The nurse's looks were mediocre, but her breasts seemed great. She would move her body intentionally to show her amazing figure. "Miss, do you have a patient named Malin Hatch who's diagnosed with acute appendicitis and got admitted here in Queen's Hospital last night?" "I'll check for you, sir." The counter nurse looked through the computer for 3 to 4 times, but her effort was to no avail. She then spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, I can't find the person you're looking for." "Damn, I knew they must be pranking me, but I couldn't help but come." "I'm such a hopeless soft idiot." The handsome young man forced a smile and made fun of himself. No, sir. Nobody should blame himself for being kind. A kind person would be rewarded eventually." "Is that so?" The handsome young man was stunned for a moment and subsequently observed the counter nurse before him. He asked in surprise, "I'm feeling so much better hearing what you said, miss." Do you know a person like you is hard to come by in New York, an impetuous city, a young girl who is kind and sweet to strangers? My name's Harry Winder. Can I get your name? Of course, Harry. My name's Rayleigh T. Donan. Nice meeting you. The two of them began chatting passionately. Harry said in indulgence as they chatted for a while, I've never thought I would meet such a sweet girl like you from getting pranked into visiting my friend at the hospital. I suppose you're the portrayal of an angel, a beautiful and kind girl. People were walking in and out of the hospital lobby at the moment. Dr. Quinny Dodge, please come to Ward A0089. Please come to Ward A0089. Patient on No.9 operating tables ready for operation. Patient on No.9 operating tables ready for operation. Dr. Tom Lee, please be there in 5 minutes. Following the allocation on the PA, there were doctors in white coat and nurses walking around occasionally. Rayleigh peeped at the busy head nurses and the experienced nurses. She said softly while playing hard to get, Harry, I think we're chatting too much. According to the rule, I could only provide the patient's information at work. If you'd like to talk about something else, we could talk somewhere with a cup of coffee during my break at 12 p.m. but I can't wait to hear your voice. Before meeting you, I never believed in love at first sight, which sounded ridiculous, the handsome young man said passionately. All right. Don't look so sad, Rayleigh. I'll ask you something about the patients then. Oh, right. Is it true that the girl who escaped from Dr. Fracture's admitted in Queen's Hospital? Are you a reporter? Reporter, huh? Although I don't really want to say this, a reporter wouldn't wear Prada's latest winter collection to do a secret visit. I thought our encounter's sincere. I can't believe you think I'm trying to con you. It seems like the feelings once did. I'm sorry. Harry spoke like he was reciting a poem. Rayleigh panicked, seeing that the Prince Charming that fell from the sky who made her feel like she was in love when they spoke was enraged. She explained while lowering her voice, No, Harry. I was just kidding. Of course, I believe you. That girl's in our hospital. She had just been transferred from ICU to a normal ward. She's in Ward L0067. Ward L0067. The handsome young man repeated the ward number softly while looking deep. He then said to Rayleigh wearing a smile, Rayleigh, your break's at 12 p.m. Am I right? I'll go to the loo now and walk around. I'll come back for you. He then turned around and left the front desk. Soon after blending into the crowd, the handsome young man took out his phone from his pocket. He then entered New York Queen's Hospital's official website. He then searched for the floor plan. He found where Ward L0067 was not long later. Young friend, I've found the person that you care about. Am I still far away from you? A grin appeared at the edge of his lips. The kind and gentle expression that he had were long gone. He mumbled to himself and walked towards Ward L0067 following the floor plan's guide. At the same time, Chang Lisheng, who was unaware that he had gotten himself into two big troubles, encountered a small one now. A young lady with no makeup and had her head covered carefully with a gray sports hoodie blocked his way outside the school building. The lady was Tina, the notoriously rich girl in New York fashion circle was rather unnoticeable when she did not dress up. She looked fresh like a girl next door. However, her beauty did not attract Chang Lisheng. Miss, I've told you that I don't need your appreciation. What more do you want from me? I just want to repay you for saving me, but I hope that you could solve the trouble that you brought me before I repay you. The trouble that I brought you? Chang Lisheng asked in shock. Tina nodded and pointed at the shade under the tree at the corner of the school building. Can we talk over there? There are people walking around here, and I'm an enemy to all low-budget girls. I can't be recognized. Lich frowned and said after seeing that Tina would not give up until she got what she came for. He then followed her to the school building corner. It was a winter morning. It was chilly under the tree. Lich said after shivering once. All right, can we talk now? Wow, did you shiver just now? Is your body as weak as it seems as a hunter? I thought your body would be very... Focus, lady. All right. The thing is, I parked illegally at New York 27th Street's no parking area for chasing you last Tuesday night. Since I've accumulated the maximum no parking tickets, I'm asked to go to the New York Civil Court today. If the judge is dissatisfied with my justification, my license would be revoked. So I would like to ask you to go to the court with me and be my witness. Tell them that I parked illegally just to repay your kindness. They might let me go with some fines if you be my witness. Then my Cadillac CTS, Lamborghini Gallardo, Maserati Ghibli babies wouldn't be confiscated by my dad. What? Tina said, stunned Lich for a moment. He then said, while looking at her, it seems like your family should have power in New York. A no parking violation should be something minor. Hey pal, we're talking about law here, Tina said in all seriousness, but her face soon became gloomy. Moreover, my dad doesn't want me to drive in the first place. He even prohibited my lawyer from representing me in court this time, so I'll have to solve this on my own. I'm sorry, I have classes. If you don't help me, I guarantee that I would annoy you every day as soon as my license has been revoked. I might as well tell you that I've gotten my credits for the 12th grade, so I'll have endless time to spare from now until September next year. Lich turned grim a little bit. Are you threatening me? No, I'm begging you. Tina's expression immediately turned pitiful. I'm begging for a gentleman's help. Chapter 53. This goose pond was their family's goose pond. Chapter 53. This goose pond was their family's goose pond. The blonde young lady before him changed her expression faster than a person who was flipping a page from a book. Lich fell silent for a moment and sighed helplessly as he said, "Perhaps I shouldn't have saved you." He then skipped school for the first time in America and had gotten himself into a brand new red BMW TT parked by the street. Tina started the engine and drove at speed limit immediately. She asked proudly, "Mr. Worm, I wonder what's your real name?" Lich, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, watched the people going by outside in the city streets that had just woken up. He said softly, "You had someone to follow me, but you don't know my name. Is that possible?" Tina smiled awkwardly. "I know that's a little ridiculous." "Okay, Lich, I'll tell you where we're going today. First, we'll grab breakfast at the Goose Pond restaurant. Then I'll get myself a short, fresh, commoner's hairstyle at a barber shop in the blue-collar district so that I'll give a good impression to the civil court's judge. They'll definitely favor people of the same level if I look like a hard-working handyman. Wait, we're not going to the court now." "Of course we are. The ticket that I got is for 1:30 p.m. later. It's still early." Lich cursed while frowning. He said nothing since then. Just like that, Tina spoke occasionally to Lich, who was silent all throughout their trip. They then arrived at Goose Pond restaurant in New York's Upper East Side. The Upper East Side was where the richest New Yorkers lived. If Manhattan was New York's crown, then this was the most dazzling gem on the crown. Especially this little area stretched from East 5th Avenue to West Lexington Avenue. If one was rich enough, living here would feel like the world was in their hands. One could say that this was heaven on earth as long as Goose Pond Restaurant was located here. The restaurant looked small while the exterior looked rather old. Classic pillars and sculptures embellished the walls outside. There seemed to be no feeling of sophistication. The doorman was a tall, skinny old man with white hair. He wore a silly blue hat and he had a holy and serious expression that nobody would dare offend. There was a long queue before him. A lot of foreigners who were rather rich would want to enjoy an expensive and flashy breakfast at this place during their spare time. The place where travel guides gave 5 stars and named it the best breakfast restaurant in New York. When Tina parked her car in front of Goose Pond Restaurant's door, a lot of people in the queue showed an expression as if they were ready to watch a good show. They were waiting for another person who would be taught a lesson by the old doorman. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Tina got off the car with Zhang Lisheng and walked to the restaurant's entrance arrogantly. She then tossed her car key to the old doorman directly and showed a long face. "Arthur, park my car for me and get me a can of Diet Coke across the road to freshen up. Do you know that I'll have to be questioned at the civil court this afternoon? The judge might revoke my license because of illegal parking." Oh, New York costs too much, but God'll definitely bless such a kind and beautiful girl like you. Everything will be fine. The seriousness on the old doorman's face melted right away as he comforted with sympathy. He then bowed courteously and opened the restaurant's door. "Welcome, Ms. Tina and Honorable Sir, to dine at the Goose Pond Restaurant." "Thanks, Arthur." Tina grabbed Zhang Lisheng's arm, and just when she was walking into the restaurant, the dissatisfied people queuing at the back shouted suddenly, "Hey Mr. Doorman, didn't you say Goose Pond Restaurant doesn't accept reservation and there's no valet service? Why is that girl an exception? You're even getting her a Diet Coke. Oh my God. Is this just a burger store or the best breakfast restaurant in New York Upper East?" "Her family name's Dublin, sir," the old doorman responded to the customer's accusation with a tone of as if he was right. "The street was the Dublin family's barn over 100 years ago, while this Goose Pond restaurant was the goose pond in the barn. Since the day of Manhattan's establishment, the Dublin family have had their free pass entering any stores around here. They don't need a reservation, and all attendants are happy to serve them. I'm sorry, I'll have to park Ms. Tina Dublin's car now." He then walked to the red BMW TT slowly and got into the car strenuously. He drove the car away slowly. Tina turned her head to look at the queue behind and showed an apologetic expression. She grabbed Zhang Lisheng and walked into the restaurant, leaving the customers who had their jaws dropped at the entrance. As soon as Tina walked into the restaurant, a female attendant welcomed and greeted them, showing 8 teeth. "Welcome, Ms. Tina. Do you want your usual seat?" "Yes, Tiffany. Thanks." "You're too polite. Please follow me." The female attendant brought Tina and Zhang Lisheng to a small table by the window. The table gave them a direct view of the New York Central Park. She showed them to their seats and handed them the menus. Tina did not even look at the menu and ordered a normal Italian beef bolognese spaghetti right away. Zhang Lisheng then said all of the sudden, "So this is the America that claims to be free, democratic and fair, huh?" Tina waved, ignoring what he said. "Don't hate the world, Lisheng. There are exceptional orders everywhere we go. And the unfairness that you're talking about is just breakfast. What would you like to get? I recommend you to go for the Italian beef bolognese spaghetti that I ordered. It's delicious. I had breakfast at home." So are you just going to watch me eat? Forget it, I'll order that then. Please get me an Italian beef bolognese spaghetti too. Please give us a moment. The female attendant who had been seeing Tina bringing different male partners to the Goose Pond restaurant had never thought she would date a skinny young Asian. She nodded professionally and left. So that's New York Central Park, Shang Li Shang asked after turning his head to gaze at the vast land outside the window that seemed chilly. Of course it is. How long have you been in New York that you've never been to Central Park? I've been here for 2 to 3 months, but I've never had the chance to come to Manhattan. You've been in New York, but you've never been to Manhattan. You're so weird. It seems like you're living in your own world. You're not interested in anything around you. Also, I've just noticed this. Why do you keep carrying a canvas backpack? Why didn't you put it in the car? I've got an auspicious toy in my backpack that I bring with me wherever I go, Shang Li Shang said, wearing a smile after a moment of being stunned. You know what, Tina, sometimes you look smart and sensitive. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Do you mind showing me what your auspicious toy look like? I'm very curious about it. Also, do you really not have any troubles or anything that you want with my family named Dublin? There are countless things that I could help you with. Shang Li Shang was moved. He put down his backpack and showed Tina his mounted inside. He said after hesitating for a bit, I really do have a weird request. Could you help me forget it? I don't think you can help me. It doesn't hurt to tell me since you've got nothing to lose, Tina said, wearing a smile. At that moment, the waiter served 2 piping hot Italian beef bolognese spaghetti and 2 glasses of Diet Coke. The sirloin that was cut into cubes looked smooth and shining after drizzling with a sauce. The beef laid on a mush of fresh tomatoes that were blended so fine that it was almost a sauce. It was extra appetizing in the green and red tomato mush. Shang Li Shang twirled a forkful of pasta and scooped a spoonful of sirloin as well as tomato into his mouth. His taste bud was dancing happily. It's so delicious. No wonder so many people are queuing so early. Those who queue usually wouldn't order such ordinary dish, but they don't know that only the Italian pasta and grilled pork chops, Goose Pond restaurant's signature dishes. Okay, tell me, what can I help you with? I need a massive amount of meat. The reason why I'm working at Dan Souza Butcher Shops because I can get some expiring meat occasionally, Shang Li Shang finally told her. Why do you want so much meat? Tina was stunned hearing Shang Li Shang's ridiculous request that was so different from what she imagined. She asked in shock while holding the twirled spaghetti instead of shoving it into her mouth. Shang Li Shang fell into silence for a moment and came out with nonsense. You know, I grew up in a mountain village, so I've been in touch with nature since I was young. I love Mother Nature and the colorful ecology in it. My dream is to become a biologist since I was a kid. Ever since I came to America, I realized that my dream isn't too far away as if I could even get into it now. The first topic that I chose is to study mutated insects. Do you remember the giant centipede that I used as my gundog back in Western Sichuan jungle? Of course. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. Do you still have the centipede with you? If you do, I hope that you could show it to my 2 best friends. They thought it was my illusion whenever I told them about it. Of course it's not with me. It's impossible that such a gigantic centipede could pass airport security. However, I would like to cultivate one in America. Since New York doesn't have a jungle that's as dense as Western Sichuan's jungle, I must use a very mysterious and ancient way of worm growing, including selecting and cultivating if I want to make my dream come true. I'll need a massive amount of meat for it. Wow, seems like you're aiming for a Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for your first topic. How much meat exactly do you need to cultivate such a centipede? The more, the better. Tina thought for a while and laughed out loud all of the sudden. That's why you're working at the butcher shop to steal that expired raw meat that was dumped in the trash. Lisheng, do you not know how silly you are? Chapter 54 Entrepreneurship is the way to bright future. Chapter 54 Entrepreneurship is the way to bright future. Chang Lisheng said nothing while frowning. He showed a suspicious expression on his face. Okay, do you know how much Swedish Merkel Co. is selling the genetically modified pocket-sized cat that they had recently produced? Chang Lisheng shook his head again, responding to Tina's leaping thoughts. $100,000. Not only that, the customers would have to pay beforehand and they'll only get the cats half a year later. Nevertheless, they're all sold out. Do you know why? Because it's a pocket-sized cat. A pocket-sized cat can't be smaller than a piebald hamster. Tina smiled after pouting. Lisheng, it's expensive not because it's small, but because the quantity's limited. It's only natural that an item's more precious if it's scarce. That's how luxurious items came about. Just like your centipede, think about it. A giant insect pet cultivated using mysterious Chinese ancient method that could help in hunting. This is absolutely unthinkable in anyone's wildest dreams. How much do you think one could be sold at? But the woo that I cultivate is not to be sold. It's a rule that's been passed down for generations that I shouldn't break. Buddy, my dad once told me that there's nothing in this world that can't be sold. The only problem is whether the price is reasonable or not. You might not be moved by $100,000. How about $1 million or $10 million? Nobody in this world would spend $10 million to buy an insect, no matter how powerfully mutated it is, Chang Lisheng teased. Oh Lisheng, trust me. There are many more rich and bored people than you imagined on the planet under our feet. There are people who would spend over $20 million to go through brutal training and risk their lives to go to space just to realize their childhood dream. How would you know those who love hunting, those wealthy Middle Eastern kids from the royal family who would spend tens of millions of dollars to feed horses, gundogs, and falcons wouldn't spend $10 million on a centipede that could kill leopards as soon as it opened its mouth? Chang Lisheng's jaw dropped and said after a moment of being stunned, I can't fight you on luxurious items value, but I know that it's impossible to sell those giant centipedes no matter how expensive it is. Okay, let's not talk about selling it for now. I could help you financially in the beginning stage. No, I could get your help as a friend, but I'll never use your money. Okay, you're a little man with integrity. I admire you even more now. Now let's talk about what you have in mind. Don't tell me you want me to look for a bigger meat supermarket for you to work there. Something like that, or you could tell me where I could get cheap expiring raw meat. Oh yay, I must pay by credit card from China. Those credit cards that are only accepted at specific tourist stores in America. We have quite a bit of Chinese exchange students in our school now. I know which credit card you're talking about. So how much raw meat are you looking at? I have approximately $100,000 on my card. If it's cheap, I would like to reserve all of the meat. Of course, I'm not taking the stock all at once. How much do you have on your card? $100,000. It's considered the inheritance that my dad left behind. You're saying you have $100,000 startup capital to cultivate your special mutated insect. Then why didn't you consider purchasing a small slaughterhouse instead of buying expiring raw meat or working at the meat supermarket? Tina asked in disbelief. Buy a legal, licensed small slaughterhouse at the satellite town near New York City. Get the cheapest raw meat to cultivate your mutated insect. Sell them. Build a biology lab. Continue studying more mutated insects. Win a Nobel Prize. Become the second Darwin in textbooks. Look how smooth your life would be. Hearing Tina's suggestion, Zhang Lisheng awoke like he had been enlightened all of a sudden. He was just a rank 2 wizard now, and he only had one wizard worm, which was mounted, but he needed hundreds of kilograms of meat every day. He would break through further in witchcraft, and he would have more wizard worms in the future. By then, it would be impossible for him to feed them by working or looking for ways to purchase cheap meat. Moreover, Americans did not consume animals' organs and fresh blood. If he was to run a slaughterhouse, he would obtain the meats that his wizard worms needed effortlessly. Looking at it in the long run, a business was beneficial to witchcraft cultivation. After all, the secret methods he obtained only allowed him to cultivate up to a rank 12 wizard. Although it seemed far away until he cultivated to such a level, saving for rainy days and building the foundation on his way to witchcraft cultivation was definitely favorable. Zhang Lisheng came to a realization as he thought to this point, although I can never sell mutated insects as pets. You enlightened me without even trying hard. I'm impressed. But Tina, I know nothing about starting a business. Could you help me with the beginning stage? Lisheng, perhaps you're unaware that as the biggest private equity financial consortium in America, the main profit technique us Duglin family practices is to purchase troubled companies that are short on cash. We would dissolve and restructure the business, then sell them at a high price. Fashion parties actually aren't what I'm most familiar with. I'm most familiar with buying and selling companies. Of course, I could help you with that, Tina said in full confidence. The first step we have to do is to cash out all of the funds that you need. How do I do that? It's indeed troubling if you want to do this on normal days. But you're very lucky that I'm celebrating my 18th birthday. I've got an extremely flexible party budget. I'm sure any PR companies in New York are more than willing to launder $100,000 for me. So, do you still think that it's your loss to skip school to go to the cot with me? Give me your phone number. Zhang Lisheng smiled and proceeded to eat his cold Italian beef bolognese spaghetti while thinking to himself after exchanging phone numbers with Tina. After breakfast at Goose Pond Restaurant, Tina brought Zhang Lisheng to a cheap barber shop named Golden Scissors in the blue-collar zone on 3rd Avenue along the east of Lexington Avenue, Manhattan. After trimming her hair that was already short, they headed straight to New York Supreme Court. America bonded 50 states into the United States with Magna Carta. The law was the foundation that formed the entire country. Therefore, the court was usually the most majestic building of a city. The same applied to New York. The steps stretched hundreds of meters high. The end was the Grand Hall held by gigantic pillars, which diameter exceeded 10 meters each. One would hold their breath without realizing when they looked from far away. They were reminded to respect the law at all times. Tina parked her car at the parking lot when they arrived outside the court. Zhang Lisheng said after a moment of being stunned looking at the New York Supreme Court from far away, "It's just illegal parking. Do you have to come here?" It's unfortunate that the civil court's under maintenance, so all of the cases have been transferred here. Tina spoke nervously while looking at the majestic court outside of the window. Her phone happened to ring all of a sudden as she was speaking. Tina looked at her phone to see who was calling before picking up the call. "Hey Trish, how was your exam?" "It was great. Sheila's right next to me. She did great too." "How about you, Tina? Are you at the court now?" "I'm at the parking lot outside. I'll go in right now." "All right, well go there now. Don't panic, wait for us. Sheila has something to say." "Trish, it's almost 1:30 p.m. now. I might be out of the court when you guys made it here." "You don't have to." Tina tried to stop her. "We must be there for you. You're our sister, my dear Tina." It was Sheila who was speaking on the other side of the phone now. "Oh, thanks, Sheila. Wait for us." Oh, did that Mr. Worm agree to be your witness?" "He's right beside me." "That's great. See you later." "See you later." Tina walked out of the car with Lich after hanging up the call. They spent close to 10 minutes to get to the New York Supreme Court from the parking lot. Compared to the majestic exterior, the interior of the court seemed simple and plain. The sinners from all walks of life were waiting for their destiny to be judged with their family. All common citizens and court journalists gathered for the court hearing, making the dimmed court lobby crowded like a market. Naturally, nobody dared to speak loudly here. Otherwise, they would be fined or jailed if the court accounted for them for interrupting the hearing. In America, which practiced case law, judges in court were the equivalents of law on a certain level. They had the real majesty of getting laws enforced, as they said, whereby anyone must respect them fully. As the two of them traveled across the people, they arrived at the trial court. No. 3 written on the ticket. Tina handed the ticket to the marshal outside the court and pointed at Lich as she spoke. "Sir, I'm here for the court hearing. My name's Tina Dublin, and this is my witness Lich. Please allow us inside the court together." The experienced judges handling civil court cases, which procedure was simple, would have up to 100 hearings per day. It would mean that the time spent in a case from the beginning of court a hearing to the closing of a case would be a couple of minutes. In reality, it was rare that one would bring a witness to cases like this. Furthermore, it was easily counterproductive to do so. The tall and strong black marshal looked at the ticket, then looked at the girl before him, who was obviously young. He said out of kindness, which was rare, "Miss, it's your right to bring a witness to court, but from my years of experience, the penalty might be lighter if you pledge guilty right away." "Thanks for your reminder, but I insist to give it a try." "All right. Like I said, bringing a witness to the court's your right." The marshal said nothing and became serious again as he walked into the court. Chapter 55 American Trial. Chapter 55 American Trial. The judge who was responsible for civil trials in trial court No. 3 seemed rather experienced. Tina and Lich saw people walking in and out as they waited outside the door nervously. "Looks like this judge's strict in his judgment. I'm so dead," Tina said hopelessly, seeing everyone looking grim whenever they walked out the court. At that moment, the black marshal walked out and said, immediately noticing they were still outside of the door, "Why aren't the both of you in there? It would be your turn a moment after the hearing. It's a civil case. Don't ever let the judge wait." "Thanks. I've only visited a court following my school trip. I've never been on one. My dad prohibited me from being a lawyer. Forget about it. Thank you so much, Mr. Marshall," Tina said, and pushed open the heavy wooden door and walked into the court, dragging Lich along. The cot was small. The few rows of wooden chairs could only take less than 100 people for hearing. Fortunately, there were still some vacant seats. The judge was approximately 50. He wore a black robe. He looked cool and stiff. He was hitting the cot hammer when Tina and Zhang Lisheng walked in. He said coldly to the exuberant middle-aged man who wore a suit standing in front, "Guilty, $2,000 fine." The middle-aged man standing in front said in a surprise hearing the judgment, "Your Honor, but I." The judge hit the cot hammer again in admissibility. "Marshal, please bring the sentenced defendant out." The middle-aged man seemed to be enraged hearing that. He looked like he was going to curse, but he swallowed his rage when he lifted his head and saw the expressionless judge. He held his head low and left the cot following the marshal while muttering to himself. "This is the end of my driving license," Tina said softly, feeling hopeless after witnessing that. Zhang Lisheng smiled at her for comfort and felt speechless. Both of them took a seat on the vacant seats at the hearing area. 3 more cases were found guilty. Finally, it was Tina's turn after waiting for 10 minutes. When Zhang Lisheng appeared with Tina, the judge frowned looking at the 2 people before him. Seeing the judge's expression, Tina decided to give it a go and said before the judge could speak, "Your Honor, I'm Tina Dublin, who was accused of illegal parking. This is my witness, Mr. Zhang Lisheng. The reason why I bring him here is to prove that I came with good intention when I parked my car on New York 27th Street's no parking spot last Tuesday. Back in China, Mr. Lisheng once. Ms. Tina, you're the first defendant who brought a witness to court throughout my 1 week of judging civil cases. Given that you respect America's judicial court, I choose to believe that you parked illegally with good intention." The judge smiled and said all of the sudden. Bang! He picked up the cot hammer and hit it once. "I pronounce the cancellation of New York Traffic Police Ticket No. T 9867. Bring the next defendant." Zhang Lisheng, who knew little of America's civil court's discretion, could not help but be stunned after hearing the judge's casual remark just when he was ready to speak after clearing his head. "Huh" slipped out of his mouth, causing the people on hearing seats giggled softly. Tina, who looked surprised next to him, grabbed his arm hard. Both of them left the court following the marshal. "That's it?" Zhang Lisheng asked with his jaw dropped after they left the court, while Tina said uncontrollably in excitement, "The judge said I'm not guilty, so of course I'm free to go. You on the other hand, why did you mutter huh? If I wasn't smart enough to pull you out of the court in time, you would definitely be sentenced contempt of court. You might not be able to go home tonight if you're unfortunate." Speaking of being smart, I really think that I'm extremely smart right now. I got rid of my fine by getting you to be my witness and my mushroom haircut. I really want to see how disappointed my dad would be after learning about the news. As she was hopping around happily, she saw her 2 best friends, Trish and Sheila, rushing towards trial court No. 3 suddenly. She then welcomed them excitedly while shouting, "Trish, Sheila, guess who got her fine cancelled?" "Oh wow, how did you do that, Tina?" Trish and Sheila shouted in surprise at the same time. "Because I'm Tina Dublin," Tina was screaming proudly, and soon she got a warning from the marshal. They were then asked to leave the court while looking grim. Outside the New York Supreme Court, Tina, who had finally calmed down from the marshal's warning, introduced Zhang Lisheng to Trish and Sheila. "Trish, Sheila, this is Lisheng. You guys already knew that he was my savior back when I was traveling in China. Lisheng, this is Trish, the prettiest, most faithful, and a young Catholic girl in New York. This is Sheila, the beautiful lady who knows fashion best apart from me. They're my best friends. Compared to Tina, who had never held back when she was with Zhang Lisheng, Sheila and Trish were shy around him. They said courteously, "Hi, Mr. Lisheng, my name's Sheila. Nice meeting you." "Hi, Mr. Lisheng, my name's Trish. It's nice to meet you." "It's my pleasure meeting the both of you. My name's Zhang Lisheng. I came from Western Sichuan, China." "Oh wow, you guys are so polite." "All right, I've settled the trouble. So I'll make a move first. I need to work at Dan Souza Butcher Shop at 4 p.m. so I need to get back to Lobij to get my bicycle. Didn't we agree on getting you a small slaughterhouse? Why are you still working at the butcher shop?" "Tina, it's impossible that you could bring me to talk business with that person directly even if you have a plan in your head." He took out the golden wheat credit card he always had with him from his pocket and handed over to Tina. "There's an old saying in China that goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. It's better to be earnest throughout life. Take everything one step at a time. My credit card's password has 6 digits. It's 3 tens. Thanks again for helping me. You trust me like that just because I have a luxurious car and treated you to breakfast at the Goose Pond restaurant?" Tina asked in surprise after taking over the credit card. "Of course not. It's because nobody in this world can fool me easily. Goodbye, Tina. Goodbye, MS. Trish and MS. Sheila." "Oh right, Lisheng. Let me send you to Lobij." Tina seemed like she had just realized that she drove there. "It's okay, go celebrate. I don't want to be a killjoy. There are cabs everywhere. It's very convenient." Zhang Lisheng waved and walked away. Watching him leave, Sheila said while pouting, "Tina, I've never thought your Mr. Worm would be this chivalrous. Too bad he's too skinny, and surprisingly he loves the Godfather too. It's because nobody in this world can fool me easily. I really can't understand why do men love all these childish quotes. But what's with the slaughterhouse he mentioned earlier? It's super interesting, my dear Sheila. Do you remember the giant centipede that I told you guys about?" Tina began to tell her two best friends how the slaughterhouse idea came about without stopping. Meanwhile, Zhang Lisheng had gotten into a cab and headed towards Lobij Junior High. He had his mind occupied on starting the small slaughterhouse. He was not at peace, which was rare. It happened to be Lobij Junior High's school let out when he arrived there. As Zhang Lisheng picked up his bicycle under the shade absent-mindedly, he heard a familiar voice coming from behind. "Buddy, you're slacking too, huh? I really had something to deal with today, George." "Oh yeah, since you've been working at Dan Souza Butcher Shop for so long, I guess you should know how much it would cost to purchase a small slaughterhouse," Zhang Lisheng asked without even turning his head to look. "I'm asking you, how much would it cost to purchase a slaughterhouse in the satellite town near New York?" $1 million, I guess, George said simply. "So expensive?" "Maybe. You'll need land for the slaughterhouse, a factory, machines for electric stunning, hair and skin removing, as well as a splitting saw and conveyor belt. Those cost at least hundreds of thousands." Why are you asking all these?" "I would like to start a small slaughterhouse, but hearing what you said, it seems like the chance of making it happen is slim." Zhang Lisheng sighed and spoke while getting on his bicycle. George caught up to Zhang Lisheng on his bicycle and said in disbelief, "You want to start a slaughterhouse, Lisheng? You've only been to New York for less than 3 months. Why don't you just run for president of America instead?" "Okay, George, just pretend I never said anything." Since then, Zhang Lisheng stopped answering his black friends' questions until they finished work. He headed home alone. He had dinner after he got home. Zhang Lisheng then returned to his room. It was his first time not cultivating witchcraft secret method directly. Instead, he turned on the dusty computer at his bedhead and began browsing around the internet with the keyword small slaughterhouse. There was countless information on the internet. Zhang Lisheng was surprised and came to the conclusion that the biggest hurdle to start a slaughterhouse in America was to handle the waste, including animal organs, blood, and bones that Americans hardly consume. The slaughterhouses of bigger scale would process those waste into animal food to feed the animals. However, ever since mad cow disease broke out, such corpse feed was abandoned by many farms. They become something useless, an ecological waste that caused environmental pollution. To handle these ecological waste, the slaughterhouses nowadays could only perform paid processing. They would pay a professional waste disposal company to bring them away. The companies would freeze the waste and smuggled them to China for Chinese people who usually cook pigs, cows, and lambs. Some even processed them into fake cat food and dog food. Nobody cared about that. Such extra fee made small slaughterhouses' business profit to drop, causing many of them to sell the slaughterhouses away. Zhang Lisheng was elated to find that. He mumbled while looking at the screen. There are so many of them selling their slaughterhouse. It seems like I might really be able to purchase an old slaughterhouse with $100,000. However, it seemed like the business was not as simple as Zhang Lisheng imagined. He did not receive any calls from Tina until Friday night. It seemed like the New York Upper East Side socialite had forgotten about their deal of purchasing a slaughterhouse. There was no progress on it. However, Zhang Lisheng saw Tina parked her car at the side of the road on Saturday morning. She was walking towards him as he opened the door and was ready to ride on his bicycle after breakfast. Chapter 56 The target has been identified. Chapter 56 The target has been identified. Hi, good morning, Lisheng. Oh, good morning, Tina. Why are you here? Of course I'm here for you and you happened to come out. Send me your bank account number now. I'll transfer the $110,000 I obtained to your account. After that, we'll head straight to Kaiserland town to talk business. We should be able to sign a contract today if everything goes smoothly. Sign contract. What did you forget that you gave me a credit card with 700,000 yuan in it to launder so that you could purchase a slaughterhouse? Tina said softly. Of course I remember that, but wasn't it just 4 days ago? It's been 4 days, Lisheng. Of course, I've already chosen the seller. Do you know that my dad told me this before? It's best to take less than 3 days to deal with a business from the initiation to the closing of a deal. Otherwise, a business would most probably fail due to those unnecessary concerns. I've been taking too long to book the meeting 4 days later. When Tina was speaking, the door behind Zhang Lisheng opened all of a sudden. Lily was surprised to see Zhang Lisheng and Tina when he walked out of the house casually. Baby, why aren't you at work yet? Who is this lady? Hi madam, I'm Lisheng's friend. My name's Tina Duglin. You can call me Tina. Tina took the initiative to greet Lily while waving. Oh, Tina, I'm Lily. I'm Lisheng's mother, Lily said while smiling. Mom, I'm going out with Tina today. I won't be working at Dan Souzer Butcher Shop today. I might get home later. That's great, baby. I don't agree with you working so hard in the first place. Go have fun with your friend. Goodbye, Tina. It's nice meeting a lady like you. As she hugged Zhang Lisheng to say goodbye, she shoved $200 into his pocket and smiled at Tina. She then walked to the garage. Seeing Lily walking to the garage, Tina looked at Zhang Lisheng in an odd way. She teased him softly, "So Lisheng, you're your mama's little baby. My mom keeps calling me that because she feels guilty on abandoning me since I was young. Let's go to the bank," Zhang Lisheng said and left his bicycle, then walked towards the SUV Tina drove here. "I'm sorry I didn't know that. But you're so annoying in explaining something so interesting into a sad story," Tina pouted and said while following behind Zhang Lisheng. As they went into the car, Zhang Lisheng rolled down the window a little for air. He asked Tina after applying for sick leave from Dan Souzer Butcher Shop's owner Rocky, "How come you got me $110,000 on my card?" Tina replied while driving, "The PR company followed the official price, whereby they exchanged 700,000 yuan to $110,000 so that they would obtain my birthday party business. They wouldn't lose too much even if they do that. It's just hundreds of thousands of dollars. It could be simply digested since it's such an experienced PR company." Zhang Lisheng nodded and looked at the exuberant Tina as he spoke. "You know what, Tina, although we've only known each other for a short time, I think you're very different from how you usually behave when you talk business. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you this. I don't have a bank account." "You don't have a bank account? Are you an alien then? How does the butcher shop boss pay your wage?" "He pays cash. The butcher shop only takes cash, so there's no check." "That's great. It seems like we're getting you a bank account at some bank." Let's go to Wells Fargo Bank. In there, Vivit there." Tina then turned on GPS and said the destination. She took a hard turn following the GPS navigation and drove to the Wells Fargo Bank in Lobige community. As Brooklyn area, a traditionally decent community where New York middle class gathered, Lobige's Wells Fargo Bank's branch seemed pretty presentable. It was located in an old business building of 9 floors with a vast, majestic entrance. The floor was paved with bright maroon solid wooden flooring. In the few counters on the left against the wall were business executives, providing one-on-one service to their clients in all smiles. On the right was the guest waiting area with comfortable couches providing newspaper of the day, complimentary coffee and drinks. Although the bank clients usually did not have to wait, they pursued perfection for everything here. Although the provided service at the lobby was very attentive, as the VVIP guest of Wells Fargo Bank, Tina had an even higher standard for the bank service. After walking into the Lobige branch, she walked straight to the middle-aged man with silver hair who wore a neat, gray suit walking around the lobby. "Sir, my name's Tina Dublin. I brought a friend here to open an account with Wells Fargo Bank." To an international bank's account manager in New York, the name Tina Dublin was as well known as the American president's name. The silver-haired middle-aged man bowed and spoke without hesitation. "Ms. Tina Dublin. Will Smith, Wells Fargo Bank New York Lobige Branch Account Manager. Honored to serve you and your friend, Mr. Smith. We're in a rush. Please help my friend now." Tina pointed at Zhang Lisheng. "Mr. Zhang Lisheng would like to open a bank account. Please help him transfer $100,000, no, $110,000 to his account. He has just moved to New York from China, but he's legally an American citizen now. Currently, unknown funds coming from China filled the entire New York financial market. Every bank tried their very best to serve the invisible, loaded Chinese clients. Such clients had 2 different characteristics. They were either low-key or extremely flashy. The same characteristic they shared was a massive amount of cash they had, which one could hardly imagine. Another characteristic was that many clients who wanted to open bank accounts were young people. Moreover, they would usually test the water first. One would speculate his relationship with Tina since she was someone of high status. Smith thought about it and said courteously, "Sure, Ms. Tina. Since you and this sir are in a rush, I'll try to simplify the procedure as much as I could to speed up the process. Please allow me to bring you to the VIP room for a cup of coffee. Take 10 minutes rest and I promise it's 10 minutes the most." "Thanks, Mr. Smith." Tina grabbed Zhang Lisheng's arm and followed Smith to the VIP room. As expected, Zhang Lisheng got his first American bank account 8 to 9 minutes later, after Smith asked for help from his New York senior account manager. He skipped being questioned for anti-money laundering law and received the $110,000 in his account. After Smith sent them off the bank lobby diligently, Zhang Lisheng got into the SUV and said, while smacking his lips, "The lingering coffee in my mouth finally made me understand why Americans love coffee so much. It also made me understand why so many Americans said money is your best friend." People connection 2. Alright, Lisheng, stop reflecting on life. You'll definitely be rich in the future. I realized that you have a massive business opportunity when I was studying slaughtering business these few days. You'll need a massive amount of meat to cultivate mutated centipedes, I'm thinking. Tina, I know what you're trying to say. The massive amount that I told you earlier was actually much lesser than you imagined at the current stage. Digesting a small slaughterhouse's waste is already the limit. It's okay. My dad told me that we must look far ahead into the future in business, Tina said while starting the engine. The SUV headed west on 27th Street. It soon entered the highway connecting to the suburbs. After driving for 40 minutes, they slowly left New York City in a narrow sense. On working days, the millions of people outside of the New York metropolitan circle would flood into New York City for work, like ants going for honey. At night, they would be like ants that had finished the honey returning to their nest. They would return to their homes to rest in the satellite town with fresh air and little people. This village had no obvious difference with the cities, whereby they merged together. Watching the scattered houses outside the window, Zhang Lisheng rolled down the window a little and breathed in the chilly, fresh air. I've never thought the journey from New York to the villages so close. That's how you could take care of your slaughterhouse without affecting your study. I've thought about it for you. You could join the National Farmers Union in Kiesland town. After purchasing the small slaughterhouse, get the farmers to use your slaughterhouse as they wish. The slaughterhouse nowadays is all fully automated, whereby everything can be done just by pressing a button. The common farmers know how to use the machines. You could charge $50 for a pig, $150 for a cow, $40 for a lamb. Let them use your slaughterhouse to handle their livestock. They'll take the meat while the organs, blood in short, you'll handle all of the waste. I think they're more than willing to do that. Moreover, you could spare some time to look at your slaughterhouse occasionally and study your experiment there. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment and said in an admirable tone, Tina, God's really unfair. He gave you the courage to explore into an ancient jungle in the premise that you've no idea what a leopard is. He also gave you talent in business. Shut up, Zhang Lisheng. Telling jokes proved that Zhang Lisheng treated Tina as his friend. She seemed to have noticed that from her womanly instinct, they were laughing all the way during the drive. Both of them drove 20 minutes on the smooth highway on the weekend. Finally, they saw a border sign at the side of the road written Thailand Town on it at a ramp on the highway. They turned into the ramp and continued driving for 15 to 16 minutes. They arrived in a small town. Chapter 57 Unnecessary Complication of a Situation. Chapter 57 Unnecessary Complication of a Situation. There was only one street in the town with rows of low, wooden houses painted white on both sides. There was only one double-story house with a police flag flying above. Apart from the highway, there were vast and endless farms in the town. One could see cows and lambs shivering in the chilly weather while walking around with the protection of shepherd dogs. Even Tina showed a surprised expression when they got off the SUV parking in front of a bar and looked around. This looks exactly like Texas. I can't believe there's such a place near New York. Hey beautiful lady, welcome to our Thailand town. The young feller outside the bar whistled and shouted at her, seeing a strange beauty visiting the town. Thanks, cowboy. Do you know someone named Rudolph Canadison? Oldman Rudolph. He's in the bar now. Oh my god. Don't tell me you guys are the ones who are buying his slaughterhouse. New York City's so scary. Even such a small, oh no, such a beautiful lady's doing business. But I'm afraid you're destined to be disappointed this time. I've been hearing Oldman Rudolph saying he wants to leave the town and go back to his hometown in Texas since I was young. It's been over 10 years now, but he still fails to sell his slaughterhouse. Shut up, Dessa. Don't interfere with my business. An old scream came from the bar. Subsequently, an old man whose face was wrinkled and wore old cowboy overall walked unsteadily out of the bar after opening the door. He shouted loudly as when he was out. The reason the slaughterhouse couldn't be sold was purely because of those buyers that were not suitable or insincere. It's different this time. I've spoken to this MS Tina online, and it's almost a done deal now. Perhaps I could buy a plane ticket tomorrow and leave this damn town that I've been stuck for over 40 years to get back to beautiful Texas. I must get back before I die. I want to be buried by my family's side. Oh my god, you know how to surf the internet. Oldman Rudolph. Y'all be the first internet cowboy died of old age in Texas after you get back. The young feller outside the bar shrugged and ran away laughing. That bastard. The old man cursed softly and shifted his blurry eyes onto Tina. Lady, you must be MS Tina, whom I'm meeting, right? Yes, Mr. Rudolph. This man beside me is my client. He's the real buyer of your small slaughterhouse, Mr. Zhang Lisheng. Tina was secretly glad that the seller was much older than she thought. She pointed at Zhang Lisheng, who was next to her, and said in a professional broker tone, "Is this kid at least 14? Oh, I don't care about that. As long as he's giving me a reasonable amount of money, 4-year-old and 400-year-old isn't a big difference to me. All right, I shall bring you guys to take a good look at the place before talking money. But didn't we already set on the price? But young lady, isn't the price always opened as long as the agreement isn't signed?" the old man said slyly and walked to his old pickup truck. Tina was stunned for a moment and ran to the driver's seat in her SUV in rage. She said to Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, "Lisheng, this isn't an old, stubborn pumpkinhead but an old, sly fox. In calling the shots later, let me handle him." "Sure, you're the expert in business." Both of them chatted and followed behind the old, dirty pickup truck. They drove out of the little town and turned at a ramp into a small road that only allowed 2 cars at the same time forcefully. After driving for a few minutes, soon they saw a vast land surrounded with an iron fence at the end of the road. There was a rusty, arched metal gate in the middle of the fence. There was a crooked electric sign that looked old above the gate. It was written welcoming all livestock to Rudolph Slaughterhouse in black on the white sign. There was an old, rectangular factory built in the middle of the vast land behind the gate. The rest of the land was empty. Torn animals' skins and blood spots could be seen everywhere. The old man opened the metal gate and parked his pickup truck before the factory. He got off the truck strenuously and pointed around while saying proudly, "Two young people, welcome to the heaven of all Kaisland town's livestock, Rudolph Slaughterhouse." Tina got off the car while looking stunned. She spoke looking like she was going to vomit as she looked around. "So this is your slaughterhouse, Mr. Rudolph. I think the reason why you're selling it isn't to go back to Texas. This place will be asked to close by the United States Environmental Protection Agency soon. Hey lady, you can't expect a privately owned village slaughterhouse to be as clean and neat as those big slaughterhouses under Sustainable Food Trust." Although this place looked a little remote, in reality, it's convenient in transportation sense. There are farms around that would send meat products that they processed every day into New York City to everyone. They'll never be overstocked. Come, the two houses on both sides are the place I live and the warehouse. There's nothing to see in there. I'll bring you guys to the factory in the middle. You guys will understand Rudolph Slaughterhouse's real value after seeing those sparkly machines. The old man staggered his way to the huge metal sliding door in the middle of the factory. He then pulled open the sliding door hard. It was vast in the factory, just that it was slightly dimmed. As the old man turned on the lights on top, a production line with odd machines on both rows presented before Zhang Lixing and Tina. There was a row of giant metal hooks tied with an over 100 meters long, thick gliding metal cable above and a dark, leather belt below. Look, stunning machine, bleeding tank, scalding machine, plucking machine, skinning machine, splitting saw. I copied all of the slaughtering machines from the Delaware Wrath Agricultural Co. Model T01 Al-Anon slaughtering production line into mine. Although they're old since they're with me for 30 to 40 years, they had a rewarding life. Even a cow that weighs more than 1,800 pounds could be handled with one button. The old man looked at the slaughtering production line that he copied rather obsessively while mumbling softly. He then pressed on the green button on the remote. The entire production line began working. The machines were loud, but the noise was deep and thick. One could tell the production was running smooth hearing that. At the moment, the old man added another vital point. Model OX0100 diesel generator. It takes 3 tons of diesel at once. It's sufficient to run the factory for 5 days full during a power cut. He pointed at the huge square generator filled with oil at the side of the wall and said loudly. Tina was indeed speechless when it came to machinery. She replied loudly, looking for a floor where there was none. "These machines are antiques if we continue to use them." Rudolph turned off the machine and said after a shrug, "But a brand new Model T01 slaughtering production line alone is $550,000. Young lady, how about those machines to handle the ecological waste including the livestock organs and blood? Show them to us." Tina was speechless at the moment and said after some thoughts to pick on Rudolph's words. As expected, Rudolph's pride was all gone as he pointed in annoyance at the ditch at the end of the production line where the faint stench was coming from. "That's the machine I use to handle ecological waste. It connects straight to a cement tank underground. There's a cover that can be opened outside. It's enough to contain 50 cows. Oh, so how exactly do you handle these ecological waste? There might be people who would willing to take them away for you for free and even pay you some money to do that in the past, but I'm afraid you're not as fortunate now. Young lady, you know what? I'm starting to hate your sharp tongue. You're like a greedy businessman who's eager to squeeze us business owners' sweat and blood to its very last drop. The license, land, factory, and machines would cost a total of $130,000. That's my last price. Oh God, I'm like giving this away. Y'all be able to make both principal and interest back within a year for the most. Everything might go down to drain from the extorting waste management company. If the business here's really good, I don't see why nobody slaughters their livestock here. $95,000. Since you've given me a new price, I'll give you one too. $95,000. We could transfer the amount to you in a single transaction. $95,000. Are you talking about this machine alone? It's $129,000. I've shown my sincerity. Tina and Rudolph argued for a long time. Their war shifted from the slaughterhouse to the bar in town, but they had yet to agree on the price until it was evening. They were stuck on $120,000. Rudolph was unwilling to go lower since the price was pressed down to $120,000. As they discussed privately, Lich disagreed with Tina paying the extra $10,000 for him. They were in a pickle. Seeing that it was late, Tina sighed eventually and said in regret, "Mr. Rudolph, it seems like we can't close the deal because of someone who backed down on his words." "Lady, to me, the reason why the deal can't be closed is because of someone's being stubborn." Rudolph picked up the cowboy hat from the leather chair and put it on his head without backing down. He stood up and left after covering his thinning hair with the hat. The cowboys in the bar who knew him laughed and said, "Congratulations on your failed deal, old man Rudolph. God has a plan for you. You're destined to die in Kaisland town. These brats, I'll kick your asses with my boots." If this was 10 years back, Rudolph turned around and shouted as he walked to the door. He then walked out of the bar while shouting loudly. Chapter 58 The Ferocious Old Man. Chapter 58 The Ferocious Old Man. Looking at the old man leaving, Tina opened both of her arms and said while sighing, "You heard old man Rudolph, Lich. If it's not for your stubbornness for not accepting my $10,000 as a gift or even loan, we've closed the deal by now. I'm sorry, Tina, I can accept your help but I can't accept you feeding me. That's the iron lore. Feed you are, forget about it. Okay, you're a man of integrity who doesn't accept money from a girl. That's actually better. At least you're much better than my ex-boyfriends. I shouldn't blame you just for this. We can look for someone else since we can't close the deal with old man Rudolph. I'll get my dad to help if we can't do it on our own. I'll see if there's any slaughtering business in those big companies he's selling and sell it to you by slitting it." "Thank you, Tina." Lich thanked her sincerely and took out a roll of US dollars from his pocket. He said after counting, "I've around $600 cash in my pocket. I could treat you to a good dinner tonight. You're really considered a tycoon for normal high schoolers. I've to thank Dan Souser Butcher Shop's owner for paying me high wages and my mom's sponsorship this morning. Oh, you've got such a generous boss and great mother. We could get a lobster buffet for both of us at Hilton with $600. "What are you waiting for?" Tina said and pulled Lich out of the bar while smiling. In the drunk villagers whistling and goodbyes, both of them left the bar and went on their journey back to New York. It was dark when they left. There were 0 cars on the secluded road as soon as they got out of the town. The SUV's lights shone straight deep into the endless night and disappeared. The emptiness around made Tina a little nervous. She said softly while holding the steering right, "I didn't notice this during the day, but New York's outskirts as empty as Australia at night apart from the bouncing kangaroos on the road." Ting ting, ting ting, a tune came in the car when she was speaking. Tina shook while hearing the sound and panted for a moment. She looked at her phone's screen that lit up and made fun of herself. "Oh wow, I was scared by my phone's ringtone. That's so silly." The numbers a little familiar. She then picked up the phone. Rudolph's old and gloomy voice came from the phone. "All right, Ms. Tina, you guys win. Come find me now before I changed my mind." He hung up the phone after saying that. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Tina forgot about the scare she had earlier, due to the negotiators' surrender, and shouted in excitement, "I've made it. I've made it in the first business that I handled on my own. Wow, this feeling's amazing. The thing had a 180-degree turn when I thought it has failed. This is so dramatic. No wonder my dad always says that the most interesting thing in the world is the battle of wits in negotiation, because you'll never know who is the winner until the very last moment." Tina stepped on the accelerator while screaming and drove towards Rudolph's slaughterhouse through the darkness impatiently. She did not stop talking along the way. There was no chance for Zhang Lisheng to speak at all. The SUV turned into the ramp and soon arrived before Rudolph's slaughterhouse's metal gate. The gate was opened. There seemed to be a thin layer of fog lingering around the factory in the dark as the car light shone. The house on the right had a little light penetrated in the fog. It seemed to be where Rudolph lived. Looking at the tiny dot of light, Zhang Lisheng had an unknown concern that came up within him. He touched his backpack habitually and calmed down a little bit. The wizard power in his blood had more than a fold of boost since he came to America with his determination in secret method cultivation, and the gangsters who were tortured and died tragically in Queens. He was much firmer in controlling Mountwood now. He would not worry even if he encountered any danger now. Meanwhile, Tina was blinded by the victory completely. She decelerated only slightly when she saw the gate was opened and drove into the land. She headed straight to the house with light directly. The car's noise spread far in the quiet night. The door was opened lightly as soon as the SUV arrived before the house. "You guys made it here, Ms. Tina and Mr. Lisheng." It was Rudolph who opened the door. The old man looked blurry standing in the dimmed yellow light while saying in uncontrollable excitement, "Come in quick. I've already prepared the contract. Doing business with us is a wise choice, Mr. Rudolph. We'll transfer you the money online as soon as the contract's signed." Tina walked out of the SUV and said, while pretending to be experienced, "That's great," Rudolph muttered softly and opened the door. There was a living room divided with crude planks as they looked into the house. There was a filthy, long fabric couch in the living room and 2 old leather single couches that did not match. There was a wooden table too. There was a laptop with printing function on the tablet and a few pens scattered around, as well as a document that seemed to have just been put together. "Mr. Rudolph, may I look at the document?" Tina walked to the table as soon as she entered the house and asked, while pointing at the document. "Of course you can, Ms. Tina." Tina picked up the document while smiling and said in satisfaction, after looking through meticulously, "The conditions stated in the document's very reasonable. If there's nothing else, The contract will take into immediate effect as soon as both parties have signed. Lich, don't drag it any further. Read it through and sign if you've got no objections. Sure, Lich said and walked to Tina. He signed his name on each page without even looking at it after taking it over. Seeing Lich signing, Tina said to Rudolph loudly right away, "It's your turn now, Mr. Rudolph. Sign your name on the counterpart section, then we got a deal." Lich, use Mr. Rudolph's computer to log into your Wells Fargo Bank online account and prepare the transaction. I'll tell you to transfer the money as soon as he signed. Sure, Lich said and began working on the laptop on the table. He soon realized that he could not surf the internet. As Lich was on the computer, a soft snicker came from Rudolph. He walked to the table in steady steps and signed his name on the contract with a pen. Noticing Rudolph's agile steps, Tina seemed to find something off subconsciously, but she could not respond consciously at the moment. The situation did not allow her to think further, she said loudly after looking through the contract as she picked it up from the table. "Okay, Lich, you can transfer the money to Mr. Rudolph now." "Mr. Rudolph, may I know what's your account number?" "This computer can't surf the internet," Lich said loudly all of the sudden. Tina was stunned and took out her handphone immediately while saying to Rudolph, "Don't worry, Mr. Rudolph, I've got online transaction function on my phone. I won't pay you a penny less, I'll do it right away." "Oh, how come there's no signal on my phone?" "Mr. Rudolph, we're not delaying the payment on purpose." "It's all right, young lady, of course, I believe you guys aren't delaying on purpose. Don't think too much, since we've closed the deal, let's celebrate with some champagne." "Wait for me, I'll get champagne and glasses now." Seeing that Rudolph seemed to not be in a hurry for the payment, and instead, he went in to get a wine, which was ridiculous, Tina said, while feeling shocked. "There's no need for that, Mr. Rudolph, it's very late now. I need to drive back to New York City, the champagne." However, Rudolph seemed to not hear Tina's rejection at all and walked into another part of the house quickly on his own. What he did caused Tina, who had no sense and danger, calmed down in the excitement of completing the first solo business in her life. "Lich, something's wrong." "Really, Lich walked to Tina and grabbed the contract from Tina, who was obviously a little nervous now. He said after taking a look at it, "Tina, this is amazing to me. Such a big land, factory and machines belong to me forever as soon as we signed. That doesn't come for free. Y'all need to pay $105,000 for it, and y'all need to pay taxes during the operation. But I'm thinking, since we're disconnected to the world in here, it wouldn't hurt that we leave now and only transfer the money to Mr. Rudolph tomorrow. What do you think, Lich?" Tina said while looking at the endless night outside the open door. "Sure," Lich nodded without caring much and put the contract into his pocket after folding it. The moonlight was covered in the dark clouds when they walked out of the house. Just when they were getting into the car in the dark, a deep voice came behind her car all of the sudden. "Young man and young lady, where are you guys heading without paying me?" Tina screamed from the voice that came out of nowhere. Subsequently, she saw a torchlight turned on behind her car, which was then shone on the face. With the help of the light, she gulped as she saw Rudolph standing behind her car while his mouth was moving continuously. She asked while shaking, Mr. Rudolph, went you in the house? How did you get here all of the sudden?" Rudolph held the torchlight in his left hand while trying to crack open a hard walnut with his right hand like a pincer. He put the nut into his mouth after rubbing the skin off. He chewed on it and said softly with a smirk at the edge of his lips, "There is more than one door in the house. I've had a glass of champagne and am eating the appetizer. As the main course of the night, of course, I'll have to take a good look at you guys." "I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Rudolph?" "I said we're going to have an amazing night." The smirk on his lips was getting wider. It had now turned into a ferocious smile on his face as Rudolph spoke slowly. Chapter 59 The Terrifying Young Man. Chapter 59 The Terrifying Young Man. Tina was scared to her very core by Rudolph's cunning smile on his face. She began opening the SUV's door with all of her might suddenly while shouting loudly, "We're leaving no matter what you say, Mr. Rudolph." However, the door could not be opened no matter how hard she was pulling. "Maybe the door's broken. Do you need my help?" Rudolph walked to Tina slowly as he spoke. What are you trying to do?" Tina ran away terrified and shouted, as she went close to Zhang Lisheng. "Of course I'm doing my favorite thing. Since 1996, I would have such a party every 2 years. Everything is God's plan. The first time I had the plan of selling my slaughterhouse, I had the same customers just like the both of you. A man and a woman. They were a newly married couple from New Jersey who was determined to set their foot in New York by running a business. Can you imagine how surprised I was when I saw them? The wife looked exactly like my ex-girlfriend who betrayed me, causing me to flee my hometown. I had a ridiculous plan that popped into my mind when they stood before the slaughtering machine in the factory, a plan that could get rid of the indescribable rage that had been troubling me for over 20 years. Do you know what the plan was? Rudolph said without stopping. No, you pervert. No. Tina covered her ears while shrieking and cursing. She grabbed Zhang Lisheng along as she ran towards the entrance without thinking twice. You're just lucky that you're not caught. You'll be punished sooner or later. However, as they were getting out of the grim slaughterhouse while panting, they saw the automated electric gate was shutting slowly. Oh, no, help. Tina shook the gate hard while crying, but she realized that the heavy gate could not be moved at all. At that moment, Rudolph's deep voice came in the dark, which they had no idea where he was. "Shh, young lady, stop screaming. Your voice won't spread to the town even at night. Look at your partner, look how calm he is. You don't have to be afraid, actually. If you guys play along with me, it'll be over very soon." "You're wrong, Mr. Rudolph. It won't be ending anytime soon." Zhang Lisheng, who was standing by the gate, spoke all of the sudden after not giving the opportunity to speak. "Tina, don't be afraid. Wait for me here. Don't go anywhere. Keep your appetite. We're still going to have our lobster dinner in New York." He removed his backpack and walked into the dark quickly as he spoke. A few seconds later, Tina heard the psst sound that she remembered, faintly lingering in the slaughterhouse air. Subsequently, there was a wind-whistling noise and Rudolph's devastated scream came in the dark soon after the wind. "RSHT, what's this monster? Who are you exactly?" Eventually, Zhang Lisheng's cold voice came in the pitch-dark night. "Mr. Rudolph, although this might be a little out of your expectation, but at least you're right about something. We're going to have an amazing night." It was peace in Tina's ears. She stood still in shock at the fence for a long time and only snapped back to her senses slowly. She began shivering and spoke softly in a testing manner. Lisheng, where are you? Are you okay?" Her attempt was to no avail after a long time. She shouted twice again, and began climbing the fence. That was a great effort to pass behind her since there was no response. As her attempt failed, she hesitated for a moment while panting and began lowering her body. She stepped forward in the dark with her guard up. She moved little by little. Without knowing how long it had been, Tina, whose body was extremely sore, realized she had arrived at the row of houses in the slaughterhouse as she felt the place with her hands. The dark clouds were fading slowly at the moment. Little moonlight shone as she moved forward towards the wall of the house carefully. Woo-woo, she heard a light noise all of the sudden, as well as a soft mumble that she could not identify. Suppressing the fear in her, Tina stopped moving and breathed in twice deeply. She mustered her gut and walked towards the soft noise even more carefully. Soon, she could tell she had arrived at the factory in the slaughterhouse from the side look of it. The metal door was wide opened. It seemed like the noise came from there. Tina held onto the wall and walked even slowly as well as breathing slowly. She moved towards the opened metal door and lowered her body to look into it. With the guide of moonlight, she saw a dark silhouette struggling softly while shaking on the row of metal hooks at the slaughtering production line. At first glance, Tina covered her mouth as she observed closely. The silhouette was the strong old man Rudolph who hinted he was a killing machine earlier. At the moment, he had blood all over her body. His chin was pierced by the metal hook like a fish on hook, hanging on the production line that he fixed himself. His limbs seemed to be broken. Meanwhile, there was a giant toad that was so big that it was hard for one to imagine sitting there faintly. Next to the toad was Zhang Lisheng, looking up and shrieking without a sound. He looked down all of the sudden and glared deadly at Rudolph. He took a deep breath in and shouted a Chinese word "assemble" as he breathed out. His breath turned into a light, black smoke and penetrated into Rudolph's body following his wounds. It then turned into a black and red mist penetrating throughout his pores and began spreading out in the air. Soon, there was dense, terrifying buzz noise that came all over the place. Countless insects gathered into balls of black fog and came into the factory through the tiny gaps connected to the house, including the door and windows. They gathered around bloody Rudolph and indulged in this rare bloody feast. I've never expected that I would achieve rank 3 wizard so soon. Zhang Lisheng took a few steps back to avoid the insects while witnessing Rudolph's body shrunk little by little at the speed that could be seen with the naked eyes as he shivered. Zhang Lisheng mumbled in Mandarin while looking elated. Rank 3 wizards usually attracts insects with meat. I could easily pick wizard worm embryos if I let those insects fight each other. Unfortunately, the worms here are lousy. I didn't even see any ordinary venomous worm here. It would be wasting my effort to pick any. But the rank 2 wizard's worm refinery method could be boosted level by level. I could refine my wizard worm whenever my witchcraft improved. That's such great news. If I spend time in Queens every day and break through quick, wouldn't it be no? I shouldn't think too much and I shouldn't be greedy. The most important thing in cultivation is steady steps. I have to walk step by step and I must eat my rice one spoonful after another. I shouldn't think too much and I shouldn't be greedy. He spoke while caressing Mounttoad's bumpy skin softly. He then spat a mouthful of blood and shouted "Transform." The witchcraft incantation came to effect as the blood went to Mounttoad. It opened its mouth wide and absorbed the wind and moonlight in with all of its might. It croaked as it expanded to the size of a bus and hopped with its rear legs. It dashed towards Rudolph, and the insects on the metal hook then swallowed everything in. "It's done," Zhang Lisheng, who was standing aside, smiled in a relaxed way as he successfully controlled his double-refined wizard worm. He then put it back into his backpack as it released all of the air in his stomach and turned back into a toad sculpture. However, he did not notice that Tina, who witnessed everything outside the door. She was shivering, and she bit her lips tight while covering her mouth as she ran towards the slaughterhouse gate with both her arms and legs. Although the business took a turn, Zhang Lisheng accidentally broke through to rank 2 wizard and obtained the small slaughterhouse for free. He was elated to have built the foundation of his business. After wiping the faint, odd marks in the factory agilely, he walked out of the factory in light steps and breathed in the fresh air deeply. He then walked toward the gate in big steps. As he arrived at the gate, he saw Tina leaning on the fence while hugging her legs with a little shiver. She buried her head and sat there shaking. He then comforted her immediately. "Don't worry, Tina. That old man isn't a match for me. He escaped after crossing the fence. We can leave this SHTTY place now. Let's get back to New York. Don't be afraid, everything's over now." Tina nodded speechlessly to her partner's causal console. She stood up holding the fence without looking at Zhang Lisheng and walked slowly to the SUV in a wobbly manner. Realizing that she still could not open the car door after pulling the handle a few times, Tina seemed to descend into madness as she began hitting the window hard. Unfortunately, Cadillac's tough anti-theft glass could not be broken by this young socialite's bare hands. At that moment, Zhang Lisheng, who was standing next to her, suddenly pointed at Rudolph's pickup truck that was not far away from the SUV. "Tina, don't panic. Maybe we could drive that car back to New York City first." The pickup truck's doors were locked, but the windows could be opened. They saw a bunch of keys plugged in the keyhole fairly through the moonlight. Tina nodded while her body was stiff. She followed Zhang Lisheng to the pickup truck and went into the car. She turned the car key while her hand was shaking a little. The pickup truck's engine started smoothly. Tina turned the heavy steering wheel in excitement and rushed out of the slaughterhouse gate while stepping hard on the accelerator. Chapter 60: A New Beginning. Chapter 60: A New Beginning. "I've told you that we're okay now, Tina. There's no need to drive so fast. At least let me open the gate first." Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting on the passenger's seat, took out the black remote control he snatched from Rudolph and said while forcing a smile as he opened the gate. What he said seemed to work a little bit, whereby Tina slowed down slightly. However, she stepped on the accelerator to the maximum as soon as the gate was opened. A low rumble came off as she rushed out of the pitch-black road outside the gate. "Okay, Tina, I know you're in a hurry to get back to New York City, but could you at least turn on the lights?" Zhang Lisheng seemed to sense something was off. He reminded and said nothing more. She drove the pickup truck to its speed limit on the empty road towards New York. They began driving past other cars when they were close to New York City. The existence of cars would mean there were drivers in those vehicles. Tina's worked-up emotion seemed to have calmed down ever since she saw people. She began slowing down and no longer driving as insane as she was. As she blended into the traffic and drove along the ring road into New York, Brooklyn, Zhang Lisheng, who had been quiet along the journey sitting on the passenger's seat, spoke all of a sudden. "Tina, pull over somewhere along the street and drop me." Tina was stunned and pulled over slowly. Zhang Lisheng took out all of the cash in his pocket and put it on the dashboard. He only left a few coins for himself. "Tina, thanks for everything you did for me. We were supposed to have a lobster dinner, but unfortunately so much happened. I suppose you're unwilling to dine with me now. It's okay, I understand your feeling. I'll leave the money for you, reward yourself tonight. Also, I would like you to know that I'm completely different from scums like Rudolph. I wouldn't hurt anyone for fun, let alone my friends. Those people who I treated cruelly deserve the treatment that I gave. I hope to see you again, my friend. Zhang Lisheng opened the door after he was done speaking and walked onto the street without turning his head. Tina's mouth opened slightly as she watched him leave. She was going to scream, but the terrifying scenes flashed by her eyes. She swallowed her scream, that was reaching her mouth, back into her stomach. Walking on the chilly New York street, Zhang Lisheng arrived at the bus station. He finally arrived at Lobige Community on the bus that was stopping everywhere. It was almost 9 p.m. when he walked into the house. Lily was the only one in the living room on the first floor. She was watching TV alone, while Solo was working overtime. Those kids who recovered from the grief they had for Michelle's misfortune were having fun out there. They would not come back until their curfew at 10 p.m. Lily stood up from the couch hearing the door being opened. Seeing that it was Zhang Lisheng who was walking into the house, she ran to hug her son as she said, "Baby, you're back. Was it a happy date today?" "It wasn't a date, Mom," Zhang Lisheng thought to himself and said, "That lady's my broker. I went with her to purchase a small slaughterhouse in Kaiserland town that's close to New York City." "What did you say?" Lily was stunned for a moment and asked in shock. "This is what happened. I realized there's a huge business opportunity in New York's meat industry through working at Dan Souza Butcher Shop. I happened to have some pension. So I bought a small slaughterhouse in Kaiserland town. It's a town outside of Brooklyn that's an hour drive away. However, don't worry that I would slack on my studies because I'm planning to join Kaiserland town's National Farmers Union. I'll be running the business in a self-service way, whereby the farmers would use the slaughterhouse on their own. In other words, I'll get the farmers to use those automated machines in the slaughterhouse to slaughter their livestock, and they'll pay me for machine rental. The preliminary calculation would be $50 per pig, $150 per cow, and $40 per lamb. I'll be setting up some surveillance in the slaughterhouse. The farmers could register themselves online if they're renting the slaughterhouse to slaughter their livestock on their own. They'll prepay the rental fee and come according to the time they registered. It's remote management with an order. What do you think? Zhang Lisheng assimilated Tina's suggestion and said without stopping. Lily took a long time to digest the information given by Zhang Lisheng slowly and said while having her jaw dropped, What do I think? Wow, I think my son's perfect to be living in America. You adapt to your environment even more than your siblings who grew up in America. Steven and Randy were still stealing money from Solo's wallet when they were your age, but you've started your slaughterhouse business now. Mom's so proud of you, but how much did you purchase the slaughterhouse? $105,000. It's very cheap. How much? Lily asked in exclamation. $105,000. We've signed the deal today. This is the contract. Zhang Lisheng took out the contract from his pocket and handed it over to Lily as he spoke calmly. Oh, I know you've been very independent, my baby. But $105,000 is a huge number. Lily took over the contract and said while looking at it, Don't you think you should discuss with me? Do you know anything about slaughtering business, Mom? I don't, but I do. This business would definitely be the foundation of my career. But isn't your goal to be a biologist? That's why I must make money to invest in the most advanced biology lab in the world without depending on those rich but stupid donors. Oh baby, you sure think far ahead. Okay, since you've already thought so far ahead and spent so much to purchase a slaughterhouse, there's nothing that I could say. I'll just do everything I can to help you. Thanks, Mom, but I've got everything under control at the moment. There's nothing that you can do for help. I just hope that you could give me some freedom and let me learn to drive. I'll buy myself a car. Although it's remote management, I'll need to drop by Kaiserland town frequently. Of course I could promise you that, my baby. Do you have money to get a car and a license? Yes, I still have $5,000 in my savings. That should be able for me to get what I want. You sound like you've got everything under control. Wow, suddenly I feel like my son has grown up and independent. This is unbelievable. 2 months back, I was worried that you couldn't adapt to life in America, but now you've found yourself a beautiful broker, bought a slaughterhouse, and began your road to entrepreneurship. That's just too amazing. Mom, it's just a slaughterhouse. At my age, some American kids already built their online companies and ready for listing. But those kids who built online companies are somebody else's kids, and you're my baby. Mom's proud of you. I'm proud of your spirit to take the first step in fulfilling your great dream. Remember, I'll always have your back, baby. No matter what kind of trouble you might have in the future, I hope that you could tell me anytime. Thanks, Mom. Zhang Lisheng hugged Lily, feeling touched, and said, I need your help now. I haven't had dinner. Could you make me a shepherd's pie? Oh, of course, baby. Lily walked to the kitchen quickly. Didn't you have dinner with your beautiful broker after the deal was done? I have some misunderstanding with her. We might not meet any longer. Oh baby, do you want to talk about it? No, Mom, I've told you many times. I'm not as weak as you think. Of course, my little factory owner. Part from shepherd's pie. Do you want me to bake you a chocolate cake? I bought fresh chocolate sauce and ice cream today. That's not necessary, Mom, Zhang Lisheng said while forcing a smile. He finished the shepherd's pie that Lily made in a few gulps and said good night to her, who was nagging at him to eat slowly. He then went upstairs immediately and returned to his room. He shut the door and hopped onto his bed in a few steps. Subsequently, he took out Mountode from his backpack and put it at his window. After sitting comfortably, he began cultivating the rank 2 wizard secret method as usual. Just when he shut his eyes to focus, a lively demon's chest appeared in his head clearly instantly. However, he could not build the internal and external circulation with his wizard worm no matter what. As expected, I can't use the rank 2 wizard's secret method cultivation once I broke through to rank 3 wizard. Zhang Lisheng mumbled to himself after experimenting that and began cultivating the rank 3 wizard's secret method. Sensing the secret method, the wizard worm that seemed a little grim and terrifying under the moonlight opened its huge mouth and spat a mouthful of black breath. It covered Zhang Lisheng entirely. In the next second, a pair of gigantic arms grew out of the demon's chest in his head. It was illusory as they moved lightly. Following the moving of arms, the witchcraft power in Zhang Lisheng's blood began to flow slowly. Tens of illusory strange worms turned the impurities in his body into black smoke and released out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. As the black smoke flew out, it flowed straight into Mountode's huge mouth. The first rank 3 wizard secret method cultivation's internal and external circulation was completed. As soon as the circulation was completed, Zhang Lisheng fell into cultivation mode until the next morning as if he fell asleep. Chapter 61 Zhang Lisheng's Business Sense. Chapter 61 Zhang Lisheng's Business Sense. After a night of cultivation, Zhang Lisheng realized cultivating with the rank 3 wizard secret method boosted his wizard worm's vitality a few folds more than cultivating the rank 2 wizard secret method. If he did not strengthen Mounted with worm refinery incantation after breaking through to rank 3 wizard to get his wizard worm's vitality to its peak naturally, he almost could not support the cultivation last night. Another thing was that ever since he broke through to rank 3 wizard, the wizard power in his body could support him to control a wizard forcefully, as long as the meat was enough to feed. As long as he obtained a second wizard worm that was perfectly compatible with Mounted, his power would undoubtedly have a cataclysmic change. He had 2 urgent matters on hand, but his current priority was to get the small slaughterhouse in Kaiselin town up and running in order to provide endless meat supply for his wizard worm. Zhang Lisheng sighed and put Mounted into his backpack as he thought to this point. He went off to bed and planned to head to Kaiselin town to try his luck after washing up. Although he no longer had Tina helping him and had no idea what he should do next, it would not kill him to try. He was unwilling to waste his Saturday doing nothing. As Zhang Lisheng walked downstairs, Lily and Solo were having breakfast. Solo said while seeing him coming downstairs, "Hey Mr. Factory owner, good morning." "Good morning, Uncle Lavin." "Lisheng, I'm as proud of you as your mom does. I would be so happy if Randy's like you, taking one step at a time and working hard slowly, instead of dreaming of being a sports celebrity in order to achieve instant fame with $10 million annual income." "Thank you, Uncle Lavin." "Oh, you know what, Lisheng, you're brave, responsible, ambitious, and willing to learn. You're almost a perfect young man. The only flaw that you have is that you're a little quiet and introverted. You should talk more to people your age. Kid, have more than one friend. Participate in the clubs at school, no more friends, enjoy your youth." "I'll do that after I'm done with my stuff, Uncle Lavin." "Mom, I'm going to Kaiselin town now to complete the deal and other stuff. I might be coming home late tonight." "Go after you had breakfast, I've made bacon and toast." "I'll pack that and eat it on the way, I've got a lot to do today." "All right then." Lily put the dry, fried bacon, tomato and lettuce between the toasts and packed it in a paper bag for Zhang Lisheng. "Do you need me to bring you there, baby?" "Thanks, Mom. I've already booked the cab." Zhang Lisheng took over the paper bag and said in the tone as if he was grown up overnight while smiling, "Goodbye, Uncle Lavin." "Goodbye, Mom." The weather was a little warm, which was rare as he walked out of the house. Zhang Lisheng walked on the pedestrian crossing while eating the simple sandwich his mother made. He hailed a cab casually and headed towards Kaiselin town. The over-an-hour drive was boring. The Indian cab driver was very interested when he found out Zhang Lisheng was a young factory owner. He then began chatting about the slaughterhouse. "You know what, young man, I once dreamed of being a factory owner myself, to have my own business. Of course, I don't want to run a slaughterhouse business. Not that slaughterhouse is bad, just that us Indians can't hurt those holy cows. Do you know what I wanted to do? You definitely won't be able to guess it. I'll just tell you then. I wanted to have my own mill. A mill that makes Indian paratha flour only. Isn't that cool? Oh yay, have you ever tried the Indian paratha in New York City? If you haven't, I'm telling you not to. Those processed parathas used industrial flour from the supermarket, It's a disaster to put them into your mouth. The first time I ate Indian paratha in New York, I realized immediately that I'll definitely make a fortune by selling paratha flour here. I planned that for half a year. I even bought an old mill, but by then my Indian sister went married all of a sudden. Oh my God, that was such a disaster. As the eldest in the family, I had to sell my mill and send the money home for her dowry. Later on, I received help from an Indian community in New York and found this job as a cab driver. Until now I still can't believe that the Indians in the community was unwilling to help people of their own kind to be a mill owner, but they were willing to be my guarantor to buy this cab. They said it's our tradition. That's some bullshit. So to them, driving a cab is closer to our Indian tradition than selling Indian parathas. That's how my dream drifted further and further away from me. Chang Lisheng listened to the plump Indian middle-aged man talking absent-mindedly. He was complaining non-stop with his English with an accent. All of the sudden, Chang Lisheng thought of something and asked, "Wait, sir, did you say you bought a mill?" "Yes, in Durak town near New York City." "How did you close the deal?" "I paid and signed the contract. It's simple." "So what comes after paying and signing of contract? Is there anything else to handle after that?" "I had just signed the contract with the seller last night, but I fell out with my broker consultant today. I've got no idea on what should I do next." "The slaughterhouse you bought is in Kiesland town. The next thing you should do, of course, is to pull the strings with the mayor. Let me give you an advice, young man. The most important thing is to blend in with the town people. That'll boost your business quick." The Indian cab driver gave a pinch of useful advice and began talking nonsense without stopping. Meanwhile, Chang Lisheng sat at the back without speaking at all. He seemed to be thinking as he looked out of the window at the sceneries that were getting vast. He did not say a word as the cab was driving into Kiesland town. A day had passed. The town remained the same. Chang Lisheng visited Kiesland town 3 times within 2 days. Moreover, he once spent the entire afternoon at the social place Blueberry Bar. Many people from the town remembered this skinny Asian young man. A tall and strong middle-aged farmer greeted him while smiling upon seeing him gotten off the cab. "Hey kid, are you here to talk business with that irritating old man Rudolph again? He's not at the bar in town all of the time, you know." "No sir, I've bought Mr. Rudolph's slaughterhouse. I'm here in town to speak to the mayor on how to improve the slaughterhouse to serve Kiesland town better," Chang Lisheng replied. Never judged the slaughterhouse looking cold and Rudolph's evil plan last night. In reality, Rudolph's slaughterhouse, which was the only one around Kiesland town, played a big part in everyone's livelihood and income. Hearing what Chang Lisheng said, the middle-aged farmer who was greeting him causally had a change of expression. He said in all seriousness, "Young man, are you joking?" "Of course not, sir. When I was on my way back to New York City after we failed coming to a reasonable price last night, Mr. Rudolph called me all of the sudden and agreed on the price I gave to purchase the slaughterhouse. I then returned to the slaughterhouse and signed the contract with Mr. Rudolph," Chang Lisheng explained in all seriousness. The middle-aged farmer was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. He ran to Chang Lisheng without being asked, extended his hand and shook his hand. "Hi young man, my name's Tommy Miller. You can call me Tommy. Welcome being a part of Kiesland town. The mayor you're looking for is my dad. I can bring you to him. The ladies in this town aren't too shabby for renovating your house." "Oh, Mr. Tommy, my name's Chang Lisheng. You can call me Lisheng." In reality, I'm still in high school in New York City. I don't plan to move to Kaiserland town. To manage the slaughterhouse, I'm planning to set up some surveillance, join Kaiserland town's National Farmers Union, and get the slaughterhouse running on self-service. In other words, the users will use the slaughterhouse to slaughter their livestock on their own and pay me a rental of $50 per pig, $150 per cow, and $40 per lamb. Of course, I'll be handling all of the waste, including organs and blood left behind from the livestock slaughtering. The self-service slaughtering would take much of the farmer's strength, but the meat coming from Kaiserland town never have to worry about sales. The farmers were not lacking in strength. An adult cow weighed between 1,500 to 1,800 pounds. Strip away the waste, the meat weighed around 1,000 pounds. According to the supermarkets and butcher shops in New York City, they purchase freshly produced meat from the suburb close to $3 per pound. The price Zhang Lisheng charged, which was $150 per cow including handling the ecological waste, was very reasonable. Therefore, to Tommy, Zhang Lisheng's suggestion was tens of thousands fold better than Rudolph's greed of hiring people to purchase cheap livestock, then processed them into meat and sold at a high price. Oh Lisheng, you know what, I knew you're a smart, generous, and thoughtful little fella the first time I saw you yesterday. Tommy patted Zhang Lisheng's back while laughing and said, "Now what are we waiting for? Let's get my dad to pull together a last-minute National Farmers Union meeting. Christmas is coming. It's the best that we get the new slaughterhouse business model to be up and running smoothly. Let's go, let's go." He accelerated as he spoke and sprinted to a house, while almost sandwiching Zhang Lisheng between his arm forcefully. The wooden house was in the middle of the town. It looked the same with the other houses. Chapter 62 The Start. Chapter 62 The Start. The interior of the wooden house was a classic American village abode. It was small but fully equipped with living room, kitchen, storeroom, basement storage, and so on. As Tommy dragged Zhang Lisheng into the house, a tall, strong man with seborrheic keratosis on his face was having breakfast and coffee in the tiny dining hall within the open-style living room. Seeing that someone intruded the house, he pushed his glasses calmly and spoke while frowning. "Tommy, how many times do I have to tell you that you must knock before you come into the house ever since you moved out? You've told me 10,000 or 20,000 times, but I really have an emergency this time, so I forgot to knock. Dad, that old feller Rudolph sold his slaughterhouse. He really sold it this time. He sold it to this young man next to me. This young man's in high school from New York City. He's planning to join the National Farmers Union and run the slaughterhouse by self-service rental. I thought the idea's great, so I brought him to see you right away." Rudolph sold his slaughterhouse. The old man was stunned in shock and pretending to tease while smiling. "It's nothing out of the ordinary that he sold his slaughterhouse. I'll be shocked if he made a deal under the sun and arranged an alternative for the couple Willie and Tiffany who worked for him for over 20 years. I bet he took the money and he's on Greyhound lines back to Texas now, or he had happily bought himself a first-class plane ticket to spend a warm Christmas in Hawaii before dying an agonizing death in Texas. Oh, I think I've said too much. I'm sorry, young man. I should've introduced myself. I'm Kaiserland town's mayor, Howard Miller. I'm also the town's National Farmers Union's chairman. Although the law prohibits one from taking both positions, this is just a small town after all. Hi, Mr. Howard, it's my pleasure meeting you. My name's Zhang Lisheng. Zhang Lisheng walked to the old man and handed over the contract in his pocket while speaking. I bought Mr. Rudolph's slaughterhouse. I would like to discuss with you on how to improve the business to serve Kaiserland town better. The old man took over the contract and took a good look at it after pushing his glasses. He said without even looking up, "That's right, that's Rudolph's ugly and pretentious handwriting." "All right, Mr. Lisheng, I heard from my son that you're planning to join Kaiserland Town's National Farmers Union. To be honest, as the union chairman, I'm glad to take in a slaughterhouse owner to the organization. Could you tell me more about how you're planning to manage your self-service rental business?" "I'm planning to take pre-registration online, rental prepay, and centralized slaughtering schedule," Zhang Lisheng told his plan in details. "The rental price you suggest is very reasonable, but young man, I think it's better to give the slaughterhouse usage orders authority to the National Farmers Union." "Not a problem, Mr. Howard, will do according to what you said. Also the couple Willie and Tiffany in town who have been working for Rudolph. I hope that you could continue to hire them. Both of them only make around over $20,000 annually. Willie's a great slaughterer, electrician, and repairman, while Tiffany's a great helper in cleaning and making meatloaves. You'll need them." The old man's request seemed a little too much, given that Zhang Lisheng was planning to run the business by self-service rental. However, Zhang Lisheng answered without hesitation, "Sure, Mr. Howard." The old man finally nodded in satisfaction hearing that. It was the first time he looked at Zhang Lisheng smiling and extended his hand. "That's great, young man. Since you've shown your respect to me, then I'll show my kindness. We'll sign an agreement on what we've just discussed. I'll handle the rest. As long as you clear the slaughtering waste on time and not bringing the Environmental Protection Agency here, I guarantee your fortune and benefits will be perfectly protected in Kaiserland Town." "Thanks, Mr. Howard." Zhang Lisheng shook hands with the old man and said wearing a smile. After they came to a deal, Howard called Kaiserland Town's National Farmers Union's lawyer right away. He then pulls together a last-minute Kaiserland Town's National Farmers Union meeting when the lawyer arrived in town. Soon after the meeting was over, the farmers in the town agreed on the proposal of getting Zhang Lisheng's slaughterhouse to join the Kaiserland Town's National Farmers Union. As Zhang Lisheng signed the agreement, Rudolph, who had been living in the town for over 40 years, was now in the past. In the afternoon on the day itself, the farmers followed the new rule and began slaughtering their livestock themselves at the new LS slaughterhouse. Zhang Lisheng enjoyed himself staying at the slaughterhouse watching the farmers getting their hands busy until evening. He had $1,920 added to his bank account, while the underground tank in the slaughterhouse had tons of fresh organs and blood. The noise faded when the slaughterhouse closed at 7 p.m. The huge factory was only left with a couple, Willie and Tiffany, whom Mayor Howard suggested to hire. Willie, who was always wearing a filthy blue cowboy overall, was a middle-aged hunk in his 40s with extraordinarily strong muscles, but rather simple-minded. He was very grateful that Zhang Lisheng was willing to hire him and his wife to work at the slaughterhouse. Although he only muttered thank you to Zhang Lisheng a couple of times, one could tell how grateful he was, judging by the effort he put in. Not only that, he was cleaning the factory floor with his wife with big brooms, although he was exhausted. Seeing Willie's strenuous effort, Zhang Lisheng, who was standing aside, said, "You don't have to clean it anymore, Willie. It's already very clean. Bring Tiffany home now. Also, you don't have to help so much when the customers are here slaughtering in the future." We're doing self-service business now. It's not your job to serve them like you used to. You and Tiffany's job now is to help me check the machines and electricity. Clean a bit when the factory's closed and do rounds occasionally. You don't have to do the rest. It's okay, sir. Strength is all that I have, Willie said honestly with a smile. He treated his boss Zhang Lisheng equally despite Zhang Lisheng being young. His tone seemed very respectfully. Meanwhile, Tiffany said gratefully standing next to her husband, Willie and I are very grateful that you continue to hire us, sir. Apart from the work here, we could only do some part-time job in town. Zhang Lisheng said firmly, your hard work's repaying me completely. Moreover, Willie fixed my friend's SUV doors and promised to bring it back to Fordham High School tomorrow for her. I really don't need any more cleaning here. Go home now. It's very late. I'm leaving when my cab's here. Do you need me to send you dinner, sir? There's no need to do that, Tiffany. My mom has made dinner. She's waiting for me to go home. All right then, sir. Well, leave now. Goodbye, Tiffany said, while nodding. She left the slaughterhouse with her husband. Seeing both of them left, Zhang Lisheng shut the slaughterhouse's metal gate with a remote control and came to the factory's back door. With the help of the dimmed lights, he found the giant, rusty metal cover on the ground. He put down his backpack and placed mounted next to the metal cover. He began chanting witchcraft incantation. Mounted sucked in the air and its body expanded over 2 meters tall all of a sudden. It showed its giant tongue, stuck it on the metal cover and opened it slowly. Zhang Lisheng was smiling as he sniffed the disgusting blood smell that was nauseating in the chilly wind. He controlled mounted to release the air in its stomach. It then hopped into the metal cover after its body shrunk into the underground pit filled with animal organs and blood. The wizard worm was expanding again in the pit. It opened its giant mouth to eat those bloody waste. It soon finished all of them. Noticing that the pit was now empty with a flashlight, Zhang Lisheng chanted witchcraft incantation and controlled mounted to hop onto the ground. He then controlled it to use its giant tongue to close the cover. It hopped back into his backpack after it shrunk. I've never thought everything goes so smoothly. It only takes a day for the slaughterhouse to be on track. Now that the most important thing's solved, I'll learn to drive and find a suitable venomous worm to refine it into wizard worm. Zhang Lisheng was relieved and mumbled while smiling. He then walked out of the slaughterhouse in a relaxed fashion, while calling a cab. Following the narrow road, he returned to New York City smoothly as he went into the cab. The two-way cab journey from Brooklyn to Kiesland town cost a few $100s. It would be impractical for him to do that in the long run. Sharpening your axe will not delay your job of cutting wood. Zhang Lisheng planned his life 1 month ahead, whereby his priority was to obtain his driving license. As a country on wheels, almost every American citizen above 16 would have a driving license. All of the procedure about the driving license program was simple, as there were only 2 steps. The first step was to provide your identification at the New York Department of Motor Vehicles, pay some $10 application fee and fill the form to take part in the written test. After passing the test, get an eye examination to complete the pre-licensing course. Get someone to practice with you. Proceed to the next step, which was the road test. After one was familiar with driving, one would receive the driving license once he passed the road test. Chapter 63 Picking a Car. Chapter 63 Picking a Car. Simple did not mean easy. The written test was nothing to Zhang Lisheng. He passed the first time he took the test and obtained his learner's permit after a day of memorizing. However, the road test that came later on was a torture to him who had never touched a car. He hired a driving coach who called himself a professional driving coach for rookies online and practiced with him for a total of 4 weeks. Finally, he passed after taking the road test for the 3rd time. What was lucky for him was that Christmas, the most important festival of the year in America, was just around the corner when Zhang Lisheng obtained his driver's license. Apart from food price in the market that was increasing, there were many items that were offered at insane discounts. Especially car dealers that wanted to fight for their annual sales, they reduced the price to the lowest. Even second-hand car market was affected. It was the best time to buy a car. It was December, -°C became the normal climate in New York. Zhang Lisheng, who had been cultivating for the entire night, looked at the window at his bed as he opened his eyes. There was a thick layer of white mist, then he immediately wiped the window clear and looked out. The weather was a little gloomy, but it was not raining nor snowing. Zhang Lisheng was relieved seeing that. He walked downstairs after putting his wizard worm away into his backpack and continued washing up. Lily, Solo, and the rest were having breakfast together. Seeing Zhang Lisheng walking downstairs, they greeted him dearly. "Hey Lisheng, you're finally up. How do you feel on the first morning of owning a driver's license? With a driver's license, you would be considered as an adult in America. We're discussing to get you a present to celebrate your adulthood. Judging by the fact that you've only obtained your driver's license after taking the road test 3 times, we've concluded that we could share the cost to get you an insurance policy. Hope that you would like it," Randy said while laughing as he ate meatloaf. "Stop saying that, Randy." Lisheng took some effort to get his driver's license. "You should be congratulating him rather than teasing him." Solo put down the cutlery and said to Randy, looking mad. He then turned his head to look at Zhang Lisheng and said, while his expression sparked kindness, "Lisheng, are you sure that you don't want me and your mother to accompany you while you pick a car? You should know that we might sponsor you a little if we're there with you, and if there happened to be some good car, that'll be kinder to your budget." "Oh, that's not fair, Dad. If you were willing to sponsor me $500 back then, I would be able to buy that 1999 Dodge and not driving the Volkswagen Rabbit that I have now. Do you know that I'll need to find a girlfriend of smaller size because of that, otherwise the car can't fit 2 people. I think you should lose weight, son. I remember it was me and your Aunt Lily who paid $3,700 in full for your Volkswagen Rabbit." Lisheng's now getting a car with the money he made. As a brother who is 2 years older, you should feel ashamed of yourself instead of feeling imbalance. "Oh my dear Dad, Lisheng didn't make the money himself. It's the inheritance his dad left behind. Don't you think you could pay me some of your inheritance ahead so that I could get a new car?" Randy had extraordinary strength, but he was simple-minded, just like a usual athlete would be. He said that in a hateful tone without filtering before he said it. Hearing him saying such a thing, Solo looked grim immediately and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps I should change your Volkswagen Rabbit into a bicycle. Maybe by then, you would know how to talk to your family, Randy." "Don't say that, darling." Randy didn't mean it. Lily, who looked rather gloomy, held her lover's hand on the dining table and spoke softly. "It's Christmas a few days later. We shouldn't be mad at the kids during this season." Solo suppressed his rage and said madly, "Lily, I'm not mad just because Randy said something wrong today. Speaking of Christmas holiday, look at his result this semester. Even if his goal is to be a professional athlete, it's ridiculous that he can't make a sentence with 10 words. Stop it. Randy will put in more effort in his study. Am I right, Randy? Of course, Aunt Lily, of course. Don't worry, Dad. He'll work harder next time, Randy, who noticed something was wrong, said while nodding immediately. Don't just say it, you need to take action. I'll promise this to you on behalf of your dad. We'll buy you a less than 5-year-old Dodge if you get into college next year. Oh, Aunt Lily, you're just too great. Randy lost his careful stance earlier and stood up immediately while throwing his fists in the air cheering. After all, blood was thicker than water. In reality, Solo did not hate Randy's reckless attitude that was very similar to him when he was young. The rage he had vanished seeing his son's excitement that he could not hide. Solo spoke into Lily's ear, forcing a smile. Lily, you're spoiling him. He sat up straight and slammed the table in a strict manner, then said while raising his voice, Randy, don't be excited just yet. Your Dodge's still hanging in the air. It's not easy to get into college. Your football skills not up to standard, to the point that a college would accept you despite the fact that you can't even make a sentence. Don't worry, Dad, going to college isn't a problem as long as I work hard. Randy stopped eating breakfast as he spoke and walked away from the dining table in big steps. He then walked upstairs. As he passed Zhang Lisheng by, he patted his shoulder. Hey brother, I planned to pick a car for you today, but it seems like I must go back to my room to study. Actually, if you don't mind, you don't have to buy a car just yet if you can wait for half a year. I'll give you my Volkswagen Rabbit when I got my Dodge. Believe me, it's a dashing rabbit on the road since I modified it. Thanks for your kindness, brother, but it's alright. I've said since the beginning that I'll go on my own. You can give your Volkswagen Rabbit to Harry. Hey, not like those brats on the road that would make noise and drift around spitting black smoke. I've been saving. I'll get myself a new car when I'm 16. Harry, who was sitting aside, smirked while speaking. Randy could not threaten his brother in front of his parents. All that he could do was to shrug while looking troubled and made a shush gesture. Kid, you're only 14. You don't know anything about cars. He then walked upstairs. After he left, Zhang Lisheng spoke subsequently. Mom, Uncle Lavin, I'm going to pick a car. Goodbye. He went out of the house without waiting for Lily to respond. There were black markets and regular stores dealing with second-hand cars in New York. Naturally, Zhang Lisheng went for the latter. He hailed a yellow cab as he walked to the main road and arrived at the biggest second-hand car dealer in Brooklyn. Starting Again car dealership. Apart from the transparent glass house in the middle that seemed like the office building, there were empty spaces in the store. Various second-hand cars were waiting to be sold at the open-air space arranged by price. The cold weather did not stop the customers from the temptation of discount. Many parents were with their kids who had turned 16 at some second-hand cars at the lot. They did not stop pointing and bargaining for more discounts with the sales representative. Naturally, there were working adults who hoped to seize the discount period to get themselves a second-hand car, was walking around the lot. Zhang Lisheng, who dressed in an inconspicuous but warm black jacket and clunky leather shoes, did not attract any sales representatives at all when he appeared in Starting Again car dealership. Most young people who came here alone as he did was mostly to window shop instead of spending. Zhang Lisheng, who nobody bothered, walked the entire lot, and a big SUV gained his attention. He had no idea how big exactly would his second wizard worm would be after it was refined. In less than a month, his LS slaughterhouse made close to $30,000 profit after tax. He had now expanded his budget in getting a car and targeting on an SUV. Unfortunately, although he studied a little bit about cars before coming here, he still knew nothing about them. Hence, he was not sure which one he should get. At that moment, a gloomy middle-aged man who wore a cheap suit happened to see Zhang Lisheng looking lost as he turned around in grim after failing to get the customer to buy anything. He asked casually, "Hey, are you looking for a car, little feller?" "Yes, sir. I've just gotten my driver's license and am thinking of getting a second-hand SUV that's been released for less than 3 years. It's okay if it's a little expensive." "Oh, is that so?" The middle-aged man smiled without noticing, seeing the young man who was serious. He pointed to the glass showroom in the middle of the lot and said casually, "We don't showcase those exclusive second-hand cars in the open-air lot. Let's take a look at the glass house. I remember there's a Ford Explorer that's been out for a year and a half selling at $45,000. It fits your requirement." "Thanks." Zhang Lisheng thanked him and exhaled into his palms as he walked to the glass showroom far away. "Pretentious kid," the middle-aged man mumbled as he watched Zhang Lisheng walking further away. He then proceeded to look for a potential customer in the chilly wind. Some 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man who failed in convincing the customers happened to see a 7-seater Ford Explorer that looked brand new driving out of the glass showroom. As he looked around in gloom, the car was driving to the entrance slowly. The SUV stopped suddenly as it was going out. A young man who was barely managing the steering wheel shouted after winding down the window slowly, "Thanks for your recommendation, sir. Bye." Chapter 64 George's Bad Idea. Chapter 64 George's Bad Idea. The middle-aged man was stunned for quite a long time as he watched the SUV drove out of the lot slowly. He shouted while chasing after it aggressively all of a sudden, wait, young man. You haven't told my employee number to the sales manager. You don't have to spend a single cent. You don't have to spend a cent on my commission. As long as you tell them my employee number, tell them my oh my god, in such an idiot. In such a f-seeking idiot. I don't even have money to buy a turkey for Christmas Eve and I let $4,000 flew away just like that. As the middle-aged man was groaning and panting at the side of the road, Zhang Lisheng, who took the wrong turn, was driving his Explorer on New York's bustling Dalby Avenue carefully. As he took a big round driving at 30 miles per hour, he spent exactly an hour to finally get home. A few minutes later, Lily, who was wondering what kind of car her independent son would buy, had her jaw dropped when she saw the Explorer. You bought a brand new 7-seater SUV, didn't you? Say that you're only left with $5,000 in your account. Don't tell me this car only costs a few $1,000s. Mom, this isn't new. It's a second-hand car of 2.5 years. Of course, I can't get such a car with a few $1,000s. Christmas is coming, so my slaughterhouse's making money. I have over $30,000 of idle funds with me. So you're saying that you made over $30,000 in less than a month at the slaughterhouse that you bought with $100,000? Yes, I changed the business model and improved production efficiency. Kaiserland Town's National Farmers Union's asking me to be their chairman now, Zhang Lisheng blabbered. In reality, without his wizard worm eating those animals' organs and blood, the money spent on handling those ecological waste alone would take more than 80 of his profit. Lily was stunned with her mouth opened for a moment. Wow, what you've done made me speechless. I'm proud of you, baby, but this car's too big. It's hard to park it in our garage. Don't worry, Mom. I've rented a specific parking spot at the parking lot at the back street. You know, it only takes 5 minutes walk to get there. It's almost as convenient as parking it at home. Oh, I've gotten used to you handling everything for yourself, baby. Go park your car at the parking lot then. Although I know you'll definitely not do such stupid thing, but I must remind you to not show off your car to Randy. He would go crazy from jealousy. Lily sighed and said to her son, who looked more and more unfamiliar to her. She had no idea that his independence was Zhang Lisheng's real character, trained from living in Guarwo village for more than 10 years. The sweet son that she saw last time was a false image that Zhang Lisheng showed from the tremendous change in his life when he first met his mother. Zhang Lisheng nodded while smiling and went into the Explorer as he turned around. He then started the engine and drove to the parking lot. Beep beep, his phone connected to his car via Bluetooth began ringing all of a sudden. Zhang Lisheng picked up the call. George's annoying voice echoed in the car. Buddy, I've just finished work. How's your car shopping going? I've bought a car. Wow, that's fast. You're so slick. Which one did you get? George asked excitedly. Ford Explorer. Oh, you know what, Lisheng, your biggest character's that you'll never surprise anyone. Only old people would drive a Ford, drink Blue Ribbon, watch basketball games and getting Christmas present from a big sock. We're young. Don't you think we should have a more unique taste? Never mind, having a car's better than nothing. Come pick me up at Dan Souzer Butcher Shop. I booked us a date. George, what do you mean you booked us a date? I asked 2 girls out. 1 for you, 1 for me. Don't thank me, buddy. As an introverted young man's only friend, this is what I should do. George, my plan today's to buy a car, have lunch with my mom, shop at a pet store in New York City for a pet, and go to Kaiserland town to look at my slaughterhouse. Listen, friend, I know you're a mysterious and unique high schooler, but no matter how mysterious or unique you are, you're a poor guy that people look down on if you're alone at the prom. By then, even if your mom's the school principal, people would still bully and tease you. That's the tradition of all American schools. Do you plan to depend on your family in everything you do, or are you planning to nosedive those schoolmates who tease you with your own way? It was bad for a person with a secret to live without socializing. Zhang Lisheng fell into silence for a moment and said, feeling irritated, I didn't have so much trouble when I was studying in China. But you're in America now. Come, both of them are hot babes. If Lobige isn't a school combining junior high and senior high, there won't be any babes who are dreaming of dating their seniors, agreeing to date us. Remember to bring your new car. I've already told them that you have a car and we're going to take a ride and have fun today. George, if you're thinking of taking a ride in 7 degrees Celsius, why don't you just bring them to Dan Souzer's cold storage? But okay, he'll be there. Zhang Lisheng hung up the phone and called Lily. He told her about going for a date. That's great, baby. Every high school boy would go to the prom with a girl. Of course, Mom hopes that you would do the same. Seems like you've gotten yourself a caring friend. Have fun dating, but please don't drink any alcohol. I know that, Mom. Zhang Lisheng sat on the driver's seat and spoke loudly to the call connected to his car. He turned his car around slowly and drove to Dan Souzer Butcher Shop on the street with little traffic. Outside the store, George stood by the street in the chilly wind wearing an old-fashioned beanie. He was looking at the cars passing by without blinking. Zhang Lisheng pulled over at the parking spot next to him and winded down the window. George seemed like he did not notice the sturdy 7-seater SUV and the skinny friend that he was familiar with on the driver's seat. He was still looking around until Zhang Lisheng shouted at him, "George, what are you looking at? Get in quick." George had just noticed that Zhang Lisheng was in the big car parked close to him. He was stunned for a moment. He checked out the Explorer in surprise before getting into the car. Sitting on the passenger's seat that was as comfortable as airline seat and touching the luxurious control panel with a big screen before him, he exclaimed, Oh my God, Lisheng. So this is the second-hand Ford that you bought? Yes. Is it different from what you imagined? I remembered telling you that I'm planning to get a bigger car, didn't I? Bigger car, SHT. Usually a 16-year-old high schooler meant getting a second-hand Ford Fiesta that's bigger than Volkswagen Beetle when they say they want a bigger car, not a 7-seater SUV that's even bigger than a bus. If I knew you would drive this, why would I talk so much to Lena and Hannah? I could. Never mind, Lisheng. Your weapon has exceeded my expectation. Perhaps we might have some reward today. Let's go. The destination's Lowbridge Junior High. The two babes who were dating are finishing their holiday club activity and getting ready into our embrace. As George was shouting in excitement, Zhang Lisheng stepped on the accelerator and drove to Lowbridge Junior High. At the moment, he regretted a little. He should not have been persuaded by George so easily that he was going to date a lady that he had never met and wasted his precious Saturday. However, since it had developed to this point, it was impossible for him to chase George out of the car now. All that he could do was to learn the lesson and to not make the same mistake. He would have to go along with the date now. In the never-ending declaration George had for the Explorer, Zhang Lisheng arrived outside of Lowbridge Junior High. He parked by the street. George said to him hastily, "Wait for me here. I'll go get the ladies." He opened the door and hopped off. He then ran into the open-style school compound. Zhang Lisheng, who was waiting alone in the car, frowned as he thought to himself, feeling bored. He turned on the computer on the car's control panel that was not merely a decoration, and began browsing for popular pet stores in New York City. He was browsing what kind of insect pets they were selling. Chameleons, lizards, geckos, snakes, spiders, toads. Realizing there was nothing that he was satisfied with after browsing for a while, he began looking for pet customization on the internet. He found a store that called themselves the biggest pet store in New York online and stated that they provided pet customization service. He then found the phone number on a website that had the nicest design and began calling. "Hello, this is Golden Crown Pet House. May I know what can I help you with?" "Hi, I need a pet customization service. May I know if you guys have any poisonous snakes, insects, or fierce reptiles?" Hearing Zhang Lisheng's request, the polite lady voice became extremely rude as she responded coldly, "Of course, but I think it's better that you call the zoo or mental hospital." She hung up the phone. Chapter 65 Visiting Queens Again. Chapter 65 Visiting Queens Again. It seems like calling to purchase poisonous animal is less convincing than visiting the pet store myself. Zhang Lisheng sighed and mumbled. He wanted to wind down the window a little for some fresh air and happened to see George returning happily. He brought two small, flat girls who both wore braces to the car. Soon George opened the door and got into the back seat with the two girls. He smiled while introducing them. "Lisheng, this is Lena and Hannah. They're our 8th grade juniors. Lena, Hannah, this is Lisheng. He's my best friend. The car's not too shabby, but he's too skinny. Hi senior, my name's Lena." Lena wore a red jacket. She had short hair and looked exuberant. She looked like a little boy. "Hi senior, my name's Hannah. It's nice meeting you." Hannah wore a white jacket with shoulder-length hair. Her features were a little close to each other. However, she was not considered ugly nor beautiful. "Hi juniors," Jane Lisheng replied and smiled courteously. "Okay, since we've known each other, now let's go somewhere for lunch. How about the giant Corbett pizza near our school? There's a secluded table by the window. We could eat and talk there." "Pizza again, Senior George? You're as immature as those 8th grade boys. Pizza's not the only food in this world. Let's go to Queens for some foreign cuisine like turkey tacos and potato stew from Postruff. I read it on some travel guides online recently and surprised to find so many interesting things in Queens, New York. People from all over the world would visit there, but as a New Yorker who is born and bred here, I've never been there before." Hearing that Lena wanted to go to Queens all of the sudden, George turned gloomy and said awkwardly, "Actually, there's nothing much in Queens. Turkey tacos taste very different from pizzas." "Senior George, don't tell me that you're afraid of going to Queens just like those little boys." Of course, I'm not afraid. Actually, I grew up there." "Really, Senior, did you really grow up in Queens?" "Oh, I don't know any boys from Queens, let alone dating one." "If that's the case, shouldn't you bring me to Queens, even more, to fulfill your prom date's curiosity?" "Lena, so you agreed to be my prom date at the prom?" George was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Okay, drive, Lisheng. Let's go to Queens now." Jane Lisheng was stunned slightly and turned his head to smile at the girls. He then grabbed George's collar and said into his ear after gotten close to his head, "Are you crazy, George? I can't believe that you're willing to go to Queens again just to get yourself a prom date for that stupid prom." George replied softly, "Calm down, buddy. We went there to talk business with lions the last time. We're going to watch a monkey show this time. There are communities in Queens that are not as bad as you think. We can visit the streets with more tourists and leave before the sky turns dark. Nothing will happen." "That's what you think. Listen to me, I'm not afraid of taking a risk. The key is whether this is worth taking a risk. If you grew up in a trash community where there's crime everywhere, the biggest dream of your life would be having a normal life like a normal American boy, and you would know it's worth taking the risk this time," George said calmly in all seriousness. Shang Lisheng spoke after a moment of silence. "All right then, as a Chinese, I might never understand an American's mindset, but as a friend who owes you a favor, I'll go to Queens with you this time and bring you back in one piece. But remember, George, this is the last time." He then sat up straight on the driver's seat, started the engine and drove towards Queens after setting the navigation. The traffic on the last rest day before Christmas in New York was chaotic. Due to Zhang Lisheng's lousy driving skill, they took an hour and a half to get to Queens' Flushing community. It was Tina who requested to come here. On the way to Queens, she was looking at travel guides on her phone with Hannah for a long time and eventually decided that Flushing, the community with most Asians lived, would be their first stop. Before getting off the car, George was blabbering to avoid an awkward situation. "My brother's a super genius. He could guess a Powerball number. He could calculate the Powerball number by the ball's weight, the shaker's material, the wind resistance in the studio, and some other nonsense. Unfortunately, he didn't put his skill into good use. He went on making money by winning those guessing games and studying how to make some advanced bookmark. Damn, I told him it's just too stupid to do that. Who still reads now? Isn't bookmark rubbish no matter how advanced it is?" Unfortunately, the girls ignored what George was talking about completely. Look, Hannah, It's really like foreign country here with yellow-skinned Asians everywhere. There are many stalls selling weird stuff. This is so interesting. Senior George, your brother's story's great, but we're getting off the car. Lena then opened the door and hopped off with Hannah. Oh, Lishing, what are you still thinking about? Let's get off the car too. George was stunned for a moment and said while patting Zhang Lishing's shoulder, who remained high-spirited. The streets in Flushing were considered wide with people walking in and out. This community considered the main shopping area in Queens. You could find any souvenirs here, weird ones too, and the price was pretty cheap. The four of them had their stomachs growling with hunger. After getting a couple of northern Chinese chicken wraps, the girls began chuckling as they ate while shopping happily. George would walk with Lena and Hannah occasionally while bargaining with many store owners who hardly spoke English, using his hands. Meanwhile, Zhang Lishing stood aside calmly with his backpack. Seeing that he said nothing, Lena turned her head playfully and winked at him. She said in high spirit, "Senior Lishing, girls don't like boys who pretend to be cool now. We usually prefer guys who are funny and outgoing. You behaving like this is hard to get Hannah to be your prom date." "So what should I do?" Zhang Lishing thought about it and asked directly. Lena was taken aback and looked at Hannah while flushing with embarrassment. "I've no idea. Maybe you could shop with us. I heard from George that you're from China. You must be able to speak good Chinese. Help us." "Oh, look at that, Hannah. Look how pretty that necklace is. Let's go see." She grabbed her friend's hand and ignored Zhang Lishing. They traveled through the crowd and went into the store across the street, selling many sparkly little things at the display. The 2 years difference was nothing if it was 24 and 26. However, the difference between 14 and 16 was like a kid and a young man to some people. Watching the two girls running away, Zhang Lishing said to George, "George, they're kids." "Lishing, we're kids too." George showed his shiny teeth and smiled, pretending to be innocent. "All right, my little adult friend, let's go over there." He grabbed Zhang Lishing by force and walked to the souvenir store written "All Wishes Come True" on the sign across the street. It was dimmed in the old house. There were stains on the paint coating of the wooden cabinets. There were weird items on sale. It was rather interesting. However, the items had no value if one was to calculate properly. Looking around at the entrance, Zhang Lishing walked behind George without saying a word. They were close to Lena and Hannah, who were bargaining with the shop owner. The shop owner was a plump, middle-aged man with beautiful side whiskers, wearing a rather old white Arabian robe. He had Asian black hair, sharp features like Caucasians, long chin like brown people, and black people's skin. He was speaking fluent English with an accent similar to George as he called out strictly, "Listen here, two beautiful ladies, this is an authentic opal necklace. It came from Middle Eastern country Kosovo, which is far away. I excavated it from an ancient queen's tomb at the desert when I was young. I won't ever sell it if I didn't run away from home due to war and having to survive in America by selling my precious treasures. $12, not even a cent less. That's my last price." Naturally, nobody would believe his nonsense. However, the two young ladies had no idea what to say while looking at the granite-like serious face on the middle-aged man before them. All that they could do was to hold onto the necklace with green precious stone right in front of them while looking mystified. George thought he finally had the opportunity to be a hero. He walked up immediately and stood between the girls and the shop owner. He shook his head as he spoke. Wait. My friend from the Middle East, no matter how I look at it, this green. Hearing George's Queen's accent, the store owner frowned in annoyance. However, his expression had a drastic change when he saw Zhang Lisheng, who was carrying his backpack, standing among the pile of broken stuff as he looked further away from George. He exclaimed in excitement, "Oh look, who do I see? It's the ascend-skinned, flat-nosed backpacker who drove a luxurious car outside my store earlier. Ni hao friend, you come from the old and great China." And he spoke in broken Mandarin with a ridiculous accent when he said the last sentence. Chapter 66 Komodo Dragon. Chapter 66 Komodo Dragon. Hi in Chinese, Zhang Lisheng waved and replied in English. A Chinese who speaks such fluent English. Don't tell me that you're not a backpacker, but a student. Oh, this is definitely God's grace before Christmas. Take a look around as you wish. Please ask me whatever question on items that you're interested in. I'll be right by your side, my honorable guest. The store owner left Lena and Hannah, who were bargaining excitedly, and passed through George in light steps to Zhang Lisheng. He was like performing an opera as he said courteously. The four of them looked at him in shock. Nobody spoke at the moment. The store owner spoke softly on his own. Sir, I know a red prince like you is sick of Manhattan's luxurious cars, mansions, and parties with babes. You're here in Queens for some fun and excitement. Don't worry, I'm a nice person. I have a big connection, a good old man in this area who can get you anything. As he was still speaking, the store door was kicked open all of a sudden. A few Asians with tattoos on their bare, muscular arms dashed into the store in the chilly weather and shouted loudly, "Marmot, if you don't give it." However, the store owner's action was faster than the person's voice. He went below the rack and brought out a rifle as he hopped out like an agile monkey despite his plump body. "Get out of my store, you little bastards. Otherwise, I'll shoot your head right away." The few Asians who looked fierce opened their arms as they were pointed with the rifle. They threatened by screaming, "This is our Scorpio Club's last warning, you Middle Eastern black man. You won't get off easily next time." They then left the store. As the scene that looked like a police movie ended, the young ladies who lived in Brooklyn middle-class family began screaming, "Quick, call the police, oh my god, it's broad light and those guys, Queens is really a horrible place. Hey ladies, please calm down. If you think it's horrible here, I should really bring you guys to Detroit. I lived there when I first came to America. After staying for a month, I asked myself, since I'm living in such a violent environment, why did I even left Kosovo pretending to be a refugee? So I moved to Queens, New York. In reality, those people only speak maliciously, that's the way they live. Such a thing happens frequently in Queens. It's futile to call the police as long as no fire was shot." The store owner put away the rifle and urged Lena and Hannah to give up the thought of calling the police. He then went back to Zhang Lisheng attentively and said, "Please let me continue to serve you, young sir." "Oh yay, so is there anything that you like in my humble store?" "There seemed to be nothing that I need here, sorry." "What do you need?" "I have a warehouse at the back, there's everything in there." "Hey, I went off the car with him earlier. Just because he has a banana face and I've got a caramel face, so I deserve different treatment than he's eating. My friend wants to get a pet. Do you guys have it here?" George, who was ignored, pouted and said discontentedly. He did not care about the shooting that almost happened earlier. "A pet? Oh, I get it now. You want a pet, a special pet, a pet that could get attention wherever you go, a majestic and one in a million pet. A pet that you can show off to. Of course, I don't mean these 3 American friends you have here, but show off to your Chinese friends, The store owner spoke like he was reciting a poem as he looked at Chang Lishing. He had rich intonation when he spoke. He was raising his voice as he proceeded. I happened to have such a pet you need. Please follow me. He then walked to the entrance and attempted to close the door sneakily. Seeing that the store owner was closing the door, Lena and Hannah, who were still shocked, began screaming, "No, we don't want to be stuck here." They then ran out of the store. George was stunned. He looked at Chang Lishing. "Go take care of the girls. I'm very curious what kind of pet this Mr. Marmot's selling me now." What kind of pet could be described as majestic and one in a million? Chang Lishing said, wearing a smile. "I think you should leave with me. That boss looks like a loony. He's behaving." "It's okay, I'm not afraid of loonies." George knew that he could not convince Chang Lishing, so he nodded. "All right then, we'll wait for you outside." He then walked out of the store. After George left, the store owner closed the door and locked from the inside. He picked up a naked, wooden human sculpture from the rack and turned it on. It was a flashlight. He lit up the way ahead and said, "Sir, follow me." He then led Chang Lishing to the store's back door. The back door connected to a dusty warehouse. From the light shining from the flashlight, the items were even stranger than those that were presented on the racks outside. "Mr. Marmot, so you kept your one-in-a-million pet here?" Chang Lishing coughed a couple of times and asked. Tens of meters into the narrow path with piles of stocks on both sides that seemed like walls. "Cough cough, sir. I admit that the environment here's pretty bad, but y'all definitely be satisfied with the item." Marmot, who led the way, walked through the path with stocks and shone the flashlight at the deepest end of the warehouse. He then turned on a dimmed ceiling light. All of a sudden, among the piles of broken stuff, a giant metal cage appeared before Chang Lishing. Triggered by the light, the creature, whose body was curled up in the metal cage, opened its spiritless eyes all of a sudden. Though it was dying, brutality and ferocity filled its eyes. Chang Lishing, who had broken through to rank 3 wizard, could not be helped but felt secretly stunned. After some tens of seconds of silence, Chang Lishing mumbled, "A Komodo monitor. Oh, Mr. Marmot, the pet you're selling me is indeed one in a million." Komodo monitor was the biggest lizard in the world. It was the animal that resembled the western dragon the most, whereby an adult Komodo monitor could get to 5 meters long the most and 150 kilograms. It was the only lizard family that had huge, sharp teeth. They usually ate boars, deers, or monkeys. A Komodo monitor was usually extraordinarily ferocious and quick on running whenever they hunted for food. Apart from the sharp teeth that filled its mouth, the enormous and powerful tail, as well as sharp claws, were their fatal weapons too. The natives from its habitat in Nusa Tenggara Island, Indonesia, called them a Komodo dragon. Yes, sir, a 5-meter-long dragon. Think about it, how majestic it would be when you show it to your friend. But there are only less than 1,000 of such an animal left in the entire world. Also, it's extraordinarily fierce. I'll be in great trouble if I purchased it. Chang Lishing took a deep breath in and said softly, "Oh, young man, you won't be keeping a Komodo monitor as a pet anyway. To a red prince like you, it's just a one-time luxurious item for you. Isn't it? To be honest, this giant lizard was supposed to be sent to Chinatown, who was to be made into dishes when it was imported to America. I heard a rich Chinese businessman who migrated here was planning to treat it to a mysterious guest coming from across the ocean. However, that country across the ocean had a political turmoil all of a sudden, and the table turned. I think I've said enough. I'm sure you know more about such secrets than I do." Chang Lisheng was looking at the Komodo monitor in the metal cage Itawai when Marmot was speaking. It was showing its sharp teeth and releasing deep, soft threatening sound that went shh, shh. The Komodo monitor had an underdeveloped vocal cord. They would usually behave quietly like a mute. Such a shriek was the best that it could do when it was triggered. Mr. Marmot, you misunderstood. I'm not some red prince, and I've no idea of those secrets that you told me that sounded like a bizarre story. I only know that this Komodo monitor in the cage is precious, but it's dying. Also, it's hard for you to sell it legally, Zhang Lisheng said. I know that. So sir, how much do you want to buy it for? Zhang Lisheng was taken aback. Okay, you're a smart businessman, Mr. Marmot. This big guy might really be a good use for me, but it's only a possibility. It's hard for me to pay a high price for it. Moreover, I've just bought a car today. I don't have much with me. Why don't you name a price and see if I could accept it? Fixed price $200,000. You know that this price isn't expensive. Collecting animals was like collecting art. Sometimes it was hard to calculate its value. For instance, to a collector, a live Komodo monitor aside, even if it was just a giant lizard specimen, it was worth it for one to spend millions of dollars on it. However, a 5-meter-long Komodo monitor that weighed 150 kilograms with no scales covering its body would need an unimaginable effort and skill to make it into a specimen to be kept long. Furthermore, a dead and rotten giant lizard could not be sold at the price of a piece of pork. The price is too high, Mr. Marmot. I can't afford it. So how much are you willing to pay? I'm just an ordinary high schooler. The most I could pay is $10,000. Zhang Lisheng tried hard to recall how Tina talked business and named a ridiculous price. Unfortunately, he was still inexperienced. How would an ordinary American high schooler have $10,000 to buy a dying Komodo monitor? Marmot looked pleased. Oh, young man, I've been in business longer than you live in this world. Quit your nonsense. Give me all of the money in your bank account. Don't give me a check. Let's swipe your credit card if you really want this big worm. If not, say goodbye to it. Chapter 67 Zhang Lisheng's Decision. Chapter 67 Zhang Lisheng's Decision. Zhang Lisheng was only left with $97,000 in his bank account after purchasing the Explorer. He had two plans on how to spend the money. One was to look for a massive amount of venomous worms in New York pet stores and pick out wizard worm embryo with a witchcraft incantation assemble that he obtained since breaking through to rank 3 wizard. If he failed to find suitable venomous worms in every pet stores in New York, the second plan would be using all sorts of excuses to travel to ancient jungles in America during winter holiday to hunt for his second wizard worm. Marmot gave him a third choice now, which was to purchase this broken, but still fierce and alive Komodo monitor directly and refine it into wizard worm. If that went smoothly, he believed the power would be at least similar to Mountode. After some detailed comparisons, Zhang Lisheng thought all 3 choices had the pros and cons of their own. The first choice had a simple procedure and high success rate, but it was expensive. The second choice would be the cheapest and it would definitely be a success, but the procedure was complicated. The third choice, on the other hand, had simple procedure, but the success rate aside, it was troubling to consider that this ferocious beast would grow at least a few folds bigger after it was being refined into a wizard worm. It was an impossible mission to bring it out everywhere he went as he did to Mountode. However, after thinking to himself for a while with changing emotions on his face, Zhang Lisheng finally decided to refine the giant lizard. He could always make the money back, but the opportunity to refine a Komodo monitor was slim. Whether the refinement failed, went well or not workable and ended up being Mounttoad's snack, such refinement was a beneficial attempt. It was totally worth the tens of thousands of dollars. Chang Lisheng then took out his credit card and his explorer's key from his pocket and said, "I only have this credit card with me. There are $97,000 inside. Give me $1,000 cash after you swipe the card and move this giant lizard into my car." "No problem, sir." Knowing that the price was the best Chang Lisheng could do, Marmot agreed to that as he took over the credit card and car key. Since the deal was done, the duo walked out of the warehouse immediately. After the amount was transferred, Marmot counted 20 pieces of $50 cash agilely. "This is the $1,000 cash you asked for. I hope that I could serve you in the future, young sir." "I don't think y'all have anything that I need here," Chang Lisheng smiled and said casually. Marmot opened the store's door in a relaxed manner while speaking. "You're not sure about that, sir. Marmot will be serving powerful people now and in the future. You could visit my store if you need." "You might be surprised." What Marmot said, in the end, was vague. Chang Lisheng could not help but looked at him stunned and surprised. Marmot seemed to ignore Chang Lisheng's surprised expression, although it was right there. After opening the door, he handed Chang Lisheng's explorer key to him. "Keep your car key, sir. The item's in your back seat." "You're pretty slick with your action, mister." Marmot. Chang Lisheng took over the car key and touched his backpack. He looked at Marmot, who had been staring at him since the beginning until the end. "Most businesses in Queens has a secret door and helpers in their warehouse. The helpers I hired happened to know how to get into a car without a key from his job in the past," Marmot said while pressing down his voice while smiling. "Goodbye now, young sir." "Goodbye, Marmot." Chang Lisheng looked at Marmot before leaving and said nothing. He walked out of the store right after saying goodbye. George had been waiting for Chang Lisheng at the entrance since they left the store. Lena and Hannah lost their interest to enjoy the trip after the scare. They stood with him while waiting for Chang Lisheng with cold hands. The three of them were losing their patience seeing that the store was still closed since 20 minutes had passed. Especially the emotionally unstable girls. They had taken out their phones and hesitating whether to call the police. Seeing that the store door was opened all of a sudden, while Marmot sending Chang Lisheng out of the store nodding and bowing, George and the rest were relieved almost at the same time. "Hey buddy, do you know how long did you make us wait?" "George, did you see anyone carrying a big cage near my car?" "Nothing." "George, I've something urgent to handle. I need to drop by Kaiserland town. I can't send you guys back to Brooklyn. For my apology, I'll treat you and the two ladies a lobster dinner at Hilton tonight." Chang Lisheng shoved the $1,000 into George's hand. "But y'all have to pay the bill for me. Taking the subway will get us a lobster dinner in return. This deal's not too shabby." "I forgive you, buddy." George was stunned for a moment as he spoke. He then advised him while pressing down his voice, "Although I've no idea what's happening, I hope that you could be careful of whatever you're doing." Chang Lisheng nodded and looked at Lena and Hannah, who were stunned. "I'm sorry, ladies." He then walked quickly to his huge explorer. Seeing that Chang Lisheng walked away and disappeared, Lena snapped back to her senses and said in disdain, "Senior George, your friend's such an introverted, selfish feller who does whatever he wants. This kind of man thinks that he's cool just because he has money, but in reality, he's irritating." Talking about men, the little lady lost her shyness and fear that she had earlier. She sounded like everything she said was right. I know I've told him many times that a cool guy should be outgoing, chivalry and funny, but he didn't listen to me. However, him buying us lobster dinner at Hilton as apologies quite a sincere gesture. Hannah wouldn't go to the prom with such a person no matter how sincere he is. Senior George, do you have any senior friends who don't have a prom date? George, who only had a friend that was Zhang Lisheng, was speechless when he was bombarded with such a question from Lena that came out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Zhang Lisheng had driven out of the Flushing community's slow lane on the Circle Road into the main road. The back seats were folded behind him, while a huge metal cage with a black cloth covering it filled the entire boot. There was soft and deep shh noise within the black cloth. It would give chills to the people who heard it. In the accompaniment of the terrifying noise and the speed limit that Zhang Lisheng's driving skill allowed with his Explorer, he spent a full 2 hours to finally arrive outside of Kaisland town. Seeing that he was reaching his destination, Zhang Lisheng, who was excited, accelerated a little and turned into the small road towards LS slaughterhouse. However, he realized that the road was stuck with the farmers' vehicles who were sending their livestock to be slaughtered. He was stunned for a moment. Without having other choices, he turned into the bumpy rocky road. As he arrived before the metal gate at the slaughterhouse, stepping on the accelerator, he realized there were many pickup trucks parked around the fence. Feeling helpless, Zhang Lisheng parked his car outside the fence and departed the Explorer. He walked on the bumpy road and arrived before the metal gate. Hey, Lisheng, seems like you've obtained your driver's license. Your new car's not too shabby. Some town people whom he knew greeted him while smiling in the chilly wind. Thanks, could you tell me what's happening, mister? Zhang Lisheng looked at the time on his phone and glanced at the moo, HMPH and men noise from the back of the pickup trucks that queued endlessly, then asked, It's already 4 in the afternoon. Why are there still so many livestock waiting to be slaughtered? Oh, it's normal that this happens before Christmas. The slaughterhouses around New York would work overtime. Hey young man, you should be happy about this. Can't you tell that you're going to make so much money this time? Zhang Lisheng, who drove for 2 hours carefully to his slaughterhouse just to refine his Komodo monitor into Wizard Worm, did not care how much he would be making this time. He opened his mouth slightly and thought of an excuse, but I don't want to work overtime. Before such overloaded work, I'll need Willy to maintain the machines. I'll need to make sure the slaughtering production line's in good condition to guarantee the job. What Zhang Lisheng said made the farmers and helpers who were smoking outside the factory to laugh out loud. Har guys, look, this is our Lisheng, the only slaughterhouse owner outside of New York City who has a conscience. Don't worry, buddy. Your slaughterhouse's overload this time is the decision made by Kaisland Town's National Farmers Union. The responsibility won't be on you even if something went wrong. Realizing that he could not chase away these farmers who were waiting to get their livestock slaughtered with whatever reason at all, Zhang Lisheng sighed and waved at the farmers spiritlessly. He did not even walk into the slaughterhouse and returned to his car immediately. He turned his car around and drove quickly back to the road where he came from. The metal cage containing the Komodo monitor with a black cloth covering in his back seat worried him more and more. Although the windows in his SUV had dark tint, one could see the huge metal cage outside the car if one was to look closely. He could not drive back to New York City and park his car at the parking lot like that. The only workable solution for him was to look for barren land without someone else to replace his slaughterhouse as its refinement location. After making up his mind, Zhang Lixing began looking around attentively along the road. What annoyed him was that he saw New York suburbs were filled with empty forests and lakes whenever he was driving without looking for it. Now that he was looking for one, he could not find a barren land without someone else anywhere as he drove. Eventually, his vision was getting poor as it was close to evening. He finally picked a forest that looked dark from far and drove his SUV away from the highway into the forest. Chapter 68: A Chameleon Flowing Between Virtual and Reality. Chapter 68: A Chameleon Flowing Between Virtual and Reality. It was easier said than done. The jungle looked not too far from the highway, but Zhang Lixing drove for over 10 minutes to get them to the border of the jungle. The last ray of sunlight vanished completely. He got off the car and looked around the jungle with the help of the moonlight that had just appeared above the trees. Looking at the neat trees on the outside, this should be a conservation forest with specially grown trees by the New York government to maintain a great ecological environment around the city. However, judging by the thickness of the trees and the devastating chirps that came deep inside the forest occasionally, the government must have given up on the management and allowed the trees to grow naturally. Overall, the stealth condition here fitted Zhang Lixing. He shuddered and walked behind his explorer and opened the boot. He held onto the black cloth that was covering the huge metal cage in the boot and pulled it with all of his might after taking a deep breath in. He walked backward to unveil the black cloth. As the black cloth fell onto the ground, a pair of round, enormous, dark diamond-shaped pupils stared into Zhang Lixing's eyes. It was panting with its shh sound that was so deep that it was hard to be heard. Standing before the 5 meters long Komodo monitor, Zhang Lixing looked like a midget. If there was no cage blocking between them, he seemed like he would be swollen at once. Looking at the small, standing animal that captured and tortured it in front, eventually, the giant lizard mustered its last strength and supported itself up. It dashed all of a sudden and bang onto the metal cage. Its skinny body that was less than 3 pounds made the close to 3 tons SUV shook intensely. The metal cage was brought forward bit by bit. It seemed like it was going to fall off the car. You have such tough will to live. Judging by such a terrible environment, you shouldn't be able to live more than 48 hours as one of the cold-blooded animals that required strict survival environment. But you made it alive and maintained your wildness and toughness with all of your might. I hope these 2 qualities of yours could let you out of your misfortune. Zhang Lixing mumbled to the giant lizard that was going mad expressionlessly under the cold moonlight. Subsequently, he spat a mouthful of black bloody mist and shouted the word assimilate. The blood mist spread and faded. It flowed under the moonlight and covered the giant lizard's enormous body. The blood mist penetrated its rough and thick skin. Char, a soft noise was heard. The giant lizard's bones expanded and pierced through its thick skin. The white bones were exposed in the air. Soon, it expanded to the extent of turning into a giant skeleton that was close to 10 meters long. Its torn flesh curled within its skeleton in the metal cage. There was no gap in the metal cage now. Zhang Lixing cursed softly, seeing that he probably wasted his 97,000 while messing up his new car boot with blood and flesh. OSHT, he was going to drive mounted to hop out of his backpack and eat the giant lizard's carcass. At that moment, the metal cage in his Explorer boot exploded. His entire car was in a complete mess. The giant lizard's slender skeleton expanded from the boot to the ground. There were black oval scales which was the size of an adult palm growing out of its torn skin, covering its bones that were showing. As the scales were formed, a gleam flashed through its smooth surface under the moonlight. It gradually looked exactly the same as the dark surrounding. Eventually, the giant lizard's enormous body was completely invisible. Chang Lisheng, who fell onto the ground from the exploded cage's impact, witnessed the giant lizard's body grew before him. It almost broke his legs. He then watched the giant lizard disappearing bit by bit. A thought popped into his mind and he said this out loud, "Chameleon, this is a chameleon's ability." In modern biology, lizard belonged to scaled reptiles with many pedigrees. Some lizards had multilayer pigment cells on their skin, giving them the special ability to change their body color to blend with the surrounding. People called it a chameleon. A Komodo monitor did not belong to the chameleon race. Its body was made of bumpy, touch skin with no scales at all. However, the giant lizard that Chang Lisheng was currently refining grew scales under his witchcraft incantation. If it happened to give it the chameleon's ability, it would be undoubtedly a blessing. He laid on the ground for a moment and breathed in the chilly air a few times to calm himself down. He then stood up from the ground clumsily in joy and chanted witchcraft incantation with a testing manner. All of a sudden, a monster close to 11 meters long with dark scales and 4 paws curled its soft body into a ball appeared before him. Looking at the length, this monster was much bigger than Mount Toad, expanding its body with all its might. However, its body was considered slender. Together with its gigantic claws planted deep in the ground, it did not look plump, but instead, it looked extremely fast and agile. Chang Lisheng held his breath as he observed this beautiful, big worm that looked brutal in the whistling evening wind. All of a sudden, he drove the giant lizard into the forest not far away. As soon as the witchcraft incantation came, the giant lizard plunged forward agilely and hopped 4 to 5 meters high. Under the moonlight, its slender body disappeared entirely. Subsequently, there was a par noise in the forest whereby some big trees broke into 4 to 5 parts and fell onto the ground. Tusk, so I didn't waste any of my money. Too bad it doesn't have any omniscient power, but there's a chance that I could. Chang Lisheng spoke Sichuan slang absent-mindedly as he looked at the giant lizard's odd stealth ability and powerful destructive ability. Sensing half of the wizard power flowing in his body, Chang Lisheng drove the giant lizard back to him with witchcraft incantation. He then spat another mouthful of black blood and shouted, "Transform." The giant lizard's enormous body grew a fold bigger as the black blood went to it. The cerebrospinal fluid in its bones boosted out of nowhere. When Chang Lisheng drove it to attack the forest this time, it was jumping over 10 meters high while its body hovered in the air for quite some time. As its scales changed color, it flew above the trees like a glider and messed up many treetops. The only thing was that its nature remained the same, despite the tremendous boost in its power. Clenching his teeth, Chang Lisheng, who was feeling a little dizzy, called his wizard worm back again. His cheeks were flushing, and his eyeballs were bulging. He spat a mouthful of black blood for the 3rd time in a short period of time, and shouted the word "transform." After strengthening his giant worm and squeezing his spirit dry, he drove it into the forest once again. As he looked at the giant lizard again, 2 hieroglyphic words finally appeared in his head on its own: annihilate, solidate. At the same time, the giant lizard that was dashing turned into nothingness. It passed through 2 big, lush trees like a shadow and broke the 3rd fir tree on the last row with its mouth. Expand, shrink. Annihilate, solidate. Mountoad has a tough body, it's great for a long-distance attack. The giant lizard. No, let's give it a name. Dragon Komodo dragon, let's call it Island Dragon. Island Dragon has a powerful lethality, agile speed, and the ability to travel through obstacles in the form of nothingness. These two wizard worms are perfectly compatible, Zhang Lisheng mumbled in excitement while watching the giant lizard's terrifying performance from far away. He felt nauseous from his stirred emotion and fell onto the ground, or rather, it would be perfect if it doesn't drain so much of wizard power. He forced a smile and rested for a long time on the ground clumsily before getting up again. He was surprised to find his second time of wizard worm refinement went well and its power was out of his expectation. Now that the worm hunting was over, the biggest issue he had now was how to get home. He began looking at his destroyed Explorer that he had just bought. Apart from the front windshield and the two windows in the front row that was in one piece, the four windows at the back were completely broken. Looking into the broken window, he could see faintly that there was blood all over his car interior and the broken metal tubes under the moonlight. Fortunately, the damage was not considered serious judging by the fact that the car was not deformed from the outside. However, he would definitely bring trouble to himself if he was to drive the car with four broken windows and boot filled with blood on the road. Zhang Lisheng thought about it and began chanting witchcraft incantation. He drove Mountoad out of his backpack and forcefully expanded it to 0.5 meter tall. It then licked the blood in the car and the metal tubes were cleaned by its huge tongue. The blood became Mountoad's foul saliva. The situation seemed worse now, but at least it would not attract anyone's attention and call the police. As soon as he was done with that, Zhang Lisheng put away Mountoad in his backpack and went into the Explorer by limping. He turned on the lights and started the engine. As a soft char sound went off, the SUV's engine started successfully. He drove slowly while tolerating the strength and chanting of his witchcraft incantation softly. The giant lizard's enormous body disappeared under the moonlight as Zhang Lisheng chanted PSTSHH in the car, so soft that it was almost inaudible. It hopped onto the top of the car agilely and curled its body in an odd angle. Although its body was enormous, its weight did not grow too much. To the large SUV's reinforced top, such a burden was nothing. Zhang Lisheng realized the situation was much better than he thought as he drove slowly for a while. He was getting braver and braver. Eventually, he accelerated into the road tolerating the stench and chilly wind. Chapter 69 Aftermath. Chapter 69 Aftermath. As he drove on the road for a while, he pulled over to give Lily a call. He lied that the slaughterhouse was hectic as Christmas was around the corner and he decided to stay and help. Mom, there's nothing much that I could help here, but since my workers would have to work overtime, I thought I should stay with them since I'm the boss. Baby, aren't you dating the ladies with George? How come you're at the slaughterhouse? There's a machine maintenance document that I needed to sign, so I left last minute. Lily was taken aback on the phone. Baby, I'm happy that you're dedicated, but you're just a high schooler after all. Mom, there are kids who are younger than me at the farms, and they're helping in tying up the cows. It's Sunday tomorrow. I hope that you could agree with me for being a responsible factory owner tonight without slacking on my homework. Baby, I'm speechless if you said that. But please be careful at the factory. Stop working if you're tired at night. The factory's filled with machines. Lily nagged for a long time, and fortunately, she said yes to Zhang Lisheng's request. After hanging up the call, Zhang Lisheng drove to his slaughterhouse in relief. On the small road towards his slaughterhouse, he was surprised to find that the road was still stuck with cars. He would have to drive his Explorer onto the bumpy road and parked outside the fence. He got off the car limping and chanted wizard incantation secretly to drive the giant lizard to hop over the fence agilely. It landed in the slaughterhouse's courtyard quietly. It then walked towards the slaughterhouse slowly. The newly installed lights at LS slaughterhouse were shining. There was a fleeting groan from the livestock being electrocuted coming out of the factory occasionally. Shane Lishing, whose body was filled with dirt, greeted the Kaiserland town farmers who were waiting at the courtyard as he walked into the factory. The lights were bright. The people who were working in the factory were shocked to see Shane Lishing's clumsy look. Willie, the helper he hired, stopped what he was doing and came to him to ask in concern. "Sir, what happened to you?" "Nothing. I had a minor road accident. I parked my car outside. Please call Sterling Insurance Co. for me." "Willie, get their people to check on my car and fix it. I'm going to take a shower and change." "Lishing, you don't look too good. It's best that you go to the hospital." Tommy, one of the people in town who knew Zhang Lishing since the beginning and had the closest relationship with him, reminded. "That's unnecessary, Tommy. I'm not hurt at all. I just need some rest." "Oh right, Willie, when the people from the insurance company come later, please get them to stop minding those matters, Lishing. You're our Kaiserland Town's National Farmers Union's preparatory chairman now. I'll handle those people from the insurance company when they're here. Don't worry, as long as your car could still move, you only have to wait until tomorrow afternoon the most, and you'll see it looking brand new in front of you," Tommy said with a manner that he was in charge of everything. The reason why he had such confidence was that National Farmers Union were everywhere around America, which was as powerful as the American Labor Union. The thousands of National Farmers Unions in towns seemed loose, but in reality, it was easy to create a domino effect. The power of such a traditional organization that was rooted in the villages before America was built coming together could affect a presidential election. In the history of America, such ridiculous paradox had never happened before. Therefore, an insurance company that survived by word of mouth would not make things difficult. They would fix the car directly for a town National Farmers Union's chairman as long as the car condition was acceptable. Chang Lishing was stunned for a moment. He then handed the Explorer key to Tommy. "Thanks, Tommy, you're a great help. Willie, give Mr. Tommy 10 on his slaughtering fee today." "Oh yay, you and Tiffany will get triple pay for the overtime. I'll pay both of you at the end of the month." "Thank you, sir, thank you." "Oh Lishing, you're such a generous boss. Your business will definitely expand. As long as my head's functioning, I'm planning to open another slaughterhouse near Kaiserland Town after Christmas." "Oh, my head's buzzing, I need to rest. All the best in your work. I hope the cows and lambs that you guys slaughtered will be sold at a handsome price." "Goodbye all," Zhang Lishing said and turned around. He then left the crowded factory by limping. The house on the right of the factory was where Rudolph used to live. Zhang Lishing installed surveillance and lights in there earlier. It was modified into a temporary resting place. He happened to be able to stay the night. The modification was actually installing new soundproof panels in the bathroom and bedroom, as well as removing the living room and cigar bar. The walkway was the only thing left in the living room, while the bedroom was bigger now. However, the simple modification gave a completely different feeling whenever he walked into the room. It used to be stale and old-fashioned, but now it was clean and bright. Some 10 minutes later, Chang Lisheng, who had sore all over his body, had a hot shower. He put on new pajamas and got into a wooden bed next to the window after switching off the lights. His condition tonight did not allow him to cultivate a secret method instead of sleeping. However, he insisted to sit on the bed with his legs crossed. He opened the window and mumbled odd sound that went pstshh. As the wizard incantation went on, a strong wind was blown outside the window out of nowhere. Subsequently, a flat head with a mouth full of big daggers appeared slowly in the dark while reaching its nose to the window. Chang Lisheng laughed out loud, feeling relieved that the giant lizard came to him without getting noticed in the crowded slaughterhouse. He then controlled his second wizard worm to curl outside the window. He closed the window and fell into deep sleep. It was the next afternoon when he woke up. Chang Lisheng walked out of the house after getting off the bed. He realized there was still a long queue outside the slaughterhouse. There was livestock sent into the factory continuously. He yawned and walked behind the factory quietly. He controlled mounted to open the metal cover to the underground cement pit with its enormous tongue. The weather was cold, it was bloody in the pit, but there was no stench since the cover was opened. Looking at the pit that was filled with bloody organs, Chang Lisheng controlled his two wizard worms to feast on them. Mounted hopped into the pit and expanded its body as it devoured the organs in the bloody pit. The giant lizard, on the other hand, turned invisible and extended its head to swallow the livestock's organs into its mouth. It took big gulps, but one could only see the bloody flesh lifted from the pit into midair and ridiculously faded and disappeared. Soon, the tens of tons of waste were cleared completely. Seeing that his wizard worms were done eating, Chang Lisheng controlled mounted to cover the pit properly before getting it back to his backpack. Before returning to the factory, he happened to see Tiffany bringing a plate of meatloaf and bread into the resting place. He shouted immediately, "Good morning, Tiffany." "Oh no, it should be good afternoon now." "Good afternoon, sir, you're up. In just bringing you meatloaf and bread. The insurance company took your car away last night. They said they'll send it back before evening. We slaughtered 26 cows, 56 lambs, and 95 pigs yesterday. The underground pit should be full from the slaughtering since a few days back. Don't worry, Tiffany, I've told you that I'll handle the pit with the livestock waste. Your job's to calculate the number of slaughtered livestock and looking after the factory machines." "Sir, I don't mean." "Tiffany, I know you're being kind. Give me the meatloaf and bread, I'm famished," Chang Lisheng said while extending his hand smiling. Finishing his meal that was considered as both his breakfast and lunch, Chang Lisheng, who had nothing to do, took a stroll in the factory and returned to the resting place. He attempted to build the internal and external circulation for his two wizard worms with a secret method at the same time. The internal and external circulation was built successfully on his first attempt. There was black fog coming out of his both wizard worms covering his body at the same time, sharing the smoke coming out of his nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. As soon as the circulation was done, Chang Lisheng began to cultivate in the open with the giant lizard's perfect invisible ability and the respect of privacy the Americans had. It was past 5 in the afternoon when he was awakened by the knocking of the door that came all of the sudden. "Sir, the insurance company has sent your fixed car back." "All right, Tiffany, I'll be out." Chang Lisheng put away mounted as he got off the bed and opened the door. Chapter 70: The Gliding Young Man. Chapter 70: The Gliding Young Man. Tiffany was with a white man outside the door. The man looked like he was past 30 years old. He wore a suit and tie while his smile that showed 8 teeth looked like it was stuck on his face with glue. They were talking softly. Hearing the door opened, the smile on the man's face was even wider now. He handed Zhang Lisheng a name card courteously. "Hi, Mr. Zhang, my name's Charles Dutton. I'm Sterling Insurance Co.'s claims adjuster. I'm glad to serve you today. Your car is fixed. You'll be able to bring it back after signing a few documents for me. It looks exactly like a new one." "Thanks, Mr. Charles. So what are we waiting for?" Charles took out a few documents and a pen from his briefcase. "You should've signed this page and this page last night, but I didn't want to bother you since you weren't feeling well." "Thanks." Zhang Lisheng took over the documents and the pen, then began signing against the wall pretending it was his desk. "Mr. Zhang, I see that you have a slaughterhouse that's doing well. I wonder if you've thought of making your property more insured." Charles seized the opportunity when Zhang Lisheng was signing. "That's a great idea, but I'm currently low on fund because I'm planning on getting another slaughterhouse after Christmas. Why not I give you a call 2 months later? I'll let you know by then," Zhang Lisheng said and handed the signed documents back to Charles. "Oh, you're ambitious and high-spirited. You'll be a remarkable man in the future, Mr. Zhang." Charles complimented Zhang Lisheng, realizing that he might close the case with Zhang Lisheng. After taking over the documents, he handed the explorer's key and his name card with both hands. "Let me bring you to take a look at your car." Sure, the business at the slaughterhouse did not stop. The fixed Explorer remained parked outside the fence. The exterior looked brand new. It was shining under the sun. As he opened the door, the interior looked brand new too, with a light, refreshing scent. After the special deodorizing treatment, one could not tell that this car went through an unusual disaster last night. "The car's good, thanks." Zhang Lisheng took a good look at the car and spoke as he winded down the window with his head in the car. Charles watched Zhang Lisheng checking the car and smiled with his head low, noticing that Zhang Lisheng did not even start the car engine to check if everything was all right. "Please call me anytime if there's something wrong when you're driving." "Goodbye, Mr. Zhang." He then shook Zhang Lisheng's hand and left. Naturally, Zhang Lisheng did not plan to stay at the slaughterhouse doing nothing since the car was fixed. Watching the claims adjuster left on the bumpy road, he got into the Explorer's driver's seat and chanted wizard incantation softly. He summoned Island Dragon to get on top of the car and turned his car around and drove into New York City. That was the magical part of the inheritance from the ancient spirits bloodline of the Chinese. The enormous wizard worm changed its skin color with a surrounding on the top of the car, and it hid perfectly from the public's eyes. It was already 7 p.m. when he parked his car at the parking lot. The entire New York City was brightly lit while the chilly wind was blowing. Zhang Lisheng got off the car and walked around at the corner of the parking lot with his invisible Island Dragon. He had an unknown excitement growing inside of him all of a sudden. Although he had been independent since young, whereby he was much more stable and reliable than people his own age, he was a young man after all. He hesitated for a moment and made Island Dragon laid on the ground. He then climbed onto the wizard worm's back strenuously and sat with his legs crossed. "It's so dark here, and it's the surveillance blind spot. Nobody would see me," Zhang Lisheng encouraged himself by mumbling while controlling the giant lizard to straighten its body. He felt like he was hovering high in the sky. It was wobbly. Although he looked like there was nothing under his butt, in reality, there was great friction between his canvas pants and the wizard worm's scales that seemed slippery but actually rough. He would not fall at all. A strong wind was whistling tens of meters above the sky. It messed up the young man's hair. He was just thinking how much he would make during Christmas and whether it would be enough for him to purchase another small slaughterhouse to feed his giant lizard earlier. He felt the liberation that he had not felt for a long time all of a sudden. The plan to break through in witchcraft deep in his heart, the concern he had for the enemies he made in the past, his worry for his hectic life compared to people his same age were all gone. The gratefulness he had the first time he flew across the ocean was rumbling in his chest once again. He recited out loud softly, "Travel to Mount Pinglai when the sun rises, stay on Tantai Mountain when the sun sets." What a free life, a life that ordinary people desires. As he recited the Chinese old poem, Zhang Lisheng, who was initially planning to enjoy the breeze riding on Island Dragon's back, controlled his wizard to jump all of the sudden when he snapped back to his senses. He relaxed his body while gliding out of the parking lot lightly. At that moment, a fat police officer in the parking lot's surveillance room was shoving a 6-layer beef burger into his mouth in satisfaction. He saw half of a skinny silhouette flashed before his eyes on the cheap infrared monitor screen. He could not help but be stunned. "Jimmy, can you believe that I just saw a ghost with no legs flew above this parking lot? It might be a handicapped alien wearing some anti-gravitational equipment on its body." The fat police officer snapped back to his senses a few seconds later. He said to his colleague behind him after munching half of the burger. His thin colleague did not even look up. He scoffed and said while making coffee, "Damn, the weather's so cold." "Omi, I'm sure that's not some ghost or a handicapped alien that flew before you, but your fats and cholesterol affecting your vision. If you replace your dinner from Big Mac to cucumber sticks, I believe you won't see them for 2 months. Ugh." Half a year later, as the police officers were chatting at the parking lot, Zhang Lisheng arrived at the lawn outside his house, sitting on Island Dragon while grabbing its neck. That replaced his usual 5 to 6 minutes of walking time. The lights were dimmed on the road. The giant lizard that was walking in the concrete jungle of New York retreated, the nails on its claws that were as sharp as metal hooks into its flesh. It opened up its huge webbed claws to balance its body weight. It ran on the trees and houses lightly and quickly. Miraculously, it ran through 2 streets without getting any attention. It messed up a big piece of grass when he landed on the lawn eventually. The empty space around the house was sufficient for the giant lizard to curl its body to rest. Zhang Lisheng panted and hopped from the wizard worm. He regained his usual calmness and realized someone would find out about his wizard worm if he was to leave it there. With the help of the dimmed lamps on the street, he looked around the tall trees both sides of the streets. He recalled the wizard worm's body that was flying like a bird and attempted to control Island Dragon to hop onto the thickest tree on the street. The branch shook for a while. Fortunately, the leaves were long gone, otherwise, it would look like it was raining. Zhang Lisheng bent his body to stabilize the situation after watching the branch shaking for a moment in fear. It did not break eventually. He was relieved. He walked into the house in a relaxed manner. It was Sunday, whereby the family would gather for dinner. Everyone was there. Seeing that Zhang Lisheng was shuddering in cold but looking sight as he dashed to the dining table while removing his jacket, Lily said while feeling pain, "Baby, you're home. You must be famished." "Lisheng, it was your first time working overtime last night and you even stayed outside. How was it?" Solo asked while smiling. "It's not too bad, Uncle Levin. The biggest reward was that I found the right tool to dismember a cow without putting in too much strength." Shang Lisheng said casually while getting himself a seat in the dining room. Ugh, the Shang, we're eating. Riley put down the cutlery feeling disgusted. It's just a cow. You're eating beef now. Randy munched on the beef ribs as he said, now what bothers me more is that why Lisheng could stay outside when he's only 16 while I can't do that despite me being almost 18. Because he was thinking of sharing the workload with his workers when he was dating, while you had your head occupied with the cheerleaders' long legs when you play basketball. Oh really, Dad, do you really think that their legs are the only thing I look at while ignoring other good sides that they have? You're so wrong. If you still want your allowance for this week, shut your mouth, Randy. Solo screamed at his son, which was the most efficient way of stopping him from saying anything inappropriate. Solo, don't scream at him. Randy's just kidding. Lily brought a plate full of pasta and beef ribs to the table. Randy, the jokes that you tell are inappropriate to your brothers and sisters. Especially your two sisters. Please watch out. Kids, we'll be decorating the hospital ward with Christmas decoration tomorrow as a family. Please come back early. Baby, since your car could fit 7 people, could we drive your car to the hospital this time? Lily put down the plate with hot food before Zhang Lisheng as she spoke. Of course we can, Mom. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before nodding. I heard that you got a great car, brother, Randy said, pretending it was unintentional. Only real men could handle a Ford Explorer. So when should I show you how to tame this horse? Like how you tame your rabbit, Randy. Harry, who was sitting across, asked in a quirky tone. Shut up, you little sht. Zhang Lisheng finished his dinner quickly as Randy and Harry were fighting. After returning to his room, he replaced his sleep with secret method cultivation, as usual, to get over the long night. Chapter 71 The Rekindled Friendship. Chapter 71 The Rekindled Friendship. On the second day of school, Zhang Lisheng saw George came to him on his bicycle right after he parked his car by the street. After greeting each other, George began taunting on Zhang Lisheng hard and announced cruelly that his attempt to get him a prom date was completely blown now. It was such a coincidence that I met the two babes, Lena and Hannah. And what happened? You stood them up when you were supposed to date them. Of course, I personally think a lobster dinner at Hilton's great to show your sincere apology, but to the ladies, you're too. All right, George, I'm not interested to go to that prom at all anyway. If I must go, I can get myself a prom date. Get yourself a prom date? Oh, the Sheng seems like you're still clueless. It's you who are clueless. I heard from Randy last night that we can bring any girls not from our school to the prom. I've made 19,000 last weekend. How is it possible that I can't even hire a lady? Zhang Lisheng said to George while looking at him on the way to the open-style school compound. George was taken aback. He was stunned for a long time before he cursed madly. SHD, what an ugly country where money is everything. Zhang Lisheng, look at your naked capitalist face. Don't you think exchanging money for a lady's company is something pathetic and shameful? Maybe, but wasting time's even more pathetic and shameful. Zhang Lisheng left the depressed George and walked into the school building. It was 4 in the afternoon, and he was already done with 3 classes and year-end papers. After school, he went to Queen's Hospital with his family with Christmas decorations to decorate the ward. It was the critical period for Michelle's recovery whereby she should not move at all. Therefore, the family decided to spend Christmas Eve in the hospital ward with her. When they arrived at Queen's Hospital, the kids carried the bags of Christmas decorations across the crowded hospital while apologizing and smiling following Lily and Solo's lead. Zhang Lisheng carried the bag of fairy lights at the end of the line. He saw a familiar silhouette from far away when he was arriving at Michelle's ward. Both of them was slightly stunned when they met each other's eyes. "Hi Tina." Zhang Lisheng was the first to snap back to his senses. He mouthed to her from far away and walked into the ward with his family. The single ward in a public hospital was small. There was only a simple bed, a bed cabinet for the patient, a foldable extra bed and 2 wooden chairs. Michelle laid on the bed with her limbs hanging tight with wires on 4 sides of the bed. The reason for doing that was to prevent the patient from moving and interfere with the healing of the broken bones, which might bring even greater pain to the patient. Her collarbones were bulging because she had been losing weight ever since she got admitted to the hospital. There were 3 pretty girls around Michelle's bed when the family walked into the ward. Lily greeted them as soon as she saw them. "Fenner, Ashley, Tang, you guys are visiting Michelle again. You guys are the best." We're Michelle's best friends, Aunt Lily. "Of course, we're always here for her." Ashley, the tallest and thinnest one with shoulder-length hair and beautiful features, said. The girls gave Lily a hug. The ward was a little crowded as it was the first time it occupied 10 people at once. Lily nodded and folded the extra bed close to the wall. She stacked the chairs on top. "The doctor said that Michelle's wounds are beginning to heal. She'll be able to move very soon. Maybe you guys could go shopping again not long later." "That's great." The 3 girls began cheering at the same time. Compared to her friends who were pretending to be excited, Michelle, who was lying on the bed, said expressionlessly, "Stop consoling me, Aunt Lily. I know that I might be bedridden for the rest of my life." The air in the ward became iced cold because of what Michelle said. Even Randy, who was joking around with Fenna since he came in, had his expression froze. "You won't, baby," Lily got to Michelle and said while stroking her face, feeling the pain. "Even if I could get off the bed, I'll be limping when I work. I might as well just lay on the bed for the rest of my life," Michelle said as her eyes turned red. Family and friends in the ward began consoling the broken girl. Even Zhang Lisheng, who hardly initiated the conversation whenever he visited, spoke as well. "Don't worry, Michelle. I'll make you some medicine when your wounds are healed and your bones are beginning to grow. I guarantee you won't be handicapped." Michelle glanced through Zhang Lisheng's face with a complicated expression and nodded slightly, hearing what he said. She seemed to be extra sensitive to what he said. Ever since Zhang Lisheng saved her from Dr. Fracture that night, she always had some odd expression whenever she faced this young man. Everyone was secretly relieved seeing that Michelle was slightly relaxed now. At that moment, a light knock came from the ward all of a sudden. Subsequently, a lady wearing a red dress and high boots walked in. Apart from Zhang Lisheng, every kid in the ward exclaimed almost in unison when they looked at the lady. "Tina Dublin." "Hi everyone, nice meeting you." "Hi MS. Lily and Lisheng, we meet again." "Hi MS. Tina." Seeing the lady's face, Lily recollected her memory and said with a smile and red eyes. Zhang Lisheng, who was standing aside, asked, "Tina, are you here to visit someone?" "Yes, Trish's mom had a heart attack somewhere around here during noon. She was sent to the emergency ward here. Sheila and I have been accompanying Trish when we found out." "How about you? Are you visiting someone too?" "My sister Michelle had an accident. She's been staying in the hospital for quite some time now." "Oh," Tina nodded. She looked at Michelle on the bed and comforted MS. "Michelle, don't worry. You'll be all right soon." "Thanks, Michelle got rid of the depression she had earlier and said courteously to the common enemy of all girls from Lowbridge Junior High. Tina nodded at Michelle again and said to Zhang Lisheng, while looking at him, "Lisheng, my grandpa's a neurosurgery professor at Harvard University. Tell me if you need anything. I'm going back to Trish now, goodbye everyone." Tina, "Wait, I'll visit Trish with you too." Zhang Lisheng hesitated for a moment and turned around to look at Lily Mon. "Oh, go baby. Well, decorate the ward." Lily pushed Zhang Lisheng out of the ward as she spoke. She was eager to get his introverted and quiet son to talk more to girls. Seeing Tina and Zhang Lisheng leaving the ward, Randy looked like he had just snapped back to his senses and spoke looking lost. Was that Tina Duglin? Oh my god, Lisheng was talking to Tina Duglin, and that Lisheng, who had always been an idiot whenever he's with girls, looks like he's close to her. Not only that, he seems to know Trish Steg too. No, this isn't real. "Harry, pinch me. Pinch me quick, I must be dreaming." Harry, who was standing aside, said, while smirking. Hearing that, "My dear brother, are you sure you want me to do that?" He sounded like he was asking, but his hand was lifted high and pinched hard on Randy's cheek. A devastating scream came out of the ward. It seemed to be proving Randy was not dreaming. That was the truth. Not only Zhang Lisheng knew Tina very well in the past, but they were also rekindling their friendship now. "How's business at the slaughterhouse?" Tina asked all of a sudden as they walked along the hospital corridor quietly. "It's so good that it's hard to believe, especially the past few days since Christmas around the corner." "You must be psyched then. I'm envious of you. I've been having a nightmare recently, a nightmare of a worm eating people," Tina said with his deep voice like there was a hidden meaning. "But the worm in your dream wouldn't harm good people, it wouldn't harm you. Am I right? Do you know that worm is the simplest and most straightforward creature in the world, Tina? Just like a bee, it would sting you even if it meant death for it if you harm it for no reason. However, it would harvest honey for you if you treat it kindly." "You're right, Lisheng, I've figured it out. Worms are actually not scary, although they look pretty disgusting." Tina could not help but smile hearing Zhang Lisheng's paradoxical analogy. "But I've never imagined such a big bee like you." "That's just an analogy. I'm not a bee, I can't harvest honey for you." "Oh, yeah, Tina. How did the heart attack happen to Trish's mom?" "That damn Henrik. Your boyfriend, Mr. Earth." "Lisheng, I've never admitted that idiot's my boyfriend. He's just me ex-boyfriend." Zhang Lisheng could not help but snicker when he heard Tina saying that. "Stop laughing, Lisheng," Tina said, feeling irritated that Mr. Earth is in great trouble now. "He went for younger kids ever since I see through him being a liar. Now Trish's sister Henry's the victim. He made Henry leave a note of being a real man and traveled to Amazon rainforest by foot during the winter holiday. When Trish's parents found the note and tried contacting them, they found out that both of them have been missing in the rainforest with a tour guide for 24 hours. Traveling across Amazon rainforest by foot." Zhang Lisheng said that out loud from his stun. "Do you mean the Amazon in Disneyland?" "Of course not, the real Amazon." Chapter 72 Amazon and Donut. Chapter 72 Amazon and Donut. The Amazon rainforest in South America was the biggest tropical rainforest in the world. There were countless fatal animals and dangerous poisonous plants on this 2 million square mile moist and hot land with the largest freshwater river, the Amazon River. There were more than 20 million isolated natives lived there for generations. The Amazon River was their home. They survived by hunting in the jungle. Apart from the tribes, A portion of the savages killed all kinds of animals, while all kinds of meat were edible to them. People usually called them cannibals. Due to the three products in Amazon including the terrifying beasts, poisonous insects, and cannibals, usually, only two kinds of people would go deep into the rainforest by foot. One was the real explorer. To them, the Amazon rainforest was the heaven God blessed them with. They would explore into it, knowing the risk like the water in a thirsty man's hands and the food on the table for a famished man. The other kind of people were the animal and plant scientists. To them, the Amazon rainforest was like a natural biology museum, the heaven of knowledge. Apart from the two kinds of people, others who would explore the Amazon rainforest by foot would either be an idiot or a loony. For those who expected to conquer the entire rainforest that stretched thousands of kilometers by hiring a few tour guides were lunatics. Perhaps even Zhang Lisheng, the rank 3 wizard, dared not do something like this. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment. He commented on the two men who chose to explore Amazon instead of spending Christmas by the furnace during winter holiday just to prove that they were real men. They're very brave. Quit your sarcasm, Lisheng. It was me who introduced Henrik to Henry. You'll be guilty for the rest of my life if something happened. Tina arrived at Trish's mom's ward as she spoke. She sighed and opened the door. The wards in public hospital were pretty much the same. Zhang Lisheng heard a loud scream as he followed behind Tina into the ward. I don't want to hear any excuses and explanations from you, Mr. Nagout. I don't want to hear any excuses and explanations. My wife has just gotten off the operation table, and she's returning to the ward. I want to hear good news when she wakes up. Understand? Good news. All right, I'm going to hang up on you. You should go look for my son if you have the time to call me. A middle-aged man who was at least 2 meters tall stood before the bed. He was so muscular that he looked like a polar bear. He had a square-shaped face. He pressed on the end call button hard. The man was Trish's father, Howick Steg. He was 45 this year, born in a strict Catholic military family in California. His grandfather was a brigadier general during World War II and awarded the National Defense Service Medal. His father and brothers were currently senior officers. Howick enrolled in the military when he was young and served the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which was one of the highest organization in American military. He was the Joint Chiefs of Staff's Office Administrative Intern, Administrative Secretary Roman III Executive Secretary. He served for 12 years and after awarded with Lieutenant Colonel and Loyalty Medal, he quit with his great connection in military and politics. He then founded Blue Water Public Relations Agency in Washington, and did political lobbying business. Due to his unique working experience, he had the loyalty of a military man and sly like a politician. Born in chaotic military family, he was friends with both Hawks and Doves politicians. Just like what Howick said before, a wise politician would have sufficient political literacy, keeping an open attitude in all political matters. However, a politician isn't a piece of plank no matter how wise he is. In the short 2 years, Blue Water Public Relations Agency went full force in Washington. He solved a few serious political crises with his remarkable mediation technique. 8 years later, the agency miraculously developed into one of the best political lobbying agencies in America. He had clients from all over the world, from the powerful African politicians to the new world-class government. Since his career took off, he began fading out of politics and lived a low-key life in New York. Howick, who went deeper into politics successfully, naturally became the new idol of New York's upper class. In a nutshell, Howick, who was strong and high-spirited with career, family, and love, was going smooth sailing and thought nothing in life could ever knock him down, until his son Henry was born. He had no idea how many times he had to clean up after his irresponsible son. Though Howick looked tough on the outside, he was feeling more and more helpless deep in his heart. The natives in Amazon did not need to keep any good ties with Washington. Howick's people connection and power was a nothing to the savage land. The only thing that he could do was to find a rescue team through other ways. Heaven knew if that would help in anything at all. The ward fell into silence as Howick screamed. Trish was the only one who was sobbing softly. Sheila consoled her by her side. There were two tall and skinny young men who looked similar standing beside them quietly. "I'm sorry, Trish, I shouldn't have let that damn Henrik," Tina cried and walked to Trish feeling weak. She had lost count of how many times she had apologized. "It's not your fault, sis. I heard my dad's fighting with a search team. I'm worried that Henry, he's only 17. Henry will be fine, Trish." "Oh yay, see, Lisheng is here to see you. He's a jungle hunter. He's very familiar with those tropical jungles. He told me that as long as they're well prepared, Amazon's actually not as scary as we think." "Am I right, Lisheng?" Tina signaled Jang Lisheng. Trish, what Tina said was right. To me, the tropical rainforest's like a donut of 4 layers. Since your brother hired a native tour guide, it shouldn't be dangerous, Jang Lisheng said and nodded. Howick, who loved his kids, felt pain hearing Trish crying. He hated himself for throwing a tantrum and screaming, which scared his daughter. Hearing what Jang Lisheng said, he pretended to speak like he was interested. "Are you Trish's friend too, young man? I heard that you know something about the rainforest. Could you tell me more about the donut layers?" He was trying to distract Trish. "Of course I can, sir. The layers in the rainforest were not as obvious as the layers in a donut. They were merged together. The first layer was the outer layer with the lowest sweetness. Using the Amazon River as the example, I'm speculating this area should be made up of most of the Amazon River basin. The fourth layer's the core zone with the highest sweetness, including the middle part of Amazon River where a few native tribes live, but have yet to be discovered. The swamp in the west, and also," Jang Lisheng said without stopping. Listening to Jang Lisheng talking, Howick's expression turned serious gradually. As a top political broker, he could tell by instinct that this young man before him was not some boastful person. "Young man, it seems like you indeed have your own way of interpreting the rainforest. I only know the habitats and data of all of the identified insects and reptiles in the world." Uncle Howick Lisheng had been living in a small mountain village in the ancient jungle in Sichuan, China for over 10 years. "He's a legit jungle hunter. He saved my life in a jungle before," Tina added. "So you were the young man who saved Tina. I heard Trish talking about you when we were eating. He told me that you have a giant centipede that hunts." Jang Lisheng was stunned for a moment and said, wearing a smile, "You must think that's something ridiculous." "No, to a person who worked 12 years in the Joint Chiefs of Staff and lived in Africa temporarily for 3 months, that was nothing ridiculous." Howick looked at Jang Lisheng and extended his hand in an official way. "My name's Howick Steg. Young man, I would be happy to meet you if we didn't meet in such condition today. My name's Jang Lisheng, Mr. Howick." Jang Lisheng shook Howick's hand and said. The ward's door was opened at that moment. A few care workers pushed a gurney with an unconscious, pale lady in. She had drip and heart rate monitor on her chest. There was a wooden blanket covering her naked upper body. A doctor followed behind the gurney. May I know which one is the patient's family? Doctor, I'm her husband. May I know how's my wife? Now Howick let go of Zhang Lisheng's hand and rushed to the doctor to ask. The surgery was very successful, the patient's stable at the moment, but she mustn't be stimulated. The doctor began informing the patient's condition to Howick. The care workers moved the pale lady onto the bed carefully and began fixing all sorts of medical monitoring equipment. Trish walked to her mom's bed quickly and sobbed watching her unconscious mom. Her boyfriend and friends comforted her softly, feeling the pain she was feeling. Since everyone had their own role, Zhang Lisheng seized the opportunity to leave the ward that became crowded. Rekindling the friendship with Tina was great, but it was not worth it for him to put too much effort into it. For the next few days, Zhang Lisheng lived his life as usual and completed his first semester since arriving in America. He obtained BS for 7 subjects. It was neutral, but considering that he was a transfer student and only attended half of the classes compared to the rest, his result was pretty remarkable. It was a winter holiday after the exam ended. The prom would come after the winter holiday. Chapter 73 The Reserved Favor. Chapter 73 The Reserved Favor. As the most important annual event in American high school, the prom at Lowbridge Junior High was divided into 2, one for the juniors and one for the seniors. The senior prom would take place first. It was so grand and legit that Zhang Lisheng, who came from China, could not imagine. What he was shocked to find was that the school seemed to have a button pushed during the last 2 to 3 days before the prom happened. Lowbridge Junior High turned into madness. Everyone would always talk about prom whenever they met. The people from the student council put down everything that had on hand and spent all day decorating the hall, arranging band, picking drinks, ordering fairy lights, and even gotten in some construction vehicles. What puzzled him the most was that the students of 7th, 8th, and 9th grade were not wishing for the exam as their Christmas present. Instead, they desired the invitation to the prom from the seniors. They had a gleam of ulterior motive sparkling in their eyes whenever they were looking at their seniors. George, did you look at the way that fella looked at me? She looked like a robber. Has everyone in this school gone insane? Zhang Lisheng walked in the school compound that was snowing with George after picking up his exam result and plain prom invitation using his badge. He held the 2 cards in his hand. Such crazy snow isn't enough to wake them up. Lisheng, that's because to those pathetic juniors, senior prom's the grand ball that they could never reach, George said in pride with a condescending tone. They'll naturally get there 1 to 2 years later, or 3 years the most. Buddy, it's not about the age, it's a tradition. They're our junior now, they'll forever be our junior. Oh George, you should see a psychiatrist. Zhang Lisheng walked faster as he spoke and dashed towards his explorer. George, who was behind him, shouted immediately, Hey Lisheng, could you send me to the butcher shop? The storm's too heavy, I'll freeze if I cycle. Then catch up to me. The both of them got into the car and turned on the heater. His lips began to shiver a little. The temperature in the car began to rise rapidly. At the same time, the snowy land by the street close to the school was hollowed all of a sudden. A strong wind was blowing the snow on the ground while dashing towards the explorer. It's finally warmed up. After a light shake that came out of nowhere, Zhang Lisheng started the car engine while revealing a mysterious smile at the edge of his lips. How's the business at the butcher shop? Recently I could help if Mr. Rocky really ran out of stocks before Christmas. Just let him be, buddy. I'll need to do less and get paid even if the shop's out of stock. George said absent-mindedly. Did you feel the car shaking just now? I always have that kind of feeling every time I'm in your car right before you begin driving. That's so weird. Why do you always fold the back seats? That's such a lewd habit. It makes me think about, car sex, or you're hiding something invisible at the back seat. George turned around without realizing and touched the back seats. Naturally, he touched nothing. The car's already moving. What the hell are you doing, George? Fasten your seatbelt quick. Sit properly, otherwise I'll chase you out of my car, Zhang Lisheng said loudly while looking serious. Okay, Lisheng. You don't have to be so mad. George sat up straight and fastened his seatbelt. It's prom tomorrow. Have you found your date yet? Do you need me to contact Hannah for you? I heard from Lena that she seems to not. I've found a date by posting a recruitment notice with reward online. Oh my god, you really did that? Yes, that's the simplest way of doing it, Zhang Lisheng said calmly. George opened his mouth and felt speechless facing Zhang Lisheng, whose character was so different from American young men. All that he could do was to sigh while watching the snow falling outside the window in silence. It had been snowing all night. It was getting heavier. However, the snowstorm did not stop Zhang Lisheng from doing what he had to do. As usual, he went to his slaughterhouse in Kaiserland town to feed his wizard worms on the next day. Island Dragon would expose itself easily if it stayed above the car when it was snowing. Therefore, just like what he did yesterday, Zhang Lisheng summoned his wizard worm into the car boot. A giant lizard that was close to 13 meters long was hiding in the 7-seater SUV's backseat. Even though its body was soft and light, one could imagine how cramped up it was when it curled its body. However, due to the giant lizard's omniscient power of annihilation and solidification, it was easy for it to be penetrated into the Explorer directly. It was less than 2 days before Christmas. The business at the slaughterhouse had stopped completely. He stayed until afternoon while checking the computer. Zhang Lisheng paid the couple Willie and Tiffany their wages in advance, realizing that they had completed all of the slaughtering orders on the National Farmers Union site. He asked them to go home for the holiday. When do we come back? Sir Willie asked before leaving. 2 weeks later, I guess. I'm thinking since we've slaughtered so many livestock before Christmas, the markets should be overstocked for a while. You guys go ahead and enjoy the holiday, Zhang Lisheng said absent-mindedly. He was a little concerned that his wizard worms would be hungry for the next 10 days. Boss, you're underestimating the people's appetite. The entire country's businesses are closed during Christmas. Everyone in New York City would be eating the meat that our suburb farmers provided. A week later, the slaughterhouse would be even busier than before Christmas, Tiffany said, wearing a smile. Oh really? Then come back to work a week later then. Oh, you guys will get triple pay on the first week of work. Thanks, boss. Well, make a move now. Merry Christmas in advance. Willie and Tiffany looked at each other happily and said in unison, Goodbye, Merry Christmas to the both of you too, Zhang Lisheng said, wearing a smile. After the helpers left, the slaughterhouse that was working overtime for the whole 9 days was finally quiet now. Zhang Lisheng walked behind the factory and found the metal cover among the snow. He mumbled as he fed his 2 wizard worms the little livestock organs and blood. It seems like I must decide on the next slaughterhouse soon. He reached for his phone by instinct as he spoke. He looked at the data on the few slaughterhouses that were selling near New York that he had been collecting online. Chirp, chirp, the bird chirping ringtone went off when he was reading. Hey buddy. Do you remember that you're picking me up at my place? It's 2:30 p.m. now. I hope you're on your way. Don't worry, George. I'll go right now. Oh, think about your tortoise driving speed and the snow on the road. What you should do now is, I'll go now, and we'll be at your place 2 hours later. Lich hung up the call as soon as he was done speaking. He lifted his head to look at the falling snowflakes. He controlled mounted that was fed with blood and organs into his backpack and walked towards his explorer in big steps. Just when he started the car engine, chirp chirp went off his phone. Lich picked up helplessly and said, "I've told you that I'll be at your place 2 hours later." Lich, it's me. It was not George's voice who came out of the phone, but a girl. Lich said apologetically, hearing the familiar female voice. "Oh, I'm sorry, Tina. I thought it was your prom date. My right as a gentleman. You shouldn't speak in such a tone to a young lady before the prom. You know that Lobige will have the prom today too. That's crazy. It's like prom's more important than anything to high schoolers in New York." "But you misunderstood, Tina. I thought you were my friend George just now, not some young girl. He's an annoying black kid." "All right, stop talking about him. I'm looking for you actually. I'm planning to purchase another slaughterhouse after Christmas. I found some online, but I can't make up my mind looking at them. I'll handle the slaughterhouse for you, but before that, Lich, I need a favor." Tina, who was on the phone, hesitated for a moment before speaking, lowering her voice. Lich was stunned. He had a feeling in him. "Listen, friend, I owe you one, so no matter what you're asking, I'll do it for you as long as it's not too much. But I must remind you that we must think before we do something. You've learned a lesson before. Recollect that memory and tell me your decision. It's not what you think, Lich, but it's kind of similar. We will meet and talk about it after Christmas then. Merry Christmas to you in advance, friend." "You too. Merry Christmas, Tina." Lich began driving after hanging up the phone. He arrived in New York City after driving for over 2 hours in the snowstorm. Chapter 74: Lich's plane date. Chapter 74: Lich's plane date. After picking George at Geezer Street and sent him to Lena's place, Lich contacted the date that he hired through posting online and picked out through a video call. "Ms. Maddie in Lich. May I know if you're ready to go?" "Oh, I'm ready. I can leave anytime. I would like to confirm this again with you, Mr. Bang. So you'll pay me $300 for being your date tonight. I won't have to do anything else, and I'll go home after the prom ended, am I right?" "Of course. You guarantee that you're a student from Lobige Junior High and we're going for Lobige's senior prom instead of some weird party, right? You'll pay me as soon as we meet, right? Okay, pick me up at Madison Fat Chicken Burger. It's on the north of Conan Street." "Sure, I'll be there right away." Lich was just 2 streets away from Conan Street. He turned on the GPS and arrived at a fast food restaurant that was everywhere in New York after a short drive. There was a furry cartoon chicken on the sign. After parking his car, he walked in the snowstorm into the struggling fast food restaurant covered in snow. He saw 2 bored girls wearing silly crests on their heads behind the cashier. They were chatting to a person wearing furry chicken mascot in front of the cashier. The 3 of them greeted loudly in unison, hearing the tune when the door was opened. "Welcome to Madison Fat Chicken Burger." Lich was slightly stunned and said while smiling, "I'm Lich. I'm here for Ms. Maddie. You're Mr. Bang." Oh, you don't sound so skinny. No, I mean so young on the phone and from the video call. Hi, I'm Maddie. The chicken mascot looked at Shang Lisheng for a while and said in a relief manner, "You look different from the video too." Shang Lisheng forced a smile and said while looking at the chicken mascot that was 2 heads taller than him, "Maddie, a man who is skinny is still a man. I still think that this is too dangerous," a girl behind the cashier said softly, who was hiding behind the fat chicken mascot. "Sandy, this boy's so skinny that I could lift him up with one hand. Don't worry, it's going to be okay. He's paying me $300. I can pay for my dad's dentist fee with that." The mascot showed its claws after turning around and gave her friend an okay sign strenuously. She then looked at Shang Lisheng apologetically. "Mr. Shang, I didn't know you would be here so fast. I'm sorry, I'll only get off work 10 minutes later." "It's all right." Shang Lisheng nodded, showing that he understood. He got himself a seat close to the window in the fast food restaurant. Soon, the chicken mascot brought a glass of juice with steam coming out of it. "It's my treat." "Thanks." 10 minutes soon passed as he watched the snow outside and pedestrians walking quickly while sipping on the orange juice. Without him realizing, a tall, blonde girl who had a high nose and pretty eyes wearing a gown walked to Shang Lisheng. She said, wearing a smile, "Mr. Shang, I'm off work. We can leave now." Shang Lisheng turned his head and took a good look at her in shock. The girl before her was even prettier than the one he saw in the video call 2 days ago. "Your outfit makes you look so different." Maddie said nothing to Shang Lisheng's tease and rolled her eyes. The two of them left the fast food restaurant immediately. Before leaving, Maddie's 2 friends who wore crests were shouting behind the cashier, "Please call us when you get home tonight, Maddie. We will call the police if our phone isn't ringing at 12 a.m. Look how sweet your friends are to you," Shang Lisheng said casually as he brought Maddie to his Explorer after getting out of the door. "I know," Maddie smiled rather awkwardly. "So how do we go to Lobij? Do we take the subway or the cab?" "I'm driving." Shang Lisheng opened the door to his Explorer and gotten into the car as he spoke. Maddie went into the passenger's seat in shock. "I thought you skipped a grade. I didn't know that you're 16 just like me and obtained your driver's license." Shang Lisheng said nothing and took out $300 from his pocket. He then handed it over to Maddie. "This is the pay that I promised." "Thanks. I must say that this $300 is the easiest money that I've ever made since I started working this year. This is considered a job too, nothing immoral, am I right? Because we're just going to the prom, nothing else." "Of course," Shang Lisheng replied casually and started the SUV engine, then drove to Lobij Junior High. He did not notice at all that there was a black antique Ford followed him onto the crowded New York street as the Explorer blended into the traffic. A young man wearing black and gray overall locked his eyes closely at the SUV in front, showing an unusual smile as he mumbled to himself, "I've finally got you, kid. I'll break your bones one after another tonight and make it into a perfect Christmas present." The lights were shining brightly at Lobij Junior High tonight. The Walk of Fame spread from the school hall to half of the school compound. Those rude boys who usually dressed clumsily wore neat suits tonight. They held their young date's hand courteously, walking onto the red-carpeted Walk of Fame in pairs. They looked like gentlemen and ladies of the future. Shang Lisheng arrived at the street outside Lobij Junior High after picking up George and Lena. Looking at the couples complimenting the beautiful lights far away, Shang Lisheng stopped his car and looked at George in a suit and tie on the back seat. "George, must we wear a suit to the prom?" "Of course, buddy. Please don't tell me you didn't bring your suit. SHD, I thought you didn't wear it because you were afraid your pure wool suit would be wrinkled. Oh, no wonder my mom reminded me to dress formal today. Luckily I have a shirt on. Zhang Lisheng walked out of the car after opening the door. The heavy snow that went on for 2 days had stopped, but the air seemed to be chillier out there. There was white steam coming out of one's mouth when one breathed out lightly. Buddy, listen, the shops are still opened now. Maybe you should get a ready-made suit now. The money's nothing to you. Also, unless the person's an idiot, nobody would bring a canvas bag to a prom. I'm afraid you might have to be apart from your toad baby for a while, George gotten off the car and said while pouting, as he looked at Zhang Lisheng, who wore a black cotton jacket. I could keep my backpack in the locker, there's no need to get a suit. Look, that person didn't wear a suit too. That person's a nerd. Oh sorry, I forgot that you're one too, George said helplessly. Maddie, hold on to your employer. Well, go now. This person never listens. Y'all be compromising and dancing with this rude slaughterhouse owner later. Maddie, George, and Lena built a friendship as they chatted along the way. They made the girl understood that the skinny boy who hired her with $300 to be his prom date had no other intention. He just could not find a date because of his weird character. She held Zhang Lisheng's arm and teased George, perhaps the moment when I danced with Lisheng would be the best memory of my life. Your friend who behaves like Frankenstein might reach achievement that's unthinkable one day. I don't doubt that at all. George held Lena's hand courteously and slipped his tongue. This fellow would definitely be the person everyone loves in Manhattan over then years later. I wonder if he'll be a slaughter lord, or a biologist, or let's go, the prom's commencing. The four of them walked on the red carpet with over 100 dashing couples into the school hall. Lowbridge Junior High's hall was shining in sophisticated embellishment. The entrance was decorated into a classic Broadway ballroom. The student council hired tall and muscular black bouncer who was standing outside the only entrance and exit with red rope, blocking expressionlessly. He was flashing a torchlight and checking each and every invitation cards, killing the dreams of those jokers of getting in and left in grim instead. Maddie was stunned for a moment when she saw the grand prom while queuing into the school hall. She said softly, "Oh, this isn't fair. I live near Chinatown, and I go to public school just like you, but your Lowbridge prom's so grand. This is even grander than what we see in movies. We only had a bunch of old fairy lights hanging outside the hall at our prom. The drinks and snacks they provided were just orange juice and animal-shaped biscuits." Chapter 75 The Young Man Who's Also a Rank 3 Wizard. Chapter 75 The Young Man Who's Also a Rank 3 Wizard. In reality, the American Public Schools Education Fund allocation was fair, but each public school had varied donation from the community. Due to the high education quality in popular public schools, most of the students enrolled came from rich families, while such kids would undoubtedly succeed easily due to their family background and extraordinary educational environment. They would usually be willing to give a huge donation to their alma mater if they became successful, whether it was for fame or out of sincerity. Therefore, such a popular school would be richer and accumulate better resources as time went by. Meanwhile, ordinary schools would be less and less popular for outstanding students. They could barely survive on the government funding. They would be less and less competitive, falling into a vicious cycle. Hearing Madda's complaint, Zhang Lisheng moved forward bit by bit in the queue. If your school has many successful alumni who are willing to donate just like Lobige does, you could spend money doing such stupid thing as well. I heard from my mom that Lobige received $20 million donation from the alumni this year alone. I really hope those people know where their donation went. It was their turn to go in as they chatted. The black bouncer checked the invitation card, then looked at the skinny boy in a plump black jacket and the fresh, cute young lady next to him. He spoke when he returned the invitation card to Zhang Lisheng, which was rare. Young man, please keep her safe wherever she's from. She's just a necessity for the prom. She has nothing to do with me tomorrow, Zhang Lisheng said casually and held onto Maddie, who was stunned by what he said, to pass through the barrier. Maddie snapped back to her senses suddenly when Zhang Lisheng was putting his backpack away at the locker. She shook off his arm hard and said angrily, "What did you call me just now?" "What?" Zhang Lisheng said, looking lost. "Stop pretending. You said I'm just the prom's necessity." "Yes. Just like I hired the couple, Willie and Tiffany, to work at my slaughterhouse. You're just a helper that I need for this prom." "What's wrong?" Maddie was stunned for a moment hearing such an odd explanation. But a person isn't an item." "No, I mean, how could you describe a person as a necessity? That's such a humiliation." "What can't I describe you using that? You called me Frankenstein just now. Is that better than being called a necessity?" Maddie was speechless as her mouth opened. George and Lena, who passed security, walked to them. "Hey, why are you guys still outside? I wanted to confirm something just now." "Well, go in now." "What's that?" George asked curiously. Maddie held Zhang Lisheng's arm tight and said loudly, "I've confirmed that your Frankenstein friend will never find a girlfriend." She then dragged Zhang Lisheng into the hall. Lobige Junior High's hall was vast and spacious. Strings of fairy lights hung across the ceiling, together with the fluorescent balls which diameter looked over 2 meters wide. The lights were soft and warm. Apart from the stage up north, delicious snacks and various non-alcoholic drinks were placed on the dining tables on the other 3 walls. Before the prom officially began, there was soothing music playing in the hall. With the accompaniment of music, the attendants wearing uniforms were walking around serving drinks. They were serving the young gentlemen and ladies. Everything looked perfect. As the clock struck to the time the prom commenced, the lights in the hall were dimmed, while the music stopped all of a sudden. A spotlight lit up and shone onto the stage. An interracial girl who had a tiny waist, long legs and tanned, glowing skin in bright red low-cut gown walked onto the stage with her date holding his hand. They stood under the spotlight. "Who is that? She's so beautiful." Maddie stood below the stage, she exclaimed and asked in envy, just like everybody else, apart from Zhang Lisheng. "Michelle. She's the Lobige Junior High queen who deserves to be called that," George said while his emotion was slightly stirred. "Fellow students, who is the fairest of the prom tonight?" Michelle asked loudly as she went to the stage. "It's you, Michelle," the students below screamed and laughed. "No, I'm already a 12th grade old lady who is leaving Lobige soon." Michelle held her hand against her busty breasts, pretending to be sad. "Lobige will welcome its new queen tonight. She'll be the fairest of them all. Have fun, ladies, because you might be the lucky queen. Have fun, guys, because all of you have the right to vote for the new prom queen. I now announce that Lobige Prom 2013 will officially begin now." As Michelle swayed her body on the stage, the music began playing again in the hall. The lights were sparkling. All of the students below the stage began cheering and dancing, including Zhang Lisheng, who was enjoying the moment. Maddie laughed out loud and said while dancing with Zhang Lisheng, I didn't expect that you would dance, instead of waiting for the prom to end like a piece of plank. But Mr. Employer, it seems like you're not very good at dancing. Could you teach me then? Zhang Lisheng asked, while panting after hesitating for a moment. Oh, your body's weak, Maddie pouted and said, hearing Zhang Lisheng's heavy breathing. But since you paid me to come to prom with you, I could at least teach you how to dance. The lights in the hall stopped blinking and dimmed again when the girl was speaking. The music became soothing slowly. This was how the low-budget prom goes. The first dance would always be ballroom dancing, where the boy and girl would lean close to each other after the atmosphere was being pumped. Following the music rhythm, Maddie leaned close to Zhang Lisheng and grabbed the young man's hand to her waist. They began dancing slowly. In the dimmed lights and relaxing music, the young couple danced slowly at the distance so close that their breathing rhythm was interfered with. It was sweet, even though they were not together. Zhang Lisheng's movements were turning stiff without him realizing. He was breathing faster while his cheeks were flushing. Mr. Employer, please don't tell me this is the first time you're dancing with a girl. Maddie noticed something was off and asked, thinking it was funny. It's really my first time, Zhang Lisheng said honestly. Didn't you go to prom when you were a junior? I used to live in China. Over there, the most important thing for a junior high student is to learn. There isn't a ridiculous event such as a prom. So you've just moved here, Maddie said, feeling surprised. Your English pretty. Oh, you stepped on my foot. Sorry. Zhang Lisheng moved away, but he stepped on Maddie's foot again in panic. Oh, be careful. Forget about it. I'll lead then. Follow my steps. Here and then here. You're doing great. In the dimmed hall, Maddie danced with a clumsy Zhang Lisheng, and they finally went through the first prom dance. There was no restriction in music after the first dance was over. Most of the music was fast and happy. The young students were having the time of their lives. The limelight of such event would forever be shone on those hot, beautiful cheerleaders, varsity athletes, and handsome, funny, fashionable guys. Zhang Lisheng was a young man after all. A while into such a fun American party that he had never experienced before, he began to enjoy the feeling of blending in the crowd, relaxing and moving his body to the music as he wanted to, without having to think about anything. He danced for a while, then grabbed a few drinks and a few pieces of snacks while panting. He went back dancing, drank something and ate something. He was indulging at the moment. However, Maddie, on the other hand, could not take Zhang Lisheng's strange dancing style of dancing. However, he liked as people began looking and judging after a while. She said, seizing the break time, "It's too tired to dance without stopping, Mr. Employer. Can I go to the bathroom and catch some fresh air outside?" "Of course you can." Zhang Lisheng, whose face was drowning in sweat, swayed his body lightly while pointing at the dining table at the corner of the hall. "I'm going to grab some snacks there. You could find me there directly when you come back." Maddie secretly rolled her eyes and left after nodding, while Zhang Lisheng really headed to the dining table at the corner of the hall and began eating. He waited for a long time after he was done eating, but Maddie had yet to come back. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder as he was just feeling bored. He turned around in surprise. It was George, who looked gloomy behind him. In the loud music, the first thing he said to Zhang Lisheng by shouting was, "Hey buddy, I feel much better that you're abandoned despite having to spend money." Zhang Lisheng was stunned and said, feeling ridiculous, "What? Lena abandoned me after 3 dances? I've just realized that I'm just a ticket to a senior prom to her." I'm so happy that the same thing happened to you. I feel sad for you, George, Zhang Lishing explained wearing a smile, but Matt is just going out for some air. George, who was gloomy, pouted and casually pointed to a girl who was dancing happily with a tall boy on the dance floor and said, "You sure?" Zhang Lishing looked at the direction George was pointing and realized the girl in the blue gown seemed to be Maddie. His heart dropped without him knowing why, while his expression turned grim all of a sudden. George thought of his friend's secret after pointing. He regretted immediately. He said in panic, noticing the change of expression on Zhang Lishing's face, Oh no Lishing, please don't be mad. It's okay that you're not popular among the girls now. You're the classic intermission cheerleading boy. You'll have so much happy sex life in the future. I can guarantee that all of the men in this hall might not be as popular as you will be in the future. Chapter 76 The Moment of Life and Death. Chapter 76 The Moment of Life and Death. Zhang Lishing looked at George in grim and doubt. He said nothing. George, on the other hand, began explaining, ignoring Zhang Lishing's expression. Look, Lishing, you're only 16 this year and you already have a slaughterhouse that's making hundreds of thousands of dollars annually. Not only that, you're planning to expand the business soon. Furthermore, you have a great vision to become a biologist who is even greater than Darwin. You're aiming to build the best biology lab in the world with your own ability. In a nutshell, you have a vision and ambition. You have the ability to realize your vision and ambition. If you continue to do what you're doing, and if everything goes smoothly, you'll be like what I said, a notorious scientist who built everything from scratch, possessing huge fortune. Think about it. How many girls would cheer for you by then when that happens? These athletes and playboys in front of us like your brother of different father Randy. Do you really think he would become a professional football player? Stop kidding yourself. The odds less than 11,000. That guy would probably live his life aimlessly while having a beer belly. If he's lucky, he might achieve a little bit of something in life, but he's too far away from you now. Intermission cheerleading boy. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Lishing's cold face. George, sorry to trouble you for creating a new term just to calm me down. But buddy, I'm not as terrifying and cold-blooded as you imagined. I don't understand, why do you not know me despite the fact that we've known each other for such a long time? Matt is just a prom date that I hired. Now that I've achieved my goal, she could dance with whoever she likes. That has nothing to do with me. I'll catch some air outside, then I'll head home. Are you leaving? George hesitated for a moment and said, wearing a smile, I think I'll stay here to try my luck. Maybe, maybe there will be babes who would break up with their boyfriends seeing those handsome boys flirting with others on the dance floor. Okay, bye. Zhang Lishing stopped listening to George's nonsense and walked out of the hall in big steps. There was a couple who could not help themselves but kiss each other at a corner of the hall entrance that was dimmed. The chilly wind woke Zhang Lishing up when he retrieved his backpack. The ridiculous anger that he was feeling had faded much now. He stood there feeling the wind, then looked at the noisy hall behind him. He snickered silently and walked forward firmly on the red carpet. It had just passed 9 p.m. Apart from those couples who sneaked out for some alone time, basically, nobody would leave the prom at such time. Zhang Lishing walked on the empty red carpet and thought of his cultivation tonight. Suddenly, he felt something off around him as he walked. He stopped walking and had his guard up. He habitually touched the backpack on his back. He looked around, noticing that there seemed to be low bushes that were added on both sides of the red carpet. Those bushes looked almost the same with those little trees in Lowbridge Junior High's compound to make the school green. They were hard to get anyone's attention, if not for the intuitive alertness that he possessed since he became a wizard. Zhang Lisheng might still not notice that now. Realizing something was really off, Zhang Lisheng began chanting witchcraft incantation that went pstshh without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was too late. A person came out of the bush that was closest to him. He appeared next to Zhang Lisheng at a high speed and grabbed on Zhang Lisheng's elbow softly with one hand. A warm wind spread from the person's body, giving warmth and fatigue to Zhang Lisheng's body, making him weak. At the same time, a courteous voice came into his ear. "SHH, stop singing, young dark walker. Otherwise, I'll break your bones." "Doctor." Fracture. Zhang Lisheng jumped hearing the voice. He said with his deep voice as his body turned stiff while he stopped chanting witchcraft incantation. "It's me, Doctor." "Which doctor?" "I come to you seizing the opportunity that your doll is still in your backpack." The person's voice was gentle, but there was chilling intent to kill in it. "Are you going to break my neck right here?" Zhang Lisheng took a deep breath in within the chilly wind and asked calmly. Although the witchcraft incantation he chanted earlier was to no avail since it was halted by Dr. Fracture, it gave him the courage to face death. "Har, Doctor," Fracture said while snickering. "How would I be so brutal without killing an honorable dark walker elegantly? I've spent a lot of effort to finally get to you. Of course, I'll give you the best treatment." He brushed his hand softly across the canvas backpack on Zhang Lisheng's back as he spoke. Zhang Lisheng felt light on his back. His backpack was in Dr. Fracture's hands now. A powerful and precious voodoo doll would be sold at a handsome price at the secret meeting. "Unfortunately, it isn't worth my time risking it, Doctor." Fracture tossed the backpack hard and far away as he spoke. "We shall depart now, young dark walker. I'll bring you to somewhere good to spend your last night. Don't play any tricks on me. Otherwise, I'll regrettably break your neck and drag you away." Zhang Lisheng nodded and walked forward silently. A smiling young man wearing black and gray suit threw his arms over Zhang Lisheng's shoulders like a good friend. They looked like they were whispering to each other from far away. "I have a little question for you. Is this how you really look like?" "Of course not. A minor special makeup skill is all that you need to change your face completely." "Don't I look natural?" Really, it sounded like a professional skill. "Oh, I've never expected that you maintained your strong curiosity even before you're dead, Doctor." Fracture rubbed the joint above Zhang Lisheng's shoulder blade hearing his testing question. Peculiar energy flowed into Zhang Lisheng's body following the tips of his fingers. The energy was warm and soothing. It lingered around Zhang Lisheng's bones gently and dislocated the joints above his shoulder blade one after another. After a moment of numbing, Zhang Lisheng realized he could no longer move his left arm now. It began twisting following the rhythm of his footsteps. The never-ending twisting brought wrenching pain from his shoulder blade. The sweat dried in the chilly wind and began to drip on Zhang Lisheng's face again. "This is the price to pay for your curiosity, Mr. Witch Doctor. You can ask as many questions as you wish. You have over 200 bones in your body after all. You have sufficient joints for you to ask as many questions as you like." Zhang Lisheng smiled as he clenched his teeth hearing that and held his left wrist tight with his right hand so that his arm would stop twisting. He then proceeded to walk forward quietly. The duo walked out of the dazzling Walk of Fame to the street. The night was unusually chilly as the snow melted. Christmas holiday had begun. The temporary New Yorkers who had yet to settle down in New York City left the gigantic concrete jungle one after another. Meanwhile, those families in New York City had done their Christmas shopping much earlier. It was rare that the main streets in Brooklyn had little people when it was only past 9 at night. The streets were only left with the sparkling, lonely neon lights on the buildings that were always on. Standing by the street and watching his Explorer that he parked not far away, Zhang Lisheng had a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. 1 second was all that he needed to summon the giant lizard that was resting on top of the SUV and tear the insane, dangerous killing machine next to him. However, he had no idea if Dr. Fracture would break his neck with his hand that was placed loosely on his body the second he chanted witchcraft incantation. He was not sure if he would pierce his ribs into his heart. Nevertheless, Zhang Lisheng must risk that to buy that 1 second for himself. He thought about it and realized that his only alternative was to lure Dr. Fracture to destroy those unimportant parts of his body with his peculiar energy, and prayed that the enemy needed buffering time to cast his energy again so that he would have the opportunity to fight back. So how do we proceed next? Do you drive, Mr. Dr. Fracture? Oh yeah, I've been wanting to ask you. Is Dr. Fracture your nickname, or are you really a doctor? Is it right to address you a doctor? Zhang Lisheng imitated George's annoying tone as he spoke after making up his mind. What he said made Dr. Fracture's fingers began lingering around his shoulders, but unfortunately, there was no casting of peculiar energy that dislocated his joints as he expected. You're behaving differently than what I imagined, Mr. Witch Doctor. Most of the people wandering in darkness could ignore death, the death of other people. Because we know how fragile life is, people like us would usually value our life even more, whereby we would still struggle even during desperate times. You were submissive earlier, but now you're provoking me on purpose. Such strange attitudes. His lingering fingers stopped where Zhang Lisheng's heart was as he spoke. Zhang Lisheng had goosebumps all over his body. He knew that his plan was flawed due to his lack of experience facing the enemy, making him fall into extreme danger now. Chapter 77 Counter Kill. Chapter 77 Counter Kill. The gentle energy that flowed from Dr. Fracture's fingers into Zhang Lisheng's skin, taking risks, something that I hate. I won't kill you, but just when Dr. Fracture was treating Zhang Lisheng like his closest friend while killing him with a smile, a tall, skinny silhouette in thick spots hoodie ran towards them from far away. All of a sudden, the person in the chilly wind was talking on the phone while walking quickly in big steps. He walked past Zhang Lisheng and Dr. Fracture like nothing was out of the ordinary. However, the silhouette bent its body suddenly when he was passing by them. He opened his arms wide while 10 sharp nails that seemed like the tip of a knife appeared on his fingers. He drew a huge, chilly X in the air. The trajectory included half of Zhang Lisheng and Dr. Fracture's bodies, which would cut both of them into 4 parts if that was what it was intended. Whoosh! A sharp wind whistling sound came out, so sharp that it would pierce through one's eardrum. Zhang Lisheng could no longer fight back as the sharp claws came. Dr. Fracture, who was attacked too, had boiling red heat wave exploding from his body when the sharp claws were getting to him. It pushed away everything 5 meters away from him. It was like a strong wind blowing on straws, Zhang Lisheng flew 5 to 6 meters into the air and fell on the cold cement road by the street, splashing a puddle of filthy melted snow. He felt pain as if his body was going to explode. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood. However, there was elation and chilly gleam in his eyes as he mumbled silently. Meanwhile, Dr. Fracture, who released a mysterious power to protect himself, hopped onto a tree by the street instead of chasing after the person. Nobody knew he did that because of the draining of power was too much, or he was innately cautious. He seemed like he would plan his next move after getting out of the place. However, his body froze when he was 3 to 4 meters in midair. Subsequently, bloody holes arranged in curves appeared on his chest all of a sudden. He was bending in an odd and unnatural angle between his head and toes. At the same time, the hunchbacked silhouette that was blown away by Dr. Fracture's protective heat wave fell onto the ground as he curled up in the air. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he jumped up lightly like he had spring under his shoes. He dashed towards Zhang Lisheng, who was lying in the puddle. However, as he dashed 1 to 2 meters away, there was cracking sound coming from his bones as if he was hit by a car that was driving on a highway. He flew tens of meters out in devastating shriek and fell onto the ground. The hunchbacked silhouette that was injured badly did not give up just yet. He spat a mouthful of blood and pieces of flesh while roaring, and dashed towards Zhang Lisheng, while his hand turned into a beast claw with spotted fur. Just when the gigantic beast claw was going to grab Zhang Lisheng, a wind whistling sound came from Lobige school compound from far away. A gigantic toad whose size could be comparable with a large armored vehicle occupied the school field. It opened its big, black mouth and released a sound-barrier-tearing high-pressured spiral stream. The stream hit the tree by the street directly and hit on the beast claw. It was a close call. Bang! A loud thud came while the stream and beast claw disappeared. There was mist coming out of the collision. In the night, the dazzling neon lights in the empty street in New York, Brooklyn shone onto a giant beast of 4 limbs, tens of meters long, with ugly scales all over its body. The giant beast was clenching its teeth with Dr. Fracture, who was slightly twitching its mouth. Every time its mouth moved, the scariest serial killer in New York's history would shake in ultimate pain. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked silhouette who fell behind the big, broken tree was shrieking continuously. Damn, I'm surprised that this feller isn't your friend. It's your lucky day, kid. The hunchbacked silhouette watched that while panting on the ground. He shouted with a raw, next time I'll give you a good one. He got up from the ground with the support of his both hands while screaming. He then turned into 9 silhouettes that looked exactly the same and scattered off rapidly like civet cats. Zhang Lisheng identified the hunchbacked silhouette's voice. It was Mountain Cat, who came all way to New York to take revenge after healing himself in China. However, he did not control his wizard worm to go after him with all of his might like he did the last time. The reason being Zhang Lisheng thought a bird in the hand was worth 2 in the bush. Since he already got his hands on Dr. Fracture, he should do everything he could to kill this enemy first. He did not want to let the opportunity slip just because he was going after Mountain Cat and gotten nothing in the end. He supported himself up with one hand while clenching his teeth. He stood up and staggered slowly to Island Dragon, which body was now invisible as the mist faded. At the moment, the negative emotion that was rushing in Dr. Fracture's head was so intense that it almost ran the wizard power in Zhang Lisheng's body automatically. Bearing the pain that was coming from the boiling of wizard power in his body, Chang Lisheng lifted his head and looked at the dying doctor. Fracture, doctor, it seems like today isn't your lucky day, but that's uncertain. If we're not at the street of New York's bustling city, I'm more than willing to spend the long night with you because it benefits me. But I must run away to prevent exposing my identity. It seems like I must end your suffering as soon as possible. Judging by that, you're considered very lucky. Mountode arrived at Chang Lisheng's feet like it was riding on a rapid wind by hopping as he spoke. Subsequently, Chang Lisheng chanted witchcraft incantation to expand Mountode's body. It extended its gigantic tongue and stuck on half of Dr. Fracture's body that was hanging outside of the giant lizard's mouth. He then spat a mouthful of black blood and shouted a symbol in Chinese with his deep voice. He spat the blood onto Dr. Fracture. Dr. Fracture's body that was being pulled apart by the two wizard worms turned into a cloud of fog all of the sudden when it was tearing apart. You must have thought you've gotten everything in your hand, young Dark Walker. Let me give you a taste of failing to kill your enemy at the very last moment. You should be proud of yourself that you made me show my trump card. You managed to escape my critical hit because of your cautious attitude that's like a lady. You've won my genuine respect because of that. To show my respect, I'll end your life directly when we meet next time. A husky mumble came from the black fog and faded slowly. However, a bunch of flying bugs gathered around before it faded away. People who did not witness that would find it hard to believe the fact that there were so many flying bugs in New York's street since it was a cold winter when Christmas was just around the corner. It was annoying if there was one bug that usually rested in the field, hoping to spend the winter in hibernation appeared. However, it was petrifying when tens of thousands of them came together with a buzzing sound. The bugs chased after the fog that Dr. Fracture turned into while they died one after another. However, there were more and more bugs coming after him. What did you do, witch doctor? What did you do to me, Dr. Fracture's shriek came within the fog. He was no longer as calm and leisure as he was. Chang Lisheng watched the red blood drops falling from midair like it was raining. He had no expression in his eyes as he watched silently. The blood dyed the entire street red. Witch doctor, killing me doesn't benefit you. Since a no-no, Dr. Fracture seemed like he wanted to bargain with Chang Lisheng, but he could no longer speak. He was getting weaker slowly and disappeared into the quiet night eventually. At the moment, ear-piercing police siren came from far away. From mountain cat's attack to Dr. Fracture being killed by witchcraft incantation, everything happened in lightning speed. Dr. Fracture's struggle took nothing longer than 3 to 5 minutes. However, the patrolling police in Brooklyn community reacted in such a short period of time. Chang Lisheng let out a long breath and controlled Mountode to lick the blood spots on the street clean. Bearing the pain, he walked quickly to the tree that was destroyed by the high-pressured spiral stream coming from Mountode. There was a person who fell on the melted snow under the tree. It was Maddie. Her face was filthy from the fall. She was shaking and her mouth was opened as she looked at the young man blankly under the neon lights that were continuously changing colors. She could not even exclaim now. "Can you drive?" Chang Lisheng, who was expressionless, asked all of a sudden. Hearing him speak, Maddie was stunned for a moment before she stuttered "Yeah," while nodding hard. "Yeah, I'll drive my car. Let's leave this place right now." Maddie struggled to get up in panic. She ran to Chang Lisheng's Explorer while nodding continuously. She rushed onto the driver's seat. The girl seemed to know very well that calling the police or running away by driving the car could not fight Zhang Lisheng's supernatural powers. She sat there terrified while panting, waiting for that scary young man to give her order as he got into the car limping, drive ahead first and pull over 3 blocks later. She started the car engine and drove forward as she was ordered. Wee woo, the police siren went on as the Explorer passed the rushing police car by when it drove out of the street where Lobige Junior High was. Maddie pulled over the car after driving 3 blocks on the empty streets clumsily with a couple of cars driving by occasionally. She began crying suddenly and said with her husky voice, "Please don't kill me, I'm begging you. I found out that you left when I bumped into George when I was looking for you. I felt sorry to have left you because you hired me as your date, so I came after you. I'm sorry. Maddie, the person who attacked me earlier who I ended up killing was Dr. Fracture. I think you'll know who he is if you read the news, whether he deserves to die. Listen to me, don't be afraid. I never hurt the innocent. Please swear that you won't tell anyone what you saw tonight." Maddie shouted while lifting her fingers immediately. I swear to God that I'll keep your secret forever." Chapter 78 Chiropractic. Chapter 78 Chiropractic. Remember your promise. Also remember that if you offend a descendant of God from the Eastern continent, the consequence will be so serious that even God can't help you. Maddie nodded continuously. All right, I remember you told me that your family lives around Chinatown. So do you know any Chinese chiropractor around there? Yes, I do. My dad and uncle sprained their body when they worked at a construction site. They've always been going to Dr. Song, but he's not our licensed doctor. Doesn't matter. Could you bring me to him? Are you hurt? Maddie, who had just relieved a little, just realized that Zhang Lisheng's face was deadly pale. There was no color on his face at all. Yay, Dr. Fracture broke the joints on my shoulder blade. I'll bring you to Dr. Song right away. Maddie was shocked. She started the car engine and drove towards Chinatown's direction. Chinese was a special race. As the only ancient race which generations had been passed down for thousands of years, they had extreme pride of their race, whereby they lived in the same area no matter which country they lived in, forming a community which lifestyle was very similar to their own kind in China. In Chinese history, there was a dynasty called the Tang dynasty that had a close business relationship with the Western countries. That was why the Westerners usually call those community Tang People's Street. Zhang Lisheng had been busy with cultivation and founding his own business ever since he moved to America. He had yet to have the chance to visit New York's Chinatown. However, as a Chinese, he researched a little bit about New York's Chinatown. He knew that New York's Chinatown occupied a vast area including tens of streets with 700,000 to 800,000 Chinese living in the area. It was like a medium-scaled Chinese city mounted in New York's metropolis and existed in its own system. There were many business owners who mastered various unique Chinese skills such as Chinese medicine practitioner, pedicurist, and so on. They did not need to learn English to live a smooth-sailing life. The fear in Maddie faded away as they were on their way to Chinatown. She even initiated the conversation with Zhang Lisheng. Did you really kill Dr. Fracture, the scariest serial killer in New York's history? Why did he attack you? How did he make you his target? How did you hit the jackpot for no reason? Or do you guys know each other before? I'm in pain now. I don't feel like talking. Can you just drive? Okay, Maddie fell into silence for a moment and spoke again all of the sudden. Oh yeah, let me ask you one last question. Are you like a superhero with a dark power like Venom in the movie? Now that I thought about it, I think you might've appeared idiotic earlier. I've seen so many superhero comic books. I should've known that you're the kind who possess power and look evil, terrifying, but in reality, you're honest and introverted. You despise those law enforcers who follow the rules and release all those wealthy, powerful criminals. You weigh things with a scale that you have in you. Shut up. Feeling the pain on his shoulder that was getting more intense, Jane Lishing curled up in the seat and said while shaking a little bit. Noticing that his condition was serious after peeping at him, Maddie stopped talking and stepped on the accelerator. The girl's driving skill was much better than Jane Lishing. The 7-seater SUV drove fast and agilely on the highway. It passed through the underground tunnel like a lightning and arrived at Chinatown after turning here and there. There were 2 civilizations on the street. There was a building written with Manhattan Jinling office in neon lights, while there was another building written with authentic Yunnan Mountain product in blinking lights on a sign on the other side. The buildings on both sides had a completely different style. The business owners on Chinatown seemed to like spending money installing cornices outside and stone lions at the entrance, making the entire street look Chinese. Maddie turned here and there in Chinatown that she was familiar with. Eventually, she pulled over at a white 3-story building. There was a sign on the building with Spicy Chicken Restaurant written on it. Chang Lisheng got off the car while panting. He spoke while frowning after looking at the sign at the building. This is a restaurant. Dr. Song's wife Aunt Tan is a chef while Dr. Song cooks well himself. They run a restaurant for a living. Maddie held Zhang Lisheng and said, "Let's go up now." There was a round table with square benches. The tablecloth was embroidered with a big peony. The hanging lamps on the ceiling were Chinese lanterns. The floor had tiles modeled after bricks. The cashier counter was the old-fashioned Chinese wooden counter. This restaurant was filled with Chinese ambience. There was a Chinese old man wearing glasses, short and plump with thinning hair, standing behind the counter. He stood in an odd way while shaking. He was flipping the newspaper-looking board. Nobody would actually come to the restaurant in such chilly weather. However, he was stubborn and insisted to open for business as long as it was not the official closing time yet. Hearing that the door was opened, the Chinese old man stood up straight immediately and looked at the door after putting down the newspaper. He said loudly, "Maddie, why are you here so late? Is it your dad or your uncle who's hurt again? I've told them that they shouldn't work so hard anymore. Kid, why are you so filthy? What happened?" "Nothing, Dr. Song. I slipped and fell at the entrance just now. My dad and uncle are doing fine. I'm bringing a new friend to see you tonight." The Chinese old man was relieved hearing the girl's explanation. He spoke while shaking his head. "Maddie, I'm not her daughter in America. I can't be treating people. I usually treat the neighbors around because their injuries are minor. It's just out of convenience." Hearing Dr. Song's rejection, Chang Lisheng spoke in Chinese with heavy Sichuan accent. "Uncle, I'm Chinese too. The bones on my shoulder are off. Since you're good with fixing this, why not fix me?" "You're from Sichuan?" Dr. Song was stunned for a moment and took a good look at Zhang Lisheng as he replied in Sichuan accent. He realized that the skinny young man before him looked worrying as he observed and said quickly, "Sit down slowly, kid. Don't hurt yourself any further. Let me take a look at you." "Thanks, Uncle." Zhang Lisheng walked to the bench closest to him slowly and sat down. "Dr. Song walked out of the counter and arrived behind the young man. He rubbed his palm on Zhang Lisheng's cold neck and massaged both sides of his shoulders a few times. "TSS, doctor." Song looked much serious as he inhaled sharply. "The dislocation on your left shoulder blade's pretty bad, kid. You dislocated 4 joints, first joint in front, the third one on the back, first right and second left. Sorry that you have to bear the pain all the way here. Can you fix it, uncle?" "I can, but if you want it to be done well, I can't be giving you a pain reliever with acupuncture. You might be able to bear it if it's just 1 or 2 joints, but there are 4. I'm not scared of pain. Pain is minor. Most importantly, it's better that you rest in your bed for at least 10 days after your treatment. You'll have to sleep on your right side, otherwise, it'll be big trouble as soon as it became a habitual dislocation if the joints get dislocated for a few more times." "I understand that, uncle. I'll be as careful as I can these few days." "Great, please be careful, kid. Also, I'll have to cut open your shirt. Your injury will get worse if it touches your shirt," the old man nagged out of care. "I'll listen to you, uncle." "Doctor." Song nodded and ran to the counter. He took out a pair of scissors and a bottle of medicine wine from the drawer and ran back to Zhang Lisheng. He helped Zhang Lisheng in taking off his jacket carefully, then he cut open his shirt. After warming up his palms by rubbing it together with medicine wine, he began massaging Zhang Lisheng's shoulder, sometimes gently like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, while sometimes hard like a bear plunging itself to a tree. Kaparper. After a moment of pain and cracking sound, Zhang Lisheng felt his left shoulder was loosening now. He could move it again. He attempted to move his fingers lightly. Although there was still some piercing pain in his muscle, his shoulder was completely fine now. "Uncle, your chiropractic skills are amazing." Of course, I was one of the first-term practical Chinese massage therapy graduates from Southwest Medical University, learning from the remarkable Mr. Liu Micheng and Mr. Song Jinfer. I remember back then. I'll stop talking. I don't even have the right to practice medicine in this Caucasian land. I can't be boasting. If not for our son who moved to America, my wife and I need to work to make money for our grandson. Only idiots would come here. Oh, yay, how did you get hurt so bad? I slipped in the snow and fell on my butt, then suddenly I could no longer move my shoulder. That can't be. You would hit your caudal if you fell. It should be your pelvis that should be dislocated. Oh, I know it now. Your shoulder must have hit something when you fell, doctor. Song looked like he had just realized something as he mumbled, "I hit the tree." Zhang Lisheng smiled and said, "Uncle, how much do I owe you? It's rare that we met in New York since we're from the same hometown." "It's free this time, doctor." Song waved and said frankly. Chapter 79: The Worsening Condition. Chapter 79: The Worsening Condition. Don't tell me that you're a savior whose purpose is just to save lives. You can't be giving out your chiropractic skills for free when you're depending on it for a living. I've no idea how much a hospital would charge me for these 4 dislocated bones. I'll give you 400 then. Don't tell me it's too little. Zhang Lisheng took out a few 100 cash out of his pocket and passed them to Dr. Song. After counting, Dr. Song did not reject seeing the young man's generous behavior. "I've never expected to have such a great business on a cold day like this. But kid, charging you 400 isn't too much. If you go to the Americans, you won't be walking out of the hospital without being ripped off, including getting an anesthetic, pain relief shot, X-ray and physiology. We can't compare with Western medicine when it comes to tumor removal surgery, but they're far behind of us when it comes to chiropractic and treating our body and vitality. It was late. Zhang Lisheng nodded while smiling without chatting further with Dr. Song. He thanked him and walked out of Spicy Chicken Restaurant with Maddie. Half of the street lights along Chinatown were out by then. The Chinese business owners who preferred running their business in a simple manner would hardly allow neon lights to be on all night. It was close to midnight. The streets were getting colder and strong wind began blowing. Zhang Lisheng got into the car strenuously while saying to Maddie, who was shaking in the wind, "Why aren't you getting in the car yet? I'm sending you home." "Let me drive you home. I'll take the last bus home after that." "Your shoulder." "My shoulder's fine now. It's just that I can't put much weight on it, but I can totally drive." "Get in the car." Maddie hesitated for a moment and got into the Explorer's passenger seat. "I'm lucky to have you with me today." Zhang Lisheng started the car engine and turned the heater to the highest as he drove slowly. He took out all of the cash that he had with the injured arm strenuously and handed them to Maddie. "Consider this money as my gratitude." "Who do you think I am? Do you think that I'll accept money that comes my way just because I accepted 300 to be a stranger's date?" Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment. "I didn't think too much into it. I just thought you seemed to need money, so I'm saving money for college and my dad's dentist fee. That's why I would take whatever job." "However, working and taking donation are two different things. You know what, I feel better about you when you were scaring me than how you're behaving now." Maddie had no expression on her face. It was hard for one to imagine that she was so scared of Zhang Lisheng that she could not even speak earlier. Pull over here." Faced with the American girl's unique values, Zhang Lisheng did not explain further. Instead, he mumbled PSTSHH softly. As the witchcraft incantation came, a giant lizard which had its body curled at the explorer's boot showed itself. It extended its neck while its head appeared between Zhang Lisheng and Maddie as it breathed slowly. Breathing was not required for a wizard worm to live. Naturally, it was Zhang Lisheng who controlled Island Dragon to do that, to shut Maddie up. As expected, Maddie stopped making noise, sensing the giant lizard's cold scales that were moving right next to her face as it breathed. "Where do you live?" Zhang Lisheng asked calmly. "West 57th Street, Jasmine Avenue," Maddie said while shaking. Don't be mad." "Shut up." Zhang Lisheng turned on the GPS and keyed in West 57th Street, Jasmine Avenue for the destination. He drove towards New York's Chinatown silently. Following the GPS, he arrived in a community that looked a little old and filthy. The roads were narrow, the ground was dirty. There was a devastating cat purring and dog barking on the streets. "You're arriving at West 57th Street, Jasmine Avenue. Be careful when you pull over." Zhang Lisheng pulled over slowly, hearing the GPS reminder. "Thanks, I've arrived home." "Can I get off the car now?" Maddie asked cautiously. Zhang Lisheng looked at the girl in the dark. He handed the cash on the dashboard into her hand. He thought about it and opened a 2,000 check. "I don't like owing anyone a favor. To be honest, you've been a great help to me tonight. This is what you deserve. Don't think too much into it." Maddie was stunned for a moment. Her mouth was opened. She opened the car door and gotten off with the cash and check while being a little panicky. "Thanks." Zhang Lisheng thanked her while smiling after winding down the window before leaving. The girl shouted from the back when the explorer drove less than 100 meters away. "I won't deposit your check. I have my principles." "Hey, What kind of man are you that you threaten a girl with a reptile, you coward? Chang Lisheng ignored Mada's indignant condemn. He spent more than 2 hours to drive to the car park close to his house since his left arm was hurt. He had gotten 3 calls from Lily urging him to come home while he was on the way. He pulled up his jacket's zipper after getting off the car and pretended to look exhausted when he got home. He returned to his room after settling his mother's questioning that did not take long. He took off the jacket carefully and took a hot shower, clenching his teeth in pain. He sat at his computer desk and turned on the computer, typing China Yuehai Group New York Division Company on the search engine after launching the webpage. Very soon, the search engine gave results that he was satisfied with after clicking the browse key. Among the countless results shown, not only Yuehai Group really had division companies in New York, the model of the business was pretty big. That included a large wholesale boutique store in Manhattan, 76-level business building with 37 equity, normal wholesale stores everywhere in Brooklyn, a business office building in the Bronx, and 2 cargo lots at Queensport. Shang Lisheng glanced through the properties Yuehai Group possessed in New York on the computer screen, and eventually mumbled, "Queens Cargo Port. No matter what, Queens is the best hiding place for the conceited, lunatic mountain cat. Queens I'm pretty fated with that place." He turned off the computer after memorizing the details of Yuehai Group's lots at Queens Cargo Port. He then got into the bed and opened the window. He began chanting witchcraft incantation to control Mounttoad out of where it was hiding. It hopped onto the window on the 2nd floor. He began cultivating indetermination after quieting down his mind. He digested the sea of negative emotion coming from Dr. Fracture's devastating death from the night of cultivation. Chang Lisheng realized that there was close to 1/3 of wizard power boost in his body from the cultivation. Looking at the progress, he might be able to break through to rank 4 wizard if he killed 2 more people with supernatural power like Dr. Fracture. The boost in witchcraft coming from Dr. Fracture is equivalent to over 10 ordinary people. Although that killing machine Rudolph from the slaughterhouse the other time was nothing like him, but Chang Lisheng mumbled to himself while bathing in the dazzling sun after he snapped back to his senses. "Lisheng, are you up? Come down quickly if you're already up. We're going to the hospital. It's Christmas Eve today. We're planning to spend the day with Michelle at Queen's Hospital as a family." "I'm up, Mom. I'll go down after I washed up," Chang Lisheng replied loudly after hearing Lily's urging outside the door. He got off the bed as he spoke. He did not expect a pain that was more severe than last night to come from his left shoulder. He touched his shoulder in puzzlement. He had just realized that his shoulder blade was so swollen that it had the thickness of 2 fingers. The reason why his injury got serious was due to his persistence in using his left arm despite the injury. Chang Lisheng thought about it, looking bitter as there was no way that he could hide this at all. He realized he could only admit his shoulder injury to Lily on his own. Naturally, he would say that the injury came from falling in the snow last night while hitting his shoulder on the tree. "I thought it'd be minor, and it would just be some pain that would go away after a night of rest. Never had I thought my shoulder would be swollen when I woke up today. Oh my God, we must go to the hospital now, baby," Lily shouted in shock seeing Chang Lisheng's injury. "Calm down, Mom. Aren't we going to Queen's Hospital later? Well, go after packing the stuff." "No, your Uncle Lavin, Randy, Riley and the rest will stay to pack. I'll get you to the hospital right now." Solo, who was standing aside, nodded and said in agreement, "Your mom's right, Lisheng. It seems like you fractured your bones. You must go to the hospital right away. Chang Lisheng could only obey since both his parents voiced the same opinion. Very soon, Lily sent him to Queen's Hospital. After some regular checkup, the doctor admitted him into the ward with a reason because of muscle and soft tissue contusion as well as suspected shoulder joint dislocation. He laid on the bed with a sling for his left shoulder for a full 3 nights. He finally discharged from the hospital as the bruises on his shoulder subdued. It was the middle of the Christmas holiday by then. Most of the wealthy families in New York, Brooklyn were spending the rest of the holiday out of the country. Some of the families chose to go back to their hometown and gather with their family who they had not seen for a long time while waiting for the new year to come. Lily's family had to stay in New York because of Michelle, who was still in the hospital this year. The kids seemed bored since most of their friends were away. Chapter 80: A Science Expedition in the Amazons. Chapter 80: A Science Expedition in the Amazons. Lily prohibited Zhang Lisheng from driving ever since he was discharged from the hospital. However, compared to other kids, being grounded at home was like a dream that came true for him, because he could focus on cultivating. Unfortunately, the good days did not last too long. It had only been 2 days when he got Tina's call while he was cultivating. Lisheng, are you free? There's something that I need to talk to you about. Okay, where are you now? I'm on the street in front of your house. Just saw your mom driving out. Wait for me. Zhang Lisheng hung up the phone after saying that and ran out of the house. The sun was intense outside, but it was still windy. He looked around the street holding his shoulder. An extended Lincoln started its engine not far away and pulled over before Zhang Lisheng. Tina waved from the driver's seat as she rolled down the window. Get up, Lisheng. Zhang Lisheng opened the car door and got into the passenger's seat. He looked around and said, while wearing a smile, "This car's not bad. It's much bigger than my 7-seater Ford Explorer." How much is it? This is a Lincoln Navigator Extended. You'll need to order this. The basic spec costs around $200,000. Oh, I should get my second slaughterhouse before considering changing my car then. Tina smiled. All right, Lisheng, you have a bright future. You'll be able to afford a plane sooner or later. But if you need money urgently, I have a part-time job that pays handsomely for you. I'm willing to hear about the part-time job you're offering as long as it's not killing myself in the Amazon with those rich brats who ignores how cruel reality is. Tina was stunned after hearing what Zhang Lisheng had said. She only spoke after a moment of silence. Lisheng, it's only been a few days since I last saw you and you've become so much meaner. I have something that's even meaner. Do you want to hear it, Tina? There are things that can't be solved with money. You should understand that. In Sichuan jungle, even if you gave Citibank's treasury to a leopard, it wouldn't let go of the delicious meat in its mouth. Stop talking, Lisheng. You're scaring me. Tina covered her ears and shouted. What Zhang Lisheng said seemed to have triggered some traumatic memories that she had. Zhang Lisheng stopped speaking and fell into silence. Tina fell into silence for a moment too and explained, which was a futile effort. You misunderstood, Lisheng. We're really planning to go to Amazon, but we're definitely not going into the jungle to look for Henry. We just want to stay somewhere closer to him to wait for news. Do you believe what you've just said? Communication's so convenient now, even if we're in the North Pole. All right, Lisheng, stop talking. I won't force you if you're unwilling to help me. I understand your concern. Tina waved her hand in annoyance and pulled out a document from her car storage box. She tossed it at Zhang Lisheng. I gave a thorough thought on your plan of purchasing another slaughterhouse and thought the tracks off. You should develop LS Slaughterhouse into a unique large-scale business. I don't have the mood to explain it to you in detail now. You can look at the proposal. I'll look at the proposal later. Tina, the Amazon rainforest's like heaven to me. The reason why I don't want to go is that the place is hell to people like you, an ignorant New York rich brat. But if you're really going alone and unwilling to take my advice, I'm willing to wait for news at a place closer to Henry with you. The price is that y'all have to handle the ecological waste at my slaughterhouse when I'm not in New York. Also, y'all need to find a legit science webpage and post a thread about getting a science expedition team of the same interest together to Amazon during Christmas holiday. Oh, thanks Lisheng, Tina nodded continuously and said in surprise. When do we leave? Tomorrow at 8 a.m. We're taking United Airlines, which will fly straight to a tiny country Tatatutu at the Amazon border. We can apply for visa on arrival over there. Henry and that bastard Henrik departed from there. Oh yeah, apart from Trish and I, Sheila, Shitu, Walter. You don't have to tell me who else is going. I'm only guaranteeing your safety. Pick me up before departure tomorrow. Zhang Lisheng got off the car as he spoke and opened the door. He called Lily when he was walking home. Mom, I saw a post online saying that amateur biology enthusiasts are coming up with a team for a science expedition at the Amazon border. I thought it's interesting. I would like to go. Oh, a science expedition in Amazon sounds great, but baby, it's too far. It's a rainforest. Mom, I lived in Sichuan Mountain for 16 years. Why would I be afraid of some rainforest? It's only the border. Moreover, I have the talent to communicate with animals. I'll be safe there. I'm determined to be a biologist. I can't be afraid of going into a jungle for a science expedition. What you said is right, but this is too sudden. Can we talk about this when I get home? We're leaving tomorrow. We need to book a plane ticket now. Oh yeah, Tina's in the expedition team too. Do you remember Tina? Tina Dublin's going to Amazon for a science expedition too, Lily shouted out of surprise. She went out of her way to learn about this New York socialite after hearing about her identity from Randy back at Michelle's ward. Lily knew very well of what kind of girl she was. Oh, I understand, baby. All right then. You can go to Amazon for the science expedition, but remember, you're only 16. You're still a kid. So don't be, too. Thanks, Mom. I'll be careful. Zhang Lisheng hung up the call contently. He could not help but reveal a smile at the edge of his lips as he walked home. The family gathered at dinner. Lily announced that Zhang Lisheng would be going to Amazon for a science expedition tomorrow when his sister from another father Gil was eating baked potato while complaining about her best friend Nikolai who was traveling in Iceland instead of New York. Amazon, you're going to the real Amazon. Why can't I even go to Disneyland's Mountain Splash? But Lisheng's going to the real Amazon naturally. The news made the kids who were bored at home envious, especially Randy. Solo replied casually while peeling off the potatoes' skins. It's simple. Lisheng has a legit reason to. Furthermore, he's paying all of the travel expenses with the money he made. I'll agree if you're going for the high school football training camp in Tennessee. I'll even pay for you. I haven't lost my mind to be fighting with a bunch of bulls during Christmas holiday, okay? I'll admit that I'm a bad son, not that Dad and Aunt Lily isn't fair to me. Randy sighed in gloom and looked at Zhang Lisheng. Hey brother, have fun in Amazon. Zhang Lisheng smiled without saying anything. At that moment, Solo hesitated before speaking again while he looked very serious now. Doctor. Fracture appeared again. The victim this time was a nurse from Queen's Hospital. She was dead for a few days when we found her in a rented apartment in Manhattan's blue-collar zone. She was so swollen like a Big Mac. Come on, Dad, we're eating. I know that you guys are eating. That's why I'm telling you now to get the image into your head. Listen, from today onwards, none of you are allowed to go out at night. You guys can only stay home until Christmas holiday's over. All of your friends aren't in New York anyway. Come on, I could go out and have fun even if I'm the last man standing in New York, Randy complained loudly. Stop bargaining with me, you can have fun at home too. New York's too empty now, everywhere's dangerous. You'll understand why I'm doing this if you think of Michelle, who is in the hospital now. Be a great example to your brothers and sisters, son, Solo said in all seriousness while looking at Randy. Randy sighed helplessly and nodded. After dinner, Lily packed for Zhang Lisheng and filled a big suitcase while nagging. She hugged Zhang Lisheng when packing was done. Baby, I don't want you to leave. Tears began rolling down her face. I'll be home after 3 weeks, Mom. But I'm already missing you even before you left, Lily mumbled while looking at her son's skinny cheeks. She had eyes filled with love. On the next morning, Lily woke up first thing in the morning and made Zhang Lisheng a beef pie and a glass of fresh apple juice. Zhang Lisheng finished the food clumsily. Chirp, chirp, chirp. His phone happened to ring when he finished the last drop of juice and cleaned his mouth. It was Tina who called. Lisheng, are you ready? I'm already waiting outside. I'm ready. I'll come out now. Zhang Lisheng carried his backpack and said goodbye to Lily as he grabbed the luggage. Mom, Tina just called. I'm leaving now. Your shoulder hasn't healed yet. I'll send you out. Lily packed a few steaming hot beef pies that she had just baked and packet juice into a paper bag agilely. She then took over the luggage from Zhang Lisheng. Give Ms. Tina the pies and juice. She might not have breakfast yet since she woke up so early. As a man, you should learn to take care of the girls around you. Chapter 81 The Departure. Chapter 81 The Departure. The day had yet to break entirely. There was nobody on the streets. There were birds chirping occasionally. Lily dragged the luggage and sent her son to the only car with lights on parked by the street. Seeing Lily was there with Zhang Lisheng, Tina got off the car and waved immediately. Hi, good morning, Ms. Lily. Good morning, Tina. I asked Lisheng to bring you beef pieces and juice. You can eat it on the way if you haven't had breakfast, but watch out when you're driving. Get going now if you guys are in a rush. Goodbye. Lily put Zhang Lisheng's luggage into the SUV's boot as she spoke. Bearing the pain of seeing her son go, she waved to say goodbye without speaking more. Goodbye, Ms. Lily, thank you for the pies and juice. Goodbye, Mom. Tina and Zhang Lisheng said goodbye to Lily loudly after he got into the car. The SUV moved slowly and drove towards New York JFK International Airport. Tina could not help but tease Zhang Lisheng while they were on the way. Mom's little boy. Don't you dare say those affection-instigating words to me. Admit it, Lisheng, you're a mama's boy. The only difference you have with other mama's boys is that you're not irritating, which I've no idea why. That's because my mom treats me as her baby. She needs me to be her baby, but I don't want to be her baby. Zhang Lisheng looked at the city, which was covered with darkness outside of the window, while saying, moving his lips. Was that a tongue twister? but what you said made sense. Another reason is that you have a great mom who makes a delicious pie. Tina, who was hungry, could not help but have herself a small piece of the pie with a lingering fragrance. She was impressed by Lily's baking skills as she put it into her mouth. Not only the pies are good, the juice is good too, Chen Lisheng said while smiling. Oh yay, Tina. So what kind of excuse did you tell your parents for this trip to Amazon? Would it be exposed? How do you know that I lied to my parents? It makes sense. People who aren't stupid would guess that my dad will never allow me to go to Amazon since the accident in Sichuan. But I didn't really lie. I told my family that I'm going for vacation in the tropical country Tatatutu with Sheila since New York's too cold. There are so many tropical countries. My parents agreed without thinking much into it. Your parents don't know Trish's parents. How can they not know that her brother has gone missing in Tatatutu? They know each other but they're not close. Lisheng, there are many circles in New York's upper class. Apart from those who are nosy, people from different circles wouldn't speak more than 3 sentences to each other even if they go to the same event. So the kids' friendship's nothing to the parents then. Apart from the time I'm in trouble, I sometimes think that I'm nothing to my parents. I have friends anyway. Tina fell into silence for a moment before speaking softly. Chen Lisheng was stunned as he opened his mouth. He wanted to ask how Trish decided to go to Tatatutu, but he changed the topic instead. Actually, I've always thought a wealthy lady like you would fly in a private plane whenever you get out of the country. Never had I thought you would take the public plane just like everyone else. You watched too much TV, Lisheng. None of the friends that I know bought their own plane when they're in their 20s before they could spend their money freely. In reality, our parents would make us live a constrained life before we learned about money and before we became an adult. Oh, so you're living a constrained life when you have some 10 or tens of expensive luxurious cars. That's interesting. Both of them arrived at JFK Airport as they chatted happily in the car. After parking the car, Tina headed straight to the airport's VIP lounge with Chen Lisheng even without getting their plane tickets. The security guards at the VIP lounge's entrance did not check through Tina and said courteously, "Welcome to JFK Airport, Ms. Tina." She then left her luggage there and walked in. Big, expensive leather couches, elegant coffee tables, tasteful decorations, famous painting replicas on the wall, and the floor spread with cashmere carpet gave a real VIP feeling in JFK Airport's VIP lounge. After walking into the VIP lounge, Tina looked around and pointed to a bunch of young people standing before the ceiling-to-floor window. Lisheng, Trish and Sheila are over there. She grabbed Chen Lisheng's arm and ran forward. Don't run, Tina. I forgot to tell you that I hurt my arm a few days back. It hasn't healed completely yet. What happened? Tina was stunned and asked caringly after letting go of his arm. Someone broke my shoulder blade. Oh my God, how did that happen? Chen Lisheng said while smiling. Now I think I'm like a trouble magnet whereby I would meet all sorts of serial killers no matter where I go, just like the lead character in some soap opera. Someone broke your shoulder blade. You met a serial killer? Oh, no. Lisheng, did you encounter? No matter who I encountered, he's with Mr. Rudolph now. Let's go over there. Sheila's looking at us. Walk slower. Don't grab my arm. However, Tina did not leave right away. Instead, she said in shock, Lisheng, you really killed Dr. Fracture. I was just betting with my friend yesterday that he will never be captured, just like Jack the Ripper. Sheila, who saw the both of them, ran towards them when Tina was pestering. Hi Lisheng, Good morning, Tina. I didn't expect that you really brought Lich with you. Oh, you look like you didn't sleep well, babe. The two girls began chatting softly as they walked. They ignored Lich completely. The three of them arrived before the ceiling-to-floor window. Trish, who looked tired, said in gratitude, "Thanks for coming, Lich." "Tina, you don't have to go to Tatatutu with me actually. I've never blamed you since the beginning." Tina shook her head hard and opened her arms wide. She hugged Trish. "Trish, we're best friends. This is a hard time for you. I'll be with you no matter what you do." "Oh, Tina, Sheila, you guys are the best." The scene of the three ladies sobbing while hugging made Lich realized why Tina must go to Amazon this time. Perhaps it was not because of not learning the lesson, snobbish or ignorant, but she must be there. At that moment, the two Caucasian boys who looked similar who Lich saw at the Queen's Hospital ward with Trish and Sheila began comforting their girlfriends. They looked like brothers, but they were just schoolmates while their family background was very different. Sheila's boyfriend Shitu Morgan was the new generation of the Morgan family who once conquered America's financial market. He was considered to be born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Trish's boyfriend Walter Sanders, on the other hand, was a child of a second-generation immigrant family. Because his father worked as a janitor at Fordham High School and for his good grades he managed to get into Fordham. Among the wealthy students of Fordham High School, which was dubbed as the Oxford of Manhattan, he was considered a rather special one. Naturally, he was extraordinary himself, judging by the fact that he managed to date Trish of the Fordham sisters, seizing the opportunity that she had just recently broken up with her boyfriend at the moment. That included his understanding character. "Trish, Sheila, Tina, I understand how you guys feel, but there's no need to cry just yet. I have a feeling that it will be better. Henry will be fine. Let's stop crying. We're leaving now." Shitu caressed Sheila's shoulder softly and comforted the three ladies softly. Lich hesitated for a moment and patted Tina's shoulder in a stiff manner, but he said nothing. The girls stopped crying slowly while Tina only began to introduce Lich. "Lich, this is Shitu, Walter, Lister." "Wait, Tina, is everyone here going to the Amazon?" "No, apart from Shitu and Walter, the rest are just here to send us off." Lich was secretly relieved. He did not expect Tina to proceed to speak, but they'll be booking the entire plane to Tatatutu a few days later. Henry's one of the Fordham Kappa Sigma Chi members. They're his brothers. The fraternity and sorority in American schools were a special student society. Such a society was not compulsory, whereby the students would join as they wished. Everyone was eager to get in because a popular school's fraternity was a shortcut to expand one's people connection. Moreover, one would have their identity validated since they had to go through strict and grueling assessments to get in. To Lich's understanding, the so-called fraternity was something like sworn brothers. He did not despise it, but he would not join a fraternity. Since he knew Tina for quite some time now, Lich realized how the parents' fortune, people connection, and power would influence these wealthy teenagers. They would have luxurious cars and watches that people would be envious of. Traveling the world was nothing to them. They could lie to their family and book the entire plane to Amazon. To them, it was like going to the street next door to buy a sausage. These kids had no idea how to take their life seriously at all. As he thought to this point, Lich said while smiling, vaguely looking at those young men and ladies who looked gloomy, "Since they're brothers, indeed they should really go to Tatatutu. Go on, Tina. This is Habby, Henry's best friend." They're always together. Tina introduced them accordingly and eventually said while pointing at Zhang Lixing, "This is Zhang Lixing, my good friend. He's a legit jungle hunter from China. Hey, we met at the hospital. I remember Mr. Howick liking your Amazon and donut theory. Nice to meet you." Walter was the first one to shake Zhang Lixing's hand and spoke. "Me too, Mr. Walter." A VIP lounge attendant came to them quickly while Zhang Lixing was speaking. "Ms. Trish, the plane's ready for boarding now." Chapter 82: A small country between civilization and the wild. Chapter 82: A small country between civilization and the wild. Since it was boarding time, everyone stopped chatting with Zhang Lixing and began saying goodbye to each other in the last moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Lixing asked the attendant at the terminal, "May I know the model of the plane we are taking?" "It's Boeing 747-400, sir," the beautiful female attendant replied while smiling. Zhang Lixing nodded and took out his phone from his pocket. He began to look for Boeing 747-400 pictures on the internet and soon found results that he was satisfied with. Since then, Zhang Lixing had been staring at his phone screen as his mouth moved softly without saying anything until he boarded the plane. As soon as they boarded the first-class cabin, he ran to a window seat with the best view so fast that people had their jaw dropped. He widened his eyes as he watched the plane runway outside the window. American flight attendants did not live by the value whereby joy came from helping others. Unless they encountered guests who were handicapped or old, they would not even move a finger apart from doing what they were required to do. Fortunately, Zhang Lixing paid 2 to 3 times more than economy for a first-class seat. It was only natural that he would receive better service. A few plump attendants in the cabin who seemed like aunties picked up his hand-carry luggage while smiling. They even smiled and bowed when they walked away. The flight attendant's comprehensive service reflected Zhang Lixing's rudeness even more. The people who traveled with him were flushing. However, since Zhang Lixing was a friend who Tina invited to help them during the trip, it was impolite for them to say anything. Tina, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment seeing Zhang Lixing's odd behavior. She did not interrupt him from the beginning until the end. Not long later, the plane engine started and the plane began gliding slowly. The flight attendants politely reminded the guests to fasten their seatbelt and turn off their mobile phones. At the moment when the plane was accelerating and almost flying, an invisible force in the luggage storage below the plane cabin knocked the luggages all over the place suddenly. The loud commotion in the luggage storage was masked by the Boeing plane's loud engine. It did not get anyone's attention. Later on, a giant lizard with its body curled appeared itself in the luggage storage. A gleam shone through the scales on its body. It disappeared slowly from its head to its tail. At the same time, Zhang Lixing, who stayed in the first-class cabin, was relieved all of a sudden. He seemed much relaxed now. The plane began flying stably when it was high in the air. Just when the attendant announced that the guests could move freely, Zhang Lixing raised his hand immediately and asked for a glass of orange juice. Noticing that he seemed to be normal again, Tina, who sat on the seat beside, asked softly, "You looked off just now. What happened, Lixing?" "Nothing. It's just that I brought protection onto the plane secretly so that our journey to Amazon would be safer." At that moment, the plump and kind attendant came with a glass of juice. Zhang Lixing said, "Thanks." He smiled at Tina in a mysterious way after taking the glass of juice. He said nothing more and turned his head to look out of the window. Just like the first time he flew across the ocean, Zhang Lisheng did not sleep and watched the majestic sea of clouds the second time he was on a plane. He was up until the plane arrived at the warm airport in Tatatutu's capital. Tatatutu was a small inland country at the border of Amazon rainforest. It occupied 60,000 square kilometers with 17 counties, but the population was only 2 million people. Its capital Tuicarno was dubbed the tourism city with the highest greenery in the entire world. It was the truth. This city with less than 150,000 people had more than 80 of its surface covered in an endless, vast rainforest. The streets were filled with lush green without any trees planted manually. 4 seasons did not apply in Tuicarno. There was only one season there, which was a monsoon season, humid monsoon. However, as they got off the plane and stepped onto Tuicarno land, apart from the suffocating heat, Zhang Lisheng, who had only been to Chengdu Shuangliu International Airport in China and JFK Airport in New York, was shocked to see that there was such a crude airport that existed in the world. The airport in Tatatutu's capital was not exactly small, but there was no fence around the place, nor was there any sonic bird repellent. There were only a few earth walls that seemed less than 1 meter high surrounding the airport. Looking from the runway, they could see the greenery of Amazon's rainforest directly. The terminal looked like a 2-story earth building from far away. It was big, but the wall was mottled with moss growing on them. It looked disgusting if one was to look for a long time. As the guests got off the plane, there was only an old double-door minibus for the transfer. However, there were few rows of old, chipped-paint cabs conveniently parked at the corner of the airport. They would take a big round to avoid the runway to offer their service when the guests waved. Zhang Lisheng could not help but ask, noticing that Tina showed 3 fingers naturally to get 3 cabs as soon as they got off the plane. "Tina, have you been to this horrible place?" "No, but small tropical countries' airports are usually like this." "Don't be picky, Lisheng. Such a small country has less population than a district in New York. It's understandable that it's crude." The cab driver, who was busy carrying their luggage, spoke in fluent English. "Sir, miss, indeed, our Tatatutus a small, insignificant country compared to America, but our beautiful, mysterious rainforests beyond comparison." He was a short, tanned man with a bulging forehead. He looked like he was born in the rainforest. He would look much better if he was to cover his naked body with leaves than the pair of dirty blue shorts and t-shirt that he was wearing now. "You can speak English, that's great," Tina said in surprise. "Do you know where Paradise Hotel is? Could you bring us there?" "Everyone in Tuicarno knows where Paradise Hotel is. I could bring you guys there for 50. "Okay," Tina agreed right away. She waved and shouted at Sheila and Trish, who had gotten into their cabs. "Hey sisters, my driver knows where Paradise Hotel is and he'll bring us there directly for 50. "Tina, our driver's only asking for 30. Walter, who was sitting in the same cab as Trish, extended his head from the window and shouted. "I was just kidding about the 50. Y'all only have to pay me 30, miss." Tina's driver heard and carried their luggage into the boots quickly and urged as if nothing had happened. "Let's get up the car." "Tina, it seems like you're not as smart on the daily apart from the time you talk business," Zhang Lisheng said and got into the cab. The back seats were wet and torn. The car clearly shook twice when the driver started the engine. Toot-toot-toot. There was black smoke coming out of the car as it drove towards the airport exit. When they arrived at the exit, Zhang Lisheng was surprised to find out that Tatatutu allowed passengers passing the immigration while sitting in a cab. They didn't need to have their bags checked, they only had to hand their passport from the car window, shoving a few dollars inside. The officer would stamp and approve their arrival right away, while the people could just leave the airport in the car to wherever they wanted to go. Even Tina was surprised when they passed the immigration just like that. Zhang Lisheng mumbled, passing the immigration's even easier than getting a burger at a burger store. This is to save the honorable guests time, such as you guys, so that you could explore the mysterious Amazon rainforest as soon as possible. Though beautiful and amazing, the Amazon rainforest's very dangerous. You guys would need a tour guide who's familiar with the rainforest. Indeed, we need a tour guide, but most importantly, he has to be honest, Mr. 50. Oh, you remember the one-time joke that I said to you? In reality, Kakarpu is an honest man, the cab driver Kakarpu said with a smirk on his face. Tuikarno streets were considered much better than the airport. Although there were hardly any buildings that were above 5-story tall, the 6-lane cement roads gave them a taste of a modern city. However, some odd and strange puppets, stone sculptures, and wooden sculptures that were being sold in the stores by the streets, as well as the ancient jungle hundreds of meters away from the roads on both sides, spoiled the modern city feeling. Those were the reminders that the land they were stepping on was an irregular city mounted within a rainforest. Kakarpu did not stop talking while he was turning here and there on the confusing Tuikarno roads. He was determined to change Tina's mind so that she would hire him to be their tour guide. Just when he was in the midst of talking, he unintentionally saw Zhang Lisheng mumbling silently while watching outside the window from the rear-view mirror. He could not help but watch Zhang Lisheng's mouth carefully. TSS, Kakarpu forgot to control the steering wheel, causing the cab to lose control a little on the road. Oh my God, what are you doing, Mr. Driver? Tina, who hit her head from the accident that came out of nowhere, shouted loudly in panic. I'm sorry, miss, I'm sorry. Kakarpu apologized continuously, while sweat that was as big as a bean dripping from his forehead. He said nothing since then until he parked the car outside of Paradise Hotel. Paradise Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in Tatituta's capital Tuikarno that was built following the international standards. It was built at the Amazon's border, stating that the guests would be able to touch the leaves from the rainforest when they extended their hand from their room's window. Staying in the hotel gave a feeling that they were wandering between civilization and the wild ancient jungle. Trish booked rooms at the Paradise Hotel before they departed. A suite for the 3 ladies to stay together and another 3 single rooms for Walter, Shitu and Zhang Lisheng. Judging by the arrangement, one could tell that Trish was a meticulous person. Everyone must be exhausted from the long plane ride. We will settle in our room and take a rest. Let's have dinner at the hotel's restaurant and we will discuss what to do next. Is that okay? Sure, I've no comment about that. It's a must that we shower and change. Although I've put on a summer dress on the plane, the cab ride was too humid. Since nobody objected, everyone returned to their rooms respectively with their luggage and rested. Chapter 83 Argument. Chapter 83 Argument. Since it was a tourist hotel, Paradise Hotel's single room was very spacious while the decorations inside were stylish. There was thick dry grass felt sticking on the walls to remove the dampness with exaggerated tree sculptures hanging on them. There were weaved bamboo mats spread on the floor. One would feel fresh and cooling when they stepped on it barefooted. It was not prickly at all. The lamps on the ceiling were modeled after various jungle animals and looked very interesting. There was a twin water bed in the middle of the room with a bedside table on one side and a wardrobe on the other. Chang Lisheng called Lily to report his safe arrival after getting into the room. He then took a shower, put on a pair of shorts and t-shirt before walking to the narrow viewing balcony in the single room. Lush green filled his eyes at the moment as the layers of greenery touched the longing he buried deep in his heart. He had never thought the Amazon rainforest's ecology something very different from Western Sichuan's ancient jungle could look so similar to each other when he was looking at it up close. Even the smell coming out of it was very similar. He took a deep breath, inhaling the damp air with faint grass fragrance, and greedily stared at the greenery for quite some time as his body leaned close to the balcony's railing without him realizing. Then he tried his best to extend his arm in an attempt to touch the green leaves. "Sir, please don't extend your arm from the railing. It's very dangerous." A voice speaking broken English came from downstairs all of a sudden, pulling Zhang Lisheng back to reality. He stood stunned on Paradise Hotel's guest room balcony on the second floor momentarily. He looked down and saw a young native, wearing a black t-shirt and shorts while holding a long, sharp-tipped stick. The native showed off his bright teeth while looking at Zhang Lisheng courteously. The place the young native was standing was clearly not an ancient jungle. It was the hotel backyard where entertainment amenities were readily available. There was a large swimming pool, a fake sandy beach, a traditional massage parlor surrounded by glass and even beauty and nail salons. Dream destroyed, Chang Lisheng stood at the balcony looking stunned for another moment. He said while forcing a smile, "Thanks for the reminder. I didn't know that the jungle in the hotel is artificial." "I was." No, sir, Paradise Hotel is built within the jungle. All the trees here are from the Amazon, which is connected to the jungle. There are walls and electric fences in between for safety reasons. The jungle that you're looking at is part of the Amazon. There's no doubt to that, the young native explained immediately. Zhang Lisheng's eyes lit up as he pointed at the jungle. "So you're saying this is a jungle?" He then pointed where the pool and salon were. "And this is the hotel backyard." The both of them joined like the slogan in the lobby that reads a mix of civilization and wilderness. Yes, a mix of civilization and wilderness. "Great, cool." The young native gave a thumbs up and nodded continuously as he spoke. "Thanks." Hearing the answer he desired, Chang Lisheng revealed an odd smile and returned to his room after thanking him while waving. It had been a while since he rested. He could not help but yawn when he saw the water bed in the room as he relaxed himself. However, he closed the curtains quickly instead of resting and jumped on the bed. He took out the mountode from his backpack, put it in front of him, and began chanting his secret cultivation method diligently to replace his lack of sleep. It was 6 p.m. when he opened his eyes again. Chang Lisheng put away his wizard do, carried his backpack, put on his slippers, and walked out of the room toward the restaurant following the hotel's directory. The hotel attendants gave way to him humbly along the way. There was no such great service back in New York. The restaurant in Paradise Hotel was huge. It could take in up to 1,000 people. It was basically divided into 3 categories. One was a high-class Western restaurant, one was Tatatutus local tropical-styled restaurant, while the one in the middle was a Chinese-styled restaurant with dragons and phoenix elements. There were already plenty of tourists dining when Zhang Lisheng walked in. He looked around and walked to the counter, noticing that Tina and the rest were not there. "Hi, my name is Zhang Lisheng. May I know if there are any messages for me?" A foreign-looking young girl wearing a grass skirt looked at the computer behind the counter. She showed 8 bright teeth and smiled respectfully as she replied in accurate British English, "There is, Mr. Bang. It's a message from Ms. Teener. She has asked you to look for her in the Lunaruru private room." "Sure, where's the Lunaruru private room?" "Oh, our beautiful attendant will bring you there." As soon as the counter lady was done speaking, a native lady wearing a double-layer grass skirt with high cheekbones and bright red lipstick walked out from the first 2 rows of attendants. She swayed as she walked to Zhang Lisheng. "Please follow me, sir." She brought the young man to the tropical zone in the restaurant before leading him toward the straw room at the far end. Soon, Zhang Lisheng opened the straw room's door and walked into the Lunaruru private room. He was stunned as soon as he walked in. Apart from Tina, Sheila, Trish, and the 2 other guys, Walter and Shitu, there were 3 uninvited guests. At the moment, one of the uninvited guests, who was above 190 cm and seemed to be in his 20s and looked like his chest was going to burst from his tight army top, was shouting like he was the master of the room. "Trish, don't bargain with me. You can accompany Mom at Swiss Hospital or stay with Granny in California, but you can't stay in Tatatutu no matter what." "I'm not going anywhere. I must stay in Tatatutu since you're here looking for Henry. I can do the same too," Trish replied firmly. The muscular man shouted as veins bulged on his head, "Then I'll tell Dad that you're in Tatatutu, and I'll get him to cancel all your credit cards." "Hatton, I'm very happy that I helped in breaking the deadlock between you and Dad, helping you guys reconnect. I still have Tina and Sheila even if I don't have my credit cards anymore. Then I'll tell their parents what you girls are doing here." "FCK, this isn't a game, Trish. I'm dead worried that I have a brother who is lost in this damn jungle. I don't want my only sister to be devoured by the jungle too." "FCK, FCK. The muscular Manhattan hit the dining table with his fist, breaking a part of the wooden table. His friend, who was tanned, short, and skinny with extraordinarily bright eyes, said grimly, "Trish, your brother is right. This isn't a game. Even we who are working in the mountain division can't adapt that well when we go deeper into the Amazon rainforest. The jungle at the border of a city like Tuicarno can give you an illusion that Amazon is nothing to be afraid of, but when you find out its true colors, it may just well be too late." Zhang Lisheng could tell that the uninvited guests in the private room were Trish's brother and his friends. He secretly moved his hand that he put on his backpack away and opened the door softly. He was planning to sneak out of the room. It would be perfect if Trish's brother could chase Tina and the rest back to New York. Zhang Lisheng did not want his appearance to destroy the possibility. However, him opening the door alerted Hatton. He noticed that small, skinny Asian man at the corner of his eyes since the very beginning. He turned around all of a sudden and asked Zhang Lisheng, who was trying to leave, "Who are you?" "He's Mr. Zhang Lisheng, the jungle survival expert that we invited. Although he's young, he grew up in a mountain village in China's ancient jungle. He's already a qualified hunter since a long time ago." Trish, who had just noticed Zhang Lisheng standing at the door, acted as if she saw her savior and said loudly, without caring about the accuracy of the words she uttered, "SHH." The muscular man gestured Trish to keep quiet before looking directly at Zhang Lisheng. "Another jungle survival expert. Kid, since you're here, you must be very confident in your ability. So you think these high schoolers from Manhattan that you brought with you will survive in the Amazon rainforest just because of you? No sir, the reason I'm here is warmer than you thought. In reality, I just want to be with Tina while she accompanies Trish to wait for Henry's news somewhere closer. She hopes that my company winches with Trish. I could return her a favor that I owed. So I'll have to follow her orders, Zhang Lisheng replied calmly. The muscular man was stunned for a moment before understanding Zhang Lisheng's tongue-twister of a reason. This reason kind of makes sense, but kid, the Amazon rainforest isn't a place for you to show off your heroism and try to impress girls. I'm not trying to impress anyone, Zhang Lisheng forced a smile and said before turning his head to look at Trisham, but your brother is right. The Amazon rainforest isn't a place for you to show your heroism. Which side are you on? Zhang Lisheng. Tina was enraged and shouted once she heard Zhang Lisheng's reply. I'm standing on the side of truth. Listen, Tina, if you're alone, I'm willing to take you around the Amazon rainforest as long as you have the guts. But there are 5 people now. I can only protect you if we're really going into the jungle. In other words, you might have to watch your friends die, one after another. Do you really want that to happen? Zhang Lisheng said out loud. Tina was stunned. She was speechless as trouble began to plaster her face. Sheila's boyfriend Shitu could not help but say as he pointed fingers, "Hey you rude brat. I've been tolerating you for a long time." "Shut up," Hatton shouted at Shitu in an overbearing way all of a sudden. He was so shocked that he shuddered, his face turning so pale he could no longer speak. A remarkable U.S. Army Mountain Division captain's compelling yet majestic imposing manner was not something that a playboy could handle. Once Shitu shut up, Hatton walked to Zhang Lisheng pridefully. He looked at the young man closely, but in a condescending way as if he was a mountain. "Although you had days of stability, I can tell that you've been through a lot from your face. Thick fingered joints, a skinny body, and a horrible color on your face. However, your breathing seems healthy. Your body's characteristics are very similar to the 2 Carno natives. Also, the confidence that you can't hide seems to validate the arrogance you were showing earlier. You've just met me, and my objection makes you think I'm trustable. Don't you think that your judgment is too reckless? I can see through people just like my dad. Naturally, I'm not as accurate as he is, but it gets me by." Hatton T. Steg, Captain Commander of the U.S. Army Mountain Division Armadillo Chapter. "I respect the real professionals." Hatton extended his hand and said, "I have a perfect plan, and if you're willing, you can represent Trish and the rest in the search with us. Of course, it's limited to. I'm sorry, I have zero interest in that, Mr. Hatton." Zhang Lisheng smiled and ran out of the private room after opening the door. Chapter 84 Losing Direction. Chapter 84 Losing Direction. Fortunately, he had the habit of bringing a credit card along with him. Instead of using his room key card, Zhang Lisheng ordered American beef burger and iced Coke after sitting down at a table by the window in the restaurant. He began eating clumsily. Suddenly, he smelled a faint perfume fragrance that he was familiar with as he was halfway eating a burger and drinking Coke in Tatatutu. "Lisheng, your behavior's really weird, to be honest. Beef is healthy and there's no odd smell in it. And you won't try anything new because of that, Lisheng. You must know that trying something new isn't necessarily bad. Just like Trish and Sheila, I guarantee they're just like me. Perhaps they look like how do I put this, they might have tiny issues here and there, but they're actually very kind and trustworthy. It wouldn't be a problem even if they found out about that little secret of yours. You can guarantee about Trish and Sheila, but what about the rest?" Tina fell into silence for a moment and shouted in excitement all of the sudden, "Why don't the 4 of us go into Amazon? Stop dreaming, teener. Order an American beef burger. The burgers here tastes special. You guys won't be able to taste this when that muscular Mountain Division hunk chases you back to America. You don't know Trish. I might give in, but she will never go back, Tina sighed and said softly. A girl was accurate when judging her best friend. Early next morning, Trish and her boyfriend Walter mysteriously disappeared from the hotel suite. Everyone spread out to look for them. Eventually, Hatton and his friends found both of them at a small port near the Amazon River after spending a couple of hours looking through the entire Tuicarno in the rain. Both of them were with a cab driver who sent them to Paradise Hotel from the airport yesterday. It seemed like it was a norm that cab drivers in Tuicarno moonlighted as a tour guide. In reality, if the cab driver's canoe was not in repair due to a big hole caused by a falling log when he was in the water this morning, the three of them would have entered the rainforest in the canoe following the river. Looking at the crude wooden pot built on a muddy riverbank under his feet, Hatton said nothing when he found both of them. He threw a hard punch at Walter's face, who stood next to Trish with an umbrella. Walter flew over a meter away after a devastating groan while having rain and fresh blood in his mouth. As he fell onto the muddy ground, his cheeks became swollen and his features squeezed together from the pain. The umbrella was blown into the river by the wind and flew away. Have you lost your mind, Hatton? Trish pounded her brother's chest and shrieked with all her might, seeing that. It's me, it's my idea. Why did you beat him up? Come at me if you dare, Hatton shouted while lifting his fist as he swung it. However, it did not land on his sister's face. Instead, he punched the cab driver, who was smiling while standing beside the muddy water. If you conned my sister into looking for my brother in the rainforest again, I'll hang you on a tree and let you die from the scorching sun. There were a couple of local canoe owners who were watching ignorantly in the rain at the port. Seeing their fellow being beaten up, they looked at each other after a moment of shock. Suddenly, they brought out a sharp machete that was close to 70 cm long each from their own canoe. They hissed with their mouths wide open, releasing strange sounds that went hee-hee. They fearlessly came closer toward Hatton, who used violence earlier. Being on the Amazon River, machetes and paddles were the necessary tools. They were used to get rid of the vines and twigs that were blocking the canoe's way. To the natives who lived in the rainforest, swinging the machete was as easy as waving their hands and legs. The barbaric behavior imprinted in them, which had yet to wear off from the civilization, caused them to habitually use action to solve issues, instead of solving it verbally. Seeing that the natives surrounded him, Hatton frowned and shouted, "Nord, get them to leave." "Yes, Captain." A young man who looked immature and skinny and was standing aside went to the natives. He gathered a stack of US dollars from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground as he shouted, "What are you native monkeys trying to do? Are you trying to attack the active American officer? Leave with your friend who is faking his death on the ground while my captain is speaking to his sister instead of doing anything to you guys. Otherwise, I'll kick your ass." Seeing the US dollars on the ground, the natives looked at the hunks around Hatton, who looked scary, and changed the menacing expression they had into a contented smile. After picking up the money, howler, they went away with their Tatatutu language and helped the cab driver up from the muddy ground. They then left happily. Look, those natives are exactly like monkeys. Using a whip alone won't work. Using only candy won't work either. However, it will always work when you held the whip while tossing candies at them at the same time. Captain, that's a total of 850. It'll be today's activity expenses. Remember to include that in the company account, Nord said with pride after chasing the natives away with money. Hatton nodded while frowning as he looked at his panicky sister who was scared by the natives that surrounded them. He said in exhaustion, "Trish, you saw that yourself. These natives aren't as gentle as they presented. This is the Amazon. Those natives you see on the streets selling their stuff with a smile might have dads who survived by eating people. Tatatutu has been founded into civilization for less than 100 years. Many of the citizens have just left the jungle tribe. Even so, I'm still staying in Tuicarno. You chasing me away will only backfire. Initially, I didn't want to call the number of the cab driver who left me today, but because of what you said last night, I called him." Trish snapped back to her senses and looked at her brother stubbornly. She calmly spoke in the rain. HMPH. Hatton glared at the stubborn Trish while breathing heavily. Eventually, he hardly wiped the rain water on his face away. "Let's go." He turned around and left in big steps. His partners looked at each other and followed Hatton, who was leaving the port. Nord spoke softly all of a sudden when he was passing beside Trish. "Ms. Trish, Hatton's just concerned about your safety and that's why he's been hard on you. I hope that you would understand. I used to have a brother like that too." "I know, thanks." After everyone left, Trish staggered her way in the rain and helped Walter up. At the moment, a scream came from far away. "Trish, Walter, where are you guys?" Tina, Cheng, Lisheng, and the rest made their way to the small port. It was Hatton who informed them earlier. The three ladies hugged and cried together when they met. When they returned to the hotel, Trish had a high fever that afternoon. Seeing the ambulance ran on diesel with black smoke coming out of it, Tina and Sheila thought the clinic in Paradise Hotel was more reliable than the only public hospital in Tuicarno. They became nurses themselves after getting the hotel doctor to give Trish a shot. They began taking care of Trish diligently while Walter and Shitu volunteered to be the caretakers who did everything. Shang Lisheng didn't have a close relationship with Trish, so he had no reason to accompany the patient on the bed. The entire afternoon became a boring leisure time. Listening to the heavy rain outside his room, an idea popped into his head out of nowhere. He held an umbrella and left Paradise Hotel with his backpack. The heavy rain eliminated Tuicarno's endless fog. It was refreshing and damp. Naturally, there were little people during this weather in the small rainforest country. Shang Lisheng took a stroll on the streets and walked openly in the muddy water toward the dense rainforest far away. To most people, the ferocious beasts and venomous worms in the Amazon rainforest were terrifying. Meanwhile, to the ferocious beasts and venomous worms in the rainforest, humans were the real terrifying monsters. The reason being these weak, slow animals with blunt claws had the potential of being made into all sorts of terrifying tools. An old cross-country jeep, an old-fashioned double-barreled shotgun, industrialized canned pesticides, and tasers with batteries. Although the natives in Tuicarno could only use these four simple tools, they managed to teach the animals in the jungle a lesson for tens of years. A lesson to keep those scary humans far away. However, Shang Lisheng sensed the livelihood in the rainforest when he walked in. The sound of insects crawling combined with the raindrops that were much lighter in the dense jungle rang in his ears continuously. He tossed the umbrella away and lifted his head to look. He could see little of the sky-like spots from the gaps between the trees above his head. Indulging himself in the extraordinarily fresh jungle air with a faint, rotting stench, Chang Lisheng took in a deep breath and began chanting witchcraft incantation softly. All of a sudden, a black-scaled giant lizard that looked like a dragon appeared not far away. It was over 10 meters long, whose body stretched along the trees in the jungle as if it had no bones. Its enormous body did not make any noise when it was walking. It was extremely agile. After bringing the wizard worm to his side, Chang Lisheng climbed on the giant lizard's back and controlled Island Dragon to hop up. Its 4 claws attached to the trunk of a tree that was tens of meters tall, agilely climbing all the way to the top of the tree while avoiding the branches that were sticking out. It was raining heavily above the tree, and Chang Lisheng was completely drenched thanks to it. Although the chilly wind caused piercing pain in his bones, he felt a switch that went par in his head when he watched the endless jungle high up. There was a sense of liberation that he could not describe. Ignoring the chill, Chang Lisheng began chanting witchcraft incantation loudly, controlling Island Dragon to get from one treetop to another, as if it was flying. All beasts avoided them wherever they passed by. Riding on the giant lizard's back, he had no idea how long they had been running freely. The rain gradually stopped and the sun revealed itself. Suddenly, Chang Lisheng felt that the aura around the jungle was getting wild and terrifying. He ordered his wizard worm to stop and looked down. He realized he could not see the end of the tree beneath his feet. He calculated that he must be at least 100 meters up in the air. Oh no, I have no idea how far we've gone. After running out of excitement, I wonder if we can make it back to Tuicarno, seeing that we lost our direction, Chang Lisheng mumbled while forcing a smile as he calmed himself. I must be out of my mind. How can I lose control once I come to the jungle? Compared to my life in New York, the concrete jungle isn't depressing at all. Chapter 85 Strange Pebble from the Supernatural Realm. Chapter 85 Strange Pebble from the Supernatural Realm. Chang Lisheng was considered deep within the Amazon rainforest right now. Although the giant lizard's aura could scare most of the living things away, it was a complete and utterly rude provocation to the overlord of this jungle. Just when Island Dragon stood on the giant tree, a gigantic light green anaconda with spots all over its body gradually surfaced on the Amazon River water supply line. Its color blended perfectly with the surroundings, gliding towards the giant lizard like a specter following the dense trees in the jungle. It attacked Island Dragon while Chang Lisheng was mumbling to himself. The giant lizard mauled the anaconda with its sharp, curled nails on its enormous claws when it was attacked. The claws easily pierced through the anaconda's body. Subsequently, it jumped high up into the air and pressed onto its attacker's body hard. It then opened its mouth, revealing a mouth which was full of sharp teeth, tearing the anaconda's tough body into pieces right away. As its body was torn apart, the anaconda with a strong will to live did not die just yet. Its body that was torn into pieces jumped blindly and madly on the giant branch. Chang Lisheng, who had the same expression on his face since the attack of anaconda, cursed all of a sudden after getting a closer look at the remaining snake whose head was glaring at him. SHD, I can't believe I've just encountered an Amazon anaconda. Where exactly am I right now? The Amazon anaconda is the biggest snake in the world. Compared to usual oviparous snakes, the Amazon anaconda is viviparous. The Amazon anaconda is as thick as a pencil when it was born and spanned 60 to 70 centimeters in length. It was cute like a bamboo chopstick. In Amazon rainforest's horrible environment, the baby snake would become the carnivorous beast's food since they couldn't protect themselves. They would die at the moment their mother overlooked. The survival rate for them was extremely low. However, the Amazon anaconda would slowly grow into a giant that was over 10 meters long as they survived the first few years. By then, they would stay by a muddy shore or shallow water and would strangle every living thing that they saw whenever they became hungry. It would break its prey's bones and swallow it whole. It ranked the highest in the food chain. Seeing the Amazon anaconda, Zhang Lisheng realized that he was in the Amazon rainforest's danger zone. Although he was a rank 3 wizard, just like ordinary people, it was very dangerous for him to enter deep into the rainforest without any preparation. He controlled the giant lizard to eat the anaconda while feeling annoyed. He thought about it and decided to release Mountode out of his backpack, letting it hunt as it desired in the dense jungle. Zhang Lisheng then rode on the giant lizard and went back where he came from on top of the trees in the jungle. He did not realize that he was deep inside the jungle when he came, but the journey back was definitely bumpy. Depending on his blurry memory and good luck, Zhang Lisheng finally saw a city from far away once the sky got dark. He rushed to the street he saw from the jungle. Zhang Lisheng could not help but feel relieved when he finally arrived. He stepped on the mud strenuously and walked onto the street. It seemed like an extraordinarily barren area. The roads were filled with potholes. There were only a few wagons with buffaloes pulling slowly. There were crude mud houses on both sides of the street. There were no cabs anywhere when Zhang Lisheng looked around. He then picked a direction and walked along the street without stopping. He saw a mud house with a sign, not knowing how far he had walked. He walked in without bothering if it was a store or not. It was a small house with dimmed lights. He could see a rectangular earth table that was half a meter long after only taking 3 to 5 steps. On it, clean, green banana leaves were spread on the table. A bunch of burnt grilled lizard, squirrel and worms were arranged neatly on the banana leaves, as well as packets of seasoning powder that had a weird smell. The wall behind the earth table looked like it was soaked in rainwater. There were grimacing masks and strange wooden sculptures all over it. The rainwater dripped from the wall to the ground. Under the dimmed, yellow bulb, the same thing happened to the masks and wooden sculptures, whereby they looked like they were crying. One could not help to have goosebumps if they were to see this. Scanning around, he saw a native young man who looked even skinnier than Zhang Lisheng. He presumed that he was the one looking after the store. Zhang Lisheng stepped forward and spoke English in a testing manner. "Hi friend, do you speak English?" "Of course, sir. As one of the 10 greatest stores in Lunuk, I'm well versed in 6 languages." "Ni hao pang yu konnichiwa tomodachi." The young man tried looking like an adult when he saw a customer walk in, combining different languages and spoke in an odd tone. He was trying to showcase his knowledge to win the customer's trust. Tatatutu was a small rainforest country that was upgraded from a barbaric primitive society straight into a modern society thanks to external forces, without any transitions in between. The influence coming from the advanced civilizations out there was almost unstoppable, like cancer. Without the heritage coming from a long history, it was natural for the young Tatatutu people who were determined to get out of poverty to do this. They would use tenfolds more patience in learning foreign languages than what they use in learning their native language, which gave them all sorts of opportunities. "Okay, I'm Chinese but I'm trying very hard to understand your English," Zhang Lisheng said while smiling. "Do you know how I can get to Paradise Hotel?" "Paradise Hotel, ist that in Tuicarno, sir? We're in Lunuk City now," the native young man said while feeling odd, looking at the young foreigner who looked messy before him. Zhang Lisheng was stunned. He turned around and looked at the dirt road outside the door. He realized he was not in a barren suburb around the Tucarno jungle, but he actually arrived in another city. How far is Tuicano from here? Around 100 kilometers. You can get there directly on the big bus tomorrow. It's only 15 soros, or 3. Lich was relieved to hear that Tuicarno was not too far away. May I know if there's any hotel around Lunuk? Of course there is. We have the Grand Forest Hotel. Although it's not as luxurious as the Paradise Hotel, it's a 3-star hotel. I can bring you there, as long as you buy one thing from me. Lich looked at the burnt skewers on the earth table and lifted his head to look at the crude and ugly sculptures on the wall. He then said, while smiling, I could pay you a hiring fee directly. Sir, I'm a store owner, not a driver. My dad once told me that we should only help customers as Linux store owners. So if you want me to bring you to the Grand Forest Hotel, you'll have to be my customer first. Oh, a person of principle. All right then, I'll get one skewer. Lich did not talk more and picked up a grilled skinned frill-necked lizard from the earth table. He said, while eating, I didn't expect this grilled lizard to be delicious. Let's go. I only have a credit card with me, so I can only pay you when I get to the hotel. He was a young man from a mountain village in western Sichuan. Even though he did not want to eat that local Amazon food, it did not mean that he could not eat them. Sir, you're the coolest tourist I've ever seen to eat a grilled animal like that. The native young man was surprised when he watched Lich finish the grilled lizard skewer quickly. But buying a 0.50 skewer is insufficient for me to send you to the hotel. Lich filled his stomach a bit after eating the skewer. He began to understand the young man's trick. So what do you have to sell me so that you could bring me to the hotel? The young man looked around his crude products quickly, his eyes lighting up without him saying anything. He took out a colorful pebble from his pocket. I'm selling you something that's one of a kind. Look, it's a jelly gem that I excavated when I saw a supernatural dimension by chance. If you like it, I could sacrifice it and sell it to you. We usually call your jelly gem a pebble or a pebble dyed with colors. All right, no matter what it is, how much is it? It's definitely not our pebble, sir. Look, it's soft. It could stick on your hand, and its form is changeable. The native young man slammed the colorful pebble on his palm and shook it hard for a few times. He showed his palm to Lich with pride. Look, it stuck firmly on my palm without using any rubber cement. What's more amazing is that you could pull it into a thin rope and tie it around your wrist. Or you could slam it like a biscuit and stick it on your body. You won't feel its presence if you're unaware. You can try it. This gem's as astonishing as where it comes from. Over 10 days ago during midnight, I saw a dark yellow glow appear in the jungle out of nowhere when I was peeing behind the house. I couldn't help but go after it. I found out it was an enormous glowing door that was even bigger than 10 trees combined. The door connected to an island with strange rocks, river, and houses. I've never seen those square wooden houses with long roofs and sharp tips before, but they looked beautiful. Oh yes, there were many strange animals and big birds carved on those houses which looked like they were alive. I was very curious, but I didn't dare to go closer. However, the door felt like it had legs. It was walking around the enormous island and stopped when it arrived before a gigantic colorful rock that looked like a mountain. Noticing that the door stopped moving, I couldn't help but extend my arm to touch that big rock. In the end, the door disappeared when I retreated my hand from the pane. However, I was lucky that I grabbed this piece of jelly gem, which I have no idea how it happened," the young man said vividly, and removed the deformed pebble from his palm. He then handed it to Zhang Lisheng. "So it's not a pebble, but a piece of rubber." Zhang Lisheng took the pebble that looked like a piece of biscuit and looked at it, turning back to its pebble shape slowly. He pulled it and tied it on his finger, then said, "All right, it's pretty interesting. I'm willing to pay you a reasonable price." "It really is a gem," the young man argued immediately. However, he sighed after seeing Zhang Lisheng's cold expression. "All right then, you're a man with no imagination." 80, no 100, sir. I risked my arm to get it. It's worth 100. No problem. As long as I manage to get a hot shower and grab a hot dinner within the shortest amount of time, your jelly gem will be worth 100. Chapter 86, The Wise One Among the Natives. Chapter 86, The Wise One Among the Natives. It's my pleasure to provide my services. Let's go, my customer. Hearing that Zhang Lisheng agreed to buy the jelly gem, the native young man ran out of the store barefooted to the attached mud hut not far away. He strenuously pushed out a worn-out three-wheeled motorcycle that was almost as tall as him. He stepped on the motorcycle's engine with all of his might. "Arr!" the native young man shouted in the midst of the rumbling noise. "Get up, sir, let's go." "I hope you have your driver's license," Zhang Lisheng mumbled in the dark and went into the motorcycle's side bucket. The motorcycle started moving in a wobbly manner, though it was gradually getting faster. It dashed forward on the bumpy streets with potholes. Some 10 minutes later, the motorcycle parked relatively far from a brightly lit hotel. The young man looked at the hotel. There was indescribable fondness sparkling in his eyes. "Sir, that's the Grand Forest Hotel." The hotel head said that we can't go to such a place. You can only walk there yourself and deliver me the money later. I'll be waiting for you here. Zhang Lisheng had just found out that civilizations did not mix with the wild, thanks to the Tatatutu locals. There was a clear division between the two. "Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I can." He went off the motorcycle bucket and walked to the hotel far away with big steps. The 300-meter difference gave Zhang Lisheng the feeling that he had returned to civilization. The attendants standing at the Grand Forest Hotel's entrance ignored Zhang Lisheng, who looked filthy. They were serving him courteously. It was the Amazon. Many tourists who stayed there would come back looking messy after their adventure. There was an ATM machine in the hotel. After Zhang Lisheng got himself a room, he then withdrew some money and went back to deliver it to the native young when suddenly, chirp, 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 his phone in his backpack began ringing. The questioning would come anyway. He looked at the screen and picked up his phone. He said directly without bothering if what he was going to say didn't make any sense. "I'm sorry, Tina. I'm no longer in Tucano now. I went for a walk this afternoon and went onto a big bus by accident. I didn't expect to come all the way to Lunuk City. But don't worry, I'll get back to Paradise Hotel by tomorrow." Tina, who wanted to ask Zhang Lisheng to dinner, was stunned for a while before asking, "Lunuk, where's that?" "I'm not too sure. I only know it's approximately 100 kilometers away from Tucano." "Okay, my phone's running out of battery soon. We'll talk more tomorrow when we meet." Zhang Lisheng then hung up the call quickly. Tina, who sat at a round table in Paradise Hotel's Western restaurant, put down her phone while looking lost. Lisheng said he went onto a big bus unintentionally when he was taking a walk this afternoon. He has left Tuicarno and he's in a city called Lunuk. He'll only be back tomorrow. Don't worry, Ms. Teener. Lunuk is a bustling city 120 kilometers on Tuicarno's west. Of course, it's only bustling in Tatatutu standards. Most of the residents came from the Gathera tribes Yekadidu and Maxilinlan. It has a simple culture and the safety's great there. There are buses straight to Tuicarno every Tuesday and Thursday. Seeing Tina's worried expression, an old man with white hair and a beard who wore an old gray suit that sat across her comforted her caringly. He looked like a native, but his charisma was completely different from those jungle natives. The terms wise and knowledgeable seemed to have been imprinted in his high, skinny cheekbones. He had the calmness of an old-fashioned gentleman. He gave a feeling that he was highly educated no matter what he did. Buses that go straight to Tuicarno only appear every Tuesday and Thursday. That means there are no buses today, Professor Tubalin. Shitu, who was sitting beside, suddenly said loudly and indignantly, "That Lisheng's lying. I wonder where he's fooling around now." "Shut up, Shitu." Noticing Tina's expression that was still concerned, Sheila grabbed onto her boyfriend and said softly, "Oh, maybe I got it wrong, or maybe there's a bus operating on Monday coming to Tuicarno from Lunuk. After all, it's been half a year since I went into the jungle this time." "Many things have changed," Tubalin said apologetically, realizing he said something wrong. "I can't believe that you defended a brat that you've never met before. Professor Tubalin, you're such a gentleman. I can't imagine that you're from Tatatutu. I mean, your charisma and demeanor makes one think. Young man, it seems like you have some stereotypes on our Tatatutu. But it's okay. It's just like how the British sent its convicts to America 300 years ago, where the poor were begging to survive. Although my country's poor and low right now, I believe it will catch up to the other countries' pace on this planet one day. By then, nobody will look down on it. I believe this will happen in the near future. I went out of the country to study at Cambridge University 45 years ago because of this goal." Tubalin looked at Shitu while smiling and said in pride, "Compared to those patriots who would fight or even curse whenever they heard negative comments, people who were rational and respectable would be undoubtedly more convincing." Hearing what he said, Shitu, whose character was rude, stood up in a formal manner and bowed. "I'm gravely embarrassed of what I've done, Professor Tubalin. Compared to you, I'm more like an uncivilized barbarian. Please forgive me." This young New Yorker who came from a wealthy family had proper etiquette lessons before. He seemed eloquent when he thought through what he was going to say. "Oh, young man, God will forgive you even if you did something wrong, let alone me." Shit's little unintended mistake was remedied perfectly. The waiters began serving food. Later on, the dinner was getting more and more harmonious. Among those who were eating, Tina was the only one who seemed distracted. She excused herself after eating the appetizer and main course. She walked out of the restaurant in big steps and called Zhang Lisheng again. "Zhang Lisheng, the buses from Tuicarno to Lunuk only operate every Tuesday and Thursday. How do you explain that?" Zhang Lisheng on the other side fell into silence for a moment. "Okay, I didn't take the bus. I lost my way when I was walking in the jungle with the help of some special tools and went all the way to Lunuk." "Special tool?" Tina shouted out of shock. "What kind of special tool could bring you up to 100 kilometers away in the Amazon rainforest in just a couple of hours?" "Lower your voice, Tina. I don't want the whole world to know about this. Remember, I have my little secret. Stop asking. You'll see it when you see it." "Lisheng, Your vague statement makes it hard to believe what you're saying. Perhaps you've never left Tuicarno, but you're somewhere in the city doing God knows what. A 16-year-old young man, or perhaps you should be a 17-year-old now. Oh, seriously, Tina prodded him on purpose. It's fine by me if that's what you think. I'm having dinner now, so I'll stop talking. See you tomorrow. Zhang Lisheng did not take her prodding and hung up the phone as he removed the 100 jelly gem that he tied on his finger. The jelly gem turned into an oval shape slowly after it was removed. Zhang Lisheng sat on the bed of Grand Forest Hotel's room and studied the piece of strange rubber closely while eating a burger. His effort was to no avail in the end. He slammed it into a pancake shape casually and stuck it on his wrist. He took out Mountode from his backpack after turning off the lights and began cultivating his secret method. After a night of cultivation, Zhang Lisheng went off the bed and washed for the next morning. He then went to the Grand Forest Hotel's front desk to ask where the Lunux long-distance bus stand was. There were foreign tourists who tried living like a native when they came to Tatatutu. However, there were not many of them who managed to adapt to that. The lady wearing a grass skirt at the front desk reminded him courteously, "Sir, of course, you can try taking the Lunuk bus if you're not rushing. But I must remind you that the journey's going to be very rough no matter where you're going. It will take much longer than what you're expecting. So apart from the long-distance bus, is there any other way to go to Tuicarno?" Zhang Lisheng asked, stunned upon taking the person's advice. "Of course, there are other ways, such as taking the canoe to Tuicarno, following the water. But of course, that'll take even longer. The fastest way is to take a plane, and the most comfortable way is to take our hotel's limousine. We can send you straight to Tuicarno. Plane, there's an airport here." "That's great. I love flying across the blue sky. Please send me to the airport." "Please give me a moment. I'll get you a car." "Thanks, I'll wait outside." Zhang Lisheng carried his heavy canvas backpack and walked out of the hotel. The air outside was refreshing, as it was the rainforest climate over here. The sun that just rose not long ago was shining bright. The raindrops were clear on the ground in the sunlight. Sunshowers were very common in Tatatutu, but it was Zhang Lisheng's first time seeing it. He was confused. He walked to the shade at the corner of the corridor and extended his arm with the attempt to catch the raindrops. His arm, whose wrist was stuck with a colorful pattern, was completely drenched now. At that moment, someone asked in fluent English behind him, "Sir, may I know if it's you who requested for a limousine ride to the airport?" "Yes, let's go." Zhang Lisheng turned around and smiled to the native chauffeur in a green uniform with a round hat. He removed the colorful jelly gem off his wrist by instinct and tied it around his palm. Then he went into the antique Mercedes-Benz. Noticing that the guest had entered, the hotel chauffeur closed the door and walked to the driver's seat quickly. He then started to drive to Lunuk Airport. The limousine pulled over at a flat wilderness not long after driving on the road filled with potholes. "Sir, we've arrived at the airport." Zhang Lisheng looked at the few small propeller planes that were parked near the cement houses, which was far away in the wilderness, yet he had no idea on how old they were. He was speechless. He asked after a moment of surprise, "How much would it cost if I changed my mind and wanted to go to Tuicarno in this limousine?" "We charge by kilometer, 10 per kilometer." "Okay, that's still affordable. What are we waiting for? Let's go to Paradise Hotel in Tuicarno. We will go right after I contact the hotel." The chauffeur showed 8 white teeth and spoke to the car's walkie-talkie in a local language that sounded like gibberish. He then turned the car around and drove on the bumpy road again. Chapter 87 Guides Who Come in Great Price. Chapter 87 Guides Who Come in Great Price. The dirt road close to the jungle between Lunuk and Tuikarno made Zhang Lisheng realize how bumpy Lunuk City's roads were. It was akin to sitting in a rumbling raft, but he didn't mind that and admired the dense jungle's ecology along the way. The speed would never go more than 15 kilometers per hour. The bumpy ride felt like it was a worn-out bus that was going to collapse anytime. The iguanas, veiled chameleons, prehensile-tailed skinks, and more that were resting by the road were forsaken. Zhang Lisheng spent more than 3 hours to finally get back to Paradise Hotel after being away for the whole day. The bill came up to 1,300. It was more expensive than traveling around America on the Greyhound line. After getting off the car, Zhang Lisheng withdrew some money for payment. The first thing he did after that was to go to the hotel's front desk to ask if they offered a GPS rental service. He planned to be independent everywhere he went in Tatatutu from now onwards. Of course we have GPS rental service. There are 2 types, which is a professional one and for travel. Which one? While the hotel's front desk attendant was answering Zhang Lisheng's question with a smile, a lady's voice could be heard far away, seemingly discontented. Zhang Lisheng, you're finally back. Do you remember you have friends who came to Tatatutu with you? It's only the 3rd day today. I'm sorry, Tina, it's my fault this time, but I'm trying my best to make it up to you. I'm asking the front desk lady if they have GPS. Walter has prepared it for you last night. Hats that on your palm. Are you hurt? Tina saw the colorful gauze on his hand as she walked closer and asked in panic. No, it's something interesting that I bought in Lunuk. The seller said that he got it from the supernatural dimension. Its form can be changed as one wishes and can be stuck on the body. Zhang Lisheng removed the jelly gem from his palm as he spoke and pulled it as if he would never be bored from playing with it. He tied it around his wrist casually. Are you a kid? Tina had zero interest in the little toy on Zhang Lisheng's hand and said while lowering her voice, we might go into the jungle tomorrow. It's much earlier than I imagined. It seems like the overbearing Captain Hatton's appearance backfired. Before we depart, I thought we would stay at the hotel for at least a week. I thought Trish would drag you guys along to die with her when she finally can't wait any longer. Can you not be so mean since you're going with us? I'm sorry. Sometimes the truth's depressing. Tina glared at Zhang Lisheng fiercely. In reality, Katan's behavior was not the factor that caused such a sudden departure. Mr. Tubolin, who appeared yesterday afternoon, was another factor. It's hard to imagine that there's such a cultured old man who is a jungle native with an extraordinarily wide range of knowledge. At the beginning of the 70s, he only spent 3 years to achieve a Ph.D. at Cambridge University. Just when he was going to shine in the physics world, there was a great plague in Tatatutu that broke out of nowhere with at least 10,000 casualties. The incident affected him greatly. Back in that generation, the scientists did not emphasize on humanitarianism as they do now. Seeing that the suffering of the people of his own kind didn't spark any attention to those top international biology labs, he changed his course to biomedical science and obtained his 2nd doctorate. Trish's high fever didn't get any better yesterday, so the hotel doctor recommended us to look for this Professor Tubolin who had just come back from a jungle expedition. Zhang Lisheng found out from Tina's neggy description, which was filled with respect, that Trish's high fever could not go away after he left. Tina and Sheila took the Paradise Hotel's doctor's suggestion to get help from a native old man who possessed a double doctorate in fundamental physics and biomedical science which did not match. The old man used magical herbal powder to heal Trish's high fever like a piece of cake. He accepted the invitation to have dinner with Trish. As they spent time together, his wide range of knowledge and high EQ, as well as chivalry, won the young people over. After learning about Trish's reason to come to Tatatutu, he forcefully recommended these young people a group of reliable guides after his failed attempt to stop them from going. "We'll have lunch with those guides this afternoon. I heard from Mr. Tubalin that they were born as jungle natives. They've been working as guides for more than 10 years, plus they're powerful in Tuicarno. They could find out who brought Henry and Henrik to the jungle adventure easily and analyze their route, then they'll bring you guys to piles of animal feces. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but don't you think what you've just told me sounded ridiculous?" Tina fell into silence for a moment. "Then do you have any other solution?" "Then shut up. Follow me to see Trish and Sheila right now. Both of them are waiting at the restaurant." Chang Lisheng opened his arms wide and shut up helplessly as he followed Tina to the restaurant. Very soon, Chang Lisheng saw Tubalin eating a simple fried egg, bacon, and toast on a long table by the restaurant window while chatting. A simple lunch was one of the 3 meals that the Westerners were accustomed to. They would call it a meal with a few cherry tomatoes. The old man clearly took up the habit. "Walter, although I'm a science professor, I'm advising you not to go for fundamental physics. Such a subject, where you're required to analyze the secret of the entire universe, is very hard to manage to people who are sane. From what I know, among the outstanding fundamental physicians, I and the feller who's sitting on a wheelchair who goes when he speaks are the only sane ones. The rest either become the ancestors of male bombing or become hippies after they turn 60. The reason we're both sane is because I love my country." While he could only move his eyes. "Oh, I've never thought you're so humorous, Mr. Tubalin. But this joke would be a humiliation to Professor Hawking," Sheila said while laughing with her body, who was rocking back and forth. "Don't worry, Ms. Sheila, Hawking wouldn't mind what I said about him. We used to squeeze in a small brick house together for a full 4 years back then. We've cracked all sorts of jokes at each other." "Oh my God, you were Professor Hawking's classmate?" "Yes, in reality, we came up with a theory of the universe in a nutshell from our imagination. Later on, God gave him the responsibility to simplify the theory to tell it to the world, while I'm responsible for looking at the bookmark to travel through the pages freely. Calling it a bookmark is very new and cool." "Professor, do you mean the string that could travel through time?" Walter, who was very interested in the frontier of physics, could not help but ask. Hearing the word bookmark, Chang Lisheng thought it was familiar all of a sudden and blurted it out loud. "Bookmark, my friend's brother who's a mathematician is also studying that. Mathematics is the mother of all sciences. Only mathematics could fight fair with fundamental physics. Oh, talking about this is a little too boring for you young people. You must be Mr. Chang Lisheng. Nice meeting you." "I'm Chang Lisheng. It's my pleasure meeting you, Professor Tubalin." Shitu, who was sitting aside, shrugged suddenly when Chang Lisheng was shaking hands with the old man. "The topic you were talking about wasn't boring at all. Time traveling is one of the sci-fi themes that young people are most interested in. It's not just merely time travel, It might be the overlapping of physical planes. Tubalin smiled as he said, but such a theory's too unreal. It might just stop on the theory itself forever and will never be experimented. Although that's the case, I'm determined to study into it whenever I have the time, Walter said respectfully. Hearing what he said, Professor Tubalin, you'd definitely be a great scientist whose name will be in history forever, if not for your country. Tubalin was stunned for a moment. He revealed an odd expression on his face faintly and smiled without saying anything. At that moment, the hotel waiter brought a few skinny, barefooted natives to the long table. Professor Tubalin, these few men told me that they're your friends. They're my friends. Thanks for bringing them here. My friends, Tutor, Duter, Wataruru, and Pujeter, it's nice to see you guys again. The leader of the pack had flame-like black patterns tattooed on his face. His skin was tanned, his bald head was made into one that could not guess his age. He smiled stiffly and spoke with straightforward English. Professor Tubalin, I didn't expect to get your call, not long after hearing about the news that you've come back from the Green Lake. Don't you want to rest for a while before departing again? No, you've misunderstood, Tutor. It's not me who are hiring you guys today. These young people are hoping to hire you to the jungle to look for their family member who has lost his way. Tutor then turned his head to look at Trish and the rest next to Tubalin. Our asking price is very high. I heard from Professor Tubalin about your price. I'm willing to pay 20,000 for you guys to be our guides. I'll give you an additional 50,000 if we manage to find my brother. 20,000 is the price for Professor Tubalin. I'll need 50,000 from you. That's not fair. Professor Tubalin would hire you guys for at least 3 months in the jungle. We might not even need 1 month this time. Professor Tubalin's different from you guys. He could take care of himself in the jungle, but you guys are a burden, Tutor said coldly, without any mercy. His arrogance surprisingly gave Trish a sense of relief. All right then, I'll pay 50,000. Tina, my dear, I might need your help. Hearing that, Tina showed the everything is okay sign. Mr. Tutor, do you guys prefer cash or a check, or would you want us to transfer the money to your account? The deal went unusually well after adding a few details. After receiving the deposit, Tutor and his underlings rejected Tina's lunch invitation coldly and left the hotel to prepare themselves. Thinking that they were going for an adventure tomorrow, the young people showed a mix of expressions including excitement, longing, a little fear, and worry. Cheng Lishing, on the other hand, seemed unusually calm as he removed the jelly gem from his wrist and continued playing with it between his fingers. Chapter 88 Stepping into the Amazon. Chapter 88 Stepping into the Amazon. Time naturally passed by in their desperation. The next morning, Tina knocked on Zhang Lishing's door early in the morning. Lishing, we're departing after breakfast. Are you still sleeping? I'm already up. I'll get out when I'm done washing up. Go to the restaurant first. Zhang Lishing woke up from his cultivation in surprise. He put away Mountode, washed his face and brushed his teeth quickly. He then opened the door after that. Tina, who was outside the door, did not leave. Lishing, I've got a favor to ask you before we go into the jungle. I'm not doing it. All right, let's go. Presuming Tina would hope that he would take care of the safety of the rest, Zhang Lishing said that right away and walked towards the restaurant with big steps. Tina, who was behind him, was stunned for a moment and chased after him madly. However, she did not say anything in the fear of making it counterproductive. After a scrumptious breakfast, the young people took their sophisticated adventure equipment that they brought across the ocean, looking for their guides. Apart from Zhang Lisheng, both of the strong boys carried mountain packs that were at least 35 kg, while the three ladies' backpacks were at least 15 kg. The Paradise Hotel's limousine drove all the way to the end of the broadest Central Avenue in Tuicarno and pulled over at a crowded port in the suburb. It was an Amazon port made of cement and wood that was connected to a part of the jungle. It could take up to 100 canoes. The difference between this and any port in developed countries was like a hunk and a baby. However, it was an enormous port in Tuicarno standards. Under the bright morning sun, countless natives were fishing using a fish spear and tossable fish nets that were less than 3 to 4 square meters on the canoe. They would come back to shore as soon as they harvested, even though it was just a little. They would then sell to the people of own kind at the cement port ground. The customers were pointing and bargaining at the fresh catches in the canoes directly. It's so crowded here and eco-friendly too. Look, to guarantee that the Amazon River water would not suffer from being polluted, these Tatatutu people aren't fishing with motorboats. Tina looked around and said as she walked to the port with heavy steps. It's not because we're afraid of water pollution, but petroleum and diesel are too expensive in Tuicarno. A native who could speak English behind Tina complained loudly. We don't produce petroleum, while the international petrol price is under the control of you Americans and Chinese. Of course, there aren't any motorboats in Amazon River. The Amazon River had a length of thousands of kilometers. The deepest watercourse was above 50 meters, while the width was thousands of meters. Continents and islands blended together in the river, flowing like a web. The river basin on both sides of the shore could extend to up to 100 kilometers. The water intercepted each other on the river basin shore, and there were lakes everywhere. Strictly speaking, this port in Tuicarno was considered built on Amazon River's basin shore. How is it possible that there are no motorboats cruising on such a big river? The young people were shocked at the comment that the native gave, who only had a hard shell covering his private part. Although the natives' view of the world was unrealistic, it was sharp. They looked at each other and instead of fighting back, they ran away quickly. It was wise to avoid arguments with local natives when one was traveling in such a tropical little country with barbaric customs. The young people became a little panicky after strolling along the shore. They were afraid that they were conned. Just when they were panicking, Tina pointed far towards the river and shouted all of a sudden in surprise, "Look, isn't that Mr. Tutor?" The natives looked very similar to foreigners. However, the black flame tattoos on Tata's face was very obvious. He was standing at the head of an enormous canoe that was 10 meters long. The wind blew on his face, but there was no expression on his stiff face at all. Nevertheless, he waved when he saw his employers. The natives here look weak, but they're actually so strong. Mr. Tata's partners could row such a big canoe so fast, but there are only 3 of them. My dear Shitu, could you shut up? Tata's canoe is installed with propellers. Didn't you see the wave on the water? Sheila looked at her boyfriend and said helplessly. Tutor's canoe arrived at the shore as they were chatting. He hopped off the canoe and took a good look at his employers and said in his straightforward English, "All of your backpacks are too big, you can't take more than 10 kg into the jungle. Hey Mr. Tutor, I'm a strong man, I'd go to the gym every day. Women have a higher tolerance than men. Most of you can stay 2 days in the jungle and your strength will be weaker than the ladies around you. 10 kg each, bring non-perishable, high-purity sweet food that has high calorie and some emergency medicine. You don't have to bring a sleeping bag and the rest since we will bring tents. I'm sure my tolerance is okay. Shitu, Mr. Tutors the jungle expert. Follow what he says. Sheila removed her backpack and began packing her equipment. Seeing what she was doing, her partners began packing their backpacks, excluding Tina and Zhang Lisheng, who did nothing. Tina only had 2 outdoor sleeping bags and emergency medicine in her backpack. She had nothing else in there. The sleeping bags were for her and Zhang Lisheng. The young man only had his wizard worm in his backpack. He had no more strength to carry other equipment. As the young people were done packing their bags, Tutor ordered one of his underlings to bring their packed bags to the little warehouse at the port they were at. He then began introducing the guides before entering the jungle. Surprisingly, he was detailed when he talked this time. Tutor, he's very agile in the jungle. He can find even the smallest signs of ferocious beasts and venomous worms that were left behind. He's in charge of guiding the way and reconnaissance. Remember, you should never walk before him. Pugitor, herbalist, he knows all of the edible plants in the jungle. He's the biggest guarantee for survival if accidents happen. Wataru, the best hunter of the Tartar tribe. He could kill tigers with poisonous blow darts. Tartu used to be the Tartar team leader. I could find the safest route in the jungle. Of course, one could say that such a route doesn't exist. Tutor, Pugitor, and Wataru looked exactly the same to those young people. They could not tell them apart within a short period of time, but they nodded to show their acknowledgement anyway. What a perfect delegation, Trish complimented and cut into the subject immediately. Mr. Tartu, I wonder if you've asked around about my brother who was lost a few days ago. Let me arrange the route, just follow my lead. Tartu waved and hopped into the canoe as he turned around. Seeing that their leader hopped in, Tutor, Pugitor, and Wataru hopped into the canoe in a quick manner. Noticing that the young people could only follow the native guides and hopped into the big canoe carefully. Stepping into the canoe with both feet was like standing in a long, big bathtub. It was understandable for the young people to panic and lose their balance in the beginning, shaking the canoe uncontrollably. Sit down, relax, and put both hands on the sides. Tartu stood steadily on the head of the canoe that was high up and said while controlling the direction. Learning the tricks, Zhang Lisheng sat down immediately and realized that the sides were tall. All he could do was to lift both of his hands and grab both sides while his head was the only thing showing. Soon, the young people sat down one after another and the canoe became balanced again. Seeing that the canoe was balanced now, Tartu waved and signaled the departure. Wataru, who was at the back, started the engine right away. Tutu, as the engine started, not long after, it pushed the canoe away from the port and headed forward. At the same time the canoe departed, Tubalin sat at a single table by the window in Paradise Hotel's restaurant. He sipped on Tatatutu tea that looked like dirty water while watching the sunny weather out there. He said softly, "Enjoy. Those young people must departed now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 exuberant and passionate young people. Oh yeah, there's a cold yellow-skinned monkey among them. But that shouldn't matter. Everything should be fine as long as that Aryan lady's there." The old man happily laughed out loud as he spoke. Sitting in the modified canoe across the Amazon River bathing in the warm sun and refreshing river wind, the young people were happy and relaxed. They were in the beginning journey with tropical rainforest views on both sides, indulging in the beautiful chirping of birds. Tina even shouted in excitement as if they were going on a field trip when a small animal with brown fur hopped into the water from the branch by the shore. It traveled across the river, stepping on the river surface as if it had webbed feet. Look, look, there's a monkey running on water. I thought only insects have such ability. This is bizarre. As Tina was speaking, there was rumbling in the water when a gray-scaled fish that had the height of a human devoured the little animal that was walking across the water. However, the fish involved itself in a situation after it was done eating. In reality, the little animal was not running on water but on a long, hidden shrub in the water. After the gray-scaled fish ate the little animal, its huge head was stranded at the shrub in the water. It struggled with all of its might while its mouth did not stop opening and closing. Its sharp teeth that were showing were tearing the watergrass around. Although the watergrass in Amazon River was tough, a huge fish that had the height of a human, which strength was hundreds of kilograms in the water, was soon breaking free from the watergrass constraint. However, just when it was going to break free and regain its freedom, a yellow-spotted silhouette dashed towards the fish with a beautiful arc. Its great impact, when it landed with its sharp claws, mauled a few deep wounds on the fish head that were showing on the surface. At that moment, the gray-scaled fish brain juice that looked like white curd spilled from the wounds on its head. It began flopping madly, which was futile, causing rumbles in the river water. It was a leopard with a beautiful form that attacked the fish. To a small-sized jungle leopard, hunting such a huge river fish was completely luck. It was impossible for such a leopard to suppress its prey underwater with its real ability. Thus, it could only wait for the prey to lose its breath after the fatal hit. Chapter 89 Monster. Chapter 89 Monster. That leopard is so powerful that it could kill such a big fish in the water. That's a feast right there. Enough for its entire family. Tina watched the leopard that was waiting quietly by the water and mumbled, "Indeed, that's a beautiful and fatal hit. Unfortunately, it's not the definite winner," Lich said as he extended his neck while pointing at a 4 to 5 meter long deadwood that was floating over. The deadwood arrived next to the big fish following the river as he spoke. Suddenly, an enormous mouth appeared in the river. It bit on the big fish that was still struggling, and twisted its mouth around forcefully. Under the effects of sharp teeth and great centrifugal force, the big fish was torn into 2 parts directly. Its blood dyed the river red. The leopard did not show any sign of an attempt to attack since its prey was stolen. Instead, it swam to the shore quickly. Not only the leopard, but Tutor, who was on the canoe, also stopped the canoe suddenly while watching the river's surface with his underlings attentively. Keeping calm was the basic thing to do when one encountered a black caiman in the Amazon River. Fortunately, the crocodile clearly did not want to proceed with its hunt since it just ate tens of kilograms of big fish without having to put in any effort. After it fed itself, it turned into deadwood again and floated away on the river's surface leisurely. Seeing that the threat had gotten far away, the canoe began cruising again. Witnessing the brutal law of the jungle's ecology before their eyes, apart from Lich, the rest of the young people lost their mood of relaxation that they had earlier. What was even more annoying was that dark clouds began to gather slowly in the sky as Tina and the rest had their mood changed from joy to sorrow. Soon it began raining heavily. Although the expensive outdoor jacket they were wearing had amazing water resistance, the canoe's unique drainage system would only work when the rainwater filled the back of the canoe, which would drench almost the entire canoe. With that being said, the passengers in the canoe would have half of their bodies soaked in water as long as it rained for more than 20 minutes. 1 or 2 hours was still bearable, but Shitu, whose body began to swell, could not help but complain as they were soaked in the water for 7 to 8 hours. Are we going to soak in the water for a month? What the hell, mister? Tutor, we're not asking for a VIP service for the 50,000 guide fee that we paid, but it'll be great if we get a cabin that we could hide from the rain. Do you have to save that insignificant amount of petrol? Oh yeah, I forgot that your canoe's running on petrol. Shut up, Shitu, Sheila growled behind her boyfriend while feeling irritated. I knew you'd be the first one to complain. Just let your boyfriend complain a little more. He'll definitely won't have much strength after a few days. The first 2 days on the Amazon River are the most relaxing days throughout our journey. I'm advising all of you to complain while you can complain a little bit more. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. Tutor's attitude was changing since they departed. He was talking more now. He was more human when he talked now compared to the time when he was in Tuicarno. However, he was getting meaner. A person's ability and capability could not be inherited, but the subconscious nature would be passed down following the bloodline one generation after another. As the progress in genetics went on, biologists had even found the genetic code to decide a person's characteristic. Shittus ancestors built everything from scratch and spent 30 years to found the most phenomenal legend in the world's finance history. The biggest factor for their success was their determination that was almost lunatic. What Tartu said triggered the stubbornness hidden in Shitu. He stopped complaining and wiped the rainwater away from his face. He said nothing as he clenched his teeth along the way until the sunset, while the canoe dropped the anchor in the middle of Amazon River. After stopping the canoe and dropping the anchor as the sky was turning dark, Tartu announced, "We're resting on the river tonight. You guys can go to sleep after you're done eating. But the canoe's filled with water. We'll drown if we lie down. We have to at least camp at the shore. Wataru made this canoe by hollowing a tree. The water will dry quickly as soon as the rain stops. Before that, you guys can lean on the side of the canoe to sleep. The route we're on now is safe on water but dangerous on land. We can only sleep on the canoe for the first 2 nights. What Tartu said made the young people look at each other speechless. They leaned their face bitterly after eating chocolate and energy bars made of dried meat, nuts, dried almonds, and dehydrated vegetables as if they were forced to. They stared at the dark Amazon River as they slept. They forced themselves to sleep as soon as they could. Sleeping early gave them strength the next day. Surviving in the wild, sometimes sleep was even more important than food. That was common sense. However, under such a terrible environment, it was impossible that these young people could fall asleep unless they were exhausted. Trish said softly all of a sudden after staring at her reflection on the water for a while, "Tina, Sheila, are you guys asleep?" "I'm not sleepy at all, my dear. I'm so sorry to have dragged you guys to such a horrible place." "Don't be silly, we volunteered to come." "That's right. Moreover, it's not bad here. At least we could admire the beautiful nature from the closest distance." As Tina and Sheila were busy comforting their guilty friend, Chang Lisheng interrupted all of a sudden while feeling weak. "Trish, it's not too late to head back now." The young man was exhausted at the moment. In reality, he did not have much experience exploring the jungle. When he was living in Western Sichuan's Warwo village, he had only been in the dense jungle alone twice and only slept in there once, including the time he became a wizard. After that, he had only traveled into the rainforest in Tatatutu. He rode on his wizard worm's back and traveled above the trees like they were flying. He had never experienced the pain of sleeping in a jungle. He had only understood how tough it was after experiencing it himself. However, Tina could not understand the young man's current exhaustion. She turned her head to look at Zhang Lisheng. "Shut up, Lisheng. Why are you saying things like this at such a time? Furthermore, aren't you adapted to this kind of life since you're a jungle hunter? Why do you look like you're dying?" Tutor, who was at the head of the canoe, urged them softly while Tina was still speaking. "Quiet, there's a tiger coming." Woo-woo, a roar came from far away after they were warned. They looked far away into the direction where the sound was coming from. A pair of bright nut-colored eyes appeared faintly in the jungle from the shore. Two ferocious beasts living in the deep mountain range, they would usually not take the initiative to attack humans whose body was big while looking odd when they walked standing up. However, as long they attempted attacking a human who had no weapons with them, large carnivorous animals would prefer to hunt such slow, higher-class animals who had delicious meat and had almost no resistance ability. Some would even hunt specifically for humans since then. That was how cannibal tigers and cannibal lions came about. Now the tigers were hunting by the shore at night while surrounding the canoes in the river. It was undoubtedly a gravely dangerous warning sign to the natives. Wataru, on the other hand, put 3 blowguns into his mouth at the same time. One must know that although an Amazon tiger had a small body, it was great at swimming. On a certain level, the entire jungle was its hunting range, whereby there were no blind spots at all. However, Zhang Lisheng ignored the guide's warning as everyone in the canoe was in panic and fear. He even answered Tina's question softly. "It's true that I'm a jungle hunter, but I've just found out that I prefer living in society with humans." He looked far into the jungle as he spoke, and his mouth moved a few times softly. In an instant, the nut-colored eyes that were blinking in the jungle vanished without a trace, as if it was devoured by a black hole that was opened out of nowhere. A faint bloody smell came. The natives in the canoe lowered their bodies while having fear on their faces. Even Wataru, who was in his combat mode, did the same too. "A monster bit that tiger, but we couldn't see anything." "Listen, lay down your body slowly and don't show your heads." "We'll definitely die if you guys get the monster's attention," Tartu said softly. "Is it a crocodile or a boar?" Tina laid down her body while her face turned pale as she could not help herself, but asked softly. "No, I've told you it's a monster." "Stop talking." Tartu lowered his voice and said seriously. Seeing Tina's fear under the moonlight while shaking lightly from the panic, Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting beside her, hesitated and patted her shoulder. He smiled while waving and subsequently did a zipping gesture on his lips. Tina was stunned. She then widened her eyes in realization and moved her lips silently. "It was you." Zhang Lisheng did not reply directly and moved his lips silently. "Don't be afraid." He then laid his head on the side of the canoe and stared at the confusing dense jungle far away. He sighed. The toughness of exploring a jungle had far surpassed his imagination, giving him a feeling that he could not take it any longer. Just like that, the first night went by without them realizing, with people in the canoe, with some in fear, some calm, while some irritated. The sun rose the next day, washing the fog in the rainforest away. When the first ray of sunlight shone on their faces, the young people who fell asleep kneeling in the narrow canoe after that rough night woke up. They woke up when the canoe shook all of a sudden. They looked around while looking sleepy and realized that the canoe's propellers had been started. Toot-toot it went as it moved forward. "Remember to not use the river water to wash your face when you're awake. Use the rain water in the canoe." Same applies if any of you wants to drink. Tartu, who stood at the canoe's head, reminded as if he had eyes on his back, knowing that the young people were awake. He had a machete in his hand. The young people who spent a day and a night on their water journey nodded silently without an expression on their face. After refreshing themselves by washing their faces with the rainwater that was slightly murky, they popped a disinfection tablet into their mouth and drank a few mouthfuls of gritty rainwater with their hands. Chapter 90: A Disastrous Flood. Chapter 90: A Disastrous Flood. The canoe traveled into a narrower river where Tatus' machete came in handy. He chopped the branches that were sticking out on both sides and were blocking their way in half. It began raining again out of nowhere, so the canoe began to collect water again. The heavy rain went on for 2 days and 1 night. It only stopped gradually when the canoe pulled over at a hidden abandoned port. The port was flat, built on dirt land flattened with huge planks. They were made of tough and sturdy wood. The ground had planks arranged neatly as if they were mounted. Water could not even get into the gap between 2 planks. It was bizarre for such a port to appear out of nowhere in such a dense jungle. Tina could not help but ask after getting off the canoe, "Mr. Tartu, I can't believe there's such a port in the Amazon jungle. Who built this?" "The Ducherist did. There are up to 100 of these fishing ports in Tatatutu jungles. The fishing boats parked at these ports could feed up to tens of thousands of people. However, the tribes disappeared now. Everyone left and went to the city, so these ports are abandoned." Tartu anchored the canoe tight on a thick log at the port as he replied, "I've never thought you barbarians, I mean Tatatutu people, would be able to build such a port." Tina saw a tall wooden pole erected close to where the canoe parked. It was magical that there were a few stone plate pulleys that were tied together with tree bark. She exclaimed in admiration, "This looks like a pulley system. Your ancestors are so smart." "It's not something that our Tatatutu ancestors used, but mechanisms our fathers used 30 to 40 years ago. Miss, us Tatatutu people used pulleys to dehydrate our fish products. It's nothing to be proud of when you civilized people had invented aircraft during that time." Tutor gestured to his underlings and walked out of the port into the dense jungle. Tina was stuck. She opened her mouth, but she was speechless. She could only follow by Zhang Lishan's side quietly and walked behind the guides deep into the jungle. The light became dim as they went into the dense jungle. The young people's eyes only adapted to the environment after a while as they saw many blurry shadows around them. Their footsteps became much slower. Apart from the noise that went catcher when they stepped onto the wet, muddy land in the quiet jungle, there were insects and little animals' noise that went shh. There were twigs being broken under their feet occasionally. From time to time, Tartu would stop walking to observe around closely. He would only proceed with their journey after making sure it was safe. "We won't be able to walk even 5 kilometers with such speed. We might never get to our destination for the rest of our lives." Walter, who thought his legs were going to break from the soreness, said all of a sudden in irritation, not sure how long they had been walking. It was his first time complaining ever since they entered the Amazon. It seemed like the most outstanding young man of New York Fordham High School had worn off his tolerance. "We're not taking a stroll in the city," Tartu, who walked in the middle of the group, said in an awful manner. "You might walk straight into a giant boar's stomach if you walked too fast." Suddenly, the native herbalist Pugeter, who walked with Tartu, went oh in excitement as Tartu was still speaking. He ran agilely towards a huge piece of deadwood and took out a steel shovel to dig out a few tiny plants with dazzling blue patterned leaves. Seeing Pugeter harvest the tiny plants with dazzling leaves while brushing dried animal feces he brought with him, Tartu looked at Walter while smirking. I've never expected you to be lucky. You just complained that we were walking too slow, but thanks to you we can accelerate now. Remember to not complain that we're going too fast and that it's hurting your bones later. He had been walking in front of the group when he spoke. He ran to Pugeter quickly as if he was a specter and took over the plant with faint smoke coming out of it. He walked around the group in light steps, getting the stinky smoke on everybody's bodies. He flicked his arm and ran to the front of the group and accelerated. With a tubula plant's smoke that is brush with tigers' feces, normal venomous worms and beasts would avoid us. Quick, follow my steps. Seeing that Deuter was getting away, Tutor said that and ran forward following Deuter's footprints. The young people were stunned for a moment, and they could do nothing but accelerate and ran in the jungle while stuttering. A tubula plant could burn for approximately 40 minutes. They would burn one, then rest for about 10 minutes and burn another one again. The cycle of one plant would last for approximately an hour. It happened to be lunchtime when Pugeter was done burning all 4 tubula plants that he plucked. When they could finally stop running, they were resting and panting under a tree, some leaning and some sitting. The young people had squeezed all of their strength by then. In reality, it was impossible for them to run for such a long time if they were not in such a dangerous place like the Amazon. It seems like all of you have more strength than I imagined. Our journey will be much easier later on. It was the first time Tutor spoke in a gentle tone, looking at the young people who were sitting on mud and could not even move a finger. Take a rest. Tutor will prepare the water. After eating, I'll get Pugeter to get you guys some herbs. A strange rumbling noise came from far away when he was still speaking. Tutor's face became stiff at the moment and shouted in shock, "Why are there floods in such a season? Tutor, get on the tree and see if it's..." A rumbling flood came flushing into the dense jungle and drowned Tutor's raging scream. It wrapped around his body and proceeded to rumble far away. Facing the natural disaster that came out of nowhere, the natives were like babies no matter how familiar they were with the jungle. In reality, ordinary people's strength aside, even people with supernatural power would look small in such a situation. Chang Lisheng, who was panting and sitting with Tina by the tree, ditched everything and began chanting witchcraft incantation when he saw Tutor's panicked expression. Unfortunately, Island Dragon, who was hiding, broke many trees when it was flushed in the dense jungle. The flood that came out of nowhere wrapped Chang Lisheng within. He drank a few mouthfuls of disgusting muddy water while he was drowning and floating in the water. He tried his best to float on the water to summon his wizard worm with all his might. Unfortunately, Chang Lisheng was helpless in the flood that came with great impact. He fell unconscious after a moment of struggle. He was being flushed away, following the water blindly with no direction. The rumbling flood went on in the jungle for a long time. It had finally stopped and faded slowly after defacing a big part of Amazon River's shores. It was a great mess after the flood faded. Chang Lisheng, whose body was curled up in the water, leaned on a big, uprooted tree. He was unconscious for a long time. Suddenly, a patch of mud not far away moved. Tina, who was filled with mud, panted in panic and sat up immediately. She was stunned for a long time. Her head started to work after she replenished sufficient oxygen in her body. She got up slowly and looked around the messy jungle in panic. She was stunned for a while before she began to shriek, "Trish, Sheila, Chang Lishing, Mr. Tartu, where are you guys? Is anyone there? Please answer me, please." There was no response after she shouted for a few times. Tina became more and more panicked. SHT, SHT, SHT. How could there be a flood in a jungle out of nowhere? Oh my god. Tina, is that you? A choppy lady's voice came from far away all of a sudden. It's me. Trish my dear, is that you? Tina heard that and ran towards the direction the voice was coming from in surprise. She saw Trish, who was getting up from the ground slowly, who was covered in a bunch of lush green branches. They were calmer now since the two ladies met and began looking for their friends who were missing. Very soon, they found Zhang Lisheng, who was lying by the tree after walking around. Tina was shocked and ran to him immediately, noticing that the young man was not moving. She began doing CPR to him without thinking twice after testing his breath. Meanwhile, Trish kneeled on the ground and began pressing on Zhang Lisheng's chest. As Tina blew fresh air into Zhang Lisheng's tummy one after another while Trish pushed it out, the young man's eyelids started to move slowly. Eventually, he coughed hard and spat a few mouthfuls of murky water. He began gasping for air intensely. Tina sighed from relief seeing that they saved Zhang Lisheng. She then sat beside him. Just when Trish was about to speak to Zhang Lisheng, seeing Tina's condition, she saw the skinny young man's body, who was lying there, spun out of nowhere and staggered far away without even opening his eyes. A huge toad hopped out of his backpack at the same time. The toad opened its mouth wide and breathed in a sea of air. Within a few seconds, its body expanded like a balloon to the size of a medium-sized bus and protected Zhang Lisheng under its belly. At that moment, the young man opened his eyes slowly while looking around expressionlessly. Trish was speechless from shock at that time. She grabbed her backpack and put it in front of her by instinct. There was a Bible that she had for a long time in his backpack. It was a gift the girl received when she was born. To a devoted Catholic, the Bible was something that could undoubtedly defend all evil. Calm down, Lisheng. It's me and Trish. It's us. Tina was stunned when she saw Mounttoad's appearance, but she shouted that with her husky voice later on. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't scare you guys. Zhang Lisheng crawled out below Mounttoad's belly after checking his surrounding and said with his deep voice, "Do you think we wouldn't be scared seeing a toad that's as big as a truck?" All of a sudden it was clear that Tina was relieved seeing that Zhang Lisheng regained his rationality. "Lisheng, it seems like not only do you have a giant centipede that could kill a leopard, but you have an auspicious toy that could transform its body to a large extent." Everything seemed calm and peaceful now after they were washed away by the flood in the Amazon jungle to God knows how far. However, the current situation was gravely terrible. Zhang Lisheng took out the GPS device from his backpack without saying anything. Realizing it was no longer showing the location, he sighed and said, "Its name is Mounttoad. Wait for me here. I'm getting my other auspicious toy so that we'll be safer." Clearly, he did not have any plan to hide it any longer due to the terrible circumstances. Chapter 91 Accidents One After Another. Chapter 91 Accidents One After Another. Hearing what Zhang Lisheng said, Tina said after a moment of being stunned, "That must be the protection that you told me about on the plane." "Double protection, huh? Seems like dragging you here to the Amazons a wise choice." Trish was looking more and more terrible hearing Tina and Zhang Lisheng saying things that she could not understand. Noticing that her close friend next to her looking off, Tina turned her head immediately and comforted her. Chang Lisheng, on the other hand, began chanting witchcraft incantation to summon Island Dragon. However, he looked even more terrible than Trish a while later, and mumbled to himself, "Island Dragon encountered some powerful enemy and can't sense me summoning it. That's strange. How is that possible that the Amazon would have such a ferocious animal?" Tina asked, seeing the change in Zhang Lisheng's expression. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, something minor happened. We might need to take a look somewhere in the jungle." Zhang Lisheng thought about it and replied calmly. Wizard worm was just a wizard's tool. Though precious, losing it would not destroy his foundation. However, in this vast, dense jungle, losing Island Dragon that could carry over 10 people gliding on top of trees was a loss that could not be remedied. The young man could only choose to take the risk. "Sure," Tina nodded without objecting, "but we should see if the rest are around before we leave." Chang Lisheng said after shaking his head, "It's a miracle the three of us could meet after such a catastrophic flood." However, he decided to look around with Tina, who was afraid but interested in Mountode, and Trish, who had calmed down but had her guard up. The three's effort was to no avail. They were tired and hungry. They then sat on a random fallen stump and began eating. After eating an energy bar, Tina munched on a disinfection tablet and drank the water with her hands from a tiny pit next to her foot. She said in concern after filling her stomach a little, "What should we do? We can't find Sheila and the rest. Are they going to be all right?" Nobody could answer such a speculative question. Trish held a piece of chocolate that she had just opened and could not eat it. She began sobbing in guilt because if something were to happen to her friends, her stubbornness would undoubtedly be the reason why. Tina comforted Trish immediately. The two girls sobbed together while hugging under a tree in the dense jungle. Chang Lisheng was rather clueless. Where did the lady's emotion come from? All that he could do was to wait helplessly. The girls clearly felt better after crying for a while, Tina said after wiping off her tears. "Don't cry, Trish. Sheila and the rest will be fine. We should depart now." Trish nodded and drew a cross on her chest. She looked tough now. "Follow by my side. Mountode will protect you guys." Chang Lisheng stood up and began to chant witchcraft incantation. He controlled Mountode to release the air inside of its body entirely. Its body that had shrunk began hopping everywhere into the dense jungle filled with muddy water. The witchcraft incantation scared all of the insects away in the jungle. There would occasionally appear ferocious beasts that were impervious to the obvious situation. Whether they had the intention to attack or not, they were eaten by Mountode, which body expanded with its enormous tongue. This is definitely an ability only demons possess. It's terrifying. Trish, who saw Mountode, which body was expanding and shrinking, eating a slender bobcat with dull fur with her own eyes for the first time, could not help but mumble while holding her Bible tight. "Trish, Mountode's just a mutated creature cultivated through Chinese secret method. It's definitely not some demon." "Do you think I'd believe what you said?" Trish looked at Chang Lisheng in an odd way. "Of course you would. Tina does too. Never mind. No matter what you think Mountode is, just don't tell anyone about it." Tina promised that on behalf of you. Tina didn't promise that she would let you show such a giant toad to me. Oh my god, it was just a chimpanzee. This is too cruel. Yes, it's too cruel. An over 2-meter tall chimpanzee that weighs more than 150 kg would only crash our heads when it attacks. Why must I get Mountode to eat it? Am I right? Trish was stuck at the moment. She spoke softly after a moment of silence. "But it didn't attack us." Do you think we have the chance to attack it when it attacks us first? We're risking our lives in the Amazon now. Our only goal is to live. Trish, instead of worrying whether the chimpanzee should die, why don't you put your concern in whether you would be able to walk out of this jungle? Hey Lich, what you said might make sense, but to a gentleman like you, talking to girls with such a tone is a little too much. I'm not some gentleman, Tina. You are a gentleman no matter how you deny it. If you're not, you won't be walking in the Amazon jungle now. Trish and I wouldn't have survived until now, Tina said firmly. Jane Lisheng was stunned and smiled subtly. He sensed where his island dragon was in the jungle quietly and began walking faster without saying anything. The three of them traveled across the jungle in silence. Trish spoke all of the sudden. I'm sorry Lisheng, I shouldn't have said that to you earlier. Tina's right, it proves that you're a good man who loves lending a helping hand since you came all the way to Amazon to help me with such passion. Given the fact that you know how scary an ancient jungle is more than we do. Although I don't agree with the ability you have, I'm swearing with my baptismal name Joanna to the Trinity the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that I'll never reveal the secret of you being a wizard. All right, Lisheng, Trish has apologized. Can we walk slower now? What the hell? You looked like you were dying when Mr. Tutor was leading the way, but you're running when you're leading. Shane Lisheng remained silent, but he slowed down. Just like that, the three of them walked in the jungle until the sky turned dark. Finally, they rested by a pool since they were exhausted. The pool in an empty jungle was usually the most dangerous zone. However, it became a relatively safe camping ground after Mountod cleared the place. At least it gave them a good view of their surroundings so that they could have 2 to 3 seconds of buffer time before they were attacked. After settling down and had their tummy filled with some high-calorie foods, Shane Lisheng controlled Mountod to get piles of branches using its enormous tongue and made a bonfire. With the fire's warmth and sense of security, Tina and Trish looked much better with fire shining on their faces. Tina, Trish, I'll stay up and watch through the night. You guys dry your undergarments and go to sleep in your sleeping bags. We still have a long journey tomorrow. Lisheng, it's better if we take turns in watching through the night. You need to. You guys can't control Mountod, so you guys watching through the night is meaningless at all. Moreover, I have a unique way of regaining my strength. Shane Lisheng turned around while his back faced the bonfire and said, Stop arguing with me, follow what I said. Safety is our priority. Go to sleep after you guys are done drying yourselves. The ladies whose bodies were soaked in the canoe had no choice when there was a burning bonfire. Looking at Shane Lisheng, whose back was facing them, Tina hesitated and took off her jacket and her undergarment clumsily and began drying her clothes while being naked. It should have been a seductive and beautiful scene, but white people were born with a strong odor. Given that they had not washed themselves without taking off their clothes for 3 days and 2 nights, their customized travel undergarment absorbed the sweat from their body. Very soon, a pungent, odd smell came as soon as it was dried by the fire. Shane Lisheng's nose was triggered by the odd smell. Achoo, achoo, he sneezed for a couple of times consecutively. Tina's cheeks flushed from being shy and explained, pretending to be overbearing. I haven't showered for 3 days and am in such a terrible jungle. I didn't say anything, Tina. Go to sleep when you're done drying your clothes. Tina stopped talking, but she did not look any better while she quickly dried her clothes and body. Trish, who was sitting aside, realized that Shane Lisheng did not seem to be peeking at all. She could not help but take off her clothes and began to dry them. The air around the bonfire was getting unbearable. Shang Lishing tolerated the awful smell for over 10 minutes and heard them speaking behind him. "We're done drying ourselves. Come dry yourself too, Lishing." Shang Lishing was relieved and turned around. By then the two girls had snuggled into their sleeping bags in their pajamas. He did not remove his clothes. All he did was to sit closer to the bonfire. "The clothes I'm wearing will dry naturally given that I'm sitting here for the entire night. Go to sleep. Stop thinking so much. Very soon we will return to Tuicarno after I found Island Dragon. Even if I couldn't find it, I'll find ways to bring you guys back in one piece." Hearing the skinny young man before her giving his promise while looking serious, Tina got out of the sleeping bag all of the sudden and kissed Shang Lishing. She then said, "You know what, Lishing? Although your words are hard and sometimes cruel, you're really the best friend of the opposite sex that I've ever met. Good night, my dear gentleman." Shang Lishing's cheeks were flushing and said after a moment of being stunned, "Tina, if there's no such weird odor on your body, I would." "Shut up, Shang Lishing. Trish and I are sleeping." "Shut up." Tina got back into the sleeping bag as she spoke and said good night to Trish. The two ladies closed their eyes and fell asleep slowly. In the jungle with noisy chirping late at night, Shang Lishing sat by the bonfire looking like he was thinking. He would unconsciously add branches beside him into the fire occasionally. He was annoyed that Island Dragon that was washed away by the flood was stuck with some mysterious creature. He could not figure out what kind of ferocious beast here on Earth could threaten a wizard worm that was over 15 meters long, extremely agile with sharp claws, sharp teeth, and a powerful tail that was like a steel whip with the ability to travel in the air freely. He removed the colorful jelly gem from his wrist without him noticing while frowning. He tied it around his finger and began chanting witchcraft incantation to sense Island Dragon's whereabouts. Suddenly, he realized that Island Dragon could now respond to his summons. It was dashing towards Shang Lishing with a control of witchcraft incantation. Chapter 92 Killing and the Wizard Worm's Transformation. Chapter 92 Killing and the Wizard Worm's Transformation. At the same time, Shang Lishing felt an odd throbbing in him all of a sudden. He had goosebumps on his back. He shuddered. He thought to himself with changing expressions on his face. He stood up all of a sudden and walked to the pool in big steps. He woke up Tina and Trish who were sleeping. It would be ridiculous if the two girls were in deep sleep in the Amazon jungle. Our Trish screamed just when Shang Lishing shook her sleeping bag. She woke up because of fear, then screamed while holding her arms before her chest. What are you doing?" "Hide in the pool with Tina," Shang Lishing said without explaining further. "Hide in the pool, quick," Shang Lishing urged and began chanting witchcraft incantation to expand Mount Toad's body to its peak. It then blindly spat a powerful cyclone far away into the dense jungle. The cyclone spread out at a speed which surpassed the sound barrier. A sharp bang came when a large piece of land was destroyed with trees being broken. A hurt wild beast's roar came from the dark jungle after the loud thud came. Shang Lishing was relieved to hear that. While looking grim, he spat a mouthful of black blood towards the direction where the roar came from. He shouted a Mandarin word that meant assemble. The two girls behind him who got out of their sleeping bags put on their jacket immediately. They hesitated, but they still hid in the pool following Shang Lishing's order. The pool was 7 to 8 meters deep. Mount Toad had eaten all of the water boars and venomous worms living inside the pool since the beginning. However, the wizard worm could do nothing to the cold water temperature. It was a great choice to be camping in a sleeping bag by a chilly pool and a bonfire at the shore. However, the two ladies soon felt the coldness as soon as they soaked themselves in the pool. They had goosebumps. Their fingers holding onto the shore were becoming weak from the coldness. Tina's head was the only thing showing as her body soaked in the water. By the bonfire, Tina looked at Zhang Lisheng, who was standing not far away from them with his back facing them, and said, "What's wrong, Lisheng? It's too cold in the water." Buzzing noise interrupted her complaint. Subsequently, with the help of the fire, the girl saw flying bugs all over the sky, while crawling insects gathered into a black fog rushing from the jungle. SHD, Lisheng run. Tina was stunned at the moment as she supported her body to get up using both her arms holding onto the shore. She got out of the pool and grabbed a big branch that was burning in the fire with her hand filled with wet mud. She shouted as she ran to Zhang Lisheng while waving her hand, "Quick, quick." The sea of bugs halted automatically when they got close to Zhang Lisheng. He turned his head to look at Tina, who was dumbstruck, and said calmly, "Go back into the water, Tina. It might be dangerous. You're a Chinese Lord of the Flies believer. No, you should be its descendant since you possess such ability." Tina was stunned for a long time, and mumbled as if she did not hear what the young man said. The Lord of the Flies, or Beelzebub, was named the representation of the devil in the Bible. In English, it had the meaning of the Lord of Filth and Ugly Soul. Hearing what Tina said, Zhang Lisheng turned his head and looked expressively at Tina, who was dragging a burning branch in her hand. "Tina, indeed, I inherited the Chinese ancient spirit's bloodline, but it's definitely not the devil. Island Dragon will come back to me in a while. I had a bad feeling that the monster that's bugging it would come as well. Go hide in the water quickly." Tina nodded, looking lost, and hopped into the pool immediately. Zhang Lisheng, on the other hand, began chanting witchcraft incantation that went pstshh continuously as the fire was burning. The fire was shaking, giving a blurry image of the young man's back. Not knowing how long had passed, the bonfire became weak from its intense burning. It was going out gradually. Suddenly, lightning struck through the dark sky and heavy rain came subsequently. The very last embers of the bonfire were put out completely. The area around the pool fell into complete darkness. The ordinary flying bugs Zhang Lisheng summoned with witchcraft incantation were washed onto the ground. They flapped their wings hard, but it was futile in the rain. They were waiting for death to come. Bang! The thunder coming from the first lightning had just spread across the rainforest. The second lightning struck from the sky next. Under the flickering light, a black-scaled giant lizard, which limbs were torn, while dark holes filled its entire body, showed itself faintly in the heavy rain. It dashed through a huge tree deep in the jungle towards Zhang Lisheng. There was a strange animal behind the giant lizard whose body was over 1 meter long, with 4 wings that were as thin as a cicada's wings. Its wings were over 3 meters long when they were fully opened. It had a hollow spike on its mouth and tail that looked like steel rods. It looked like a hornet that was expanded thousands of folds bigger. It followed closely behind the giant lizard. Seeing that the giant lizard was coming at him, Zhang Lisheng did not have the time to dodge. All that he did was to control mounted next to him to expand its body to its peak. The second thunder came after the lightning. The wizard worm's body turned into a shadow and vanished when it was about to smash onto the young man. Zhang Lisheng would probably turn into a meatloaf if the giant lizard did smash into him. The strange hornet that was hiding behind it was completely revealed. At the moment, Mountod released all of the air it had in his body all at once. The air turned into a spiral flow that could tear the sky apart, hitting the strange hornet's wings on one side since it had nowhere to hide in midair. Its wings were torn apart. After losing 2 wings from the sudden attack, the strange hornet crashed onto the muddy ground without having the ability to control its body. It glided tens of meters away and brushed by Zhang Lisheng just inches away. He had muddy water all over his face. Later on, it flapped its perfect wings on the other side with all of its might and began flying again. However, its other wing was broken in half when it was just less than 3 to 4 meters away from the ground. Subsequently, Island Dragon, which was severely injured, showed itself in the air. Its sharp front claws held onto the strange hornet's body and pushed it onto the muddy ground. Woo! A humming sound came from the injured strange hornet's hollowed spikes on its mouth and tail at the same time. They then poked hard into Island Dragon's body. Colorless blood and body fluid were drawn out of Island Dragon's body. At the same time, the tiny insects Zhang Lisheng were controlling began to crawl onto the strange hornet's body. Soon, they formed a black sphere made of hundreds of millions of tiny insects that were constantly moving. At that moment, Mountoad expanded its body again and spat another spiral flow at the strange hornet. It tore the half side of the wings the strange hornet were left with into pieces. It was meaningless for the strange hornet to struggle any longer. A while after it smashed onto the muddy ground, Mountoad was tearing its body apart in pieces with its enormous tongue. It had lost its strength to fight back completely. The 2 wizard worms devoured it entirely together with the sphere of insects. After they shared the strange hornet, there was new flesh slowly growing out of Island Dragon's wounds. Very soon, it turned back to how it looked like. Zhang Lisheng could not help but felt relieved seeing that his wizard worm had healed. However, he noticed that Island Dragon would release deep and soft hissing sound on its own since it was healed. Its long tail was getting thicker and eventually, it divided into 3 segments with a poisonous hooked sting at the tip like a scorpion. At the same time, Mountoad, which body was filled with toad skin, had countless hollowed spikes growing out of its back like a porcupine. Zhang Lisheng was stunned to see the 2 wizard worms' transformation. He tried controlling Mountoad to expand its body. To his surprise, Mountoad did not open its mouth this time. Instead, the spikes on its body stood up and an ear-piercing TSS sound went off. Its body expanded immediately and it spat a mouthful of breath after opening its dark mouth. It broke a huge tree far away. After exhaling, the spikes on Mountoad's body had the hissing sound again when its body was about to shrink. It halted its body from shrinking and let out another round of cyclone flow again. After controlling Mountoad to release cyclones for 3 to 4 times continuously, Zhang Lisheng controlled Island Dragon to turn invisible and dashed towards the dense jungle. It did not create a commotion that was as big as Mountoad, whereby it looked like it was launching a cannon. Island Dragon's attack was fast and powerful as usual. What was new was that its scorpion-like hooked tail of 3 segments turned 3 huge trees into deadwood in a short few seconds when they stung the trees. The 2 wizard worms' transformation made Zhang Lisheng forgot about the joy of killing the strange hornet. He mumbled after being stunned for a long time. There was a lizard during ancient times with scales on its body and 9 tails that looked like a scorpion's hooked tail below its body. It was silent when it crawled. The tails would kill things and humans wherever it attacked, but the wizard worm turned into an ancient creature after eating a big hornet without witchcraft incantation cultivation. How is that possible? But it has spikes on both its head and tail, and it's even bigger than a vulture. Is that still a hornet no matter how mutated it is? How is it possible that the oxygen content in the air managed to evolve such an insect? The nine-tailed lizard Zhang Lisheng described was the recording of an ancient strange insect called the variegated race runner in the ancient book what the master would not discuss. Ever since Island Dragon's form changed, apart from its three-segment tail, it seemed exactly the same as the variegated race runner. As he was mumbling to himself and thinking hard that came to no conclusion, there was a soft call of distress coming from far away. All of the sudden, Lisheng, we really can't take it any longer. Zhang Lisheng snapped out of his thoughts from the shock. He had just recalled that Tina and Trish had been soaking in the pool for an hour now. He stepped on the muddy water and ran to the pool carefully. He pulled out the two ladies whose lips had now turned purple strenuously. Noticing that the girls were still shaking after getting them out of the pool, Zhang Lisheng knew the girls would be ill if they went on like this. All of the tents were with the guides. There had nothing to hide from the rain. It would be best if they had the choice to not hide under a tree in such a storm. Zhang Lisheng thought about it and controlled Island Dragon to run lightly to the pool, stood straight and shielded the three of them from the heavy rain. Under Island Dragon's tummy, he controlled Mountoad to grab dry branches from the dense jungle with its enormous mouth. He picked out pine tree branches with the most resin and shook off the tiny amount of pungent wizard worm saliva, then began making a bonfire with some equipment. Island Dragon had a slender body. Zhang Lisheng vacated the driest part after making the bonfire. Tina, sit here. Trish, sit opposite to Tina and warm your body. Chapter 93 Lost. Chapter 93 Lost. Hiding from the rain under the giant lizard's slender body that occasionally vanished, the two girls could no longer think from having their brain frozen in the chilly pool water earlier. It seemed to them that the strange things that were happening around them were nothing out of the ordinary. They removed the jacket that they were wearing while shaking and gotten close to the warm fire. Soon, the rosiness on their faces went back. Seeing the girls were not shaking as much anymore, Zhang Lisheng turned around in the limited space and said with his back facing the bonfire, "You guys better dry your undergarments again. Although we have Island Dragon's help, which makes our journey tomorrow much faster, ideally, we would need a few days to get to the city since the GPS isn't working and we've lost our direction. It would be horrible if you guys are sick. Now that I thought about it, the GPS device that we rented from Paradise Hotel isn't working, which is annoying. It started to not work after the flood. It's not professional. We departed from Tuicarno Port. Although we were turning here and there in the river, we have been going west overall, and we will turn northwest after arriving at the shore. Remember that direction?" Zhang Lisheng turned his head and shouted in surprise. The girls took off their undergarment and dried it close to the fire. Their naked bodies had beautiful curves that could make a man fall. Tina was stunned seeing Zhang Lisheng turning his head. She put down her arms that were covering her chest and said, lifting her chest, "Are they nice?" Trish, on the other hand, had her cheeks flushing. As a Catholic girl, she was not as open-minded as Tina was. Although she did not scream, there was a rage in her eyes as if they were going to spit fire. She could not hide it no matter how. Zhang Lisheng was stuck seeing the beautiful scene that he did not expect. There was an indescribable heat growing in him. He cleared his throat and gulped his saliva, then turned his head back immediately. "I'm sorry, I was too excited when I heard Trish, remembering the overall direction. Lishing, I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's all right, but I'm not sure if Trish, the most innocent Catholic girl in Manhattan, would mind showing you her beautiful naked body." "Tina, you're just crazy. We've gone through so many accidents as if we're in a sci-fi thriller movie, and you have the mood to joke like this. So should I just look gloomy sitting by the fire all night instead of joking? We're considered very lucky, Trish. You must know that the chances of us two New York girls meeting a good friend who was an opposite sex, who happened to be a god descendant who was mastering a mysterious dark power, is even slimmer than winning Powerball's first prize. Especially this friend's exploring the Amazon rainforest with us and staying by our side." Trish opened her mouth wide while being speechless. She ignored her good friend who was sitting across the fire and turned her head to look at Zhang Lisheng's skinny back. "Forget it. I know your rudeness this time is unintentional, Lisheng. I'm born with a great sense of direction, so I remember where Tuikarno's direction is more or less. But there might be some mistakes since we were washed away by the flood. It's all right if there are mistakes. We can try slowly. We'll definitely find the right way to Tuikarno. But Sheila and Walter, Shitu, we don't even have a tent now, so please just take care of your life." "Okay, Miss Zhang," Lisheng said in a tone that was almost cruel. The brutal encounters in the jungle seemed to have matured Trish in the short few days. At least she knew the meaning of self-awareness now. She stared at the jumping flame in the fire speechlessly, while tears were rolling out of her eyes slowly. They dripped onto the ground one after another, but she said nothing in the end. At the break of dawn the next day, the heavy rain stopped slowly. This was the safest half an hour where the living things in the jungle went to sleep while some had just woken up. Zhang Lisheng cultivated a secret method for a moment. He released the old ones and absorbed the new ones. He had regained much of his energy. Knowing that they would not be able to ask about the young man's tricks of all kinds, Trish pretended like she saw nothing. Tina, on the other hand, handed the young man an energy bar and asked caringly since he woke up, "Lisheng, you can't sleep because you inhaled the black breath your pet exhaled. Would there be side effects, like when you take drugs?" "There are no side effects to that. It's just that my cultivation time's too short, that I can't replenish my energy entirely. But since we're going to be gliding around the jungle on Island Dragon's back, we won't be using too much strength." "Island Dragon, is that your black dragon that could go invisible?" The girl faintly saw the glorious fight of Zhang Lisheng's two wizard worms against the strange wasp with the help of the fire last night. However, she did not see it clearly due to the intensity of the light and its angle. "It's not a black dragon, but a mutated lizard. Let's depart now. We can eat while we're traveling later." Zhang Lisheng chanted witchcraft incantation to make Island Dragon show itself after he was done speaking. It was a completely different feeling to be hiding under the giant lizard's tummy from the rain, which made their vision blurry, and seeing it with its mouth wide opened and 3 scorpionoked tails at the back, showcasing its over 10 meters long body entirely. Tina's face turned pale as she lifted her head to look at Island Dragon's ferocious look under the sun. She mumbled, "Lisheng, your lizard has mutated to such a powerful being. SHT, are we really sitting on it? It doesn't look friendly." Zhang Lisheng smiled and asked Trish, "Which direction do we go?" Trish drew a cross and pointed to their right while looking pale. Zhang Lisheng nodded and controlled Island Dragon to lay down its body. He then climbed onto the wizard worm's back strenuously. Get up, ladies. This big worm isn't as scary as you guys thought. Its scales look slippery, but in reality, it has strong friction whereby you wouldn't fall if you squeeze your thighs tight. I swear sitting on it is safer than sitting in a roller coaster at Disneyland. With a demonstration, the two girls felt much better now. Both of them got close to Island Dragon while holding onto each other. They climbed onto the giant lizard's back in a posture that was more relaxed than Zhang Lisheng. Sit tight, as Zhang Lisheng shouted. Island Dragon stood up and began running on the vast land next to the pool. When it was about to crash into the dense jungle after moving 100 meters forward, it hopped high up all of the sudden, while its four claws held onto a huge tree that was 100 meters tall. It crawled up and began running on top of the trees in the jungle as if it was gliding. The girls were screaming along the way. They only slowly calmed down after Island Dragon had been running for 2 to 3 minutes. Although the wind was strong midair, most of it was blocked by Island Dragon's extended neck. It became a comfortable breeze when it blew onto Zhang Lisheng and the two girls. Admiring the beautiful jungle with lush green around while indulging in the rainforest's damp air in the warm sun and breathtaking breeze, it was completely different compared to their tough journey in the dense jungle a few days back. Oh, now I get it, Lisheng. This is how you went all the way to Lunuk City from Tuikarno. HMPH, you sure know how to enjoy life, you mysterious Mr. Worm. With such speed, if you used this back then. If those natives found out about Island Dragon back then, I'm afraid that he'll be the only one that's alive now. Listen, Tina, I'm not her savior. If I didn't owe you a favor. Alright, Lisheng. Your life philosophy is to pay back those who are kind to you and feed your worms those people who hurt them. In reality, this is nothing. There are countless idiots who intruded private properties in America and had been beaten to death, so stop scaring us. Trish a Catholic, sometimes she has no sense of humor, so she might take what you said seriously. Hearing what Tina said, Zhang Lisheng looked at the brutal and dense jungle far away and shook his head. He smiled lightly and said nothing more. Days had passed. They had been traveling across the Amazon jungle following Trish's lead for a total of 5 days and 4 nights above the trees. They had already traveled 1,000 kilometers in total if one would look back at their journey, but it seemed like it was still far away from getting to Tuikarno. At the moment, Trish's tone when guiding the way was not as firm as before. She began repeating the embarrassing words that she had said before. I remember where Tuikarno's direction is more or less. But there might be some mistakes since we were washed away by the flood. However, it was too late for them to turn back now. Having a direction to move forward in a vast jungle was better than moving with no direction. Thus, they could only proceed with their journey following Trish's lead. On the 5th day of noon, it began raining heavily in the rainforest. At that moment, Tina, who was not having an amazing time anymore because she could not take much longer the raindrops that were beating on her face, leaned towards Zhang Lisheng's ear and shouted, "The rain's too heavy, Lisheng. We're not in a rush anyway. Why don't we hide from the rain down there?" Just when the girl was speaking, a bright silver wave came into their vision from far away all of a sudden. To the 6 eyes which had adapted to the greenery, the silver wave seemed dazzling, tempting and glaring. It was the light reflected from the sun on the lake channel. There would always be people wherever there was water. Zhang Lisheng controlled Island Dragon to glide towards the silver wave. As they were getting closer, an endless lake appeared before their eyes. It was a huge lake created from the washing of the Amazon River for tens of millions of years. The ecology and the jungle around it had evolved and looked completely different. Chang Lisheng carefully controlled Island Dragon to crawl down from the top of the tree carefully. It went invisible and crawled down in a spiral and sneaked out to the jungle slowly. They happened to arrive at a corner on the west of the huge lake with countless big rats with a flat tail which body was close to 1 meter long. They were walking around in the water ignoring the rain. SHT, is this lake's name Rat Boiling Pot? Tina sounded like she was joking while sitting on Island Dragon's back, but she was shaking a little when she was speaking. Those aren't rats but beavers. They're making a dam. Chang Lisheng wiped away the rainwater on his face and pointed at a river gap after observing those huge rats. He then pointed at a huge gap at the jungle on the other side that was faintly visible and said, "That might be the reason why there was a flood. We might be running in a big circle the past few days." Chapter 94 Snack. Chapter 94 Snack. A beaver was an amphibian mammal which looked like a rat. It had sharp teeth, webbed rear feet and expert in swimming. Such an animal usually lived in a deep lake or next to a pond. After they settled down, they would spend the rest of their lives building a dam using saplings, branches, or a branch material by intertwining them, which was amazing. It caused the water level of the pond they were living in to continuously increase. Sometimes the dam that they built could reach hundreds of meters in size. Under human civilization's influence, the Amazon River had vast watercourse whereby flood would hardly happen in the jungle even if it was the monsoon season. However, since the beaver changed the water level, it was a different story since the dam would crash. I heard about beavers from my biology teacher. Isn't it a rare animal? Why are there so many of them gathered here? Because this is the Amazon, Tina. It's speculated that there are up to tens of millions types of animals living in a group, while many of them are yet to be discovered by humans. A giant hornet with a spike on its mouth and tail flew by flapping its 4 wings far away above the rainforest as Chang Lisheng was speaking. It was going towards the beavers in the lake. Lisheng, that giant bee looks like the one that you killed a few days back. I guess they're also a living thing that has yet to be discovered by humans, Tina said softly in shock, watching the giant hornet that was flying into the group of beavers that caused a big commotion far away. It was killing the beavers midair and sucked their flesh and blood dry until only their skins were left. Chang Lisheng was shocked to see the strange hornet for the second time. He knew very well that eating the strange hornet was beneficial to his wizard worms. However, after looking at the extremely agile and strange hornet that was flying in the air, Chang Lisheng gave up the plan to attack the strange hornet. He lowered his voice and the words slipped. The Amazon didn't create such a monster. Perhaps it's a monster from a supernatural realm that the bookmark brought. Stop thinking so much. It's too dangerous here, let's go right now. He then controlled his wizard worm to sneak into the rainforest silently. The dense trees in the jungle were like a shield separating the inside and outside of the jungle into 2 different worlds. The heavy rain did not go through the dense treetops, they became raindrops on the ground. The sun could only shine through the green leaves. It became dimmed with only spotted lights shining into the rainforest. In the dimmed jungle, Island Dragon extended its slender body and carried the 3 of them to walk along the lake's shore. We'll avoid that giant hornet and walk to the lake's inlet. It should be easier to find the city if we walk along the watercourse. Since ancient times, humans had gotten used to living where the water was. What Zhang Lisheng said undoubtedly made sense. The two ladies' eyes lit up and went at the same time. As they were walking in the dimmed jungle for a while, there was a shout that went yarachichiger and sound that went poo-poo that was getting closer and closer into his ears. Zhang Lisheng's body became stiff and controlled Island Dragon to stop walking. It's a human's voice. It's the natives who are speaking. Tina, who was behind him, said, "We've finally encountered a human." "That's great, we've gotten out of the jungle." "It's true that we've finally encountered a human, but they could be the kind of human who eats another human. It doesn't matter if we encountered cannibals when you're here with us. Moreover, such a thing is highly impossible. Let's talk to them. Perhaps there's a city nearby. They're here without us initiating to talk to them. It's better if we hide and see what they're after." Zhang Lisheng had gotten off Island Dragon's back and walked quickly behind a huge tree. The two girls could only follow where they got off the wizard worm and hid next to Zhang Lisheng. Tina said softly, "Sai Lisheng, people can tell from a glance that you're Chinese after getting to know you. You're so careful and overly cautious." "Thanks for your compliment, but keep quiet, Tina," Zhang Lisheng said and began to softly chant a witchcraft incantation, controlling Island Dragon to go invisible and crawl onto a huge tree. The special poo-poo sound that came from a human stepping onto a wet jungle ground was getting louder, while the natives' shout was getting louder too. Soon, the three of them who was hiding behind the tree faintly saw a skinny silhouette. What appeared before them was a naked silhouette on top with blood spots and dirt all over his body. He was using both of his arms and legs, crawling and rolling in the jungle with the attempt to escape with all of his might. The silhouette tried his best to run further away, but he was exhausted all of the sudden and fell onto the ground. He slid a few meters out on the slippery muddy ground and crashed into a dead tree. There was a soft bone cracking sound in his body. Not long after the skinny silhouette fell, two tanned skinny natives came swinging on vines from far away. They had strange accessories hanging on their neck, while they only had a soft leaf and hard shell covering their private parts. In the dimmed and dense jungle, they shouted "Oh, oh, oh" as they hopped to their prey with fire in their eyes. Soon, the over 10 natives gathered to their tribe's scout side and looked at the skinny silhouette that was not moving on the ground. Their leader pulled out a bone blade while smiling cunningly. A strange TSS sound came above their heads when he was about to sever their prey's head. The two natives were tossed out by an invisible force later on. In midair, their bodies were torn apart like a piece of torn cloth. Their organs and blood were flowing out. At the same time they died, the other 3 natives showed pain on their faces all of the sudden. However, the expression did not last for even a second. The 3 natives seemed to have all of the water sucked out from their bodies, whereby they turned into rotten skin. Meanwhile, the native leader who pulled out a bone blade was puzzled with what was happening. He lost the bottom half of his body while he waved both of his hands on his upper body while looking lost. He lied on the ground looking at his organs that were spilled all over the ground and groaned continuously. Half of the over 10 native hunters were killed in an instant. At that moment, the survivors noticed a giant lizard with a long body and cold eyes appeared next to them while munching. The remaining natives were stunned, where they screamed and threw the poisonous darts in their hands towards the giant lizard. They scattered and ran into the jungle. It was clear that they knew it was impossible for them to kill the monster before them when there were only a few of them left. The only thing that they could do to keep themselves alive was to run away with the help of the dense trees in the rainforest. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to turn their body into nothingness no matter how fast they were moving, and no matter how familiar they were with the jungle. All of the natives suffered a fatal attack by Island Dragon, which could run in a straight line no matter how complicated the terrain was when they ran less than 30 meters away. "We're safe now." Chang Lisheng walked out of the big tree after he successfully killed the natives with high efficiency by controlling his wizard worm calmly. He revealed a smile of satisfaction absorbing the natives' negative emotions coming from their fear of death and helplessness. Meanwhile, Tina, who was behind him, stared at the young man's back in shock, as if she had just realized after witnessing this genocide how merciless the man before her really was when he encountered enemies, even if those were just potential enemies. Trish, on the other hand, was shrieking her lungs out, "Dead, they're all dead. Yes, these natives were chasing after someone, but we have no idea who they're chasing after. Perhaps it's criminal, or oh god, how could you kill so many people before you even asked anything?" Chang Lisheng ignored the girl's shriek. He walked and squat down next to the native leader whose body was sliced into half. His mouth was still opening and closing like a fish. Chang Lisheng pulled off the bunch of accessories on the native's neck. "They're cannibals. Cannibals who bring snacks with them." He turned around and walked to Trish, who was still shrieking, and said expressionlessly, "He's only left with half of his face. He has a rare red wine hair just like you. Do you recognize him?" The two girls looked at the thing Chang Lisheng held in his hand in shock. It was the head of a red-haired young man with a thick tree-climbing rope passing through his ear. His skin and flesh were clearly cooked before, and the flesh on his face was eaten entirely. Trish held her shriek back and went blank for a long time. All of a sudden, she snatched the head off Chang Lisheng's hand. "No, oh god, no no no. Take a closer look, the light here's weak." The young man had finally shown kindness and reminded, "It's Henry. Henry did hemangiomer surgery on his left eye before. He has a very small scar at his eye." Tina held Trish tight and said, while shaking. Chang Lisheng held his head down and looked at the rather small oval-shaped human head that was completely dehydrated and an obvious, tiny dent on the head's eye. He said softly, "I'm so sorry." "No, oh god, no." Trish seemed like she did not know any other words at the moment. She shrieked her lungs out for a while, and suddenly, she walked to the native leader while carrying her brother's head. The native leader's pupils had fully dilated, and he was left with his one last breath. Trish held the bone blade up and stabbed him with all of her might. Soon she stabbed the half-body into a pile of bloody, mushy meat. Trish, my dear, please stop." Tina was in great shock, and she wanted to stop her immediately, but Chang Lisheng stopped her. "I think it's better that she let it all out." Tina stopped walking after hesitating a bit. "I didn't expect the Amazon to really have cannibals. I was secretly judging you for killing. I didn't expect. I would still kill these natives even if I didn't see the head. They're too dangerous since we can't communicate with them." Tina removed her thoughts of Chang Lisheng being cruel when he spoke. "Oh yeah, there's that person who the natives were going after. I wonder how he is now." She tolerated the disgust she was feeling forcefully and ran to the escaper who looked like a skeleton under the tree. Tina did not hold the person up recklessly after getting close to him. Instead, she kicked him carefully. "Hi sir, do you understand English?" The escaper's head was shaking, but he did not respond. Tina realized his neck was broken when she took a better look. She sighed and walked to Trish. She squatted down and hugged her close friend who had collapsed after letting out all the rage she had. "Don't be sad, Trish. Henry'll rest in peace in heaven. He's watching you from above. Don't let him worry." Hearing her best friend's comfort, woo, Trish went as she cried in devastation. Tina could not help but cried with her while hugging her head hearing her cry. Chapter 95 The Main Course and Side Dish. Chapter 95 The Main Course and Side Dish. Lich, who was sitting aside, had no idea how should he comfort Trish, so he stayed silent all the time. Finally, the two girls regained their senses after crying and hugging for a long time. "I'll bring Henry back and bury him at our family cemetery. We will visit him every year." Trish held back her tears and carried her brother's head from the ground. She said softly while putting it into the mountain pack on her back carefully. A woman would actually be tougher than men when they encountered incidents. What Trish did was an example. Tina nodded while comforting her. The two ladies stuttered at the same time from the lack of blood flow from squatting for too long. Tina saw something flashy on the ground when their bodies were shaking. She was stunned for a moment and dashed to a native corpse like she had gone nuts. She pulled out a silver necklace from the corpse's neck after squatting down. The necklace was made of platinum and a diamond pendant with the letter D. It was pretty. It was shining when the sun shone on it from the gaps between the branches in the dense jungle as Tina picked it up. "Oh God, this is a gift I got Sheila on her birthday last year. The cannibals took her as well." Trish ran to Tina after hearing that and looked at the necklace in Tina's hand immediately. "It's the necklace. So Sheila, Walter, Shitu and the rest are there." "Oh yeah, we lost them not too long ago. Maybe they've just been captured by the cannibals and they're still alive. Or maybe the cannibals picked up the necklace in the rainforest by accident, while Sheila and the rest are safe." "Lich, do you think what you said is credible? I beg you. You're the only one who can save Sheila and the rest now." Tina held tight onto the necklace in her hand. She did not realize that the pendant's sharp end had wounded her palm. "There's only one extreme way to save someone from the cannibal tribe. There's no other way than killing them." Lich thought about it and said calmly, "People who eat their own kind can't be called human. God will reward us if we kill more of such devils." Trish showed a distorted expression that she had never shown before and said fiercely while she had the native's blood on her face, "But there will be children, women and old people in a tribe. There are no innocents when they're devils living in hell." Trish said a quote from the Crusades during the medieval period. "So what are we waiting for? Looking at the escapers' condition, the cannibal tribe shouldn't be too far away from us." Lich pouted while controlling Island Dragon to show itself. He then climbed onto the wizard worm's back. He was thinking to himself what kind of reward he would obtain as they followed the natives' footprints. Killing the entire native tribe would give him the ability to break through to rank 4 wizard at least, or even rank 5 wizard. It should not be too hard for him to do that if they were to attack the tribe. After riding on Island Dragon in the dense rainforest for over 10 minutes, the three of them finally heard faint crowd noise. "I didn't expect the escaper to have run so far away. Fortunately there were many natives going after him, otherwise we might really not be able to find their lair. You guys hide when I attack later. I'll do it myself." An ordinary native tribe shouldn't have more than 1,000 people. There would be even lesser for cannibals. I can finish it within 1 to 2 hours the most. Although they were cannibals, it was hundreds to thousands of lives after all. Trish, who was suffering the loss of her brother and hated cannibals to her core, could not help but shudder when she heard Zhang Lisheng saying that so calmly. However, she had no objection on that matter at all. Instead, she said with her pale face while clenching her teeth, "We can take care of ourselves. You go ahead." It was easy to blame others, but hard to blame yourself. Sometimes one would only understand how difficult it was to forgive when the thing happened to the person himself. Zhang Lisheng nodded in silence and controlled Island Dragon to move towards where the sound was coming from. The loud human noise was getting louder. There was even flowing water sound. The young man chanted witchcraft incantation to get his wizard worm to stop. He said softly after getting off the Island Dragon's back, "Tina, Trish, we're very close to the native tribe. You guys hide somewhere." The two girls nodded and went off the Island Dragon's back. They found a huge tree hollow that was everywhere in the jungle and hid in there, ignoring how dirty it was. Seeing that the girls had gone into hiding, Zhang Lisheng grabbed some mud from the ground and applied it all over his body. It was his disguise. He sneaked into the native tribe quietly. "Be careful, Lisheng." Seeing the young man moving forward while bending his body, Tina showed her head from the tree hollow all of a sudden and said quickly. Zhang Lisheng turned his head calmly and did a cutting throat sign. He walked towards the cannibal tribe one step after another in the dense jungle. Zhang Lisheng spent more than 10 minutes to walk a short 100 of meters. Finally, a vast native tribe appeared before the young man after he controlled Island Dragon to tear a poisonous bramble silently. The visible part of the tribe was up to tens of thousands of square meters. It was isolated with thick brambles. One could think that these brambles must have been planted by the natives on purpose, using it as a wall to defend wild beasts' attack. A small river flowed from the lake outside the jungle into the tribe. It should be a drain that the natives dug. There were more than 10 tanned native women with their big breasts showing on both sides of the shallow drain. They had white powder on their faces and breasts. They were washing a bunch of berries while chatting and laughing, which sounded like gibberish. The scene was completely different from the ferocious cannibal tribe Zhang Lisheng imagined. Moreover, the massive amount of berries the natives were washing showed that they most probably planted them. It would prove that the tribe did farming, which made them different from cannibals who hunted. Could there be another native tribe around here? Zhang Lisheng frowned and mumbled as he hid in the bush while watching the natives' women laughing by the drain. Although he was deadly cruel sometimes, he had a bottom line. If it was just a normal native tribe, he would leave silently. Just when Zhang Lisheng was trying to make up his mind, 2 native men came out from a row of low mud huts far away. They had a wooden spear in each of their hand while holding a rope with a tied fat and dirty lady. The fat lady looked like she was 300 to 400 pounds. Her fats were jiggling when she walked. Looking at her skin that was filled with dirt, he could forcefully tell that she was a white lady. The 2 natives brought the white lady to the drain. When the 2 natives brought the white lady to the drain, the native women began washing the white lady strenuously and agilely with clean drain water. Then they stooped with a wooden ladle after chatting with the men happily. The warm water rained on her naked body. It was so comfortable that the white lady, whose body was so fat like a dough, smiled on her face that she looked blank. Just when she smiled, the 2 wooden spears pierced through her neck. Blood was spurting out from the artery on the white lady's neck. The natives laughed in joy when the blood got onto them. So this is their main course. As he watched the natives letting the white woman bleed to death and washing the dirt on her body, Zhang Lisheng shifted his attention to the berries at the drain. That's just the side dish. He controlled Island Dragon to dash towards the smiling natives as he spoke. The first ones who were attacked were naturally the two native men who had a weapon with them. They were fighting with all of their might, although it was like a fly fighting a rabbit. Chang Lesheng's determination and cautious character was revealed entirely when he was killing them. At an instant, the cannibal tribe's native men fell onto the ground after being torn apart. They had deadly fear on their faces that were filled with blood. Perhaps they were not afraid of death but feared the mysterious unknown. However, the native women were surprisingly tough when they were fighting back. After the two tribe warriors fell without a reason, instead of running, they showed their blackish teeth and growled blindly. They did not even retreat a step back. No matter how fierce a tribe was, the women who cooked would never be tougher than men who hunted and fought. Such a thing puzzled Chang Lesheng, but he did not show mercy at all. He chanted witchcraft incantation to control Island Dragon to attack with its claws and teeth instantly. Everything before him turned into a sea of blood. Seeing that there were no standing enemies before him, Chang Lesheng controlled Mounted to hop out of his backpack. It expanded and followed by his side, they walked out of the jungle slowly. Looking at Chang Lesheng's cold eyes and the giant toad that was guided by its side, the dying natives by the drain naturally knew he was the one who attacked without having to communicate with each other. At that moment, the native men and women had a 180-degree change of expression. Although they had lost all ability to fight back, the two native men were still hissing at him stubbornly with the attempt to threaten him. Most women, on the other hand, showed deadly fear and begging expression. They did not stop speaking gibberish in their native language. Some were knocking their heads on the ground. When you guys put people of your own kind in the recipe, you should be ready that you would be killed by people of your own kind. Looking at the wailing natives, Chang Lesheng inhaled the air with thick bloody smell around and mumbled to himself, looking calm. At the moment, the sea of negative emotion gathered from the tens of natives gave the wizard power in his blood a stir. Countless witchcraft symbols floated in his head. There were tens of ferocious black and white ancient strange worms appearing faintly while crawling in a distorted way. When the natives were dead, there were 4 sarcomeres growing on Chang Lesheng's mandible. At an instant, a brand new wizard incantation appeared in his head and he had more than half of wizard power boosted in his blood. All of a sudden, Chang Lesheng opened his mouth wide and released a silent scream. It scared all of the bugs away within 100 miles in the rainforest. Tina and Trish were whispering in the tree hollow and guessing what Chang Lesheng was doing. They were shocked to see the sea of bugs that appeared on the jungle ground like a carpet. They could not help but screamed. Fortunately, the sea of bugs disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. The two ladies looked at each other in the tree hollow and said nothing for a long time. Chapter 96 The Cannibal Tribe's Corral. Chang Lesheng, who had just broken through to a rank 4 wizard, was high on joy at the moment. However, he did not experiment what kind of power his newly obtained witchcraft incantation could give since he was in such a situation. Neither did he spend any more wizard power to refine both his wizard worms. Instead, he spat a mouthful of black blood and shouted the word assemble. The black blood turned into a blood mist and scattered into the wounds on the bloody bodies. Soon, countless insects gathered from the rainforest and began eating the bloody bodies. Chang Lesheng was relieved to see the hundreds of millions flying bugs and crawling insects. Although Island Dragon and Mounted were huge, the sea of bugs would be more efficient to tackle the entire tribe of natives. He waited quietly for the prey to fall into his trap after setting it. The strange thing was, no natives appeared after he waited for more than 10 minutes. Naturally, it was impossible that he had killed everyone in the tribe, after killing over 10 warriors and women, given that it looked like a huge cannibal tribe. Zhang Lisheng thought about it and went onto Island Dragon carefully, then headed to the many mud huts far away. The sky full of insects followed him naturally as he moved on. All of the mud huts were covered within the sea of insects when he got close. However, nothing was happening in the mud huts. Zhang Lisheng then controlled Island Dragon to wipe off the roof and torn a mud hut apart from a portion of a big tree that was cut open. There was nothing else in the mud hut. The ground was the muddy jungle ground. They're living like primitive, Zhang Lisheng mumbled to himself, and controlled Island Dragon to tear another mud hut apart. He had a different discovery this time. He saw a baby native sleeping in a hollowed tree. Zhang Lisheng came to a realization on the cannibal native women's behavior earlier, which was stubborn at first, which became begging later on. They were stubborn in protecting their children. After losing their ability to fight back, they were begging so that Zhang Lisheng, the skinny boy whose body was filled with mud and controlling wizard worm like the wizards from other tribes, to not kill and eat their children, although they might be training their children to be slaves in the future. Naturally, babies who had no sense like adults were innocent. If this happened under normal circumstance, Zhang Lisheng would inevitably sigh when he saw this native baby. However, he only glanced through it coldly while he chanted witchcraft incantation. He then controlled Island Dragon to move forward slowly while destroying the mud huts. Not sure how many mud huts he had destroyed, Zhang Lisheng had finally arrived at the flatland with up to 100 totems. Although the flatland ground was dirt, it was sturdy and compact, like a flat cement ground. Clearly, the natives opened this space in the jungle. The biggest colorful totem in the flatland was the one in the middle. It had a diameter of almost 10 meters and over 100 meters tall. It gave people a feeling that they had to worship it whenever one saw it. It was hard for one to imagine how did a bunch of natives manage to carve such an enormous wooden pole of such detail. Looking around closely, Zhang Lisheng realized there was nobody around the flatland. He then lifted his head to look at that enormous totem curiously. He could see that the pole was faintly divided into 5 layers. The first layer had carvings of a bunch of little green men floating in the sky. The second layer was still the carvings of those little green men, but their mouth was clearly much bigger now. They were now on the ground. The third layer of the totem had a carving of an enormous tree with fruits growing on the branches. The little green men were the fruits. Finally, the little green men disappeared on the 4th layer. They were replaced by a bunch of white men with red hair, slender body, and limbs, and were holding a diamond-shaped gem in their hands. The last layer of carving was flat, yellow cards swinging in the vast jungle. The cards formed giant doors when they scattered on the ground. There was gleam shining at the giant doors. They seemed to be connected to another world. Zhang Lisheng suddenly thought of what the native young man he met in Lunuk City said. The one who sold him the jelly gem the moment he saw those giant doors. Over 10 days ago during midnight, I saw a dark yellow glow appeared in the jungle out of nowhere, a giant door that glowed. He looked at the jelly gem tied on his wrist by instinct. He removed it and pulled it twice, figuring it was not the right time to study the gem. He then tied the jelly gem onto his wrist on the other arm, and controlled Island Dragon to walk around the flatland. The natives in the tribe seemed to have vanished. Shang Lisheng cautiously checked through each and every corner on the flatland, but his effort was to no avail. Just when he was feeling annoyed, he heard a soft humming sound that was coming from far away all of a sudden. The sound was coming from the rainforest. Shang Lisheng controlled Island Dragon to tear the brambles around and went towards the humming sound slowly. Passing through an area of vines and giant trees, he saw an old wooden cage appearing before him all of a sudden. The wooden cage was made of hardwood with a thickness of a brim of the bowl. The gap between two wooden poles was less than 10 cm. There were 20 to 30 fat, living humans either naked or wearing torn clothes and a skinny corpse. There were shallow drains dug around the cage filled with red and green food as thick as glue. The smell was pungent. The fatties whose bodies were large were grabbing the food from the drains with their hands from the wooden cage. They put the food into their mouth and eating it clumsily. The cannibal tribe's corral, Sheila should be kept here if she's still alive. Shang Lisheng was stunned for a moment and mumbled softly to himself. It was a cage where the cannibal tribe fed their livestock. All of the victims which would be their food would be captured in the wooden cage and fed food mixed with wild fruits that caused hallucination. Victims who ate that food would forget about the fear they had and would eat and drink all day. Eventually, they would grow fat while the natives would eat the fattest one among them. The victims who saw through such a trap would bear the hunger whereby they would not eat nor drink at first. The cannibals would not force them. More than 90 of them would surrender eventually due to their lack of determination, while the remaining of them would choose to die of hunger than being the cannibals' food. Some would get out of the cage from the hunger, becoming the native warriors' hunting target to show their heroism. Everything seemed ridiculously cruel, but it was the bloody path whereby the strong ones win living in the cannibal tribe of an ancient jungle with a horrible environment. They did it to ensure their bloodline went on. Shang Lisheng sat on Island Dragon while recognizing everyone closely. Although those fatties were so fat like they looked the same, whereby they were fat with dirt on their faces, Sheila, Shitu, and Walter were captured not long ago. Very soon, Shang Lisheng found them. Your luck isn't bad, Shang Lisheng mumbled to himself, looking at the young people who were stinky and gained at least 20 to 30 kg throughout these few days. He controlled Island Dragon to break the wooden cage with its tail and grabbed Sheila and the rest with its front claw. It then put them onto Mounttoad's back that was expanded. He looked at the other victims of various colors who looked lost. He sighed and controlled both of his wizard worms, bringing Sheila and the rest to the tree hollow where Tina and Trish were hiding. After controlling Mounttoad to exhale and hopped back into his backpack, Shang Lisheng went off to Island Dragon's back, ignoring Sheila, Walter, and Shitu who was sitting on the jungle ground. He shouted, I've brought Sheila, Walter, and Shitu back, but most of the cannibal tribe members are gone, which is ridiculous. I didn't kill them. Oh my god, thank you so much Lisheng. You saved Sheila, Walter, Trish said in gratitude, seeing Sheila and the rest before her in one piece as she climbed out of the tree hollow. However, she soon noticed her close friend and boyfriend looking off. She took a better look at them and screamed, What happened to them? They're already like that when I found them. I guess the natives fed them plants that cause hallucination in order to make them fat, making them shoving food down their throat whenever they see food, just like force-feeding FCK. But it seems like they should able to get better if they managed to walk out of the jungle. Of course they can walk out of this jungle because you're here to help, Tina said softly while looking at her good friend's blank expression. Shang Lisheng was in a good mood since he broke through to rank 4 wizard. He made an exception not to fight back on what Tina said. Instead, he chuckled silently. It's not safe to stay near the cannibal tribe blindly. Moreover, it's still early now. We could still go further today. Let's go. Tina and Trish nodded at the same time as they composed their emotion. They helped Sheila, Walter, and Shitu onto Island Dragon's back strenuously. They then sat in front and behind them to get the 3 of them to sit tight. Lisheng, please get Island Dragon to go slower later. Sheila and the rest are delirious. They can't still sit tight at all. Trish and I have to hold onto them. Tina, you're so imaginative. No wonder you're exploring the Amazon. Shang Lisheng made fun of her and went off Island Dragon's back. He picked up a few vines from the jungle ground and tested their strength. He then tied Sheila and the rest onto the wizard worm. You're really a jungle adventure expert. Tina widened her eyes and said in admiration, seeing what Shang Lisheng was doing. I learned this from watching people tying their pigs back at home. I hope these vines are strong enough, or else there's nothing that I can do if they fall. Shang Lisheng said while controlling Island Dragon to hop onto a big tree in a spiraling manner. It then began running on top of the trees. At the same time, over 10 hollowed totem poles cracked at the flatland in the cannibal tribe with many totem poles. Many headless corpses revealed themselves. The corpses fell onto the ground following the crack on the poles. Suddenly, they exploded into yellow mist and gathered into an oval mirror floating midair. The mirror rotated for a while since it appeared. There were sound and images playing in it like television. Chapter 97 Rescued. Chapter 97 Rescued. Hundreds of soldiers standing on a snowy mound, wearing dazzling half-armors on their bodies and a shield in their hands. They were fighting a bloody battle with a bunch of naked natives who only had hard shells covering their private part. The infantry soldiers formed an orderly sequence and shouted "Hey" as they decapitated the natives' heads. The natives, on the other hand, followed their leader, lifting their hands high, holding a crude puppet made of straw and clay with the monsters that they controlled. They were attacking with poisonous blowguns and crude wooden spears dipped in poison at the armored soldiers' legs that were not protected. The poison could kill their enemies as long as their weapons could create a tiny wound on them. Among all of the natives, the man with dark flame tattoos on his face was the most obvious one. He had a lunatic smile on his face while his comrades were fighting in the battle fiercely. He did not stop shouting, "The professor has found them. We've made it. The Aryan is really the key. The number could remedy the purity." The professor must have thought of this when he saw the disappearing tribe. "We've made it. Revenge, revenge." Just when he was dancing around like he had lost his mind, a burning, long steel sword fell from the sky all of a sudden and chopped off his head right away. As the native's head fell onto the ground, he turned into a ball of fire. The mirrors that were made of the yellow mist broke. Everything vanished. The cannibal tribe regained its initial peace. At that moment, Shang Lisheng had been running on top of the jungle's trees, controlling Island Dragon in the rain, following the Amazon River's flow. The heavy rain seemed to drench the entire world in the rain, causing their vision to blur. However, as they got into a turn following the river, the view before Shang Lisheng became vast. To his surprise, the river arrived at the main watercourse. The river surfaces at least 2,000 meters wide. "I think this must be the Amazon River's main watercourse." Shang Lisheng controlled Island Dragon to stop on top of a giant tree. He hesitated and turned his head to ask by shouting after wiping off the rainwater on his face, "Trish, can you confirm the overall direction, whether it's left or right?" Lishing, we don't have to confirm the direction any longer. Look over there. When Lishing was waiting for Trish's answer, Tina pointed far away all of the sudden and shouted in excitement. Lishing was stunned and looked at the direction where Tina was pointing. He saw many dense spots on the layers of a splash in the watercourse from the raindrops that looked like beans from far away. He looked closer using his hand blocking the rain from his eyes. It was a large tugboat on the watercourse. There was a thick steel rope tying hundreds or thousands of authentic wood at its back as it cruised forward. A boat carrying wood, that's great. Let's follow them and see. We will call out to them once we arrive at the narrow part of the watercourse, then we can go back to the city in one piece. Lishing was relieved and said happily, "But what if they're bad people? It's still an ancient jungle here." Her brother being killed and boyfriend looking blank now made Trish look like she had a victim mentality, which made her voiced a different opinion. Then it's a bad day for them. No matter what, there must be a map in such a big boat. No matter what happened, it's beneficial to us. Lishing said that with hidden meaning in it. He then controlled Island Dragon to begin running towards the boat's direction quickly. Following the tugboat that was moving slowly in the watercourse for a few hours of moving and stopping, he finally found a suitable time to call for help when the sky was turning dark. The Amazon River's main watercourse became narrow at this place, whereby the two shores looked like they were only 600 to 700 meters apart the most. If they were to call for help at the shore, that should attract the attention of the people on the tugboat. Moreover, the heavy rain had stopped at the moment whereby they could start a fire outside the jungle now. With that to gain attention, the people on the boat would definitely notice Lishing and the rest, unless they did not want to save them intentionally. After picking the spot to call for help, Lishing controlled his wizard worm to climb down from the tree. It grabbed many dry branches with its giant claws and Lishing made a bonfire. The tugboat came slowly and it clearly slowed down when it was passing by the bonfire. Although it did not stop, it released two rubber boats with a propeller motor. The rubber boats came to the bonfire following the wind, one at the back and one at the front. It was a hunk with mustache all over his face sitting in the rubber boat in front. He saw Lishing's dirty, skinny face with messy hair with the help of the fire. He was stunned for a moment and shouted loudly, "Chinese." "Yes, uncle, I'm from Western Sichuan." "Holy SHT, this Sichuan kid has a sweet mouth." The hunk imitated a Sichuan phrase and said it in an odd accent, then proceeded to speak in a fluent accent. "But you're wrong on your judgment today. I'm only 19 this year, a sophomore. It's the winter holidays now, so I followed my dad, picked out the woods in the Amazon and travel." The rubber boats pulled over at the shore when they were chatting. Lishing, Tina and Trish brought Sheila and the rest, who looked blank over. There were a total of 4 Chinese men on the 2 rubber boats. Apart from the high-spirited sophomore hunk, the other 3 men looked very serious. Although they heard Lishing's Sichuan accent when the rubber boats arrived at the shore, the 2 men who were on the co-pilot's seat brought out their spears anyway. In Amazon's ancient jungle that had no order, one could totally understand their strong alertness. "Hey brother, why are all of your friends foreigners? Where did you find this group? Why is it so shitty that there isn't even a local guide?" The hunk who called himself a sophomore asked Lishing and the rest while smiling as if he could not sense the tension around. What do you mean? Where did I find this group, brother? I've migrated to America. These are my friends. We hired guides too, but we lost them during the flood. Oh, that's cool, brother. So you're an American citizen. Have you gotten your green card yet? I wanted to go there for a long time, but my dad won't allow me to do that. How did you move there? I heard it's impossible for you to migrate directly since you're still studying. The hunk's eyes lit up and asked in much interest. Arv Wong, stop asking nonsense. This little feller has no mood to entertain you. We're here to save people. We might miss the boat if we take too much time here. There was a man who looked over 40 standing next to the hunk. He looked very strong. He noticed that it was the young people who were calling for help. Although their clothes were torn, the clothes looked expensive. There were 3 girls among them, and they didn't seem to look like scoundrels. He then put down the spear in his hand and said, "Little feller, tell your foreigner friends that everything is all right. Get on the rubber boat first. Let's get to the tugboat. You guys could have a hot meal, take a rest, and call your family." Third uncle, didn't you say that I would be the interpreter when Brother Liu told you he's not following us because of his stomachache? I'll be talking to them. I could practice my English. Arjwang, who looked experienced, took the initiative to speak in English. "Hello everybody. Don't worry. You are safe. We go back to big ship, brother. Maybe you should do it. Tina, Trish, we are safe. They're all good people. Let's get in the rubber boats." Chang Lisheng said it simply. The 2 girls had tears rolling down their face while bringing Sheila and the rest who had lost their senses onto the boat with Zhang Lisheng while crying. "Brother, what happened to the 3 fellows?" Arjwang had just noticed that Sheila and the rest looked a little off, so he asked passionately to offer help. They were too hungry and ate wild fruits that they shouldn't eat, so they became like this. We're not sure if they could heal in the future. They must have eaten the fruits of opium or marijuana plants. The Amazon's a scary place. There are many weird things in there. But they should be fine if it's just fruits. They'll be fine after resting. Arjwang pulled Sheila onto the rubber boat strenuously. Wow, they're heavy even when they're hungry. These 3 people are really exploring the Amazon. But these 2 little foreign girls are pretty. They have a sharp face, big eyes, and the body of a model. Is any of them your girlfriend? No, we're just good friends. You're so pure. Heh. Zhang Lisheng and the rest had gotten onto the rubber boats as they were chatting. The 2 rubber boats went off after the motor was started. It took a small turn and went towards the tugboat far away. Nobody noticed the giant log that was tied closest to the tugboat with steel rope went down a little when Zhang Lisheng, who sat at the back, moved his mouth softly. The tugboat was moving extremely slow since it was pulling a lot of wood materials. The rubber boats caught up to it soon. With the help of the lights on the boat and the moonlight, Zhang Lisheng realized that the tugboat had a simple design when he looked at it closely. It seemed like a steel raft surrounded with a circular fence, a double-story cabin on top, and was installed with cranes on 4 sides. The tugboat's cranes pulled the rubber boats up when they went behind the boat. A tall and muscular middle-aged man whose body looked like a bear lifted the torchlight on the deck and shouted in panic as he watched the rubber boats that had been lifted onto the boat. "What happened, Liason?" "Nothing major, just 6 students who are lost in the jungle. 5 of them are foreigners. I don't understand, where do kids nowadays get the guts to play in an ancient jungle for nothing?" "What guts? They're stupid. Stupid kids these days are the same no matter which country they come from. Forget about it. Get them a cabin to shower, eat and call their family. The middle-aged man whose body looked like a bear ignored Zhang Lisheng and the rest and went on to do his stuff after learning about the situation. Dad, who are you talking about? What stupid? Do you not have empathy? Arshwang, who was still sitting in the rubber boat, complained madly hearing what the middle-aged man said. You stopped me from saving them earlier. How is this dangerous? I think you're old and blur now. Your father isn't talking about you, Arshwang. All right, bring these students to cabin No.11 and cabin No.12 to settle down. Oh yay, lend them your satellite phone. Go now. Chapter 98. How could he return home empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Chapter 98. How could he return home empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Arshwang seemed to listen to his third uncle. Although he still looked mad, he brought Zhang Lisheng, Tina, and the rest onto the wobbly deck obediently and took them to the two cabins that were next to each other at the cabin head. There were 11 and 12 written in white paint on the metal doors. There are only 2 empty rooms on this boat, and they happened to be able to accommodate 3 people each. One of you would have to stay in the storeroom if there's one more person. Oh, yay brother, we've been talking for so long, but I still don't know your name. Let me introduce myself first. My name's Chen Huangming. I'm a Year 2 Business Management student at Shanghai Jiao-Tong University. Brother Chen, my name's Zhang Lisheng. Zhang Lisheng pointed at Tina, Trish and the rest to introduce them one by one. She's Tina, this is Trish, her. Did you just called me Brother Chen? Your Sichuan slang's just too funny. You don't have to introduce the rest. I'm guessing they won't be talking to me throughout their few days of staying on the boat judging by their current IQ. I'm lending you my satellite phone. Use it as you wish. You guys can arrange the rooms yourself and take care of each other. It's all men on this boat. We have no nanas to serve you guys. I'm going to watch the wood for my dad now. Oh yay, the little door at the room's far end is the bathroom. There's a shower in there. Go wash away the stench on your body. I'll get them to send you guys food later. Arshwang then took out a rectangular phone with only 10 numbers on it from his pocket after he spoke. He shoved it into Zhang Lisheng's hand then left after turning around. What a kind person, Zhang Lisheng mumbled as he watched Arshwang leaving. He then called his mother's phone. It had just rung twice and someone picked it up in panic. Zhang Lisheng spoke first. Mom, it's me Lisheng. I had been camping in the jungle these few days and there was no signal. I borrowed a friend's satellite phone to talk to you just in case you're worried. How are you? Oh baby, I was worried sick these few days. I would go to Amazon to look for you if you haven't contacted me. Mom, I'm in the Amazon's ancient rainforest doing science expedition. Of course, it's impossible for me to be in touch all of the time. Don't worry, I'm safe. All right, my friends are calling me. We're categorizing the specimen we collected today by the bonfire. This is what we always do. I'm saying this one more time. Don't worry about me, I'm safe. I'll be back in New York in less than 3 weeks. Goodbye, Mom. So goodbye, baby, Lily said unwillingly. Zhang Lisheng hung up the phone and looked at Tina and Trish before him. It's a satellite phone. Do you guys need to call anybody? Lisheng, I would like to talk to my parents. They must be worried sick. I think Trish would want to talk to her brother. I don't understand how did the flood spoil the satellite phones in our backpacks. Otherwise, we would return to Tuicarno much earlier. Satellite phones can't do teleportation. All right. Use the phone to call your family. I'm going to take a shower in the room. Remember, only tell the overall situation on the phone, the details. Don't worry, Lishing, we lie better than you do. Oh yeah, it's inconvenient for Trish and me to take care of Shitu and Walter since they're a man. Could you help? Of course not, not their nannies. But you could put them in the same room as me. Actually, they don't need any special care because they would eat and drink automatically when they see food and water. Chang Lishing walked into cabin No.11 as he spoke. You've no chivalry, Zhang Lishing, he heard Tina's complaint before closing the door. He smiled without caring much and passed by 3 connected hammocks while carrying his backpack. He walked into the bathroom at the far end of the cabin and took a hot shower with ease. He then washed the clothes he was wearing with soap and put them back on right away after squeezing them dry. Walking out of the bathroom, Chang Lishing noticed there was a shallow basket placed on the tiny cabin's floor. There were piping hot steamed buns and a thermos. The buns were filled with meat only. The oil from the fats would drip when one ate it, but it was not oily. There was egg drop soup in the thermos. The smell of the yellow egg drop was tantalizing. The food was simple but delicious. Zhang Lishing was eating clumsily. After eating, he exhaled out of relief and comfort, then began planning his next step. He figured Tina and Trish would bring Sheila and the rest who were lost out of Tuicarno and back to New York to fix them after they returned from the rainforest to the city. However, Chang Lishing did not want to return home empty-handed from a treasure mountain. He could refine another wizard worm under his command since he broke through to rank 4 wizard. Amazon had the most insects and reptiles in the whole world. Finding a suitable one to refine into wizard worm was much easier than doing it back in New York. Just when he was thinking about something suitable to be refined, the giant hornet with hollowed spikes on its mouth and tail appeared in Zhang Lishing's head all of the sudden. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to look for that strange giant hornet now. He got rid of that thought after thinking about it. In the end, Zhang Lishing decided to refine both wizard worms again after sending Tina and Trish back to the city. After familiarizing himself with a new witchcraft incantation, he would return to the Amazon jungle alone to hunt for a worm at his peak performance. He must pick out a powerful wizard worm before the winter holiday ended. He walked out of the cabin with the shallow basket after making up his mind. Although the clothes on him were still wet, Zhang Lishing felt very different from last night after washing himself clean and inhaling the fresh Amazon air on the deck. Recalling the longing of living a simple life in an ancient jungle back then, he mumbled while forcing a smile. Seems like living comfortably in the jungle requires much more resources than living in a city. At least a place to cultivate safely is a must. It's not as simple as I imagined at all. No wonder those ancient wizards would put in so much effort to be some leader of a tribe. Without money and labor. When Zhang Lishing was talking to himself, a big, dark silhouette came out of the dark corner on the deck all of the sudden while complaining. What are you talking about, brother? Why are you speaking English? Even when you're talking to yourself, your English is as fluent as those characters in American movies, but your Mandarin's horrible. Don't tell me you're one of the spies in the Chinese team that the Americans sent. Brother, can't you see that I have been practicing it often? Realizing it was Xinjiunaming, Chang Lishing replied casually, your satellite phone is with Tina. I'm just going. He kind of like this guy of his own kind who had a straightforward character but a kind heart. Don't worry about my phone. Let the American babes use it as they wish. I just want to see if you're sleeping already. If not, I would like to talk to you. What do you want to talk about? I want to talk to you about how you got your American visa. I'm considering this seriously. I'm thinking of studying in America next year with my own ability, even if it's just being an exchange student for half a year. Why do you want to go there apart from making easy money? There's nothing much in America. Brother, you look like this, but you're one of the tourists in Amazon with 2 guys and 3 girls. How is that nothing much? I don't want to waste my youth away. I'll just get myself a green card and then come back. It'll be easier for me to get out of the country in the future too. Chen Juinming peeped at the skinny Zhang Lisheng with the help of the moonlight and said, "Can you share your experience? You won't lose anything anyway. My mom is an American Chinese, and I was born in an American hospital, so although I grew up in Western Sichuan, you hold an American passport because you're born in America. Why are we still chatting? Forget about it, go rest. You should sleep early since you've just escaped danger. Ooh brother, I still have to return this shallow basket in the kitchen. You're meticulous, I'll help you. Go to sleep, go." Chen Juinming snatched the shallow basket from Zhang Lisheng's hand after saying that, and walked away in big steps. Zhang Lisheng was stunned. He turned around and was planning to go back to his cabin. He thought about it before entering, and decided to knock on the cabin next door. There was no sound after knocking for a long time. Figuring that the 2 ladies might be sleeping already, Zhang Lisheng did not proceed to knock and returned to his cabin. He sat on the floor after locking the door. He took out Mountoad from his backpack and began cultivating a secret method. It was his first time cultivating since he broke through to rank 4 wizard. Just when he silenced his mind, the images of the demon's hand had completely appeared and was outlined in Zhang Lisheng's head. The images of the demon's legs had a blurry shadow appearing as it began internal and external circulation, with Zhang Lisheng following his wizard worm exhaling black smoke. He looked like he was unaware of his cultivation. He looked like he was sleeping, but he was not. He looked like he was awake, but he was not. Just when the sun rose the next morning, he woke up from the door's knocking noise. "Lisheng, are you awake?" "I am, give me a minute." Zhang Lisheng put away Mountoad quickly and opened the door after washing up. Tina and Trish stood outside the door. They had washed their clothes, and their clothes were already quite clean. However, they looked paler now compared to the time when they were in the jungle. "Good morning, Tina and Trish." "What's wrong? You guys don't look so good." "Good morning, Lisheng. We vomited the whole night. This boat's too shaky." Luckily Trish managed to talk to Hatton last night. "We should be able to return to Tuicarno soon." "We should be able to return to Tuicarno soon." "Does Trish's muscular brother know where this boat is so he could pick us with a plane?" "Yes. There are not many Chinese companies that do logging in the Amazon jungle's land that they bought, so it's easy to locate the route. If they departed last night, I'm guessing Hatton should be able to find us later in the afternoon. Perhaps we're sleeping in Paradise Hotel's bed tonight." "I was joking just now. I'm surprised to find that Mr. Hatton can really fly a plane, but is rushing necessary?" Zhang Lisheng said after a moment of being stunned. "Of course it's necessary. Trish and I are done with this SHTTY place. We've sworn that we will never step foot in such a tropical country anymore." Zhang Lisheng smiled helplessly hearing Tina's raging swear. He subsequently said in all seriousness, "If Mr. Hatton could make it here in the afternoon, we should now make up an excuse to explain the conditions of Sheila and the rest." Chapter 99. Always been the calm and rational young man. Chapter 99. Always been the calm and rational young man. I've thought about it with Tina. Well, just say that we lost the guides during the flood. Luckily, we didn't hurt ourselves during the flood while Sheila, Walter, and Shitu accidentally ate poisonous wild fruits when you brought us around the jungle due to the lack of food. About Henry, we can just say that we unintentionally found his skull. Don't worry, Lishing, we won't tell what we're not supposed to say. In reality, I'm really grateful to you after you took care of us these past few days. I know very well that without you, it's impossible for all of us to walk out of this scary jungle. Trish hugged Zhang Lishing for the first time. In the end, she could not hold the tears back and cried out loud while leaning on the young man's shoulder. Tina hugged Zhang Lishing as well while sobbing. The girl's emotions came without a warning. Zhang Lishing thought that hugging two ladies who were one head taller than him was very awkward. He thought about it and reminded softly, Trish, the excuse that you and Tina came up with is too far-fetched. Why don't you just pretend that your memory is blurry from the shock after you were rescued? Cry like what you're doing now when you talk about it. Make it look like you're unstable. Shang Lishing, could you comfort us first and say all these things later when we're no longer in your embrace? You're only 16. Why are you so calm and rational all the time like a 60-year-old? Calm and rational, Shang Lishing uttered after hearing what Tina said. If I'm really calm and rational like you said, I would've pushed the both of you away. Everyone on the boat is looking at us. It's embarrassing. It was approximately 10 in the morning. The logging workers on the tugboat had gotten out of their cabins. They were playing poker on the deck since it was sunny and peaceful. They were all hired by their employer from China. They had a good life in Tatatutu. They would even get their return tickets back to China that was paid to them every Chinese New Year. Although it was expensive to hire them, these guys who could endure hard work and give all of their strength was better and less worrying than hiring natives. These young and strong Chinese fellers had nothing else to do as soon as they got onto the boat. They would do nothing and stare blankly since they were free. It made sense that they looked excited when they saw Zhang Lishing, Tina, and Trish hugging together. They couldn't help but shift their gaze toward them. Some even whistled. You Chinese people are so weird when it comes to feelings. Some of the Chinese boys at our school are even more open and passionate than American boys, but you're so shy, Tina complained softly, but she let go of Zhang Lishing anyway. Zhang Lishing smiled speechlessly and only spoke after Trish let go of his shoulder. It's already past 10 now, which means Mr. Hatton would appear any time now. It would be best if we remind the boat owner to avoid any misunderstandings by then. They have spears. If I have a logging company here, I'd install rocket artillery on my boat. Tina, you're exaggerating. Amazon's not that scary. It's not to you. Zhang Lishing and Tina arrived at the end of the boat as they chatted. They saw the loud owner whose body looked like a bear observing the hundreds or perhaps even thousands of giant logs tied with steel rope flowing with the water while holding onto the railings. Zhang Lishing walked forward. Uncle Cheng, thank you for saving us last night. The owner noticed someone was coming close since the beginning. Hearing Zhang Lishing thanking him, he glanced over the three young people who showed gratitude on their faces and said in a rough tone, "That's nothing. How could I let you guys die? Tell your American friends that this is nothing. Saving someone in need is what we should do." So, the dining room's on the second floor. You don't have to rush. The boat will arrive in Rukututu City in 2 to 3 days. I'll get a car to send you guys wherever you want to go. There's no need, uncle. My friend has contacted her brother. Someone might pick us up in the afternoon. I'm here to tell you this. The owner was not surprised after hearing what Zhang Lisheng said. He only muttered, I knew these Americans would do something dramatic. That's good, too. It's free advertisement for our company if this appears on the news. All right, kid, bring your American friends to eat. I got what you said. The owner seemed straightforward. He did not look like he was a businessman at all. Sure, uncle, we'll go eat now. Zhang Lisheng did not want to annoy him, seeing that he was impatient. He then said to Tina and Trish, I've spoken to the boat owner. Let's go eat now. Nobody will send us food today. The dining room's on the second floor's cabin. He brought the two ladies into the cabin and finally found the stairs after looking for a long time. They got to the second floor and found the dining room following the smell of food. The dining room was pretty big. It could accommodate 100 people to eat together. However, it was not the time to eat now, so there was nobody there. There were a few huge stainless steel buckets fixed with card slots on the table closest to the door, and 3 of them had half-full of dishes. There was a type of meat and a type of vegetable. They were braised pork, stir-fried vegetable, and white rice. It's a buffet. Zhang Lisheng took a big stainless steel bowl from the bamboo basket that was tied to the wall. He then filled half of the bowl with rice, drizzled half of it with braised pork, and began eating the vegetables with chopsticks. Tina and Trish, who came from wealthy New York families, became not as picky after experiencing those tough days in the Amazon jungle. They did what Zhang Lisheng did with the dishes. Unfortunately, they could not use the chopsticks. The boat shook a little bit and they splashed rice all over their body. Zhang Lisheng saw this and shook his head while laughing. There are spoons in the bamboo basket. Why are you guys using chopsticks? The girls said nothing and went for the spoons silently. Nobody knew why they became depressed now. In reality, it was normal. Due to their constant panic deep in the dangerous jungle, their sadness and fear were washed away. After they escaped from the danger and calmed down, the terrifying experience they went through came up slowly, causing their emotion to drop occasionally. Tina, Trish, don't think too much. Go see a therapist when we return to New York. Get counseling and ease yourself. Everything will be all right. Zhang Lisheng sighed and comforted them. He said nothing since then, while eating silently. He heard a loud buzzing noise in his ears that came out of nowhere when he was halfway through his meal. I think that's a plane coming. I'll take a look. Zhang Lisheng put down the bowl and ran out of the dining room. He looked at the source of the noise and saw a milky white antique biplane which had wings that were less than 20 meters with thick cylindrical rods on both sides of its landing gear. It was flying from a distance, its noise louder than a helicopter as it hovered above the tugboat. Direction of Lucky Dragon. We are the family of the 6 American young people you rescued last night. We hope to get onto the Lucky Dragon to meet them and thank all of you face to face. Direction of Lucky Dragon and thank all of you face to face. There was an announcement that sounded even noisier than the plane coming out of it. They're so fast to get here, they even brought an interpreter. Zhang Lisheng mumbled to himself after hearing the Mandarin announcement. Just when he was about to run toward the dining room to tell Tina and Trish about Hatton's arrival, he realized the 2 ladies had arrived behind him while looking at him in desperation. Good news, the Mandarin announcement was saying. Mr. Hatton's here, Zhang Lisheng said while smiling. The plane hovered in the air for a while and landed on Amazon's main watercourse vast surface after adjusting its angle. For safety purposes, they landed very far away from the tugboat. The plane glided on the water rapidly. Since landing it was getting closer to the tugboat. Very soon, the great force coming from the plane's engine allowed it to catch up to the tugboat that was cruising slowly on the watercourse. Just when the plane was moving right next to the tugboat, the door was opened all of a sudden. A hunk in military uniform and synthetic leather mountain boots whose body muscles were so tense they looked like steel bars came out of the plane. He hopped from the plane's wing quickly and held onto the iron-welded railing at the side of the boat. He was agile like a monkey, and he got onto the tugboat just like that. Damn, this is so cool. But this American big guy doesn't think it's warm to dress like this. He's wearing that to repel insects and for defense. It's professional. This American might be that Navy dolphin. There was some expedition team from America who were stuck in Amazon back then. I heard it alarmed the military base. Americans' lives are valuable. That's all you know. What exactly was that? Forget it. Don't show off if you know nothing. You called it Navy Dolphin. Could your dolphin walk? It's called the Navy SEAL. The workers who were playing cards on the boat discussed among themselves in surprise after seeing the American hunk. At that moment, a person's head with black hair extended from the plane that was gliding on the water. He spoke English first in discontentment, and then spoke in Mandarin. What should I do now that you got onto the boat like that, Mr. Hatton? You would be easily misunderstood in such a primitive place without an interpreter. Everyone on Lucky Dragon, please do not panic. Mr. Hatton is the brother of Ms. Trish that you guys rescued last night. He was worried about his sister's safety. We have more than 100 Chinese men on our boat. Why would we misunderstand an American who dares to come to us alone? Nobody knew that the strong owner who had a bear-like body had gotten from the end of the boat to the side. He said loudly while waving his hands, "Listen, throw a cable down and pull him up." Trish was standing before the dining room on the second-floor cabin. It was her first time seeing her brother, Hatton, look so nervous while sporting a pale face. Brother, she pulled Tina along while running down the stairs clumsily. She was crying as she went into Hatton's embrace. End part 2.